Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells, was born on December 18, 1938. He was the last child of a family of 7, a family he didn't spend much time with before his arrest. In 1963, he was convicted of abuse and assault of a woman and ended up spending 3 years of his life in Sing Sing prison in upstate New York. After Bobby was released from prison in 1969, he changed his name from Robert Worley to Bobby Wells, and he moved in with his brother Fred Worley at Edgecombe Avenue in the Washington Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, New York City. There, he worked as a building superintendent for an apartment building. Bobby stayed with Fred for some time before he disappeared between 1966 and 1967, never to return. Fred and every other member of the family never heard from Bobby for more than 2 decades until 1993, when they got closure most unexpectedly. Fred received a call that his brother was found dead at an apartment that belonged to Dorian Corey, a deceased drag queen. Dorian Corey was born on June 6, 1937 in Buffalo, New York. She attended college at Parsons School of Design in the late 1950s. While Dorian was studying, she was drawn to the underground culture of the ballroom. Since then, Dorian appeared in drag queen beauty pageants. Dorian pushed for her name to be heard, and eventually, she gained the fame that she worked for as a drag queen. She appeared in a game-changing documentary titled Paris is Burning and also appeared on talk shows like The Joan Rivers Show to discuss the ball culture and other things. But even with that, Dorian needed to pay the bills, so she did extra work on the side. She worked out of her apartment as a seamstress, and at the same time, Dorian made her house a safe space for those in need of a home. Folks who came out with their true identity and were rejected by their family found comfort and love in Dorian's home named House of Corey. In August 1993, Dorian was working with Pepper LaBeija, an American drag queen and fashion designer, on a ball at Webster Hall. Unknown to them, the ball would never take place. On August 29, 1993, 56-year-old Dorian died of AIDS. The 1980s were particularly horrendous for people with AIDS. There were no treatments, and everyone who had AIDS back then died pretty quickly. In the 90s, there were improvements, but there were not enough to cure the likes of Dorian. The whole neighborhood mourned Dorian, as she was one of the people they looked up to in the community. But no one knew the drag queen had a skeleton in her closet. After Dorian died, her belongings were left for her caregiver and friend, Lois Taylor, who sold Dorian's dresses as costumes and made money off them. Taylor would visit Dorian's home with her clients to look at the costume they needed every time there was a business deal. Dorian's apartment was the go-to for any kind of jaw-dropping costume at the time, and as she had worked as a dress and costume designer, it was not a large apartment, and in addition to her belongings, she had a lot of things stored that belonged to her brother. On October 19, 1993, almost 2 months after Dorian's death, Taylor was at her apartment on West 140th Street in Harlem with one of her customers as usual for business. They were there in hopes of finding a good costume for Halloween. The apartment was filled with lots of fabrics, sequins and beads, tailpieces, and elaborate gowns. A place so jam-packed that you could lose a small child in there. The search took them to a large closet space, which was the size of a small bedroom, but they found nothing to their taste when they got to the closet. But among the dresses and costumes, a large musty garment bag caught their eyes. In hopes to get something better from the garment bag, Taylor moved closer to it but discovered the bag was too heavy for her to move. After pulling it with the help of her customer, she saw that the bag was tightly sewn, and so she decided to loosen it. She handed a pair of scissors to her customer to use on the bag, but they stopped almost immediately, driven away by the foul odor that the bag gave off. Immediately, Taylor knew she wouldn't be able to go on with the search, and so she picked up her phone and dialed 911. The early 90s were busy years for the NYPD as they were working tirelessly to curb crimes in the city, especially in Manhattan. But as busy as they were, the call from Dorian's apartment was one they would never forget. The police arrived at the apartment and walked to the closet. They noticed the foul odor coming from the garment bag, an odor that was very common to what police called a DOA, or dead on arrival. The garment bag was transported to the medical examiner's office for examination. The police department also involved an anthropologist. The content of the bag was tightly wrapped in thick fabrics and sewn closed with precision, leaving no air to enter. Once the wrappings were undone, everyone cringed at the gruesome sight. Before them was the mummified body of a man bound up and wrapped in plastic. He was folded into the fetal position with a bullet hole in his head. The body was in a dried and shriveled state, so it was difficult to know who he was or when he died. At the time, technology was not advanced enough to identify the remains. The police had a lot to do. They needed to find out the identity of the mummy, how he died, who or what killed and kept him there, the motive behind the murder, and the time it happened. But out of all of these questions, they were able to answer only a few. The identity was unknown, but they found a bullet hole in his head, which suggested he was shot to death. In the bag, they also found beer can caps, which they used as an indicator of approximately how long the person's remains had been kept there. The type of flip tops found in the bag were a type that had not been used since the mid-70s, leaving the police to assume that the body had been sealed in there between 15-25 years before discovery. The police contacted the missing person squad to see if anyone was reported missing around the speculated time of death. But to make matters worse, there were no missing reports of anyone from that time. The only thing that could be done was to obtain a fingerprint from the mummy to identify the owner. The state of the body made it difficult for authorities to get a fingerprint from the fingers. Without the identity of the mummified body, the police would be unable to communicate properly regarding the case. And so the remains were named Joe Doe, a name given to unidentified bodies. The detective in charge of identifying Joe Doe, Detective Raul Figueroa, took permissions from his supervisors to remove the body's fingers and work on them. With the approval of his superiors, Detective Raul removed the fingers and placed them in 10 different specimen bottles. He also injected them with acetone to plump them up. Even Detective Raul was not 100% sure that his method was going to work. He could only hope that the method would help them to identify the body. Suddenly, the fingers started turning from nothing at all to fingers that could provide good prints. After that, they were able to put ink on them and roll them onto a fingerprint card to send to another unit. After the proper examination of the fingerprints, they finally got the answers they had been waiting for. Joe Doe was identified as Robert Worley, also known as Bobby Wells. But even after the authorities were able to uncover his identity, they still had a few questions. What was the relationship between Dorian Corey and Bobby Wells? Did Dorian kill Bobby? These questions remained difficult to answer as the two people involved in the case were both deceased. Nevertheless, the authorities continued their search for answers by trying to search for the friends and family of Dorian and Bobby to find any information that could lead to solving the mystery behind Bobby's death. The search led the police to Fred Worley, Bobby's brother. Fred explained how Bobby lived with him and his family and how he tried to talk Bobby out of his lifestyle. According to Fred, Bobby lived a crazy lifestyle where he would drink, get into trouble, and drink again. Whenever Fred tried to talk him out of it, alcohol got in the way. He kept trying to get Bobby to quit drinking, but it seemed he was too deep in it. According to Fred, Bobby got attracted to a woman who lived next door, but soon the relationship grew from sweet to sour. Bobby and the woman had a serious issue that involved the woman's 7-year-old son. Somehow, Bobby hit the child, and the woman threatened to call the police. Bobby, who had just been released from jail, knew if the woman called the police, it would mean bigger trouble for him. And to avoid trouble, he fled the neighborhood without a word to anyone, even his brother. That was the last time Fred heard from Bobby, until he was called almost 25 years later and told that his brother had been found dead. When Fred was interviewed, he was asked if he was surprised to know that his brother was dead, and he said he was not really surprised because once they didn't hear from Bobby for many years, they had already assumed that something had befallen him. He was also asked if Bobby was friends with transvestites, people who wear clothes primarily associated with the other sex. Fred said he knew his brother was in a relationship with a certain transvestite. Bobby had mistakenly dialed Fred's contact one day when he was drunk, and he ranted about having issues with a transvestite. Fred didn't remember the name of the transvestite, but when he was asked if the name he heard was Dorian, he said that was the name. All the information that Fred gave the police didn't point to anyone as Bobby's murderer. It only made solving the case more difficult. The first person the police suspected after the 911 call at Dorian's apartment was Taylor, who made the call, but Taylor gave them a reason to eliminate her from the suspect list. She told the police she couldn't have possibly moved the bag with the body as it was far too heavy, and she weighed only 135 pounds. The case was, and still is, disturbing as a lot of questions are unanswered. Many of those who knew Dorian personally were very shocked to learn about the mummy in her closet all these years. While some were disappointed in Dorian, some didn't believe she would kill anyone. There were many speculations and theories about this case. Many friends of Dorian admitted that she was in a relationship with Bobby. And according to the friends, both Dorian and Bobby would always get drunk and violent with each other. Whenever they had too much to drink, they ended up fighting seriously. Fred also mentioned that he knew his brother to be macho and violent and that he sometimes could go too far. Because of these accounts by friends, there's a theory that one of Dorian and Bobby's violent spats led to Dorian shooting Bobby in the head. Most people believe that Bobby had potentially been an abusive ex-lover of Dorian and that she may have shot him in self-defense when he was abusing her, as this was a common occurrence in the trans community. The abuse that became rampant in the trans community probably made Dorian own a handgun. Dorian's friend, Jessie Torres, affirmed during her interview that Dorian had a small .22 caliber. Many others maintained that Bobby was a burglar who broke into Dorian's home, prompting her to act in self-defense. Allegedly, Dorian attached a note to Bobby's body reading, "This poor man broke into my home and was trying to rob me." The note was never confirmed by police. However, this theory suggests Dorian kept the body because a drag queen like her, who lived in a poor and dangerous area in the 60s-70s, had little chance of gaining sympathy from the police. According to Taylor, after she discovered the heavy bag, she found a short story written by Dorian. She said the story was written in the third person about a transgender woman who killed her lover in revenge. The lover had pressured the trans woman into having sex reassignment surgery. Many believe the story relates to Dorian's. She had a breast implant and had possibly taken female hormones. Therefore, the story references Dorian's life, including the Pearl Box Review, which was a touring drag show she had performed with in the 60s. According to Trisha Zeigenhorn's article, Did You Know?, a friend of Dorian claimed that Dorian confessed on her deathbed to committing a murder. It is not clear if the police interviewed the said friend, but if they did, nothing came out of it. In spite of all these theories, some people believe Dorian had nothing to do with the killing. Lanthelm, who was also Dorian's friend, said he had been to her place several times and never smelled a foul odor aside from a musty stench he said was common in older New York City buildings. After the police spoke to some of Dorian's friends, they were thrown into more confusion as some implied that in 1988, Dorian moved from her apartment at 150th Street, St. Nicholas Avenue to one located 10 blocks over on West 140th Street. With this information, some posited that the body was in the closet of the apartment before Dorian moved in. Therefore, some believed that Dorian was probably hiding the body in her closet to protect the actual murderer. None of these theories were confirmed true by the police, as there was no valid evidence to back these claims and stories. However, the most accepted version was that Bobby was an abusive ex-lover who got shot in self-defense. Bobby's family didn't claim his body. He was buried on Hart Island off the coast of the Bronx in November 1993 in an area called Potter's Field. No funeral was held for Bobby. Dorian's ashes were also spread on City Island. And that's how the case of Bobby Wells remains a mystery today. All that Bobby's family knows is that he was murdered, but they are not sure who killed him or what led to his death. No one knows what happened except for Bobby and Dorian, who are both dead. Without any type of first-hand testimony from either of the two or both of them, we can agree that the mystery of how Bobby died and how he ended up mummified in a famous drag queen's closet will never be solved. But if Dorian truly killed Bobby, we could say she got away with murder. What do you think about this case? Let us know in the comments section. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Jod Lumis was free-spirited and passionate, quick to speak her mind, and, like many young adults in the early 1970s, was somewhat of a hippie. She was a talented artist and had painted her bedroom walls with a mural of running horses. She rescued and cared for injured animals. She loved horseback riding and her horse, Sadi, and was devoted to taking care of him. In 1972, 20-year-old Jodi was living in a house on Winesap Road between Mill Creek and Bothell, Washington, with her parents, John and Rosemary, her 12-year-old sister Jana, and her fiancé, Jim Roberts. On the afternoon of August 23rd, she left home to go to the stable where her horse was boarded, 6 miles away. One of her parents would normally drive her to the stable, but today she decided to ride her white 10-speed bike there. Before Jodi left home, her mother reminded her to take a dime with her so that she could call home from a payphone if she would be late returning. While Jodi was an adult, Rosemary was obviously still concerned with her daughter's safety and preferred for her to return home before dark. Jodi took the dime with her but never called home and did not arrive home as expected either. Rosemary began to worry, and that worry had turned to panic by 11 p.m. when there was a knock on her door. It was a detective who was there to notify the family that Jodi had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Rosemary collapsed at the news, and Jod Lumis was too shocked to catch his wife before she fell to the floor. Jodi had never arrived at her intended destination. After leaving home, she went to ask her friend and neighbor, Linda Hook, if she wanted to go riding with her. But Linda could not go because she was in the process of packing for an upcoming move to California. The last known person to see Jodi before she was attacked was a 14-year-old girl selling apples at a fruit stand at the end of her family's driveway near Bothell Everett Highway in 164th Street Southeast, approximately halfway between Jodi's home and the stable. The girl remembered seeing Jodi because she was riding her bike while wearing boots and had stopped for an unusually long time before passing through the intersection at Bothell Everett Highway and onto what was at the time called Penny Creek Road and is today known as Mill Creek Road. Jodi would later be found on a dirt road off of Penny Creek Road. Around 5:30 p.m., 18-year-old Kathy Gogol and 33-year-old Walter Morris were driving through that wooded area trying to find somewhere to go target shooting when they came across a fallen tree that blocked their way. When Walter got out of the car, he discovered a young woman lying near the tree. She was mostly nude and had a serious head injury, which would later be determined to be from a gunshot wound. She was unable to talk but was still breathing. Walter was driving a small 2-seater Saab Sonnet and did not think he and Kathy could fit the woman in the car with them. So he initially suggested that Kathy stay with the woman while he went for help. However, Kathy, concerned both that whoever had harmed the young woman was still in the area and that the young woman's injuries were too severe to wait for him to leave and come back, insisted that they take the young woman to the hospital right then. They were somehow able to fit the young woman in the car with them. They did not take the time to try to redress the young woman given the serious nature of her injuries and their desire to get her to the hospital quickly. So Kathy did her best to cover up the young woman in the car so that other drivers on the road could not see her in her state of undress through the window. Kathy and Walter were able to get the young woman, later identified as Jod Lumis, to the hospital by 5:45. Despite their efforts to her help as quickly as possible, Jodi was pronounced dead upon her arrival at the hospital. Jodi had been killed by a .22 caliber shot to the right side of her head just above her right ear. A subsequent medical review of her autopsy file theorized, based on the bullet's path, that Jodi had been on the ground, trying to get her clothes back on after being raped when her killer had stood over her and shot her. Jodi's bicycle was found in a ravine 180 feet away from where she was found, but the horse bridle she had taken with her that day was never located. Police performed interviews and followed up on leads for years after the murder, but ultimately the case went cold. In 2008, there was a new push to close the decades-old case. Jodi was featured on the 10 of Hearts card in a deck of cold case playing cards. A set of cards, each featuring a photo and information about an unsolved case from Snohomish County, was created, and 5,000 decks of the cards were printed using funds from a donation from the Stalagwamish tribe. The decks were distributed to inmates in local county jails, as well as in the state prison complex, in hopes that inmates would recognize crimes they had heard other inmates discuss or take credit for and report what they had heard. Investigators also revisited the physical evidence in the case. Several important items, including the swabs taken at Jodi's autopsy and the socks she had been wearing, had been lost over the years, potentially when the evidence was moved from the original room where it was stored into a newer facility. However, some of the evidence they still had would provide them with the lead that would ultimately close the case: the pair of St. Moritz ankle-high waffle stomper boots that Jodi had been wearing when she was killed. The boots actually belonged to Jodi's sister Jana, and she had borrowed them without asking, as Jana herself had gone horseback riding with a friend on the morning of August 23, 1972. Jodi was not even 5 feet tall and had a very slight build, so she could still fit into the size 5.5 boots her 12-year-old sister had just gotten for the new school year. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office had what physical evidence they still had, including the boots, sent to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab to be re-examined. During the examination, scientists noticed a tiny stain on the left boot. It turned out to be a semen stain, and DNA was extracted from the sperm it contained. Further testing was performed on the DNA in 2010 and 2011. The profile was compared to DNA samples provided by potential suspects and men living in the area surrounding the site where Jodi was found. It was also run through criminal databases, but no match was found. In May of 2018, another Snohomish County cold case was solved when William Talbot II was arrested and charged with the 1987 murder of 18-year-old Tanya Van Queilenborg. The following month, he was also charged with the murder of her boyfriend, 20-year-old Jake Hook, who had disappeared with Tanya. Talbot was convicted of both murders in June of 2019. He had been identified using genetic genealogy, making Tanya and Jay's case the first in which the technique was used in successfully leading to a suspect being convicted in court. After identifying Talbot and arresting him, Snohomish County authorities began using the same technique in Jodi's case, hoping that genetic genealogy would help identify her as well. In July of 2018, they sent the DNA profile to Parabon Nanolabs and began working with an Oregon-based genealogist to try to find relatives of the killer in public genealogy databases. After the DNA profile from the crime scene was uploaded into one such database, the genealogist identified search of their family history. She narrowed down her search until she determined that police were most likely looking for the son of a couple who lived in Edmonds, Washington. Unfortunately, that couple had 7 children, and 6 of them were sons. When authorities began investigating those sons, one of them did stand out as a likely suspect based on non-genetic factors. He had been living just 5 miles from where Jodi was attacked and had been accused of various sexual crimes at least 5 times since the 1960s, but had never been convicted on charges stemming from them and received no punishment for them more serious than a citation for lewd conduct he had received in 1968. Authorities began investigating this man and surveilling him in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of his DNA. On August 28, 2018, they observed him standing outside of the Tulalip Resort Casino, drinking a cup of coffee. When he threw the cup in the trash, they collected it and had it sent to the lab. The DNA extracted from that cup was a match to the DNA from the semen stain on the boot Jodi had been wearing on the day she was killed. On April 10, 2019, 77-year-old Terrence Miller was arrested and charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Miller had married for the first time when he was 18 and his bride was just 14. Their 2-year marriage resulted in 2 daughters. Miller quickly remarried and had another daughter after their divorce. After his second marriage ended in divorce in 1967, he had married for a 3rd time and had 2 more daughters. His 3rd wife filed for divorce in 1974. He married his 4th wife in 1976, and this marriage finally lasted for more than a handful of years. They were still married when Miller was arrested, selling ceramics out of the garage of their home in Edmonds. Miller previously worked as a heavy machine operator. Authorities could find no connection between Miller and Jod Lumis. Miller's bail was set at $1 million. On June 14, 2019, he was able to post it and was released. He worked with a bail company, which he paid $100,000, which he would never receive back to secure his release. According to Snohomish County Sheriff's Office Detective Jim Scharf, this was the only time he could remember a defendant charged with first-degree murder being released in his 42-year career. Miller did have to wear an electronic monitoring device and was only allowed to leave his house for specific reasons like grocery shopping and doctor's appointments. Jody's loved ones were still horrified that the community would be put at risk by his release, that he was allowed to be comfortable at home with his wife while awaiting trial when he had already had 47 years of freedom following the crime. Miller's trial had originally been set for June of 2019, but his attorneys had applied for and been granted a series of continuances so that they would have more time to prepare their case. In September of 2020, they requested that the court move the trial, which was now due to start the following month, until January of 2021, arguing that they had not had sufficient time to prepare for the trial. While Miller had been arrested a year and a half earlier, they claimed that the events of the previous several months had prevented them from properly preparing. As public defenders, they had dozens of clients and had spent much of the previous months working on emergency bail hearings for clients of theirs who needed to be released from custody because they were considered high risk for serious illness should they be exposed to COVID-19. They therefore now only had a month to interview 3 expert witnesses and 15 civilians they had not interviewed between Miller's arrest in April of 2019 and the start of the pandemic, which they argued was an impossible task. Jody's sister Jana, now Jana Smith, addressed the court at the hearing, describing the long wait her family had endured both for an arrest to be made and for the trial to finally begin. Given the fact that Jody's case has the longest amount of time between the commission of the crime and a trial in Snohomish County history, Snohomish County Superior Court Judge David Kurtz was not inclined to further delay the trial. He told Miller's attorneys to buckle down and get ready. They in turn vowed to have any potential conviction overturned on appeal because they would not be able to hire and interview their own expert witness due to the time constraint. Miller's attorneys filed one more last-minute motion to have the DNA evidence in the case thrown out in October of 2020. But the motion was denied and the trial began on October 26th. The passage of time did negatively impact the trial. In addition to the evidence that had been lost over the years, several key individuals in case had passed away. Both of Jody's parents died without knowing who killed their daughter. Her father John in 2005 and her mother Rosemary in January of 2019, less than 3 months before Miller was arrested. Walter Morris, one of the people who discovered Jody and rushed her to the hospital, died a few months prior to the trial. He had given a deposition following Miller's arrest, and a video of it was played in the courtroom. His death was a problem for the prosecution because one of the alternative theories Miller's defense team put forth at trial was that Morris had been the killer, as he had been known to own a .22 caliber rifle in 1972, and he had given different reasons for why he had been in the woods that day to authorities in the various statements he had given them. His death meant that he could not be questioned about the discrepancies or explain them in court. Given the fact that he was in a secret relationship with the 18-year-old girl, who was 15 years his junior, who was with him at the time, there are of course obvious reasons why he may not have been forthcoming with his reasons for wanting to be alone with her in a remote wooded area. That girl, Kathy Gogol, was 66-year-old Kathy Lennox at the time of the trial and suffering from metastatic breast cancer. Despite her failing health, she managed to appear in court and was able to testify at the trial. At trial, Miller's attorneys questioned DNA evidence, claiming that the work done on the boots was sloppy, careless, and unprofessional. They questioned why the FBI had not previously noticed the semen stain when they were asked to examine the boots in the 1970s, and criticized the sheriff's department for losing parts of the evidence log concerning them. Miller's defense attorneys also argued that there was no definitive proof that the sexual contact Jody had on the day of her death was non-consensual despite the findings of the medical examiner who performed her autopsy. They also suggested that Jody may not have been murdered at all. Instead, she may have been struck by a stray bullet, as the area where she was found was very remote at the time and popular with hunters and target shooters. The prosecution argued that none of the questions raised by the defense or the alternative scenarios they suggested to create reasonable doubt explained how Miller's men ended up on the boot when there was no connection between Miller and Jody or Miller and Jody's 12-year-old sister, who had just recently gotten the boots. While the DNA was their strongest piece of evidence, the prosecution also played a phone call between Miller and his wife recorded while he was still in custody for the jury. "When it's all over and done with, the trial and all that, I'm going to be in prison. This is not a winnable case. That's the thing," Miller told his wife. "I don't like to hear that," she replied. "I know, Mama, but that is what? That's the way it is," he told her. "This is not a winnable case. This is a DNA case and they have an extremely strong case. You're not going to beat it. Miller's attorneys argued that this was not Miller expressing his guilt in the case, just his fear at being wrongly convicted. The jury began their deliberations on Friday, November 6th. After a few hours, Judge Kurtz sent them home for the weekend. Deliberations resumed again first thing the following Monday morning, November 9th. Just before 10 a.m. that same morning, Miller's wife called 911, reporting that her husband had shot himself in the head. While he had been ordered to surrender any firearms he owned as one of the conditions of his release on bail, he had apparently failed to turn over one of them. He did not survive the injury. 3 hours later, the jury reached a verdict in the case. They had not been informed of Miller's death. Miller's attorneys argued against even allowing the jury to read their verdict, claiming that there was no benefit to the public in the court hearing the verdict they had reached. Prosecutors argued that Jody's family still deserved answers. Judge Kurtz agreed with the prosecution, and the verdict was read. The jury had found Miller guilty of first-degree murder. December 17, 2020 would have been the date of Miller's sentencing hearing had he not killed himself. Instead, a hearing was held to determine whether or not his conviction should stand given the fact that he had died before he could appear in court to hear the verdict. Miller's attorneys argued that the verdict should not stand but had to concede that the case law they cited in their argument did not exactly line up with the circumstances of the case at hand, a situation which Judge Kurtz described as extraordinary and somewhat unprecedented. Prosecutors argued that the verdict should stand because Miller had not died in an accident or of an illness. Rather, he had taken his own life as a means of avoiding appearing in court. Judge Kurtz ultimately ruled that throwing out the verdict was not the right thing to do. Labels and symbols are important, and how those cases ended does matter, he told the court. Instead of sentencing Miller, as he normally would after a conviction, he instead signed a document affirming that Miller's guilt had been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in court. After the hearing, Janet Smith thanked the investigators, prosecutors, and scientists who worked so hard on her sister's case, and said that she hopes that the conviction in Jody's case will give hope to other families who are still waiting for answers in cold cases. "Truth never dies," Janice said. "They thought it was going to die. They thought it was so old that we wouldn't be able to follow through with the truth. And this helps." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Lowell Badger was born in Sullivan County, Indiana in 1927. He was married to his wife Nellie for 59 years, until her death in December of 2008. They had 4 children together, and eventually several grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Lowell worked hard as a farmer from his childhood onward. However, he never let the long hours interfere with him attending family events and being active in his children and grandchildren's lives. By 2012, 85-year-old Lowell had retired from farming but was still living in rural Sullivan County. He lived alone in a home on West County Road 350 North. Lowell's son, Alan, and his wife went to the home on the morning of December 8, 2012. There they found Lowell's body on the floor of his bedroom, dead from a single gunshot wound. Lowell's time of death was placed sometime between 8 p.m. on December 7th and 9:23 a.m. on 8th when his body was discovered. He had apparently interrupted a robbery as his safe and television were missing from his house. The TV was a 46-inch Sony Bravia LCD television and the safe was gray, measuring 23.5 inches tall, 17 inches deep, and 17 inches wide. It was manufactured by John D. Brush. Police would eventually release a photo of the same kind of safe to the public in hopes that someone would come forward reporting someone who had recently acquired that kind of safe. They did clarify that while the safe they found for the example photograph was somewhat weathered, Lowell's safe had been in perfect condition. The area surrounding Lowell's home was searched by air, on the ground, and in local bodies of water for potential clues in the case. Properties in both Indiana and Illinois have been searched. No physical evidence connected to the case was found during these extensive searches. More than 250 leads have been followed up on in the ensuing 8 years, and more than 150 interviews have been conducted. Both the Indiana State Police and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department are working on the case, and the investigators assigned to the case full-time are also assisted by 2 retired investigators. The Badger family's dedication to finding Lowell's killer has not diminished in the years following his murder, both out of a desire to finally have answers and to prevent another family from experiencing the loss they have suffered at the hands of the same culprit or culprits. The surrounding community has also not given up on Lowell and his case. His son, Alan, regularly gets questions about the status of the case at his job at First Bank in Sullivan, Indiana. In 2019, an effort was launched to get members of the community involved in the search for answers in the case. The minister at Kingsley Memorial Church, where Lowell had been a member from 1960 until his death, suggested that yard signs be designed and distributed throughout the community to remind people about the case and solicit tips. According to LEL Badger, these signs are just an option to put out there to remind folks that you can make a difference, and we ask if you would to step up and make that difference. It is the opinion of both the Badger family and law enforcement that there are people in the community who have information about Lowell's murder. We believe someone in the area has credible information that can bring closure to this case. The entire community pleads with that person to step forward. It is past time for closure for the family. It is past time to allow Mr. Badger to rest in peace, Sullivan County Sheriff Clark Cottom said in 2018. In December of 2020, leading up to the 8th anniversary of Lowell's murder, authorities released surveillance video and stills from surveillance footage taken at a gas station in Graysville, Indiana, just a few minutes' drive from Lowell's home, around the time of his murder. They believe that since Graysville is such a small town and the vehicles were out in the middle of the night, one of them may be connected to the murder. They are asking anyone who recognizes the vehicles or 2 men seen in the footage at the gas station to come forward. A $30,000 reward is currently being offered for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of Lowell's killer or killers. We do have faith this will be solved at some point in time, LEL Badger said in 2017. People are good and good will win. It just takes time. God works in his own time. Eric Lee Franks was born in North Carolina in September of 1972 and spent much of his childhood in East Tennessee, where his father was a pastor. He was an active and popular child who had many friends throughout his years in school. When he was 19, Eric met a woman named Kendra Framingham who worked with his mother at a mall in Nashville, Tennessee. They began dating and Eric fell deeply in love with her. He was therefore heartbroken when Kendra later left him to move to Michigan to get back together with an old boyfriend. She cut off all communication with Eric, and he would tell friends for years that he blamed himself for the relationship ending and considered Kendra to be the one that got away. Eric did eventually move on, marrying a woman named Gail while he was living in Tupelo, Mississippi. Gail had a young son when Eric met her, and Eric loved the little boy like he was his own son. Eric was happy to have a family of his own and the stability it provided him. Unfortunately, this happy period of his life would not last long, and several areas of his life would soon begin to fall apart. In 2006, Eric's father passed away, and Eric was devastated by the loss. Then in 2008, following the economic recession, Eric lost his job as a maintenance worker at a shopping mall and could not find new employment anywhere in Tupelo. He decided to move his family to Ohio, where his mother and sister were living, both to be able to spend more time with him and to find new opportunities for work. Eric was able to work in Ohio, but not consistently. The financial stress this caused created more tension in his marriage, which was already strained by this point. Unhappy with his romantic relationship, Eric began focusing on finding comfort in old friendships. He began using Facebook to locate and reconnect with friends he had lost contact with. In addition to old friends, Eric also tried to locate his former girlfriend, Kendra, whom he had not seen in over 15 years. He initially could not find her on Facebook, later learning she used an alias for her Facebook profile, but did find John, the old boyfriend she had moved to Michigan to be with. Eric sent him a message, asking him if he knew how to get in contact with Kendra. When John wrote back, he informed Eric that he and Kendra were married and had 2 daughters. He said he would let his wife know that Eric wanted to catch up with her and let her decide if she wanted to speak with him. Kendra ultimately did choose to begin speaking with Eric. Then one day, Eric saw a post about Kendra's 2 daughters that included their dates of birth. He noticed that Kendra's older daughter, Emily, had been born less than 9 months after he and Kendra had broken up. When he asked Kendra about Emily's parentage, she confirmed that Emily was his daughter. While the news that he had a teenage daughter was of course a huge surprise, Eric's mother has stated that he was never so happy as he was when he found out about Emily. Eric was adopted, and while his parents loved him just as much as their daughter, who was their biological child, and never treated him differently, Eric had never known what it was like to have a biological relative in his life. Furthermore, he and his wife had separated within weeks of him learning about Emily, meaning he no longer had his stepson in his life. He felt lonely following his separation and was excited to create a relationship with his newly discovered daughter. On October 25, 2010, 38-year-old Eric made the drive from Ohio to Saginaw, Michigan in a bronze 2001 Chevrolet Malibu owned by his mother that she had given him permission to use. He initially planned to just be making an extended visit to Michigan and rented a room in Miller's Motel in Bridgeport Township. To support himself, he would use a temp agency to find work every day and perform odd jobs for the owner of the motel. Kendra did allow Eric to meet Emily and spend time with her once a week, but Emily was not immediately told that Eric was her father. Eric was just happy to be able to see her. Things gradually became even better for Eric in Michigan, and he wanted to make his visit there more permanent. Eventually, Emily was told who he really was. Furthermore, Eric told his loved ones that he and Kendra were rekindling their relationship and that she would be leaving her husband so that she, Eric, and Emily could all move into a home together as a family. On March 10, 2011, Eric spoke with his mother, Joanne, on the phone. He told her that he was moving into a house across town where cell phone reception was poor, so it would be more difficult for him to keep touch with her. He also told her to look forward to July when he had to return to Ohio for an important dentist appointment that he had already paid for because he was going to bring Emily with him so that she could meet her. This would be the last time Joanne would speak with her son. Over the following few months, Joanne could not reach Eric by phone. She was not immediately concerned because he had warned her he was moving somewhere with poor cell reception, and she would receive emails from his account in response to the voicemails she would leave him. However, she became concerned when Eric failed to make his planned trip to Ohio in July and missed his dentist appointment. By this point, she was also more concerned by the fact that her son was Kendra online to ask her about Eric's whereabouts. Kendra online to ask her about Eric's whereabouts. Kendra claimed to have not seen Eric since the middle of April. They had gotten into an argument, and Eric had spent several days waiting outside of her home, calling and texting her in an effort to get her to come out and speak with him. When she refused to have a conversation with him, he eventually told her that he was leaving to go to California to find another one of his former girlfriends. Eric moving to California did make some degree of sense. Ever since he was a child, Eric had dreamed of working in film production, either as a director or a screenwriter. As an adult, he had tried to live in California and break into the industry 4 separate times. However, he could not afford the high cost of living there and would eventually have to leave the state. However, if Eric had left the area with poor cell reception, he would have been able to call his family. And his mother had been receiving emails from his account, but none of them mentioned this major move. By November, even the suspicious emails stopped coming, and Joanne reported Eric missing to her local police department, who coordinated with authorities in Michigan. 6 days later, Joanne received an email from Eric's account, but it made her even more convinced that they were not actually from her son. It included a new phone number, but the number was from a prepaid cell that was never set up. The efforts would show that the email had been sent using the public Wi-Fi at a Burger King in Michigan. When authorities in Michigan spoke with Kendra, she told them that she had never had any plans to leave her husband to move in with Eric as he had told his friends and family. She also said that she had not seen Eric since March, when she helped him pack up his things from his motel room before he left for California. This contradicted her earlier story to Eric's aunt, in which she claimed she last saw Eric at her home in April. The owner of the motel where Eric had been staying further contradicted Kendra's accounts of the time around Eric's disappearance. He had last seen Eric on March 14th when he paid him in advance for the next week of his stay. A week later, he had seen Kendra emptying Eric's belongings out of his room and putting them into her own car. When he confronted Kendra, she told him that Eric had taken off, and that she was just getting his things out of the motel room for him. On April 5th, almost a month after Eric last spoke with his mother, and while numerous incoming calls to him were going unanswered, his phone had begun making outgoing calls again. It had been used to call several salvage yards as well as a dental office where Kendra was a patient. Kendra told authorities that she had never used Eric's cell phone to call her dentist. The records on the phone show that the phone left the Saginaw area in the months after Eric's family last heard from him, contradicting Kendra's claims that he had taken off for California. 3 months after speaking with authorities about Eric's disappearance, Kendra and John moved to Florida with Emily and the daughter they shared. However, while they were physically removed from the investigation, they would continue to be tied to it. Eric's family remained dedicated to searching for him and kept focus on his case through social media, missing person flyers, media appearances, and conferences. Their efforts did result in in 2012, they were able to reach a man who had stayed next door to Eric at the motel. After hearing details about the disappearance from Eric's family, he went to the police to report an incident in which Kendra's husband John, who had told authorities he had never met Eric in person, drove up to motel and screamed violent threats at Eric. The case was eventually transferred to the Michigan State Police, who searched the property surrounding the home Kendra and John had lived in with cadaver dogs in May of 2013. They did not locate anything during the search. Kendra died of breast cancer in 2016. Following her death, John provided authorities with the names of 2 men she had known back in Michigan to investigate. In 2018, a criminal justice student in California had seen Eric's story featured in an episode of the investigation Discovery series Disappeared that had been released the year before and began following the case. She worked at an automotive repair shop and had the idea to track the car Eric had been driving through Carfax. The vehicle also went missing around the time of Eric's disappearance and had never been found. Investigators and Eric's family had assumed that the car had most likely been scrapped, driven into a body of water, or somehow otherwise been hidden or destroyed. Authorities had run previous checks on the car's vehicle identification number, but without success. When the student initially looked up the vehicle using its vehicle identification number, she also initially found no new information. However, in September of 2020, Carfax sent her an email service notification that the car had received an oil change on August 31st in Clare, Michigan. She notified Eric's mother, Joanne, of the activity on the car's report. The vehicle was located and confirmed to be the correct vehicle and then taken to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab for examination. It had recently been sold at an estate sale after being found in the garage of a man named Gerald Rutledge. Gerald had died in April of 2020 at the age of 84. He worked as an hourly worker at General Motors, but presumably because he had no children and lived frugally in his modest Westside Saginaw home, he left behind an estate worth $2,700,000 per his will. Following his death, the money was to be split between the Saginaw chapter of the Red Cross, the Saginaw Police Department, and the Saginaw Fire Department. Gerald suffered from dementia later in life, which left him legally he required a caretaker, and at one time, his caretaker had been Kendra Framingham. In the weeks before Eric disappeared, concerns were raised about Gerald's finances. He had paid the home healthcare service Kendra owned a full year in advance for his care, which was not standard practice. Gerald's assets were frozen for a time following this discovery. Based on the condition of the exterior of the car, it appears as though it had been stored inside of the garage for some time. Gerald's neighbors do not believe that he was aware that the car was in his garage and furthermore claim that he would be upset had he known it was there. After Eric's brother-in-law, Chad Boss, went to Michigan to inspect the car, he told MLiv that there had been stains on the passenger side seat and floorboard that could have been from blood. The man who had purchased the car at the estate sale was in the business of purchasing inexpensive vehicles to help low-income clients and had previous experience with vehicles which were known to have contained a deceased person. He told Chad Boss that the car had the characteristic smell such cars had when he purchased it, and he believed that the stains had been from blood. Part of the concrete floor in the garage where the car had been stored looked as though it had been disturbed, so a portion of the floor was cut up and cadaver dogs were brought into the scene, but Eric's remains were not found. The inside of the home was also searched. The new owner of Gerald's home discovered a brochure on his property that indicated that a high-powered incinerator had previously been installed in his basement but removed from the property for the estate sale, and notified the state police of that information. While the discovery of the car appears to strengthen the connection between Kendra Framingham and Eric's disappearance, there are still many unanswered questions in the case. Most importantly, where Eric is. His family believes that he was murdered at the time of his disappearance, but they still hope to be able to one day locate his remains and give him a proper burial. I have prayed for answers for years, but I didn't know if they were going to get answered, Chad Boss told ABC 12 News following the discovery of the car. I was getting used to the idea that we might never know. This certainly gives us a lot of hope that we might get to know what happened for real, what happened to Eric, instead of our theories on what happened to Eric. Growing up in the 80s, she had a happy and carefree childhood. Not much else is known about the early life of Jennifer Brown or where she came from. In 2014, she had her first and only child, a beautiful boy named Noah, who was the apple of her eye. His father was not in the picture, and she raised him on her own. She was a devoted mother who doted on her son, especially since he was diagnosed with autism at an early age and needed extra care and attention. In 2023, Jennifer was 43 years old and her son Noah was 8. They were living a happy life at 1408 Stratford Court in Limerick Township in Pennsylvania and needed nothing except each other. Their loved ones and neighbors saw the bond the two had and loved them for the kind and caring people they were. Tragedy was waiting just around the corner, and it arrived when they were least expecting it. On January 3, 2023, Jennifer Brown disappeared without any explanation to where she could have been. The last person to see her was her friend Blair Watts, who had been at her place from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. that day and had agreed to pick up her son Noah from his bus stop after school to take him for a sleepover to his house with his own 3 children, something that they did quite often. The next day, on January 4th, Noah was dropped off at his bus stop by Blair and attended school like he always did. However, that day at school, Noah seemed distraught and was acting out in class in a manner that was quite unusual for him. Concerned about his behavior, his teachers tried to find out why he was acting like this, and they learned that he had missed the last 2 doses of his autism medication. Something that never happened. The end Noah also told them that his mother had gone to the grocery store and never come back. This further worried his teachers, as they knew Jennifer was a very hands-on mom who loved her son, and would never forget to give him his medication, and would never leave him alone. They tried to get in touch with her throughout the day, but could not do so, which made them sure that something had gone wrong, as Jennifer always responded when it came to any problems her son might be having in school. At the same time that day, Jennifer's friend Blair Watts had also been trying to get in touch with her, but had had no success. He went over to Noah's bus stop at 4 p.m. that day to see if Jennifer would be there to pick him up, but she did not show. He picked up Noah himself and had no option left but to report her missing to the police. At 4:20 p.m. that day, Officer Stephen Crawford of the Limerick Township Police Department went over to 1408 Stratford Court to conduct a welfare check on Jennifer's home after she was reported missing. He found that her car was parked outside her home, and after entering the residence, he found her keys, purse, tablet, and work cell phone were all still inside the house. However, her personal cell phone was nowhere to be found, and when the police tried to track it down, they found that it had been switched off at 7 a.m. on January 4th and hadn't been traceable since. Its last known location was within 400 meters of Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick Township. Now sure that something bad had happened to Jennifer, she was confirmed as missing, and a thorough investigation was launched into her disappearance. Police began by interviewing her family and friends, as well as her neighbors, to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything around the time she disappeared, or if they knew of any personal reasons that may have caused Jennifer to leave. But no one had seen or heard anything at the time, and everyone they spoke to, including her aunt, Diane Bream, her friend, Tiffany Barron, and her friend and business partner, Blair Watts, said that there was no way Jennifer would leave on her own, as she would never abandon her son, Noah, who she loved with all her heart. With no real leads to follow, they launched a search for her in the town and the surrounding areas, which was conducted by authorities as well as her family and friends and other volunteers who joined in. Despite a large number of people working together and thoroughly searching the area for the next 2 weeks, they could not find any traces of her or clues as to where she might have been. Her loved ones put out statements to the public pleading for anyone with any information to come forward, but nothing was reported. It seemed like Jennifer had vanished without a trace and may never be found. But on January 18th, 2 weeks after she had been reported missing, 2 employees who worked at a warehouse near the city of Royersford, a neighboring municipality to Limerick Town, went out for a smoke break in a field behind the warehouse. While they were smoking, they noticed something strange. It was a hole that they had not seen before that appeared to have been freshly dug. When they went closer to examine it, they were horrified to find the body of a woman buried there in a shallow grave. They immediately notified the police, who arrived soon after, and on examining the body, police identified the woman as the person they had been searching for the past 2 weeks. None other than Jennifer Brown. When the body was taken for an autopsy, the examiners determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means. They were able to determine Jennifer had died from asphyxiation, which means that she had been strangled or suffocated to death in some way. They also found that she had 3 broken ribs, indicating that she had likely struggled against her killer, who had beaten her to subdue her. Now, the nature of the investigation changed from a missing persons case to a homicide, and police once again began to interview and interrogate everyone close to her, including her family and friends. However, the interviews they conducted did not turn up any new information or leads for them to follow. Due to this, they could not even identify any possible suspects in the case. It seemed like the investigation was going to fizzle out with nothing for the police to follow. But then, when they were least expecting it, they got a lead from an unexpected source. When the news regarding Jennifer's murder was released to the public, the police asked that anyone having any information that might be useful to the investigation should come forward and disclose it. In response to this, one of Noah's teachers came forward and revealed to the police that on January 4th, the day that Jennifer had gone missing, Noah had told her some information that she thought was unimportant at the time, but she realized was suspicious after learning of Jennifer's death. She told them that Noah had told her that when Blair Watts had picked him up from his bus stop on January 3rd, he had stopped at Noah's home under the pretext of getting Noah's iPad from the house. But when he returned, Noah saw that along with his iPad, Blair also had Jennifer's personal phone with him. Noah was sure that this was his mother's phone, as the image on the lock screen was a picture of him in the 2nd grade, something he recognized immediately. This was a major breakthrough for the police, as they had previously believed that whoever had killed Jennifer had taken her cell phone and knew that if they could find the person with the phone, they would have a suspect. Blair Watts now became the prime suspect in their eyes, and they decided to take a thorough look into his relationship with Jennifer to see if there was anything they had missed. When they did this, a number of details emerged that shocked the investigators looking into the matter. When the detectives began to look into the relationship between Jennifer and Blair, they discovered a number of suspicious details. On the personal side of their relationship, everything seemed to check out. The two did appear to be close friends who spent a lot of time together and knew each other's family and friends. But when they looked into their professional relationship as business partners, things were not as rosy as they seemed on the surface. Blair had owned a restaurant by the name of Birdie's Kitchen that ultimately went out of business and shut down in the early months of 2022. After this, he turned to Jennifer for help, and in August 2022, she agreed to help him by investing in his business so he could reopen Birdie's Kitchen at a new location. They signed a contract that said Jennifer would provide Blair with money every 6 weeks or so, which he would use to eventually get Birdie's Kitchen back in business. According to Blair, between August and January, Jennifer sent him around $36,000 to help him set up his business again. He also stated that according to their contract, she still owed him another $9,000 to fulfill her side of the deal. Blair had found a new location for the restaurant and was supposed to pay the property owners a sum of money and sign a lease so that he could open Birdie's Kitchen there in January of 2023. This money was given to him by Jennifer as an investment, but Blair never actually paid the property owners. He instead secretly blew the money on himself and his personal activities. On December 26, 2022, The property owners revoked the agreement they had with him as he failed to pay them the sum he owed them for the lease. This put Blair in a desperate situation. He now had no money and no location to open his restaurant. Police were sure in his desperation he had done something atrocious to try and save himself. They looked into the transaction history on Jennifer's iPad, which had been present in her home, and they found that on January 3rd, there were 2 cash transfers from her account to Birdie's Kitchen, which totaled an amount of $17,000, which was never a part of the written agreement between Jennifer and Blair. They also saw that the transfers had failed multiple times and were only successful when the 2-factor authentication system on the iPad was disabled. Police then interviewed the property owners who had revoked the agreement with Blair, and they learned that on January 4th, the very same day that Blair had reported Jennifer as missing, he had shown up at the property and told the owners he now had the money that he needed to put down a lease. Police were now sure that Blair had murdered his friend and business partner, but since they knew he would likely not confess to the crime, seeing the lengths he had gone to cover it up, they decided they needed more evidence against him. Next, they interviewed his wife, Tiara Taylor, and asked her about Blair's whereabouts on January 3rd, the day that they believed he murdered Jennifer. His wife told them that Blair had gone over to Jennifer's around 1 p.m. on that day and had then returned home at around 4:30 p.m. with Noah after picking him up at his stop. She then told them that he had only been at home for a short time before leaving again at around 5 p.m. and not returning home that night. When police looked into where Blair had gone after leaving home, they found out that he had spent the night with his mistress, a woman named Tatiana Garrett. But when they interviewed Tatiana, she told them that Blair only met her around 8 p.m., which meant that between 5 and 8 p.m., there was a window of time where his location was unaccounted for. The detectives now had enough information to construct a timeline of how they believed the murder had taken place. They believed that on January 3rd, Blair had gone over to Jennifer's while Noah was at school at around 1 p.m. and murdered her. He then made the cash transfer to his account from her iPad and left to pick up Noah from his bus stop around 4 p.m. He then returned to Jennifer's home, saying he wanted to get Noah's iPad, but also stole Jennifer's mobile phone as well, the crucial piece of evidence that had led them to suspecting him. After this, he had returned home, dropped Noah off, and then left again at 5 p.m. to Jennifer's, where he collected her body and then drove it to the field near Royersford, where he buried her in a shallow grave. He had then gone to meet his mistress and spent the rest of the night with her, before returning home in the morning so he could drop off Noah at the bus stop. He had then gone to the property owners to tell them he now had the money for the lease and then returned around 4 p.m. to pretend to see if Jennifer would pick up Noah from the bus stop so he could then report her missing to the police and make sure that they did not suspect him. He had meticulously planned everything out and may have gotten away with it if it wasn't for the mistake he made letting Noah see his mother's phone. It was Noah seeing the phone and telling his teacher about it that led the police right to Blair. The police now had enough evidence to charge him, but they did one final thing to be sure. They used a cadaver dog that was trained to smell out biological remains and identify them, to first sniff out Jennifer's home, where it identified that she had been killed in her kitchen from the smell that lingered there. They then took this dog to Blair's car, and it identified the same smell as being present there as well. This was the final nail in the coffin for Blair, and it was the last piece of evidence the detectives needed. On February 8th, Blair was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft. He is currently being held at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without the possibility of bail and is awaiting a preliminary hearing. Jennifer's friends and family, who were devastated when she was found dead, are happy that her killer has been identified and that they have some form of closure. However, they are still reeling in shock that it was someone they all knew and trusted and who was supposed to be a close friend to Jennifer. It's literally like we're living in a movie that we watch on TV. So surreal and unbelievable. Tiffany Barron, Jennifer's friend who is acting as a spokesperson for the family, said in a statement to the press, "Once the case goes to trial, if Blair is found guilty, he will likely spend the rest of his life in jail." And there we have it, folks. The tale of how a case was only solved because the 8-year-old son of the victim noticed a mistake the killer made and didn't forget about it. This case serves as an example that when you commit a horrible act like Blair did, you will always get found out in the end. But what did you think of the case? Do you think Blair would have gotten away with it if Noah hadn't noticed his mother's phone? Or do you think it was only a matter of time till the police found out about the transactions he made and began to suspect him? Let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. 31-year-old Steven Lynch was from the Glenshain estate in Tala, South Dublin. He lived for his family and was the oldest of 4 siblings, a devoted partner to his girlfriend Kelly, and a loving father of 3 children. On April 13, 2017, Steven was walking in Brookview Close, just a few miles from his home, on his way to his mother's house. Just before 7 p.m., he was deliberately struck by a silver Ford Focus. The car then drove over him and dragged him down the road. The occupants of the car abandoned and ran from it, and it is believed that at least one of them got into a red Volkswagen Polo, which was later found abandoned in Crumlin, another suburb of Dublin. One passerby unsuccessfully tried to run after one of the individuals fleeing the car, and others worked to free Steven from under the car and then resuscitate him. They, too, were unsuccessful, and Steven did not survive his extensive injuries. The Gardaí were able to trace down the owners of the 2 cars and identify 4 suspects in the case. Neither of the cars had been reported stolen at the time of the incident, but the owner of the Ford Focus would later try to report that the vehicle had been stolen before Steven's murder. The 4 suspects, all men in their late teens or early 20s, could not be located by the Gardaí at their homes. The 4 men had ties to criminal activity in Crumlin and had at least one known associate who was very violent. They were connected to a drug-related feud over a debt that was responsible for escalating violence in Crumlin. Steven Lynch had no such connections to crime, a fact the Gardaí were able to quickly confirm. They believed that Steven was hit with the car after he got into a verbal altercation with the men inside of it. Steven yelled at the car to slow down as it sped down the street. As there were children playing nearby, Steven feared would be hit by the speeding car. This would be very much in line with Steven's personality. He is known to have saved the lives of at least 5 people in 3 different incidents. While suspects were quickly identified in the case, no one has ever been charged in it. In February of 2019, the Director of Public Prosecutions determined that the 4 suspects identified immediately after Steven's death would not be tried for Steven's murder due to lack of evidence. The investigation into the case would remain ongoing. While the cars tie the 4 suspects to the scene, witnesses have not come forward to confirm that they were actually in the cars. The lack of witnesses cooperating in the case has been very painful for Steven's family, especially his mother, Vera Donovan. All Steven did was tell the people to slow down because kids were playing on the road, she said in 2018. We are talking about the kids of witnesses who have not yet come forward. There were dozens of people outside that day. As painful as the loss of Steven is, it is. The lack of cooperation from the community, presumably due to fear of the criminals responsible, makes it even worse. Vera says that the wall of silence from the people who witnessed Steven's death is slowly killing her and torturing her family. I'd walk past people in the street who witnessed my son's murder, but they are still choosing to remain silent. She said in 2019, it's never been about revenge for us. All we want is justice. Vera has vowed to never give up in her fight for justice for Steven. She actively worked with the Gardaí, gives media interviews to keep attention on the case and beg witnesses to come forward, and uses social media to keep Steven's memory alive. In particular, she is very active on the memorial page for Steven on Facebook. There, she posts letters to her late son, telling him how much she misses him and promising to keep fighting for him. Vera's continued efforts to bring her son's killers to justice, in particular, her use of Facebook to do so, have made her the subject of threats. A get-well-soon card was sent to her house, and inside of it was written the warning, keep your mouth shut on Facebook. Just a few weeks later, she received a letter telling her, if you don't stay away from Brookview, you will be joining your son. Vera refuses to let the threats deter her from fighting to get justice for her son. A light in my world was switched off when my son was taken from me, but I will never stop fighting for him, she said just before the 2nd anniversary of Steven's death. I won't be intimidated by anyone, and I will always be the voice for my wonderful son. I don't have my first child in my life, and there's nothing else they can do to me. In the summer of 1985, 20-year-old Kristen Oconnell was preparing to go into her junior year of college. The Burnsville, Minnesota native loved to travel, which led her to majoring in hotel and restaurant management at the University of Wisconsin-Stout. Her dream was to move to Hawaii and open a hotel there. Her spring break trip that year had taken her to Florida, where she met a young man from Ovid, New York. He invited her to visit him over the summer, and she accepted his invitation. She arrived at Syracuse Hancock International Airport on August 12th, and one of her father's business associates gave her a ride to Ovid. She stayed with the man she met in Florida in his rented mobile home behind the Golden Buck Tavern on County Route 139. Kristen attended a party held at the mobile home on the night of August 14th. Around 11:30, she left the party barefoot, took over a walk, leaving her purse behind, indicating that she planned to come back to the home. Kristen did not drink or use drugs, so she may have left the party because she was uncomfortable with the alcohol being consumed at the party. A witness saw her walking west on County Route 139 between 11:50 and 12:10. They also witnessed a green or blue car pull up alongside her and a second vehicle pull off the road behind her. Between midnight and 12:15, another witness saw Kristen, who had turned around and was now headed east. The witness also reported that Kristen was being followed by 2 men who were roughly 50 feet behind her. One of the men was estimated to be between 6 feet 6 feet 2 inches tall with shoulder-length hair. He was wearing blue jeans and possibly a jean jacket. The other man was shorter, around 5 feet 10 inches tall. He had brown hair and a thin build. Kristen was reported missing after she failed to return to the party. On August 16th, her body was discovered in a cornfield along County Route 139. She was nude with her clothes in a pile nearby but had not been sexually assaulted. Her throat had been slashed and she had several other stab wounds. Defensive wounds indicated that she had fiercely fought her killer. Kristen had called her mother the day before she was killed to tell her that she would be coming home earlier than planned, although she did not specify why. It may have been because she learned upon arriving in Ovid that the young man she had come to visit had a girlfriend. He and all the other people present at the party that night were cleared of involvement in the crime by the authorities. On August 23rd, a phone call came in to the police. The caller said that if they wanted to identify Kristen's killer, they would need to look in the trunk of a green Chevrolet parked on Main Street in the village of Waterloo, while a blue or green vehicle had been seen pulling up to Kristen during one of the final sightings of her. Police were unable to locate the vehicle in Waterloo. The caller had indicated that he would himself, trying to distract investigators with a false lead. Kristen's parents were actively involved in the case as soon as they learned their daughter was missing. Unfortunately, Kristen's father, Michael, passed away in 1993. He was buried next to his daughter. Kristen's mother, Phyllis, has continued to advocate for her daughter for almost 35 years. As a mother, I will not give up until I die, Phyllis said in 2015. Phyllis regularly travels from her home in Minnesota to Ovid to meet with the police about the case, ensuring that new investigators stay focused on the case as previous ones retire or are reassigned. She employs a private investigator to run an independent investigation parallel to the one being performed by the police. Phyllis believes that there are witnesses who have information in the case who have not yet come forward and has given media interviews imploring them to reveal what they know. As the years have gone on, she has fought for new techniques to be used to identify DNA on items and evidence in the case. She was my daughter, and they're not going to kill my daughter and walk away, Phyllis said in 2019. I'm not going anywhere. I will not rest. I will not give up. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 1965, 17-year-old Olen Emberton lived in Tifton, Indiana with her parents and 3 younger brothers. She was a student at Tifton High School and planned to attend Ball State University to study to become a teacher. If she had achieved this goal, she would have been the first person in her family to attend college. On Saturday, October 16, 1965, Olen had a date with one of her classmates, Phil Rudebush. She picked him up in her bright red 1957 Chevrolet, and they drove over to the Diana Theater where they watched a horror movie starring Vincent Price. They then went to 6 Acres, a drive-in restaurant that was a popular hangout spot for teenagers. They cruised around the parking lot once and then decided to leave. Olen and Phil saw Olen's 16-year-old brother, Floyd Wayne, walking down Jefferson Street and picked him up and gave him a ride back home. Olen did not stay home as she still had to take Phil back to his house. While Phil did not live very far away, Olen did not want to make him walk. Olen dropped Phil off at approximately 11:30 p.m. and began the 6-block drive back to her own home. The following morning, Olen's mother, Roxy, went into Olen's room to wake her up for church. She screamed when she realized that the bed had not been slept in and that Olen had never made it home the night before. She had assumed that Olen had made it home because she had heard someone come into the house, but it was her son returning home that she had heard. The sheriff's office was called and they, along with the Emberton family, began the search for Olen. Olen's father found her car that morning parked on Green Street, roughly halfway between Phil's home and her own. Number 1 in the neighborhood heard any loud noises outside the night before, and there was no evidence in or near the car that indicated a struggle had occurred. As best as investigators could surmise, Olen had willingly parked her car and left with someone. Olen's disappearance was front-page news in the local paper on Monday. Tipton was a safe community, and speculation amongst some students at Tipton High School focused more on the idea that Olen's sudden disappearance was the result of her eloping with an unknown man rather than on the possibility that something bad could have happened to her. Something terrible had happened to Olen, and it would forever change the small town of Tipton. Shortly after 2 p.m. on Monday, October 18th, an emergency call came into the Tipton County Dispatcher. The mother of a farmer had discovered an unresponsive woman lying on the grass between a small country lane and the fence surrounding one of her son's soybean fields just north of Tipton. She had made the discovery when she went to open the gate to the field for her son. She was too distraught to speak on the phone, so her son was the one who had to make the phone for help. When police arrived on the scene, they realized that the young woman was deceased and that she was only in Emberton. She was found nude with her underwear draped across her head and the rest of her clothing folded neatly in a pile next to her head. Her glasses were found near her feet. Olen's autopsy created more questions in the case than it answered. The autopsy was performed by Dr. James McFadden, and Tipton's chief of police, James Pratt, was present during it. Dr. McFadden was unable to make any kind of determination about how Olen died. Her body was free of any marks besides insect bites, and extensive examination of her neck and throat showed no evidence of strangulation. Dr. McFadden told Chief Pratt that he couldn't find any reason why Olen was not, and explaining what had happened to them herself, and that her heart had seemingly just quit. Dr. McFadden therefore could not conclusively say that Olen had been murdered. His examination did not reveal injuries consistent with rape, but Olen may have had consensual sex shortly before her death. Since she was found nude, it is possible that she met up with someone else after dropping off Phil at his house and died of some sort of heart condition undetectable upon post-mortem examination during a romantic encounter with an unknown individual. This unknown player in the story then dumped her body along the road in an act which, while not homicidal, would still be callous and illegal. While authorities were unsure if Olen's death was a murder or an accident, there clearly was someone else with Olen at the time of her death, and only that person could answer in the confusing case. Olen's parents were of course devastated by the loss of their daughter. They were both extremely hard workers who had grown up in poverty, but eventually owned a nice house that they had built themselves and 2 small local businesses they created while Olen's father still worked full days at his factory job. In his grief, Olen's father Floyd had turned his discipline and dedication towards finding his daughter's killer. He accosted several of Olen's male classmates at her viewing, demanding to know if they were responsible for his daughter's death. Floyd Emberton was highly suspicious of one boy in particular, Tom Preston. Olen had dated Tom, but he did not have a very good reputation in town. While he was handsome and charismatic, he was not a nice person and had a reputation for his smug demeanor and penchant for chasing after numerous girls. The police did question him about Olen's death, but did not consider him a strong suspect. Floyd Emberton, however, was not so quick to rule out Tom, and he made sure that the teenager knew it. He parked Olene's car outside of Tom's house every day for a month, and the principal of Tipton High School was so concerned about what Floyd might do to Tom that he locked all the doors to the school while it was in session. Tom was also driven to and from school by a sheriff's deputy for a time, and he slept 2 nights in the county jail because he felt safer there. Tom's behavior became more self-destructive throughout the rest of his senior year of high school, and he developed a drinking problem. Less than 2 weeks after he graduated high school in 1966, he was driving with a friend along State Road 28, east of Tipton, when his car skidded out of control and went off the road, wrapping around a tree. Tom's neck was broken, killing him instantly. In the years since Olene's death, suspicion has fallen on another one of her classmates, Perry Stephen Miller. Miller was ahead of Olen in school, graduating with the class of 1965. Olen's mother, Roxy, found a school picture of Miller taken during his junior year of high school with a note written to Olen on the back of it in her daughter's room following her death. 6 months after Olen's death, Miller committed what would be the first of many crimes against young women. While he was being interviewed following his arrest for assault and battery following what was believed to be an attempted rape of an 18-year-old woman, he was asked about Olen's case and denied any involvement. Various legal delays meant that Miller still had not gone to trial for that charge in 1969 when he committed 2 abductions and rapes of teenagers, one 19 and one just 15, within a month of each other. The first of these attacks earned him a life sentence following his conviction. He only ended up serving 19 years. In November of 1990, he and 2 other men abducted, raped, and killed 19-year-old Crystal Helmgen. He was originally sentenced to death in that case, but his sentence was commuted to 138 years in prison as part of a plea deal in which he admitted his guilt in the crime. Given the fact that he knew Olen, was in Tipton at the time of her death, and went on to have such a troubling criminal career, reporters tried speaking with Miller about Olen's death while he was in prison. He refused such requests, but in 2017 he agreed to meet with Mike Terra, who had taken a job with the Tipton County Sheriff's Department after retiring as a detective for the Indiana State Police. During their meeting, Miller denied involvement in Olen's death or any other crime. Miller further claimed that he barely even knew Olen. When asked about the school picture he had given Olen and the note he had written to her on the back of it, Miller dismissed it as a typical high school pleasantry. Olen's parents, Floyd and Roxy, did seemingly everything possible to try to get answers about their daughter's death. They hired a Pinkerton detective, offered a $5,000 reward, and Roxy consulted psychics for decades. Despite their best efforts, both Floyd and Roxy never received answers about their daughter's death. Floyd died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on July 4, 1981, while his wife was visiting family in Kentucky. Roxy passed away in 2011. Olen's death was a major event that completely changed the community of Tipton and has haunted many of its residents. One of those former residents is Janice Thornton, who went to school with Olen. The memory of her classmate's death kept nagging at her over the years, and in the 1980s, the journalist began toying with the idea of writing a book about the case. Her parents were horrified by the idea, afraid that her investigation would put her in danger. Janice did eventually begin an extensive investigation many years later. The subsequent many years of work culminated in her 2018 book on the case, Too Good a Girl. Janice used the release of her book to help with the launch of the Olen Emberton Memorial Community Grant-Making Fund through the Tipton County Foundation. All donors who gave at least $100 received a copy of the book. Between donations and matching grants, the effort raised more than $40,000, well over the original fundraising goal of $25,000. While Olen's death has not been forgotten by her community, the questions that surround it still have not been answered. Nicholson, Georgia, is a small town in Jackson County. Josh Adams was born and raised in the area, where he was surrounded by family. He grew up fishing and exploring the outdoors on his family's large property. Josh was a natural athlete, excelling at any sport he tried, despite his height and strong build. His sister has described Josh as a teddy bear, kind, sociable, and caring. Josh grew up having a close relationship with his family, which continued after he reached adulthood. Many members of his immediate and extended family made their homes on the family property, and Josh worked with his father and brother in their family business. While Josh loved his entire family, one member of it was especially important to him, his niece Ava. Josh's sister Shannon was raising Ava on her own, and Josh played a major part in her life. Josh's life was not perfect, however. He struggled with substance abuse issues. By May of 2013, however, 25-year-old Josh seemed to be getting his life back on track. He had recently returned home after completing a 6-week-long drug rehabilitation program at a facility in Michigan. On May 20th, surveillance footage shows Josh at a local gas station and a bank, where he cashed one of his parents' checks for $400. That same day, his car was found on property owned by members of his family. On Brockton Loop, the car was parked in a pasture behind an out-of-use chicken house. This location was not far from a lake where Josh would occasionally go to fish. Josh's relative's neighbor was also there, did not recognize his white 2009 Chevrolet Malibu, and notified the sheriff's office of what they thought might be a suspicious vehicle. After running the car's license plate and learning that it belonged to Josh, the sheriff's office was able to get in contact with members of his family who came to collect the car. The following day, unable to get a hold of Josh, his family made their own call to the sheriff's department. To report him missing, Josh had left behind his wallet, car keys, identification, cell phone, and $25 in cash in his car. Curiously, his family also found his shoes, a few hundred yards away from where the car had been parked, closer to the lake. The property where Josh's vehicle had been parked was searched thoroughly. Dogs were brought in to help with the effort. Divers searched the lake, but because the water was so muddy, the lake was then drained and a lake bed was searched for evidence by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. No sign of Josh was found. The Sheriff's Department was able to reach some of the last people Josh had spoken to on his cell phone. They called a man listed in Josh's phone as Tony, but the man provided a different name when he answered the call. He acknowledged that he had spoken with Josh on May 20th, around 9 a.m., but refused to tell them what they had talked about. The next person investigators called denied speaking to Josh on the 20th. When asked about the 5 phone calls, cell phone records showed him exchanging with Josh on that day, the man hung up the phone. Rumors have plagued this case since it began. One of the most long-standing ones involves Josh's body being put through a wood chipper, but the sheriff's department has not ever been able to find any evidence to support the rumor. They have received numerous tips in the case in the years following Josh's disappearance, but none of them have moved the case forward. While Josh's body has never been located, the sheriff's department is treating his case as a homicide, while Josh's family has accepted the very real possibility that he is no longer alive. The uncertainty his disappearance has left in their lives, and their inability to lay him to rest, have created unbearable stress that they will only be able to find some relief from when they finally get some answers about what happened to Josh. Josh's mother passed away after he went missing, and his sister believes she would still be alive, were it not for her heart being broken over her son going missing. Josh's family is still offering a reward of up to $50,000 in the case. Cosby, Tennessee is a small, unincorporated community just north of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. 26-year-old Roger Hooper lived there, in a double-wide mobile home just a few miles outside of the park. With his wife Kim, he worked as a courier for a local antiques broker. On Friday, February 22, 1991, Cosby High School's basketball team had a home game against North Greene County High. Roger, a graduate of Cosby High, attended the game. He left the school around 10 p.m. with 2 of his younger cousins and one of their friends. Roger lived near several of his family members and his cousins lived just 2 homes down from his. After dropping his cousins and their friend off, he made the short drive to his own home. One of the cousins he dropped off was then 13-year-old Shannon Hooper, who would later describe Roger as a big brother to him, and the kind of person who would always inspire a good mood in everyone around him. Less than 2 minutes after Shannon got out of Roger's car, while he was inside his home, he and his family heard several shots. Upon hearing those shots while inside of her own home, Kim Hooper ran out to her back porch, where she found her husband lying on his back. He had been shot several times in the upper half of his body. While new road construction has since improved transportation in the Cosby area, in 1991, it took first responders approximately half an hour to get there from the town of Newport. When Kim found Roger, he was still alive, but he died as a result of his injuries within a few moments. At the time of Roger's death, Kim was pregnant with the couple's first child, a son that Roger never got to meet. Roger's injuries indicated that his killer had shot down at him when he got to his back porch. This led investigators to believe that the killer had parked in a nearby cemetery, taken their shotgun into the wooded area that overlooked Roger's home, and waited there for him to return. The cemetery and the woods were up an embankment behind the home. Roger's murder was not his first experience with violence, and it would not be his family's last. Roger had been shot at just 2 months before his murder. On December 21, 1990, Donnie Webb had fired a pistol at Roger on the entrance ramp to Interstate 40 at Wilton Springs. He failed to actually shoot Roger, and the bullet instead struck the windshield of a truck that was exiting the interstate. The driver of the truck was injured when the broken glass from his windshield cut his forearm. When he pulled over, he was able to locate the bullet that struck his vehicle and subsequently turned it over to the authorities. The day of the incident, Roger had Donnie Webb charged with reckless endangerment. He asked for the warrant to be dropped a few days later, but then went back to the authorities on February 8th to ask for the warrant to be reinstated after he got into an altercation with Webb at a high school basketball game. Roger was murdered 4 days prior to a preliminary hearing in the case. Authorities were obviously interested in talking with Webb after Roger was killed. They found him in West Virginia a few hours after the murder and instructed him to return to Tennessee. He did, and was interviewed by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent Ross Haynes. During this interview, Webb admitted that he had fired his pistol at Roger back in December. He would later unsuccessfully try to suppress the statement in court, but was still convicted of reckless endangerment. He has never been charged in Roger's murder. Following Roger's murder, other members of his family were subjected to attacks. The home 2 doors down from Roger's, where his cousin Shannon's family lived, was fired upon during 2 different drive-by shootings. Luckily, no one was home during one of them, and while the entire family was present for the other, no one was killed. The Hooper family is sure that they know who killed Roger, and immediately after Roger's murder, they believed that the case would be resolved quickly. However, it has not. Investigators do have information that they are withholding so as not to potentially jeopardize any future prosecutions, which they still believe could occur. In February of 2020, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation announced that there had been movement in Roger's case in the past 3 to 4 months. They also have evidence that they can retest with technology not available in 1991. However, they do not believe that this evidence alone will result in a conviction. The TBI suggested to a local news station that they cover the case, because they do not believe that the case can be formally solved in court unless witnesses who have remained silent for almost 3 decades finally come forward. It was February 7, 1981 in Marietta, Ohio, when Lieutenant Joe Clark was enjoying an evening in with his wife. The 49-year-old police officer had served the Washington County Sheriff's Office for 14 years and was considered a passionate and dedicated officer. He was in the middle of a big case. He had been tasked with tackling a growing drug dilemma in the area. An article had just been published that morning, where he'd given an interview to a reporter discussing his plans to begin disrupting drug operations in the area by making several arrests in the coming days. He had anticipated it was going to be a busy week. He and his wife, Patricia, were enjoying the calm before the storm and watching a basketball game together. Joe gets up and heads to the kitchen for a top-up of snacks for the two of them. He had only been gone for a moment when Patricia heard what she believed was an explosion in the kitchen. There had been tinkering of broken glass, and she had thought a light bulb had exploded. Following the sound of glass breaking, there was a loud crash in the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and found Joe collapsed on the floor. She didn't understand what had happened but had assumed that Joe had had a heart attack initially, but noticed a pool of blood beginning to spread from her husband. Paramedics arrived and confirmed that Joe had been fatally shot. Officers quickly arrived on the scene. One of their own had been ambushed in their home, and it almost seemed unbelievable. The detective assigned to the case secured the crime scene and began a preliminary investigation. The Clarks' kitchen faced their backyard with a window directly in front of where Joe had collapsed. The window was nearly missing its entire glass pane, and on the ceiling there were what appeared to be shotgun pellets. They checked the backyard, and near a tree, there had been several military boot-style shoe impressions facing the home. Also found was a number 4 buck shotgun shell. Someone had targeted Joe. They lied in wait until he came into the kitchen and shot him. Initially, it was believed to have been connected to Joe's work uncovering the local drug operations. That same evening, another murder had taken place, and it was a small-time drug dealer. Officers thought the 2 murders must have been connected. Maybe the murdered drug dealer was believed to be an informant for Joe. It seemed more than a coincidence. Witnesses in Joe's neighborhood also gave an important lead. A blue Ford Pinto was seen parked near the Clarks' home. It had been idling for a long while. Nearly 10 separate witnesses said they saw a man in the driver's seat, but no one could get a good look at him. Several known individuals involved with the drug trade were all brought in and interrogated. They had been able to determine what had happened to the drug dealer, but no one interviewed knew of Joe Clark or who would have wanted him murdered. Without finding any additional leads, the case went cold. In November 2012, the Washington County Sheriff's Office had extra time and resources in their budget and decided to establish a dedicated cold case unit. The case that took the top of the list was Joe Clark's murder, now over 3 decades cold. Detective Jeff Severs took over the case and started from the beginning. They went back to the home Joe Clark had been murdered in. Although the property had changed owners several times, the home had never undergone any major structural remodels, and it was very similar to how it had been in 1981. They brought in some high-tech lasers and were able to exactly pinpoint where the shooter had stood, 31 feet from the window. Knowing the exact distance had been important. From there, they shot off a range of different types of shotguns to replicate the same damage that had killed Joe. They had been able to narrow it down to one specific weapon, a particular shotgun that was standard issue for law enforcement and military personnel. This narrowed the scope of their investigation greatly. Joe Clark had been well liked at the sheriff's office. He worked hard, he was a good cop who played by the rules, and was well liked by those who worked with him. He was just a good guy to be around. He was a true professional. He was a law enforcement officer. He was very good at what he did. However, there had been an incident in 1981 that may have made him an enemy. Back before Joe's murder, a deputy arrested a burglary suspect. The suspect would not confess and continued to maintain his innocence. The deputy then packed him into a squad car, drove him to a secluded area, and beat him until he confessed. The deputy then packed him back up, brought him back to county jail, and started the paperwork to process the confession. The suspect told other officers what had happened, and it launched an investigation into the deputy, who had not only gone against what was legally allowed as a police officer, but was also so beyond the scope of excessive force. Joe Clark had been the lead on that investigation and had been directly responsible for that deputy being fired. The deputy in question was Mitchell Rubel. Rubel had come from a long line of decorated police officers and military men. He himself had served in the Vietnam War. He had felt it had been his destiny to follow in their footsteps, but he didn't have the same dedication that other officers had. He was willing to color outside the lines of what was allowed as a member of law enforcement to get results. The worst kind of cop, the one who didn't feel that the rules didn't apply to him. He had not taken the firing well. No one else was willing to hire an officer that had been fired for excessive force. He would later find work as a corrections officer at the Noble Correction Institute, where he worked for 25 years. It was also discovered that in 1981, he also had a blue Ford Pinto, but it had been registered in his wife's name. He also had the same shotgun registered to him as well. Rubel was brought in for questioning and had produced an alibi. He said that he'd been with a man named Tom Smith all night. Officers then went to Todd Smith and brought him in for questioning. Smith confirmed the alibi but hadn't been able to remember details exactly. Officers knew there was more to the story, but Smith wouldn't talk. Eventually, Smith was offered an immunity if he was honest about the events that had happened 3 decades prior. With immunity paperwork signed, Smith started from the beginning. He said that evening he'd been home when Rubel knocked on his door. Rubel wanted a gun that he had been storing at Smith's home. He gave him the gun and said that Rubel asked him to drive him somewhere. Smith did, while Rubel instructed him where to go. Then he parked the car and Rubel got out with a shotgun. He had been the driver that witnesses had seen idling in the neighborhood that night while Mitch Rubel had waited for Joe to come into the kitchen. Smith said that he waited in the car for a long time. He'd lost track of time and had started freaking out. He heard the shotgun shot and Rubel got back in the car and they went back to Smith's apartment. There Rubel left the gun with him and threatened to kill him if he ever said anything to anyone. Detectives, now confident that Rubel was a suspect that had murdered Joe Clark back in 1981, wanted the final nail in the coffin. They wanted the weapon. They tracked down Rubel's Air Force buddies and one by one interviewed each of them, asking each of them if they had ever bought a gun off of Mitch Rubel. The last man on the list said that he had, and he was able to hand over the shotgun to law enforcement. They were able to match the gun to the shell and pellets recovered from crime scene and positively identified the gun as the same weapon that had killed Joe Clark. Mitchell Rubel, at 64 years old, was arrested on September 9, 2014 for the murder of Joe Clark in 1981. He may have been anticipating the arrest because when officers were executing a search warrant for his home, they had found dozens of illegal handmade explosives, in addition to AR-15 fully automatic rifle and several hand grenades. The explosives and illegal weapons added 7 more felony counts. He was found guilty on March 11, 2016 and sentenced to life in prison. He died in prison on March 18, 2017, apparently dying in his sleep of natural causes. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On September 24, 1996, 21-year-old Priscilla Lewis was working her shift as a waitress at the Four Corners Pizza and Pasta restaurant in Croquette, California. It was the last time her cousin, Troy Kinslow, saw her. I was across the street at the bar drinking and had seen her on her break. And the next morning, I went to the store to get something to drink and a friend said, "Have you heard about her?" Around 10:30 p.m., just before the restaurant closed, the cook went into the basement, which was shared with other tenants of the Valona Square Mall and accessible to the public. There, in the ladies' bathroom, he found Priscilla's body. She had been beaten, strangled, and left with her face in the toilet. Her cause of death was ruled asphyxia due to drowning. Priscilla's murder was Croquette's sole homicide case that year, and the tragedy shook the small community. They rallied together by plastering the area with posters pleading for information, distributing buttons with her photo on them, and offering an information reward that totaled nearly $60,000. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Office interviewed dozens of people during their investigation, analyzed numerous pieces of evidence, and served several search warrants to no avail. The case went cold and stayed that way for over 2 decades. In 2020, investigators submitted additional crime scene evidence to the Sheriff's Office Crime Lab to test using their advanced DNA technology. Finally, they found a match with the suspect, Danny Lamont Hamilton. Hamilton's DNA was already in database due to his criminal record. At the time of the discovery, he was already incarcerated for unrelated sexual assault charges and was serving a 295-year prison sentence. On December 8, 2021, Hamilton was charged with 1 count of murder, as well as murder by lying in wait, felony kidnapping, felony burglary, and an enumerated sex offense. Priscilla Lewis is remembered as a perky, hard-working young woman who could light up a room with her presence. Her best friend described her as a great, kind person and a fighter. Though it took over 2 decades to identify and charge her killer, Cousin Troy said it's brought some semblance of closure. A Jane Doe from Yonkers, New York has finally been identified after almost 30 years. On June 27, 1992, a construction worker found the dismembered of an unknown woman in a dumpster behind the I Love New York pizza parlor. Authorities identified Jane Doe as a victim of serial killer Robert Shulman, who was active in the area at the time. However, the identity of the victim remained a mystery for many years. In 2018, the Yonkers Police Department appealed for more information about the unknown woman. They didn't have much to go off. She had a butterfly tattoo on her shoulder and scarring that suggested she had at least one child. They drew a blood sample, but they couldn't connect it to a name. They also knew she was a sex worker, which fit Shulman's MO. He confessed to killing 5 women who worked in the sex industry and scattered their remains throughout Long Island and Manhattan. Shulman was eventually sentenced to life in prison for his crimes and died in 2006. Decades later, the police were still determined to uncover Yonkers Police Department with the genetic genealogy technology that would change everything. They submitted Jane Doe's DNA into private genealogy websites, and after just 3 weeks, they found a match. It was a cousin of the victim. From there, they were able to finally identify Jane Doe as 31-year-old Marissa Hammonds of New Jersey. Marissa was born in Kentucky in 1961, was one of 7 siblings, and later became a mother of 2. She lived in California and Michigan before landing in New Jersey and was working as a fashion model with her sister. Authorities the DNA match by testing a sample provided by her siblings and now adult son, Jason D. Trapani. Before the identification, Jason hadn't known his mother's family. Now they are a beloved part of his life. In a message on Facebook, he wrote, "Love every single one of the Hammonds family. Truly grateful to have found you. Better late than never." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Orange County's oldest Jane Doe case has been closed after DNA testing identified both the victim and the killer. In 1968, a woman's body was found by 3 young boys playing in a farm field in Huntington Beach, California. The victim had been sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and her neck had been slashed. She also appeared to have been pushed out of a vehicle before being left for dead. Police scoured the muddy field for evidence and found tire tracks, clothing, and a cigarette butt, which they carefully preserved. They conducted an exhaustive number of interviews during their investigation and followed up on leads, but could never identify the victim or her killer. Earl Robitaille was the commander of the Huntington Beach Detective Bureau at the time. He said police were sent on a wild goose chase after forensic dentists told them that Jane Doe's dental work was probably done in Mexico, which threw the investigation off. In 2001, the case was reopened and investigators extracted DNA from the victim's sexual assault kit as well as clothing, from which they developed a profile for an unknown male. 9 years later, a partial male DNA match was obtained from the cigarette but found at the crime scene. It was with the DNA from the sexual assault kit, but the suspect still couldn't be identified. Then the Huntington Beach police turned their focus on identifying the victim. In 2011, they collected a partial DNA profile from blood collected from the victim's blouse. The profile was entered into the FBI's DNA index system, CODIS, for a familial match, and her fingerprints were entered into the Cal ID system, but there were no results. In 2019, Huntington Beach detectives joined together with the Orange County District Attorney's Office to solve the case. By using investigative genetic genealogy, they established a possible family tree for the suspect based on the DNA profile they developed and identified the alleged killer as Johnny Crisco. Crisco was 28 years old at the time of the murder and was not identified as a suspect during the initial investigation. He'd been discharged from the Army after failing a psychological test that had diagnosed him with aggressive reactions, being quick to anger and being impulsive. He died in 2015. In early 2020, detectives, prosecutors, and forensic scientists started building Jane Doe's family tree. Former homicide detective Pat Ellis, who worked on the case since 2010, was about to retire, but before he did, he ordered a retesting of Jane Doe's clothing, and they got a DNA hit. They called in Colleen Fitzpatrick, a renowned genetic genealogist, who used the DNA profile to build Jane Doe's family tree until they found a living relative named Steve Sabo. A detective then reached out to Steve to see if he knew any missing relatives. Steve was able to find a clue in an obituary of a distant cousin, Constance Saucier, which read, Connie was predeceased by her parents, her sister, Teresa Petto Gallagher, her brother Robert Petto, and her sister Anita Petto missing since 1970. Detectives then used familial DNA analysis to positively identify Jane Doe as 26-year-old Anita Louise Petto. Anita was born in Augusta, Maine on March 9, 1942. In 1967, Anita and some friends left Maine for Southern California in search of a different life. In letters to her family, she wrote about working as a waitress and visiting Hollywood, where she toured stars' homes. She said she'd be coming back home in May. But then the letters stopped, and her family never saw or heard from her again. Anita's niece, Lori Quirin, said, We never in our wildest dreams thought that they were looking for her. That they were working on this case for that many years just blows my mind. I just thought we never knew what was going to happen to her. For over 50 years, Anita was buried in an unmarked grave in Newport Beach as a Jane Doe. But in the summer of 2020, she was transported to her final and rightful resting place in a family plot in Watersville, Maine, with a stone marker that reads, We miss you. It was September 24, 2012 in Stony Point, New York, and neighbors were eating their breakfast when they heard several shotgun shots and a woman's scream ring through their trailer park. With the final boom from the shotgun, the screaming ended. Neighbors rushed to both call 911 as well as investigate the source of the attack and discovered 39-year-old Tammy Palmer badly injured in front of her house. The mother of two had just walked her children to the bus stop and was returning back when she was ambushed by a gunman who'd been lying in wait in the woods surrounding her home. The shooter was her father-in-law, 73-year-old Eugene Palmer. By the time law enforcement arrived, Palmer was unable to be located, though based on their investigation, they were sure he was the suspect they were looking for. Eugene had confessed to his niece who lived next door to him, saying, I couldn't take it anymore. I shot and killed Tammy. Give me an hour to get away and then do whatever you have to do. Call the police, whatever you have to do. Along with the confession, he left her with a sum of cash to cover the property taxes for the year. Eugene Palmer owned the parcel of land on which several trailer homes and cabins also resided. This included Eugene, his sister, and her two adult children, his two sons, one of whom was John, Tammy's husband, who also lived on the property with their children. Tammy and John were having domestic troubles. The couple have been together for 23 years and married for 17, but they had recently separated. Over the last decade, police have been called 19 times because of violence at their home. On more than one occasion, they had also involved Eugene. Tammy had recently been granted a protective order against John, which had forced him out of the house he lived in with Tammy. Tammy was also in the process of filing for divorce, and it made no illusions that she intended on keeping the home on Eugene Palmer's property. This allegedly enraged Eugene. He had allegedly taken to relentlessly harassing Tammy after the protective order was granted. He felt that Tammy was trying to use the government to take advantage of his generosity, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. Instead of dealing with things in court, he took it upon himself to resolve the matter by killing Tammy. The murder had been brutal. Tammy had been shot 3 times, after which Eugene hopped into his truck and headed to a nearby national park, Harriman State Park. The densely wooded 45,000-acre state park was a place familiar to Eugene. As a retired park ranger, he had spent his whole life hunting and camping in the area. His truck was discovered abandoned near the park edge. Sniffer dogs tracked his scent from the truck to a campground, but lost the scent on a roadway within the forest, within the national park. It has been almost a decade since he was last seen, and though members believe that Eugene died in the woods not long after the murder, as he had several health conditions that required him to take several medications, The FBI still wants it to be clear that they will not rest until he is located. In a statement, they said, "We're never going to be done with it until we find him one way or another, dead or alive." Survivalist professionals have stated that an experienced outdoorsman such as Eugene would have no problem staying out in the woods for as long as he wanted. The FBI, however, are exploring the possibility that Eugene may have been picked up near where the scent dogs lost his scent. They have reason to believe that Eugene may have fled to Florida and may be being assisted in hiding by friends or family members. There is a $100,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to the arrest of the now 82-year-old Eugene Palmer. Tammy's parents, John and Violet Panarello, who were granted custody of their grandchildren, are still hoping that justice will be served for the murder of their daughter. On February 28, 2021, the FBI made an announcement. A Milwaukee fugitive wanted for murder would be added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. 47-year-old Octaviano Juarez Coro. It was Memorial Day on May 29, 2006. Hundreds of people were gathered in the South Shore Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all celebrating the American holiday with barbecues and picnics. One family was enjoying themselves when someone noticed trouble approaching them. Octaviano Juarez Coro, who was walking up to the family. He wanted to speak to his estranged wife. It was her family who he had dropped in on uninvited. A friend tried to intervene and was trying to get Octaviano to leave without causing a scene, but was unsuccessful. Octaviano and his soon-to-be ex-wife were in the final stages of their divorce, but couldn't agree on a custody arrangement for their 3-year-old daughter. It was this issue that had brought him to the park that day. Octaviano refused to leave the family affair, becoming increasingly agitated and suddenly produced a handgun. He ordered his ex-wife, her boyfriend, and 3 other members of her family to get on their knees. In front of his daughter, he began firing, wounding 3 and killing 2. His ex-wife survived 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, but her boyfriend had been one of the victims killed along with a family friend. Octaviano then fled on foot. Officers were not able to locate him, and he remains at large to this day. At the time, officers encouraged the public to remain vigilant and said he was to be considered armed and dangerous. Milwaukee Police Chief told the public, "It's important to get a person such as this because the propensity for violence is great." Juarez Coro is described as being 5'7", weighing 180 to 200 pounds with brown eyes and black hair that may be graying. He is believed to be hiding out in Mexico, though he also has connections in California, and he has relatives he may visit in Wisconsin. He is also known to use several aliases, including Octaviano Coro, Octaviano Juarez Coro, and Octavio Juarez. The FBI has also included an age-progressed photo to reflect what he may look like today. And again, there is a $100,000 reward for any information leading to his arrest. It was April 12, 2015 when a young couple were working the closing shift at Dunkin' Donuts in Hanover, Maryland together. The couple, 24-year-old Badrash Kumar Patel and 21-year-old Palak Patel, had been newly married. It had been an arranged marriage in their home country, a small community outside Mumbai, India. Patel had family in the United States, and shortly after their marriage, they decided they would relocate there. They both got 1-month honeymoon visas, which had already elapsed in April. With the couple overstaying their visas, the couple secured jobs at a nearby Dunkin' Donuts despite their expired visas. They would often work night shifts only together. They'd been working just the 2 of them that evening, and a fight broke out between them. Palak had been on the phone with her mother, expressing her desire to go back to India. She went on to say that the arranged marriage was not working and that she missed her family and wanted to come home. Patel was seen on security cameras, snatching the phone away from Palak and motioning for her to follow him to the back of the restaurant. Once Palak had followed him to the back, he ended the call with her mother, and out of range of the camera, he brutally stabbed his young bride several times. He then very calmly left the restaurant, leaving her there. It had been around 10 p.m. when the murder had taken place. There had been no customers or other employees in the restaurant, but a line had begun to form in the drive-thru. One customer was able to flag down a police officer who had been writing reports in a nearby parking lot and asked them to investigate. The officer thought that there may have been some sort of medical emergency, or perhaps the staff had abandoned their shifts without closing properly. He never expected to walk in on a brutal crime scene. While searching for any sign of staff members, he discovered Palak's body in the back of the restaurant. Police immediately start an investigation. Officers have no idea what had happened, but it was quickly discovered that the other employee on shift, the victim's husband, was missing. Officers get the surveillance footage and were shocked to discover the bold murder was caught on camera. Warrants for an arrest were drawn up for Patel, and officers were able to track his steps after he left Duncan. He and his wife had shared an apartment across the street, and it appeared that he'd gone home on foot to pack a bag, grab some things, and then head to a nearby mall where several cab drivers were parked waiting. Police were able to locate the man that had driven the cab that Patel had taken that night, and it was determined that the driver had taken him to a hotel near the Newark airport in New Jersey. The cab driver reported that nothing seemed odd about his interactions with Patel. He described him as very calm and relaxed. He paid cash for his fare and left without any sign that he had just perpetuated a violent murder. Patel had stayed the night at the hotel he'd been dropped off at. He paid cash to stay one night and checked out early the next morning. Using the hotel's shuttle service, he was dropped off at the Newark Penn train station, and from there he disappeared. Once it was confirmed that Patel had crossed state lines, the Maryland police were able to alert the FBI, who immediately made the case a federal investigation. Patel had been placed on a no-fly blacklist, and the FBI is confident that Patel was not able to leave the country with such a high degree of travel restrictions. Patel has family members in Canada, India, New Jersey, Kentucky, Georgia, and Illinois, and it is believed that he is likely being protected by family members. He may be using a false identity to remain in the United States. Badrash Kumar Patel is wanted for murder and is to be considered armed and dangerous. There is a $100,000 reward for any information that may lead to his arrest. Jussie Smollett's arrest for staging an alleged hate crime against himself. Back in January 2019, the Empire actor said that he was accosted in Chicago by two masked men. The attack had initially garnered national attention, but an investigation concluded that Smollett had staged the whole thing in order to bolster his career. The attacker's two brothers came forward saying that they were paid $3,500 from Smollett to stage the attack. The two brothers testified at the trial. Smollett has maintained his innocence throughout this entire investigation, but he was fired from Empire, nonetheless. The trial concluded December 7th with guilty verdict. The jury deliberated for 9 hours and found Smollett guilty of 5 of the 6 felony disorderly misconduct charges. The sentence hearing is scheduled for January 27, 2022. Though he could face prison time, it is likely he will only receive a probation, a fine, and a community service. 2021 has been a year filled with unprecedented extreme weather-related natural disasters. Mid-December, vicious tornadoes ripped through the southern United States, claiming more than 80 lives. It was the largest and deadliest on record for December since records began, and it had been caused by an unseasonably moist and unstable environment. Now, you may be wondering why natural disaster is being included in a Crimes of the Month video. Well, let me explain. At least 6 people have been confirmed deceased at an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Kentucky. The $1 billion company is being scrutinized for its handling of the situation. An emergency weather alert had gone out at around 8 p.m., and drivers were recalled back to the warehouse. The over 50 employees were not allowed to leave the facility to shelter a home. Instead, they were forced to shelter in the facility. This warehouse had a storm shelter, but not all the employees could access it. Many were instructed by management to shelter in bathrooms. At this time, it is unclear why everyone wasn't in these storm shelters. Survivors recounted the chaos leading up to the tornado. Many had stated that in their entire time employed in Amazon, they had never had a fire drill or tornado drill, and it was unclear what and where they should go in these kinds of situations. Amazon declined to answer questions about its disaster plan and if employees were required to perform drills. John Jasper, an associate professor of economics at Carnegie Mellon University, responded to the disaster by saying, "The cost of the time to do the drills is also the time that they are not moving the packages. They have to think about these trade-offs, but I don't think any company wants to harm its employees. He emphasized the importance of companies ensuring that their facilities are not only safe by governmental standards, but also ensuring that employees are properly trained for emergencies to mitigate these kinds of disasters. There are people even calling to question why the warehouse had even been operating, knowing full well that there were extreme weather notices ahead of the tornado's touchdown. This never could have happened if they cared about the lives over productivity, the sister of one of the victims commented on social media. I want them to answer for this. I want this to be a starting point of places taking the lives of their employees seriously and treating them as more than a number. Amazon pledged to assist workers and families affected by the tragedy, which included a $1 million donation to the Edwardsville Community Foundation. However, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos posted on social media immediately after the tragedy about his space rocket. After much criticism, those posts were later replaced with a statement about the tragic loss at one of his facilities. Calls from massive corporations like Amazon to prioritize the health and safety of employees ahead of profits. Amazon profits have soared well over $100 billion since 2020. For over a year, Bridget Claro had been hired to work at the BC Women's Hospital in Vancouver. Claro had allegedly used another nurse's name to get hired at the hospital, where she worked from June 2020 to June 2021. It was also discovered that she worked in Victoria for 3 weeks in November of 2020 at the View Royal Surgical Centre. The 49-year-old woman was not registered to work as a nurse in BC, nor did she have any education needed to practice nursing. And what is more shocking is that this is not the first time this woman has been caught impersonating a nurse. In 2008, it was discovered that she had stolen another woman's identity to get a nurse's job in Calgary, Alberta. In 2007, she was also caught with a forged nurse's permit in Calgary. In 2009, she was in charge with impersonating another woman and providing police with a fake name. There were also court documents in 2006 in Ontario, where she was caught using assumed identities from people she knew in order to obtain government licenses. While in Ontario, she had been working at small-town hospitals and clinics. She had been sentenced to 6 months in prison and fined $60,000. She is also wanted in the United States, in Florida and Colorado on several warranties for fraud and practicing medicine without a valid medical license, as well as theft, mischief, possessing blank prescription forms, forgery, and using another person's ID. Bridget Claro has also used various aliases throughout the years, which include Melanie Smith, Melanie Thompson, and Melanie Claro. A class action lawsuit has been filed with the BC Supreme Courts. It alleges that anyone who was a patient at the BC Women's Hospital from June 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 may have suffered battery when administered treatments from Claro. At this time, it is unclear how many patients she may have treated or whether any adverse outcomes have resulted from her interactions with patients. Patients are being mailed notices if they were treated or suspected of being treated by Claro. Danette Thompson, interim vice president of the BC's Nurse Union, described the allegations as absolutely alarming. She said that she's never heard of something like this happening in the province. The fact that this can even happen raises questions around the controls from the health employers and what is in place, and is it enough, obviously not, to keep our patients and our staff safe. On November 6, 2021, a woman called to request a welfare check for her neighbor. She couldn't recall the last time she had seen him, and he was a bit older and thought it would be better if a sheriff came by. Deputies arrived at the 200 block of Jennifer Lane, Seneca, South Carolina to find the resident deceased in the home. They determined that he had died sometime in July, and his body had been in the home for months before anyone noticed. Law enforcement was having a hard time identifying the man. He was known locally as James Fitzgerald, but officers couldn't find any identification that matched that. They took his fingerprints and input them into a national database and were shocked to discover what came up. The fingerprints identified him as Frederick Cecil McLean, a man who had been a wanted fugitive for nearly 2 decades. It was also determined that McLean died of natural causes at the age of 70. McLean had disappeared from San Diego, California in 2005. He was wanted on multiple counts of sexual assault on a minor and was deemed a high risk for sexually assaulting young girls. McMillan had been a Jehovah's Witness and used his position in the church, a position of trust and power, to get access to children. One of his victims had come forward and said that the abuse had begun when she was 5 and had continued into her teens. It had been a shock to discover his crimes had been going on for decades. In 2005, law enforcement had been honing in on an arrest. McMillan knew multiple victims had begun coming forward, and he likely had a plan for his inevitable arrest. He began selling properties for cash, as well as anything he had of value. Right before his arrest, he met with his estranged wife and children and told her that he couldn't go to prison and said goodbye before disappearing. He had been living in Seneca for at least 3 years. Law enforcement had also traced his whereabouts to Poughkeepsie, New York, and Anderson, South Carolina, where he had also used aliases. Law enforcement are continuing to determine if McMillan had help in his 16 years on the run and if there are any additional victims since 2005. U.S. Marshal Steve Stafford of the Southern District of California said, "We wish McMillan's fate had been determined by a court of law 15 years ago. The investigators working on this case never gave up. We hope McMillan's death brings some sense of closure for the victims and their families, especially knowing that he could never hurt another child. Anyone with any information about McMillan is urged to contact the U.S. Marshals directly or to local law enforcement." A UK chef has been given 4 months in prison for failing to adhere to food regulations from an incident occurring in October 2018. 40-year-old John Crutcher was a head chef at the Crew Arms in the Northamptonshire village of Hinton on the Hedges. He had been preparing a luncheon for over 35 villagers coming from church. 32 of those people ate the shepherd's pie there. For those unfamiliar, shepherd's pie is made from minced meat, usually beef or lamb, usually mixed with onions, carrots, and peas and gravy, and then mashed potatoes cover it, and then it's baked. The following day, all those who had consumed the pie began experiencing extreme gastrointestinal distress. One patron, a 92-year-old woman, was admitted to hospital, and she died of a gastrointestinal hemorrhage from vomiting. An investigation began, and it was quickly linked to the pub. It was determined that Crutcher had prepared the meal himself, and he had undercooked the minced meat. He hadn't cooled the mix before putting the fridge and failed to take the temperature to ensure it had gotten down to a safe storing temp before leaving for the night. The next day, when he rewarmed the mix, he again failed to ensure it had gotten to a safe temperature before serving to the patrons. He said in his defense, "I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but I think I was rushed. I was rushing. Remorse is an understatement. This is something I will never forget. Because of it, I am a better chef, and it is just a shame the cost of it had to be what it was." The pub is under new ownership now, and it had only received a 1-star health report in 2018 and only 3 stars in 2017, showing that while under Crutcher's management, he had a history of improper food handling tendencies. In addition to his prison sentence, he has also been fined £13,000, about 18,000 American, for his negligence. Hopefully, this will be a reminder for food handlers that food safety standards are put in place to prevent foodborne illnesses from happening, because those who are older or immune compromised, it can have deadly consequences. 42-year-old Jesse Javier Carlos was a former tax specialist with the Department of Finance. He and his wife, his high school sweetheart Jen, lived on 1663 Felix Huerta Street with their 3 children. The Carlos family were described as pleasant, polite. Their children were well-mannered and well-behaved, and Jesse and Jen were a quiet couple that kept to themselves. Jesse Carlos had come from very little. His mother, Theodora, used to make and sell baked goods on her knees for hours just to send her children to school. When Jesse was a young boy, his family spent several years fighting eviction notices. As he got older, he started working odd jobs until he decided to study custom brokerage. His cousin said that although Jesse wasn't the sort of person to get awards in school, he was determined to do well, and before long, Jesse Carlos found himself working the Department of Finance. Between the years of 2000 and 2010, his wealth had seemingly grown by a substantial amount. The family had a personal driver that drove the children to private schools each day, and a rotating series of nice cars were parked outside the home. As well as presents every Christmas, Jesse would give envelopes lined with 1,000 pesos for each of his relatives. However, no one in the neighborhood really knew how Jesse Carlos made his money. Carlos would eventually find himself let go from the Department of Finance for misdeclaring his statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth. At the time of his employment, he was making around 15,000 pesos a month, but had declared assets of more than 9 million pesos. In 2012, the Office of the Ombudsman found him unable to reasonably explain the huge disparity between his income and his properties. Following this, he was dismissed in 2014. His retirement benefits were forfeited as a result, and he was disqualified for any post in government service. This is when people in the neighborhood said everything started to change for the Carlos family. The cars slowly started disappearing, the private drivers stopped receiving calls to come to work, and it was rumored that Jesse and Jen wanted to sell their house. It was no secret that Jesse Carlos was a gambling addict. He was a high roller, usually placing a minimum bet of 40,000 pesos. He had been banned from several casinos at the request of his family, and this had also led to his wife Jen eventually separating from him. Jesse Carlos was around 4 million pesos in debt with the banks alone. He was continuing to sell various assets to fund his ever-growing gambling habits. One of his neighbors, Cecilia, had a son that grew up with Jesse. She said Jesse began gambling and betting early on, playing car Chris in the street with the boys, and later started cockfighting, betting vast amounts of money on this too. On June 1st, Jesse Carlos attended a hearing that involved the government's attempts to seize 6 million pesos worth of his assets. He tried to settle the case for 1,200,000, but the government rejected the offer. At around 4 p.m. on June 1st, 3 men entered Resorts World Manila: Elma Mitra Jr., Elvin Cruzan, and also Jesse Javier Carlos. They stayed for a couple of hours and had coffee at the Maxim Hotel before leaving and getting into a gray BMW. As the evening rolled around and the nightlife of Resorts World Manila kicked in, Elma Mitra Jr., Alvin Cruzan, and Jesse Javier Carlos were still driving around talking. Elma Mitra Jr. worked at the Philippine National Construction Corporation and was also a lawyer. Alvin Cruzan was a retired police officer and was now working as a casino financier. The conversations that took place in the car that night can never be known, but people speculated that Jesse Carlos may have been getting pressured by Elmer and Alvin to repay his debts. Just before 10 p.m., Carlos pulled a gun out and shot Elmer. Witnesses described hearing more gunshots from inside the car before the car crashed and overturned. Carlos crawled out from the back seat and stumbled off into the night. When police arrived on scene, they recovered 4 9mm casings, 6 bullets, and a 9mm pistol in the car. Both Elmer and Alvin were dead from gunshot wounds to the heads. As officers were dealing with the crash and shooting, just before 11 p.m., Jesse Carlos returned home. He changed his clothes and left his house again, heading for the casino in Resorts World Manila. At 11:19, he stopped at a local refueling station where he bought 3 liters of gasoline. At 12:07 a.m., Carlos arrived at the entertainment complex by taxi. He was wearing plain black clothes and carrying a large bag. He exited the taxi, limping slightly as he did so. Unbeknownst to anyone around, inside his bag was a rifle and the container of gasoline. He got in an elevator with 2 women and headed to the parking areas, getting out on the 2nd floor. As he left the elevator, he put on a mask and an ammunition vest, promptly walked into the casino, avoiding the metal detectors and the security guard, took out his rifle and started shooting. Everyone started running for their lives. Security did their best to contain the situation and started trying to evacuate more than 12,000 people from the complex. But the fear and panic proved too much. Stampedes of people crammed into the exits, with some even jumping out of windows. Many people crowded into various cupboards and rooms around the casino, barricading themselves in. At this time, it was unclear how many shooters there were because of the amount of shots that were being fired. Some guests recalled hearing the word terrorist being shouted throughout the building, causing even more panic and uncertainty. In one of the rooms, Carlos took out the gasoline, poured it over one of the gambling tables, and set it alight before throwing his bag containing the ammunition into the flames. He continued moving around the area, setting it on fire as he went. Carlos then entered one of the rooms containing the safes. He shot at the locks on the door before gaining entry to the room with the casino chips in. He spent some time stuffing casino chips into a bag. These chips totaled at just over 113 million pesos, which was the equivalent of just over $2 million at the time. At 1:30 a.m., the building's security and armed police were inside the resort looking for the shooter or shooters, as it remained unclear how many perpetrators there were. Fear was spreading rapidly, and it wasn't long before the main gates of the 4 terminals at the airport shut, and only passengers and airport personnel already inside were able to move around. Carlos was now wandering around slowly and aimlessly, seemingly unclear as to where to go and what to do next. Suddenly, a security personnel looked behind the door and saw Carlos. He quickly backed off before attempting to shoot him. They both fired at each other for a few seconds, and Carlos was hit in the process. He then shut the door and slowly headed up the stairs. He entered the Maxim Hotel in the resort, shooting as he went. At 1:46 a.m., he shot into room number 510. He grabbed some towels and set them on fire outside in the hallway before entering the room himself. Before long, police and security cautiously entered the hallway before approaching room 510. Inside the room on the bed was the body of Jesse Javier Carlos. He had covered himself with a thick blanket before setting himself on fire and shooting himself in the head. He was burned beyond any recognition. People were gathered outside of the burning building waiting for news of their loved ones who were trapped inside. It was a truly terrifying and heart-wrenching ordeal for the community. It was confirmed that nobody died from a gunshot aside from Carlos himself, but the fires he had set had spread quickly, and tragically, many people had suffocated to death inside the building. A few people also died when a ceiling collapsed on them. A further 70 people were left injured due to the stampedes when leaving the building. Police speculate that when Carlos threw his bag of ammunition onto the burning casino table, this only added to the idea that there was more than one shooter in the building and amplified people's fears about leaving the rooms they had barricaded themselves into. And tragically, this meant they had suffocated to death as a result. All the initial suspicions pointed towards an act of terror, with affiliates of Daesh, known more commonly as ISIS, claiming responsibility for the attack. But representatives of the Philippine National Police consistently maintained that the motive was likely a robbery. The shooter was working alone, and it was not a terrorist attack. Steve Cutler, chairman of the Overseas Security Advisory Council, also agreed the incident was a robbery and not an act of terrorism. However, the Speaker of the Philippine House of Representatives disagreed with the police and hinted at the possibility of it being a lone wolf terrorist attack. Soon after the incident, Philippine National Police General Ronald De La Rosa issued a statement in which he described the attack as being perpetrated by a single shooter. Any prior eyewitnesses' statements that believed there was more than one person involved. Rumors and speculation were still running rife, and the shooter's identity was still unknown to the police and public. But an autopsy was carried out, as well as using samples of blood that had been left around the casino. And with this, Jesse Javier Carlos' identity was finally revealed. Later that month, the senior inspector of the Manila Police District Homicide Division also confirmed that Carlos was the only person of interest in the shooting of Alma Mitra Jr. and Alvin Cruzan. This followed forensic testing that was done on the car. Clothing found around Carlos' house also matched the clothes he was seen wearing after the crash in various bits of CCTV footage. On June 7th, the House of Representatives Committee on Public Order and Safety and the Committee on Games and Amusement started an investigation into the tragic events. The management of Resorts World Manila admitted there was a lapse in security on that day, and the casino's CEO said upon reviewing the CCTV footage, they realized that some security personnel were not in their assigned areas when Carlos entered the casino. Philippine Amusements and Gaming Corporation, also known as PADCorp, regulates casinos and issues the licenses and authority for casinos to operate. On June 9th, they suspended Armin Gomez, the head of security for Resorts World Manila. Armin Gomez, the head of security for Resorts World Manila, saw his credentials severely scrutinized. It came to light that he only had a short stint in training, despite him previously stating he had 10 years of experience as a security practitioner. The House Majority Leader, Rodolfo Farengas, said that the casino's personnel should have been adequately trained. At the time of the attack, Gomez was already on his way home. It came to light that management of the resort were given a heads up to boost their security a matter of days before the attack happened. But for some reason, this wasn't followed up on. Senators urged establishments, particularly tourism facilities, to tighten up on security. And in response to the attack, police also increased their presence in shopping centers in Metro Manila. The chief operating officer of Resorts World Manila said the company was going to give 1 million pesos to each of the families of those who died in the attack. The license suspension that had been imposed by PADCOR was lifted on June 29th, and Resorts World Manila resumed its gambling operations. The casino also hired a private security consultant to tighten up their security procedures. It's been reported that the gambling area on the second floor that was affected by the attack will be converted to be part of the shopping mall. Although robbery seemed like the only motive, the true reasoning behind Jesse Carlos' actions that night can never be fully known. Jesse's cousin has his own theory. He wonders if maybe, even though Jesse knew he couldn't cash the chips in, he took them anyway so that he could feel, even if just for a moment, that he had won back what he once lost. The chaos and devastation caused early that morning was widespread and felt by everyone. Although Resorts World Manila is back seemingly in full swing, the events that transpired that day have had a lasting impact, and the community will likely continue to feel the weight and impact of what happened for many years to come. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. 40-year-old Rosalie Gutierrez Jr. is a resident of Kenosha, Wisconsin, where he has lived for the majority of his life. He is the loving father of two. He has an outgoing personality, lots of friends, and a love for the outdoors. On Sunday, May 17, 2020, he dropped off his daughter in Twin Lakes, a town 25 miles west of Kenosha. He spent every other weekend with his children. This would be the last confirmed sighting of him. He spoke on the phone to someone around 8:30 that night and has not been heard from since. Rosello worked for a contractor in Lake County, Illinois. He failed to report to work on May 18th, 19th, which was out of character for him. Rosello was also dating a woman who became concerned when she could not reach him. She therefore went to his apartment in the 37100 block of 15th Street to check on him. When she arrived, the sliding glass patio door was open. The furniture inside of the apartment was out of place, as though there had been an altercation, and a large area rug was missing. There was also a large amount of fresh blood on the floor and on some of the pieces of furniture. She immediately called the police. Rosalio's vehicles were parked outside of his apartment, and his cell phone had been left behind. Upon hearing of the disappearance, Rosalio's mother and stepfather, Celia and Eugene Patterson, immediately began the drive to Wisconsin from their home in Colorado to help search for him. "I want people to know he is missing and that he is loved and that we want him home," Celia told Fox 6 News. "I could not have asked for a better son." Authorities quickly had a suspect in Rosalia's disappearance. On May 21st, 2 days after Rosalia was reported missing, 39-year-old Zachariah Anderson of Mequon, Wisconsin was charged with 2 felonies for stalking his ex-girlfriend, who was also the mother of his children, and her current boyfriend. That woman's name has not been released because of the stalking case, but her boyfriend is Rosalio Gutierrez. In the criminal complaint against Anderson, the woman claims that he was aware of her relationship with Rosalio and did not approve of it. She believed that he had been tracking her movements, following her, and recording her without her knowledge based on places she saw him and information he had about her movements and conversations. When police interviewed Anderson's daughter, she told them that she had seen items that had been stolen from Rosalio's car while it was parked outside of her mother's home, including a letter and his car registration in her father's possession. He had also given her a phone and instructed her to use it to record her mother. Examination of that phone revealed that it had been used to order tracker devices from Amazon on April 21st. The girl also said that Anderson admitted to her that he had been videotaping her mother and Rosalio. Anderson denies these charges, and his defense attorney told the court that his former girlfriend had previously made false allegations against him. She had successfully petitioned for a restraining order against him in the past. Anderson told detectives that he was jealous of his former girlfriend's relationship with Rosalillo, but denied tracking her movements, recording her, or stealing from Rosalillo. He claimed his daughter had simply lied to the police. There is an ongoing investigation in which Mr. Anderson is the focus involving the whereabouts of Mr. Gutierrez. Deputy District Attorney Angelina Gabriel said of Anderson's first court appearance on the stalking charges. Even if Anderson is involved in Rosalia's disappearance, Celia Patterson believes there may still be another unknown individual who played a role in the case. Because of Rosalia's size and strength, Celia thinks that at least 2 people would have been needed to abduct him. She is also concerned that the weather may have negatively impacted the investigation. The sound of the heavy rains that fell on the night of the May 17th have prevented Rosalio's neighbors from hearing the fight in his apartment, and fewer people would have been outside to witness him being taken from his home. The Kenosha Police Department has released statements in the weeks following Rosalia's suspicious disappearance, assuring the public that they are still focused on the case, but they so far have not been able to release further information. Rosalie Gutierrez remains missing. On May 4, 2020, 28-year-old Devonte Morgan and his girlfriend traveled from the Bay Area to Mount Shasta, California. They would be staying at the Cold Creek Inn during their time there. The trip did not go as planned, however. The night they arrived in Mount Shasta, the couple got into a fight and ended the relationship. They still spent the night in the same room, but Devonte's now ex-girlfriend went out on her own the following morning to watch the sunrise. As she was walking back to the inn after watching the sunrise at approximately 9 a.m., she passed Devonte, who was walking south on Mount Shasta Boulevard. He still looked upset over their argument from the night before, so she did not try to speak with him and returned to the inn. Devonte, however, never came back to their room. On May 7th at 9:15 a.m., with no further sign of or word from Devonte, she went to the Mount Shasta Police Department to report him missing. The police were able to confirm Devonte's ex-girlfriend's stating of him on the morning of May 5th using surveillance footage, which showed Devonte walking south on Mount Shasta Boulevard just after 9 a.m. They were eventually able to find footage of Devonte on 10 different cameras at 6 different locations in Mount Shasta between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning. After 10 a.m., however, they have no idea where he went. Devonte's phone was last pinged on May 3rd, the day before he left on his trip to Mount Shasta. The phone has either been turned off or its battery has died and it cannot be traced. It is believed that Devonte had his debit card with him on the trip, but it has not been used since May 4th. There have been few leads in the case, but authorities have been doing what they can with the limited information they have. They received a tip that they did not believe was credible, but still brought in a cadaver dog to perform an area search based off of it. The effort did not locate Devonte. There have been some reported sightings of Devonte both in California and in Oregon. Mount Shasta police have followed up on them, but none of the individuals reported to police have turned out to be Devonte. I really don't have any theories, nothing that's got any validity or credibility that is supported by evidence. Parrish Cross, the Mount Shasta police chief, said 2 weeks after Devonte's disappearance. Devonte's family traveled to Mount Shasta after he went missing to help with the search. They have covered a massive area on foot and by car searching for Devonte in town, in area campgrounds, and up in the mountains. They have not heard from him since he disappeared and say that he would not have voluntarily taken off without contacting them. They also say that Devonte was not familiar with the Mount Shasta area and had never been there before. In general, Devonte preferred to stay close to his home and to his family. They have enlisted the help of a private investigator to look for Devonte and are offering a $25,000 reward in the case. 79-year-old Joe Roy McMillan lives in Carthage, Texas, the county seat of Panola County. According to on May 21, 2020, Joe left home to run some errands. The last place he is known to have been is Ted's Saw Shop on FM 1970 near Clayton. The store and its parking lot have surveillance cameras, so Joe's entire visit to the property is documented. The footage confirms that Joe was alone at the time. Joe drove away in his blue 2004 GMC Sierra at 3:09 p.m., but did not return home. Joe's disappearance is made all the more serious by his medical conditions. He is diabetic and was without his medication when he went missing. His family also says that Joe has begun showing some early symptoms of dementia. A large number of volunteers coordinated with law enforcement to search the wooded areas and small side roads in rural areas around Carthage for Joe and his truck. The search effort was made slightly easier by the bright blue color of Joe's truck and the fact that Joe was wearing a red polo shirt at the time of his disappearance, meaning that both Joe and the vehicle would not necessarily blend into their surroundings if they ended up in a remote area. Both law enforcement and Joe's family were able to locate surveillance footage of Joe's truck driving south from different cameras, mainly at gas stations. Not all of the footage shows who was driving the vehicle, but Joe can be seen in some of it. Some of the footage is from the Nacogdoches area and the last of it is from Livingston, over 100 miles south of Carthage. Joe had family in the Houston area, and it is believed he may have been driving to see them. Most of the footage of Joe's truck shows it traveling south on Route 59. Authorities are asking that anyone with a home or business with surveillance cameras along Route 59 check their footage for any side of the blue GMC Sierra with Texas license plate DMK 2975. The search for Joe is currently focusing on the Livingston area with hopes of finding either Joe or clues as to the route he took after he drove through the area. Joe's family is offering up to $5,000 as a reward for information that helps locate him. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 19-year-old Faith Hedgpeth was a UNC Chapel Hill sophomore. On the night of September 6, 2012, Faith spent several hours at the library and then a bar called The Thrill, a once popular venue with students that has since gone out of business. She went with her roommate, Karina Rosario, known to many as Rosie. After a while dancing, Karina said she felt sick, and the pair were seen on CCTV leaving the club just after 2 a.m. They drove back to their off-campus apartment together in Faith's car. Faith and Karina both lived at Hawthorne at the View and shared a second-floor apartment. The complex is surrounded by trees and has only one way in and one way out. By 3 a.m., the pair were back at their apartment. A neighbor who was up late watching TV said she heard noises coming from the apartment which belonged to the girls. She said she'd heard thumping noises which sounded like a very heavy book bag being dropped or an end table being turned over. Around this time, records show that Faith's Facebook was accessed. At 3:40 a.m., a text was sent from Faith's phone to a man named Brandon Edwards. Ty Michael McNeil, Faith's college boyfriend, also received a text at 3:52 a.m. Karina left the apartment at 4:27 a.m., getting picked up by a friend named Jordan and leaving the apartment door unlocked. She said Faith was asleep in bed at the time. Karina stayed at her friend's apartment for the remainder of the morning before calling Faith for a lift home at about 10:30 a.m. Faith never answered the phone. Karina then phoned another friend named Marisol. Marisol picked Karina up, and they both drove back to Karina and Faith's apartment, getting there for approximately 11 a.m. Faith's body was discovered near her bed, and the crime scene was brutal. An autopsy revealed she had died from severe blows and blunt force trauma to her head. Faith was positioned on the floor leaning against the bed with her shirt pulled up over her face, and she had no clothes on from the waist down. She was also partly covered with a blanket. Investigators found semen on Faith's body, which matched male DNA found elsewhere in the apartment. Police said at the time it was more likely than not that Faith had been raped. Next to Faith's body was a handwritten note that read, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous," and it was written on the back of a takeout bag. Karina phoned 911, and police arrived at the apartment. Many people were questioned and considered persons of interest, including Karina, Karina's ex-boyfriend, Eric Takoi Jones, and Faith's college boyfriend, Ty Michael McNeil. DNA samples were compared, but no one came back as a match to the crime scene. No witnesses apart from the neighbor that heard thumping sounds came forward and said they had seen anything or anyone in or around the apartment at that time. And sadly, there was no CCTV. The DNA from 52 pieces of evidence, including the murder weapon, thought to be a Bacardi rum bottle, were cross-referenced with 100 of different DNA samples to rule out suspects. In 2016, from the DNA found at the scene, a composite sketch was put together using genetic coding from the DNA, which acted like a blueprint. Experts released this image of who they believed could possibly be the killer. They said it didn't rule anyone else out as being potentially involved, but the DNA indicated that the suspect is very strongly of Native American and European mixed ancestry or Latino. Several more years would pass with no leads on Faith's case. This takes us to September 16, 2021. 28-year-old Miguel Enrique Salguero Olivares was arrested. He has a Chapel Hill address listed and was also charged with no operator's license, no liability insurance, an open container alcohol violation, and a registration violation according to court records. He failed to appear in court on September 3rd, and an outstanding order for his arrest was issued on September 7th, the court documents also showed. Police have since announced that his DNA was a match to the crime scene of Faith's apartment, and he has now been charged with first-degree murder in the case of Faith Daniel Hedgpeth. He would have been 19 at the time of the alleged offense, and he was not initially a suspect or person of interest at the beginning of the investigation. There have been few details given about the accused and how or if he had known Faith, and authorities have yet to comment on whether he will also be charged with a sex crime too. He is currently being held without bond at the Durham County Jail. Anna Mary Barnett of Radcliffe, Kentucky was just a teenager when she became a mother. As much as she loved her son Jerry, she struggled to support him. In order to be able to provide for him, she generally relied on family members to look after her son while she was at work. One day in 1965, however, Anna Mary could not find a relative to watch 5-year-old Cherry. She therefore had to leave him with a babysitter while she was at work. She did not know the babysitter, who lived in nearby Elizabethtown, very well, but she did not have any other childcare option that day. However, when Anna Mary returned to pick up her son, both Jerry and the babysitter were gone. Neighbors of the babysitter told Anna Mary that she had simply packed up and left. Anna Mary and her family tried to get assistance from local law enforcement agencies but were turned away. The only reasons they could think of for their refusal to investigate the case were Anna Mary's race or age. Whatever the authorities' reasons were for not taking Jerry's disappearance seriously, Anna Mary was more scared after asking them for help than she was when she first went to see them. The babysitter took Jerry to Delaware, where she then abandoned him. Authorities there did not have any records on him, and he was too young to provide them with details about his family or where they lived. Jerry was given the last name of Thomas and an estimated birth date and placed into foster care. Jerry grew up and eventually had children of his own. However, by his own admission, he sometimes found it challenging to be active in their lives because of the trauma he had experienced in foster care and the way it negatively influenced his understanding of the concept family. It would be one of his children who would ultimately help reunite Jerry with his family and begin to heal that damage. In 2016, Jerry's son, Damon Parker, took a commercial DNA test. In early 2020, a new DNA match showed up in the system. That match was his cousin in Kentucky, Will Barnett. Will was able to explain to Damon the details of Jerry's background and the story of how he was taken from his family. Damon was then able to speak his grandmother, Anna Mary, and arrange a reunion. In February of 2020, Damon and Jerry made the 10-hour drive from Delaware to Radcliffe. Outside of his mother's home, Jerry was met by a large group of emotional family members. After 55 years, he was finally reunited with his mother. Anna Mary knew he was really her son as soon as she saw him and was beside herself with joy at finally having him back in her life. The entire family is grateful to have Jerry back and finally relieved of the stress and concern they have carried for so many years. Jerry says the reunion and the joy his family has shown over it has filled a void that he always felt during his time apart from them. Raymond Nelson was born on September 1, 1911 in Iowa and grew up in the city of Logan. He graduated from high school in 1931 and worked as a clerk at the Logan Canty Drug Store. In 1934, he married Helen Smith, and the couple would eventually have 2 daughters, Roberta and Claudia. On December 3, 1940, Raymond dropped off his laundry at his parents' home in Logan. His sister reported that he had tears in his eyes while he was there. This would be the last time anyone in his family would see him. His youngest daughter was just 4 months old at the time. Shortly after Raymond went missing, a truck driver named J.A. Peterson came forward. Peterson said that he had given Raymond a ride to Council Bluffs on the night of December 3rd. Raymond had told him that he was on his way to Omaha, where he was due to report to work at the airport the following morning. Police went to Omaha to look for Raymond there, but found no evidence that he had arrived in the city. They believed that this meant Raymond either had met with foul play or had traveled further west. The FBI became involved in Raymond's disappearance after his draft number was called up, and he did not report for duty. They could not locate him, and he was declared a draft dodger. Raymond's social security number was never used after he went missing. There were certain details that made it appear Raymond may have voluntarily disappeared. He stopped paying many of his bills, including the one for his life insurance, shortly before he went missing. However, some members of his family were still convinced that something terrible had happened to him. His mother, Millie, remained positive that her son was not the kind of man who would have walked out on his family until her dying day. Raymond's oldest daughter, Roberta, found more comfort in the idea that something eventually had a daughter of her own, Jennifer Hoffman, who would be the driving force behind finally solving Raymond's case. Jennifer grew up hearing stories about her lost grandfather, and after she became a private investigator, she began looking into the case with hopes of finally being able to tell her mother what really happened to Raymond. Jennifer, of course, used the basic investigative techniques, collecting documents and speaking to, in this case, her relatives. She tried more creative methods as well. Raymond loved model airplanes and was highly skilled at constructing them. Some of his planes were featured in window displays at the Brandeis department store in downtown Omaha. Jennifer therefore began researching the model airplane community in case Raymond did leave Iowa voluntarily and continued his hobby elsewhere. During this research, she came across an image of an Australian man named Monty Tyrrell. Monty was a prominent enough member of the model airplane community that the Monty Tyrrell Memorial Scale Rally, held by the Peckham and District Aircraft Radio Control Society, is still put on every March, almost 30 years after his death. Believed that there was a striking resemblance between Monty and her grandfather. She began trying to get in contact with individuals in Australia with information about Monty, but her early efforts were unsuccessful. She was eventually able to locate someone who had known Monty towards the end of his life. This person told her that Monty's father, Ned, had lived in South Australia and worked at the Tivoli Theatre in Adelaide. If this information was correct, it would mean that Monty was not really Raymond Nelson. However, Jennifer hired an Australian private investigator who learned that no one named Ned had worked at the Tivoli. Furthermore, he could not find any information about Monty for a 30-year period, which he found suspicious. By 2004, Monty Tyrrell was Jennifer's strongest theory, but she had no way to prove if he really had been her grandfather. The lack of resolution in the case would nag Jennifer for the next 16 years until she received a phone call that would finally close it. In the spring of 2020, a man named Mark Nelson was using Ancestry.com to research his family. When researching the life of his grandfather, Roy C. Nelson, he was unable to find any information about him from before 1940. It was as though Roy had not existed before that year. Roy's parents, Nels and Millie Nelson, were named in Roy's obituary, so Mark began researching them. He could find no mention of having a son or living with anyone named Roy, but he did find record of their son, Raymond Nelson of Iowa. Raymond Nelson had the exact same date of birth as Roy Nelson. Mark's grandfather had claimed to be from Hibbing, Minnesota, and never used the name Raymond. Mark was not immediately concerned by these details. Perhaps his grandfather had been born in Minnesota and lived in Iowa later and disliked his name, so he went by Roy instead. However, both Roy Nelson and Raymond Nelson had draft cards on file on Ancestry.com. Comparing the signatures on them, Mark noticed that the name Nelson had been signed almost identically. When Mark looked Raymond Nelson up online, he came across an article about his disappearance and Jennifer Huffman's quest to solve it. He got in contact with her and shared with her all of the information he had gathered. Jennifer agreed that the signatures on the draft cards appeared to have been signed by the same person, and photographs of Roy Nelson were strikingly similar to ones of Raymond. Further confirming that Roy really was Raymond was the DNA of Raymond's granddaughter Gina, whose mother was Raymond's daughter Roberta. When Gina used a commercial DNA site, it matched her with a close cousin in Connecticut. The Nelson family could not figure out how this person fit into their family tree at the time. After learning about Roy Nelson, however, they discovered that this relative was a member of his family. Raymond had left Iowa on his own and moved to Connecticut, where he applied for a new social security number and changed his name to Roy. While living as Roy, Raymond had 4 more children. Raymond's reasons for leaving his family in Iowa will remain unknown, but they at least now know what became of him. It's kind of bittersweet, his daughter Claudia told the Daily Nonpareil, but I'm glad we finally know what happened. Vanessa Smallwood of Maple Shade, New Jersey, was a devout Christian who was passionate about sharing her faith with others. She loved her family, especially her 3 grown sons. She had a kind heart and a caring spirit. At the beginning of 2014, the 46-year-old was going through a difficult period. She was unhappy with her marriage and on disability from her job as a contractor at the Philadelphia International Airport. She had become sick after dealing with the stress of her mother's death and her father suffering multiple strokes. She did have a history of mental health issues, but a cousin who saw her on January 25th would later report that Vanessa had been speaking optimistically about her future. On January 27, 2014, Vanessa and her husband drove to the Any Garment Cleaners in the 500 block of Haddonfield Road in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Vanessa's husband went inside while she waited for him outside in their 2005 Chrysler Town and Country minivan. When he came back out, however, Vanessa and the vehicle were gone. Vanessa's cell phone pinged near Broad Street in Clayton, New Jersey, approximately 25 miles south of where she was last seen, at 10:22 a.m. on the day she went missing. This would be the only indication of where she went after leaving the dry cleaners. There was no activity on her credit cards or bank accounts, and authorities could not locate her vehicle. On January 16, 2020, divers from the Walker Diving Underwater Construction Company were clearing debris from the Salem River near the Port of Salem to ensure that the river was safe for shipping. During this process, they came across a badly mangled Chrysler van submerged underwater. The van was pulled from the river around noon that day, and human remains were found inside of it. They were later confirmed to be Vanessa Smallwood. Vanessa's exact cause of death has not been revealed, but Salem County Prosecutor John Linehan did announce that the medical examiner found no indications of foul play in the case. 6 years after Vanessa went missing, her family was finally able to lay her to rest. Christmas Eve, 1991. Sue and Clive welcomed their daughter, Alice, into the world. Described by friends and family as a loving and empathetic person, outgoing, quick-witted, and fun, 24-year-old Alice Ruggles was adored by those in her life. People that knew her said she had the ability to cheer anyone up and was a natural entertainer. She was mischievous, funny, and loved socializing. Alice was from a close-knit family and was the 3rd of 4 children. She and her siblings grew up in the quiet, rural Leicestershire village of Turlington. She attended Leicester High School for Girls and from there went on to Northumbria University to study product design. Alice discovered fencing at the age of 11, and the sport quickly became a big part of her life. She went on to represent her home county of Leicestershire and the East Midlands region numerous times. At Northumbria University, Alice became the fencing club captain and went on to win the Women's A-Pay at the Leeds Open in 2012. Alice fell in love with the city of Newcastle and carried on living there after she graduated. She got a job at Sky's Newcastle hub, and it wasn't long before her hardworking attitude paid off, and she was promoted to site coordinator. In October 2015, Alice started talking to Tremaine Dillon. Tremaine, known to everyone as Harry, was a lance corporal based at Glencorse Barracks in Edinburgh, Scotland, and was training to join the Special Reconnaissance Regiment. At the time he and Alice connected, he was serving in Afghanistan, and the pair started talking over Facebook. In January 2016, the couple met in person for the first time, and initially, the relationship appeared to be going well. 26-year-old Dillon was caring, attentive, and considerate, and friends said Alice seemed besotted. He and Alice spent a couple of weeks together in Newcastle and then in Edinburgh before he returned to Afghanistan for his final 2-month tour of duty. Dylan returned to the UK in April, and in July, Alice invited him on the family's annual holiday, where the pair were inseparable. However, this would not last, and it wasn't long before the cracks began appearing in the couple's short relationship. People in Alice's life started to notice some concerning changes in her. Once outgoing and someone that loved any chance to socialize, Alice was becoming distant and withdrawn. Dylan was becoming more and more critical of her in every way, so much so that it drove Alice further into an isolated state. She began losing a lot of weight and started falling out with friends she was once so close to. After a fight with her housemates, she moved out and into the ground floor flat on Rawling Road in Gateshead, where she lived with one of her work friends, Maxine. Women started contacting Alice, saying they had also been seeing Dylan at the same time she was. Following these claims, she ended the relationship for good in August. But Dylan was not prepared to accept no for an answer, and Alice's mental and physical health began to deteriorate even more over the following months. He bombarded her with calls, texts, and emails. While some messages were apologetic and begging for her to give him another chance, he started contacting her family and friends, even texting Sue, referring to her as Mom, and begging her to convince Alice to take him back. He then went on to tell her what a horrible person her daughter was. He was completely obsessed and would stop at nothing to get Alice's attention. Alice initially tried to be sympathetic and kind, feeling bad that he was so affected by the end of the relationship, but she soon was left with no choice but to cut him off as the tirade of messages and calls proved too much. He hacked into her social media accounts and threatened to release photos he had secretly taken of her. At the beginning of September, he gained access to Alice's Facebook account and found out that she had started a new relationship with an Army officer called Mike. Dylan was completely enraged and contacted Mike, lying and telling him that Alice was still seeing him at the same time. On September 30th, Dylan drove to Alice's flat, repeatedly ringing the doorbell and then hiding when she looked outside. She knew in her gut it was him and didn't open the door. A few hours later, Dylan climbed the fence into the back garden and knocked on Alice's window as she was in her bedroom. When she opened the curtains, she saw flowers and chocolates on the windowsill and Dylan slowly backing away with his arms in the air. As he drove back to Edinburgh, he left a sinister voicemail on her phone that said in part, "I just wanted to give you flowers and chocolates to prove that no, I don't want to kill you. I'm not intending to kill you. That's all I wanted to say." Desperate for help and with the situation getting worse, Alice contacted the non-emergency police number 101 for advice. They logged the incident as harassment and issued a police information notice, also known as a PIN. A PIN is issued as a caution where there are allegations of harassment made, but it is not a court order, nor does it give you a criminal record, and signing it does not admit to any wrongdoing on the perpetrator's part. On October 3rd, this warning was communicated to Dylan in his barracks. It was arranged for his major at the Edinburgh barracks to issue the police information notice, although national guidance stated this should be done by a police officer in person unless exceptional circumstances prevented them. Despite the PIN being issued, he sent Alice a parcel containing a letter and some other items. In the letter, he told her he knew she'd called the police, and he was now in a lot of trouble for it. He told her they had taken his laptop and phone away from him, but this was another lie. In the letter, he also said, "I'm in a lot of shit now, but hope you feel happy now. I'm sending you everything I have that reminds me of you as you belong to another man. Wishing you two a happy life. I will never come in your life again." Alice contacted the police for a second time. She told people she felt palmed off at the response from the police and was distraught and defeated, feeling nothing could or would be done to stop Dylan. She chillingly said to her sister, Emma, she felt the police would only respond when he stabs me. The 24-year-old was living in a state of fear, constantly looking over her shoulder. She asked to be driven home to her front door each day by a colleague, and once inside, she would immediately double lock it. During the evening of October 10th, Dylan drove down to her flat again. He climbed into the back garden and took a photo of the back window and bathroom before driving back to Edinburgh. Alice's day at work finished as normal. Her supervisor, Paul, gave her a lift home, dropping her straight at her door at 5:30 p.m. She messaged some friends showing them an outfit she had bought and briefly chatted to her boyfriend, Mike. The messages then abruptly stopped. Alice's flatmate Maxine returned home just before 6:30. Alice Ruggles was pronounced dead at 7:30 p.m. Her throat had been slit at least 6 times, and she had suffered 24 injuries in total. The coroner concluded that Alice had died from catastrophic blood loss. The police quickly identified Dylan as their only suspect. Officers started running his car number plate through the automated number plate recognition system. They quickly got a hit when his car was clearly picked up traveling from Edinburgh down to Newcastle earlier that day. Just before midnight, Dylan was arrested in his barracks on suspicion of murder. At 3:24 a.m., Dylan arrived at Gateshead Police Station for questioning. During an interview, he admitted he had traveled to Newcastle that day, but said it was because he wanted answers and closure about why the relationship had ended. He denied entering her flat, claiming that Alice was the one that came out and approached him. He told officers that she said she had heard stories about men killing their girlfriends, and she was scared he would do the same to her. Dylan said he reached out to hold her hands, and she scratched him across the face. After this, he drove away, he said. But what had actually happened was Dylan drove down and parked near Alice's flat, waiting for her to return from work. While waiting, he started messaging a girl on Tinder, making plans to meet up later that night. Around 6 p.m., he climbed over the back wall and forced his way in through the window. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and cornered Alice as she went into the bathroom. He knelt on her back to pin her down and slit her throat, cutting through to her spine. While Dylan was in custody, police discovered Alice's blood on his steering wheel and on his Help for Heroes wristband. Analysis of her phone records placed the phone en route to Edinburgh too. A few hours later, Dylan was charged with the murder of Alice Ruggles. His trial began in April 2, 2017 at Newcastle Crown Court, and he was still pleading not guilty to murder. But the overwhelming amount of evidence meant he and his defense team had no choice but to change his story. Dylan claimed that he showed up at Alice's flat with the intention of getting his belongings when a violent argument ensued. Alice attacked him with a knife, and in the process of trying to hurt him, she had inflicted the injuries upon herself. He then said that as Alice lay dying, she spoke of how much she hated her family. Dylan was asked what was going through his head as he looked down at Alice, and his response was that he felt terrible for her father Clive as he had been unable to protect his daughter in her last moments. The court also heard that a restraining order had been taken out against Dylan by an ex-girlfriend 3 years earlier. After his ex had broken up with him, he tracked her down and spat in her face in the streets while hurling abuse at her and her new boyfriend. Sadly, at the time of Alice's phone calls, Northumbria police had no knowledge about the earlier restraining order. After an 11-day trial and just 2 hours of deliberations, Dylan was found guilty of the murder of Alice Ruggles and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. Carrying the knife to the flat would have given a 25-year starting point for Dylan to serve in prison, but as he didn't arrive armed with the weapon and to pick it up while he was in the flat, he was sentenced to a 22-year minimum term instead. During his sentencing, Judge Paul Sloan described the murder as utter barbarism and said, "Not a shred of remorse you have shown from first to last. Indeed, you were only concentrating so hard on getting your story right when giving evidence you forgot to even shed a crocodile tear." The police's handling of the case received huge backlash. After the trial, Northumbria Police conducted an internal review and identified potential misconduct by officers, which was referred to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. 2 officers then faced disciplinary action over the handling of the case. Northumbria Police said they did refer their actions to the Independent Police Complaints Commission, but said no one at the time knew the true threat that Dylan posed. The force have since apologized after the Independent Police Complaints Commission ruled that the officers failed to properly investigate Alice's claims. Gateshead Community Safety Board also carried out a domestic homicide review. The review concluded that Alice had been subject to significant stalking and agreed upon a series of 20 recommendations to help prevent similar incidents from happening again. Her parents, Sue and Clive, said, "We believe that her death was preventable. We find it difficult to comprehend that although Alice described in her first phone call to the police that she was being stalked and provided ample evidence, the police and the army were unable to support and protect her. Sue and Clive set up the Alice Ruggles Trust, which raises awareness about stalking and coercive control. They work to ensure that stalking offenses result in immediate action, both to protect the victim and to deal effectively with the alleged stalker. The trust also aims to provide education and training and campaigns for improved legal measures. They also launched the Alice Ruggles Trust Relationship Safety Resource, which is teaching materials and lesson plans that focus on stalking and coercive control. These are freely available to secondary school teachers throughout the UK. In 2020, stalking protection orders were announced by the government. This means that suspected stalkers could be given court orders blocking them from contacting or approaching their alleged victims while the police investigate the claims thoroughly. Sue said that new figures show an increase in the number of stalking incidents that were now being recorded by police, and she said this showed that officers were now correctly identifying the crime. Alice Ruggles' spirited, fun, and affectionate personality continues to live on through those that knew her. She made a huge impact in a short space of time. Her family and friends vow to keep her memory alive and hope that her story will continue to help and educate by supporting those that may have experienced similar things and by challenging the law and the handling of similar cases. Most importantly, they vow that Alice's name will not be forgotten and her voice will continue to be heard. 21-year-old Alyssa Mclamore lived in Kent, Washington. According to her family, she was funny and vivacious, but her personality was most defined by her caring nature. She was a loving mother of a 3-year-old daughter. Alyssa and her daughter lived with Alyssa's mother so that Alyssa could help take care of her because she was severely ill with an autoimmune disease. On April 9, 2009, Alyssa's grandmother, Barbara, called her and told her she needed to return home because her mother's health was rapidly deteriorating. Alyssa said she would be getting on a bus right away. She was only about 6 miles away from home at that time, so her grandmother became worried when more than an hour went by and Alyssa still had not arrived home. A few hours later, the Kent Police Department came to Alyssa's family home to see if she were there. A 911 call had come in. The caller screamed for help and then the call abruptly cut off. The call had come from Alyssa's cell phone. Alyssa's family told the police that Alyssa had failed to make it home and asked them for help, but they were told that Alyssa had not committed any crime and that she was allowed to come and go as she pleased because she was an adult. It would be 4 days before the family could file a missing persons report and the investigation into Alyssa's disappearance began. The day before that report was finally taken, Alyssa's mother, Gracie, passed away at the age of 35, unable to see her daughter in her final days and say goodbye. Alyssa's mother's family belonged to the Aleut tribe, and the women in her family were subject to many of the struggles that plagued Native communities. Her mother, Gracie, and Aunt Tina grew up surrounded by substance abuse and violence. Gracie became pregnant with Alyssa when she was just 14, and Tina, who was just 2 years older than her sister, became pregnant. Gracie was eventually able to complete her GED and attend community college. She suffered from scleroderma, and her condition eventually worsened to the point that she was unable to work. Alyssa also faced difficulties of her own, struggling to support her beloved daughter. She was arrested 4 times for prostitution-related offenses between September of 2008 and February of 2009, a fact which her family believes impacted the investigation into her disappearance. I just kind of feel like they wrote her off as a prostitute and they probably thought that, she didn't have family. Her Aunt Tina told CNN in 2019. There were a few other issues with the early investigation. DNA samples from Alyssa's family were not uploaded to the National Missing and Person System for potential future comparison for 2 years, despite the fact that Washington state law dictates that this be done after a person is missing for 30 days and in cases where criminal activity is suspected. Alyssa, who is of Alaska Native and African American descent, was also misidentified as Asian in her police report and therefore in the FBI's National Crime Information Center database. The error would not be fixed for 7 years. Because Alyssa's cell phone was not equipped with GPS, police were only able to narrow down the location where she made her 911 call to within a 2-mile radius of the cell tower it pinged off of. In 2019, The recording of the 10-second-long call was sent to the FBI and 2 independent analysts in hopes of identifying other voices or sounds in the background. A witness came forward after Alyssa went missing, claiming to have seen her getting into a 1990s model green truck, but it has not been confirmed if this sighting occurred on the day Alyssa disappeared. Alyssa's family worked tirelessly on her case, led by her aunt Tina Russell. They have distributed flyers, organized searches, and held events to keep the public from forgetting about Alyssa and to ask for witnesses to finally come forward. Anytime Tina hears of remains being found in Washington State or in Oregon, she gets in contact with the local medical examiner to see if they could be Alyssa's. The family often felt alone in their efforts as the years went on without answers. But that changed in January of 2018 when Tina Russell received a message on social media from an activist working for missing and murdered Indigenous women. Indigenous women and girls are subjected to violence, go missing, and are murdered at rates much higher than the women in other demographics. These crimes largely go unreported, meaning that the true extent of the problem is much worse. For years, activists have worked to bring attention to one day eradicate crimes against these women as well as support the families of the missing and murdered. Tina Russell says that the movement and the help it has given her family has renewed her hope in finding out what happened to Alyssa. Over the years, Alyssa's family has looked into renting billboards to display Alyssa's picture and ask for tips in the case. But the cost involved was prohibitively high. Luckily, in 2019, Alyssa was selected to be part of the Washington State Police's Homeward Bound program. The program was started by Trooper Renee Paget in 2005 and partners with local trucking companies to display images of missing people and phone numbers to call with tips on the sides of semi-trailers, essentially making the mobile billboards as they travel through the region. The project has featured 28 missing people, 3 of whom have since been located. Camway Transportation, the Washington State Police's current partner in this effort, plans to put Alyssa on a total of 3 of their trailers. Even though a decade has passed since Alyssa vanished, her family is still hopeful that one day their advocacy for her will result in the answers that will offer them some measure of closure. Terrence Woods Jr. grew up in Capitol Heights, Maryland, and was one of 4 children. After graduating from Flowers High School, he enrolled at the Philip Merrill College of Journalism at the University of Maryland. He graduated from the university in 2013 and then moved to the United Kingdom to study at the American International University in London, where he earned a master's degree in international relations. Terrence's former professors described him as bright, driven, and passionate about journalism and visual storytelling. He traveled around the world working on programs, from documentaries to television shows such as The Voice UK. In 2018, the 26-year-old was working for Raw TV, a London-based production company. That fall, he traveled to Idaho to work as a production assistant on a documentary. He was set to be in Idaho until mid-November working on the project, but on the morning of October 5th, he sent his father, Terrence Sr., a text message saying that he would be coming home on October 10th. Terrence Sr. was surprised because his son had never come home early from a work assignment before, despite sometimes working in very remote areas with challenging conditions such as Alaska, where he had previously worked on the Discovery series Gold Rush, Whitewater. Terrence Jr. spent the rest of that day working with the other 11 members of the crew in the remote area surrounding the abandoned Penman gold mine in the Nez Perce National Forest in northern Idaho. Other members of the crew would later report that Terrence had been behaving that day and was unusually quiet. As they were preparing to end work for the day, Terrence abruptly dropped his two-way radio and ran to the edge of a nearby cliff. He suddenly disappeared from view, and the other members of the crew thought he must have fallen. However, when they looked down, Terrence was running down the steep hill below, already 15 feet away from them. Other members of the crew tried to run after Terrence, but he refused to stop, and they eventually lost sight of him in the densely wooded area. Authorities were notified of Terrence's disappearance at 6:41 p.m. that evening but were unable to begin a search for him until morning. The Idaho County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, and the U.S. Forest Service were all involved in the early search, but their efforts were hampered by ice and snow. Eventually, conditions improved enough that the Air Force could fly helicopters equipped with infrared over the area. The Sheriff's Department in neighboring Clearwater County sent search dogs to help look for Terrence, and several local search and rescue groups also aided in the effort. A week after Terrence disappeared, the search for him was scaled back. According to the Idaho County Sheriff's Office, this was because no leads were obtained from the previous 7 days of searching and no signs of Mr. Woods had been located in the search area or the expanded search area. Terrence's parents, Valerie and Terrence Sr., flew to Idaho to help look for their son. While they have praised the efforts of most of the law enforcement officers involved in their son's case and the local search and rescue groups who helped look for Terrence, they quickly took issue with Idaho County Sheriff Doug Giddings. When they met with him, Valerie asked him what other options they had for the search. His response was, "What are you supposed to do for someone who does not want to be found?" Terrence and Valerie were upset by this because the sheriff had no way to prove that Terrence was trying to avoid being located. It was also suggested to Valerie and Terrence that their son ran off because he had some sort of panic attack. They do not believe that this is the case because Terrence had no history of any sort of mental illness. Terrence Sr. is highly skeptical of the account the other members of the film crew provided. He believes that his son saw or heard something he should not have during the shooting of the documentary. He also believes that his son was not found during the large-scale search because his son was no longer in the woods. Someone had taken him elsewhere. Sheriff Giddings maintains that there are no signs of foul play in the case. Despite the lack of progress in the case, the Woods family has vowed to not give up until they find answers about what happened to Terrence. Bernadette Cooper loved to travel. She was a native of Castleblaney, County Monaghan, but moved to London while she was in her early 20s. She married and had 2 sons, Paul and Desmond, but the marriage ended in divorce. She and her ex-husband shared custody of their children. By the late 1980s, Bernadette had remarried and had another son, Steven. She and her husband Brian wanted to live abroad somewhere warm and sunny and, therefore, were living in Spain on the Costa del Sol. They ran a pub called Molly Malone's in Benalmádena. Bernadette's personality made her well-suited for the work. She was feisty and vivacious and liked by all those who met her because of her friendly demeanor. The bar was initially very successful, but when a recession hit the Spanish economy in the early 1990s, Bernadette and Brian struggled to keep it open, falling behind on their bills. While dealing with the financial stress, they were also dealing with a great deal of stress on their marriage. In 1991, Brian returned to their home in Surrey to begin divorce proceedings, leaving Steven and Bernadette in Spain. Bernadette was determined to keep her bar open. However, despite her best efforts, by late 1992, unable to pay her rent, she had to temporarily close Molly Malone's. She and Steven returned to London so that Bernadette could finalize her divorce and try to raise the funds to save the bar. Bernadette tried to raise money from her family members and friends, but none of them were in a position to help her. Somehow, though, by January of 1993, she had apparently managed to acquire what she needed to reopen the bar. That month, she called a friend back in Spain from a phone at the Horse and Groom Public House on Mitcham Lane in London. She asked the friend to go to her lawyer and tell him not to give up the lease on the bar because she was on her way back to town with the money needed to reopen it. This phone call would be the last known time anyone saw or heard from Bernadette. Her friend did as Bernadette asked and went to see the lawyer, who was pleased that he would not have to sell the lease on the bar. The bar remained closed, waiting for Bernadette's return for the rest of the winter. But when she failed to return to Benalmádena, the lawyer did have to sell the lease. The new occupants of the building found all of Bernadette's belongings still packed up in the building's attic. Bernadette's family was not immediately concerned about her. They, like her husband, assumed she had returned to Spain alone to save the bar. They thought perhaps she wasn't in contact with them because her feelings were hurt when they couldn't help her with her financial problems. However, the unreturned phone calls eventually became concerning, and a visit to Spain revealed that Bernadette had never arrived back there. The family then began actively looking for Bernadette, making frequent trips to Spain to distribute flyers and look for witnesses. They started a word-of-mouth campaign trying to find information about Bernadette and the Irish communities in London and in Spain. They hired a lawyer to investigate the disappearance in 1996. When that investigation found nothing, the Salvation Army was asked to look for her. When that effort was unsuccessful, the UK Missing Persons Unit was asked for help. but again they could not find Bernadette. It would later be discovered that the efforts had only searched for her using her given first name, Susan, and not her middle name, Bernadette, which was the name she actually went by. Bernadette's family spent the following decades traveling to Spain regularly and following up any lead they could find, but Bernadette remained missing. On his deathbed, Bernadette's brother Jim told his son, Leon Moore, how troubled he was by the fact that he was never able to find his sister. Before Jim died, Leon promised him that he would find Bernadette. Leon, along with Bernadette's sons and sister, has made great progress in his aunt's case. In 2020, leading up to what would be Bernadette's 77th birthday on June 20th, Leon was able to get Bernadette's story reported on in media outlets in the UK, Ireland, and Spain, renewing public interest in the case. The Surrey Constabulary opened a formal inquiry into Bernadette's disappearance with plans to try to coordinate with authorities in Ireland and Spain on the investigation. While Bernadette has been gone for 27 years, the passage of time has not diminished the pain her family feels or their hope to one day find out what became of her. She was a wonderful woman, my favorite aunt, a really great person, kind-hearted and strong-willed. That's why her disappearance is so out of character, Leon said of his aunt in 2020. It's very hard to not have closure or any information for so long about Bernadette's disappearance. It's heartbreaking. There are lots of gray areas in this. We just want answers. 25-year-old Lee Harvey worked as a bus driver, and his mom Maureen said all he wanted in life was to be a husband and a good father. His parents described him as cheeky and funny, always bringing so much good energy to everything. Lee had a young daughter, Danielle, whom he doted on, and Maureen said they were like two peas in a pod. He was separated from Danielle's mother, but the pair remained friendly and supportive of each other in raising their daughter together. 27-year-old Tracy Andrews had dreams of becoming a model and was working as a bartender when she met Lee in a club in 1994. Tracy also had a daughter 1 year apart in age from Lee's. She gave birth to her baby girl, Carla, when she was 21, but the relationship with her then partner was tumultuous. And less than a year later, the relationship ended. As soon as she and Lee met, the couple's connection was instant. They had a passionate and fast-moving relationship, and friends and family said they were inseparable from the get-go. It was said that Tracy was always incredibly possessive over her partners, and the relationships were always volatile. Lee was also a jealous person, and fights would often break out between the pair over the attention the other might get. Ex-partners said that Tracy had a vicious temper, often getting violent with them. Arguments between her and Lee would escalate and get out of control quickly, and violent outbursts would often ensue. Despite this, Lee moved into Tracy's flat after just 3 months, but he would often return to his parents' house as Tracy would frequently kick him out, throwing his belongings into bin bags. Despite everyone around the pair seeing how toxic the relationship was, Lee would always move back in, and the pair would try and work things out. Lee's mom, Maureen, said that everyone felt the relationship was bad news from the beginning. She said she could tell straight away that Tracy was controlling, paranoid, and extremely insecure. Tracy revealed to Maureen that she had had a difficult childhood and had never recovered from her dad walking out of the family home when she was 6 years old. The more time that passed, the more the relationship continued to grow toxic, dangerously unhealthy, and codependent. Maureen said the arguments became the only predictable thing about the pair. Neighbors would often hear the couple shouting at each other for hours at a time, and police were called on numerous occasions to the flat to break up the fights. Maureen was starting to notice some changes in her son that she didn't like. After finding out that Tracy had bitten Lee on the neck during a vicious fight, she called Tracy, telling her the relationship couldn't continue and that it was unhealthy for the pair to carry on seeing each other. But hers and everyone else's words fell on deaf ears and the couple carried on. Tracy soon fell pregnant, and although a shock, everyone hoped this might help the couple stop fighting and focus on what was now the most important thing. Lee was over the moon after 6 months, and much to everyone's concern, Lee proposed to after 6 months, and much to everyone's concern, Lee proposed to Tracy, and the pair set about planning their wedding. After another day of explosive rows, Tracy and Lee went to the Marlboro pub in an attempt to calm things down and patch things up. They left late into the evening and began the short drive back to the flat they shared in the Beck's ALV church in Worcestershire. A car pulled up outside the Hervey house. As Lee would often return to his parents' home during fights with Tracy, Maureen didn't think too much of it, listening out for him to walk through the door and explain what had happened this time. But Lee wasn't there, and his parents instead opened the curtains to see police officers walking up the driveway. The police explained that Lee and Tracy had been involved in a serious road rage attack as they were driving home from the pub, and tragically, Lee hadn't survived. He had been stabbed over 40 times, and a pathologist later described the attack as frenzied. Lee's fiancée, Tracy, had survived, and she was at the Royal Alexandra Hospital being treated for her injuries. A man staying in one of the cottages alongside the road the attack happened on had come out of the house that night and found Tracy standing by Lee's car, while Lee lay motionless in the road, covered in blood. The neighbors helped Tracy phone the police, and officers quickly arrived on scene. But by the time the police got there, Lee was already dead. Tracy told police that she and Lee had left the pub in Lee's car just before 10 p.m. Shortly into the journey, Lee overtook a dark-colored Ford Sierra. This had started what Tracy called a cat and mouse chase. The car began tailgating them, flashing the lights, and both cars began driving at high speeds down the narrow lane. Tracy said that she had shouted at Lee to slow down and ignore the car, but he didn't listen. The Ford Sierra eventually overtook them, and Lee got out before an altercation took place between the driver and Lee. The passenger in the other car also exited the vehicle, and a physical fight broke out. Lee and Tracy were both hit, and Tracy was knocked to the floor. When she got up, she realized Lee had been stabbed during the fight. The people in the other car fled the scene, and Tracy cradled Lee, with him dying in her arms. Lee's parents, Maureen and Ray, straight away had some questions. Why on earth would someone stab their son to death, believe his fiancée alive, seemingly unharmed, and now a key witness in the case? Why didn't she phone us? Ray asked. Maureen and Ray were distraught, but they needed Tracy to talk to them about what had happened that night. They both continuously tried and failed to get hold of Tracy after she was discharged from hospital. They finally got through to Tracy's stepfather, who said she hadn't rung them from the hospital as she'd forgotten their number, something that Ray and Maureen found impossible to believe given the amount of time she had called their home looking for Lee after a fight. Tracy's avoidance of Lee's family was concerning, and her story and reaction to the event after the fact was raising even more questions than answers. The strange and seemingly far-fetched reason behind her not talking to them after Lee was killed. She was still determined to believe in Tracy's story and support her. She said, "The police had told us she'd been attacked as well, so how could she have been involved? She might have been the last woman in the world I'd wanted Lee to end up with, but for all her faults, I was convinced she loved him." With uncertainty and doubt about what had happened that night and with rumors still swirling, on December 3rd, Tracy took part in a press appeal, and the police asked the public for something, anything that might help them catch the two men in question. As she held Maureen's hand, she recounted her version of events, giving descriptions of the men and talking about the same cat and mouse story that had led to the attack. Tracy then said that she urged the driver of the car to come forward, saying he was not in trouble and had done nothing wrong. The media had already been given one version of events by the police, but Tracy suddenly gave a totally different set of times. At this point, detectives stepped in to stop Tracy from talking, and the press conference was abruptly brought to an end. Tracy's appeal raised eyebrows with the media, and people wondered why she was not holding the driver responsible when the driver had, according to Tracy, been the one to initiate the fight. Police were shocked as this was not anything they had agreed upon. They were definitely looking for the driver, as he was an accessory to murder, possibly even a co-conspirator in the case. As the room started to empty, chatter amongst the reporters began. Tracy's imitation of what she called the starry-eyed attacker was enough to convince many people that she was capable of that kind of rage and anger she described the attackers as having. One reporter in particular made a bold claim and outright said he believed they had all just in fact interviewed the real killer. Although it was a devastating thought, Lee's family were questioning Tracy even more. Her story just didn't make any sense, and more holes were starting to appear in it. Fortunately, the press conference did generate something for the police. 2 witnesses came forward and said they had seen Lee's white Ford Escort that night, and he was driving past them on a junction about to turn onto the lane he was killed on. But out of nowhere, Lee's car suddenly braked and stopped in the road. The witnesses said no other cars were following them, and there seemed to be no reason for the car braking. And with this, they carried on driving. A day after the press appeal, Tracy attempted suicide by taking an overdose of around 200 pills. She left notes saying she couldn't carry on without Lee. She was taken to hospital where her stomach was pumped, and she spent the following 2 days recovering. Maureen and Ray visited Tracy in hospital, and while they were there, Tracy grabbed Maureen's hand and said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I've done." After this, she went quiet and turned her head away, and Maureen and Ray left. Ray said to his wife, "That's the closest thing we're going to get to a confession." Tracy's story just wasn't adding up, and the police could find no evidence that a road rage incident had taken place at all. Investigators had thoroughly checked over the road the car chase and the attack allegedly happened on. It was a narrow single country lane, and if 2 cars had been speeding and overtaking each other, there would likely be tire marks or something that pointed towards a high-speed chase. But the road and grass along the side were completely clear. The location of the blood in the road in relation to where Tracy had said the attack had happened also didn't match up. And despite Tracy saying the attack had happened outside the vehicle, Lee's blood was found in the back seat of his car. No witnesses could attest to seeing the same dark car Tracy spoke about, and there was a substantial amount of time after Lee had been stabbed before Tracy raised the alarm. Nobody living near or driving along the road at the same time saw or heard anything apart from one person, a child living in one of the cottages near the lane. The 9-year-old said she had heard an argument that night but only remembered hearing 2 voices, not 4, and it sounded like the car was stationary and parked. Examination of Lee's body found almost 100 strands of Tracy's hair in his hand, which pathologists later determined had to have been taken from Tracy's head with considerable force, possibly during a physical fight. As well as wounds from a blade, some marks on Lee's body indicated that scissors may have been used. This pointed towards a Swiss Army knife being the murder weapon. Blood on her clothing showed a splash pattern rather than a transfer of blood from holding Lee as he lay dying, as Tracy had claimed. Testing was done on all of Tracy's clothing that she had been wearing that night, which confirmed there was a bloodstain on the inside of her boot. Forensic experts found the outline of the shape of a penknife imprinted on the inside of her boot. During her stay at the hospital, she visited the bathroom 6 times in 3 hours, and it was later revealed that she must have disposed of the knife somewhere in the toilets of the hospital. The same day Tracy was discharged following her overdose, police arrested her in connection with the murder of Lee, and on December 19th, she was formally charged. She vehemently denied any involvement and adamantly stuck to her story. To everyone's surprise, including the police, the judge made a decision that no one was expecting. Tracy was granted bail while she was awaiting trial and moved in with her mother and stepfather. It was another blow for Lee's family, and it was a highly unusual and controversial decision. Bail on a murder charge is not granted unless the court is absolutely satisfied that there is no significant risk that the person would commit an offense that would likely cause physical or mental injury to another person. In February 1997, Lee was finally laid to rest, with 100 turning out to pay their respects and show their love and support for the Harvey family. In July that year, 7 months after Lee's murder, Tracy's trial began at Birmingham Crown Court. While on the stand, Tracy's defense team asked her about her relationship with Lee, as well as her version of events. Tracy stuck to her story and maintained that although the couple fought a lot, she would never go as far as to kill him. She said they broke up all the time, but they truly loved each other and always came back together stronger than before. But a particular revelation Tracy used to highlight an example of this left Lee's family shocked. Tracy revealed that the miscarriage she had told everyone she'd had was actually an abortion that she had got after another fight with Lee. Maureen was devastated and called Tracy a lying bitch, to which Tracy angrily responded by shouting, pointing, and demanding Maureen be removed from the courtroom. The judge let Maureen stay, but this outburst gave the prosecution the perfect lead into their cross-examination of Tracy. After a few short weeks on trial, Tracy Andrews was guilty and sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 14 years to serve. The judge said, "Only you know precisely what went on that night, but we have all seen the awful consequences." A year into her sentence, she filed an appeal claiming she was the victim of a miscarriage of justice because of damaging publicity surrounding her case. This appeal was denied. A year after this, in 1999, Tracy wrote a letter to her lawyer, finally admitting she did stab Lee to death, but maintained that it was self-defense. She said it happened in slow motion after a fight between the pair had escalated, and Lee pulled a knife on her. They struggled for a while and she said had lost control and stabbed him. She claimed she felt sick and ashamed and hated herself for doing that to Lee and his family. The self-defense claim was disputed by many, as most of the stab wounds were to Lee's back, and people suspected this came when he was trying to retreat and escape to his car to get away from the attack. A woman that Tracy had had a relationship with while in prison said that Tracy had attacked and strangled her for talking to an ex-girlfriend. She said she was opposed to Tracy ever being released and believed she would kill again if she was let out. Tracy Andrews served the recommended time of 14 years before being released from prison in 2011. She was ordered not to go within 25 miles of Lee's family. Tracy has since married, had reconstructive surgery to alter her appearance, and changed her name multiple times. For Lee's family and friends, the pain of knowing that Tracy is out of prison weighs heavily on them. Maureen wrote a book about the case and hers and her family's experiences. She said whenever she looks over old newspaper articles or letters from the case, it feels as if she is looking at someone else's family. Lee Harvey was charming and funny, honest and caring, and his parents often expect him to come walking through the door to see them. His family cherished the good memories and will always remember Lee for the great son and father he was. Angie Dodge was born on December 21, 1977, in Washington State. She was the youngest of her parents' 4 children, and their only daughter. She loved Christmas because it was just a few days after her birthday, and every year, both the holiday and her birthday would be celebrated with a large family party. The family moved to San Diego before finally settling in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Angie had a love for the outdoors, and going camping with her family was one of her favorite things to do. Angie excelled academically and was a tutor in math and English while she was a student at Idaho Falls High School. She graduated from the school in 1995 and briefly attended Idaho State University. While Angie was very close with her family, like many young adults, she struggled with balancing her love for them with her growing need for independence. In May of 1996, the 18-year-old decided to move out of her family home after a disagreement over her breaking a house rule. Angie worked at a local beauty supply store, and her income allowed her to rent an apartment on the 2nd floor of a converted house in the 400 block of I Street in Idaho Falls. At 9:15 p.m. on June 12, 1996, 3 weeks after she moved out, Angie came back home to see her mother, Carol. They sat on the couch and talked about how excited Angie was about being on her own, but also how difficult it was to be growing up. Angie rested her head on her mother's shoulder, and Carol told her that she would always be her baby. Angie left around 10:20. Carol watched her leave, and as Angie drove away, she and Carol blew kisses to each other and mouthed, "I love you." This would be the last time Carol saw her daughter. The following morning, June 13th, Angie failed to show up to work, which was highly unusual. Her coworkers were worried about her, and one of them went to her apartment to check on her. They arrived just after 11 a.m. and entered Angie's apartment through its unlocked front door. They found Angie's body on the floor of her bedroom. She had been stabbed multiple times, and her throat had been slashed, and semen and foreign hairs were found on her body. DNA testing showed that they came from the same individual. While the DNA evidence could be used to prove a suspect's involvement in the crime, the Idaho Falls police first needed a suspect to compare it to, and for several months, they could not identify a promising one. Then, in January of 1997, an acquaintance of Angie's named Brian Hobbs was charged with raping a woman at knife point in Nevada. Because of his connection to Angie and the details of this crime, police in Idaho Falls began looking at Brian Hobbs as a potential suspect while he was still in custody in Nevada. As part of their investigation, they began questioning numerous friends and associates of Dobbs in Idaho. One of these individuals was a man named Christopher Tapp. Chris Tapp was 20 years old and a high school dropout. When he came in to speak to police and provide a DNA sample, he denied having any knowledge of the crime or playing any part in it. However, after being polygraphed 7 times and interrogated 9 times for a total of 28 hours over the course of 23 days, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's murder. He was charged in the case in February of 1997. Despite his confession, Christopher Tapp pled not guilty to Angie's rape and murder, and his trial began on May 2, 1998. His DNA did not match that found at the crime scene, and no physical evidence tied him to the crime. A witness, Destiny Osborne, testified at the trial that she had heard Tapp and Brian Hobbs discussing Angie's murder at a party several days after it occurred, while she was high on methamphetamine. The prosecution's main evidence against Tapp was his confession. On May 28, 1998, after 13 hours of deliberation, the jury found Christopher Tapp guilty of first-degree murder and rape. Because he had confessed and would not have been convicted without that confession, the judge at his sentencing hearing sentenced Tapp to life in prison with a 30-year minimum term rather than imposing the death penalty, as Carol Dodge had requested. While there had been a conviction in Angie's case, it was still not completely solved. Because the DNA found on Angie's body did not belong to Christopher Tapp, prosecutors argued that at least one other person had been involved in Angie's rape and murder. Carol Dodge was determined to bring this other individual to justice. She did not believe Tapp's claims of his innocence and did everything she could to get him to reveal the identity of the person whose DNA was left at the crime scene. She visited him in prison and begged him to tell her daughter's last words and the identity of the other man involved. She was livid when he told her he did not know. Carol spent years focused on the task of getting justice for her daughter, reviewing documents, questioning Angie's neighbors, and investigating every detail of the case on her own. However, the specifics of that mission did eventually change slightly many years after Christopher Tapp's conviction. While she had originally been confident in Tapp's guilt on the crime, she changed her mind after finally gaining access to the recordings of his interviews and polygraphs. Tapp had originally vehemently denied knowing anything about the crime. He would eventually provide police with 6 different stories about what happened to Angie based on information they provided him. He did not understand that the police could lie to him, so when they told him they had absolute proof that Brian Hobbs was involved, which they did not, Tapp told them that Hobbs had confessed to him and asked him to be his alibi. After a series of immunity agreements began coming into play, under which Tapp would only have to plead guilty to aiding and abetting an aggravated battery, police got him to say that he had been at Andrew's apartment and witnessed the crime. Police ran into a problem, however, when the results from the DNA tests on Tapp and Hobbs came in. Neither man was a match to the DNA at the crime scene. They then suggested to Tapp that another one of his friends, Jeremy Sargis, had been involved in the crime. Tapp now said that he had witnessed Sargis and Hobbs commit the rape and murder. When Sargis' DNA was tested, it was also not a match to the crime scene DNA, and police were able to confirm his alibi for the night of Angie's murder. They then voided Tapp's immunity agreements. In Tapp's final story, the one presented at trial, he said he held Angie down by the Hobbs and another man he could not identify beyond the first name of Mike were the other participants. Hobbs was never charged in the case. The tapes of the interrogation show Tapp being intimidated and fed information, but it was really the tapes of the polygraph examinations that made Carol understand why Tapp would make a false confession. A polygraph expert would later say that the test was used as a psychological rubber hose against Tapp. Michael Heavey, a retired Superior Court judge from Washington State, who would eventually work on Tapp's case through the group Judges for Justice, argues that the detectives involved broke the rules that surround the administration of polygraph examinations, likely because they did not believe anyone would ever watch the tapes of the exams, as polygraph results are not admissible in court. Judge Heavey argues that rather than use the exams to determine Tapp's credibility, as they are intended, the authorities in this case used them to brainwash Christopher Tapp and trick him into providing false testimony. During one of his polygraph exams, Tapp is threatened with dying in the gas chamber. Threats are not to be used in these situations specifically because they can lead to false confessions. The administrators of the test also convinced Tapp that the machine was telling them that he was lying when he said he was not involved in the crime and that it was infallible. He must have suppressed the memory of the murder because the machine could read his subconscious, and it said that he was involved. Tapp at one point asks the administrator if he had committed the crime. Tapp was provided with details of the crime and suggested answers to the questions he was being asked. When Tapp finally said he had stabbed Angie during the polygraph, one of the police officers in the room came over and shook his hand. Tapp was told he had passed the test by providing this answer. But the report from this polygraph shows that he was actually being deceptive when he said he had stabbed Angie. Carol Dodge was convinced of Tapp's innocence and believed that the just thing to do would be release him from prison. The woman who had previously asked for Tapp to receive the death penalty now became one of his biggest advocates. She contacted Stephen Dreisen, a professor at Northwestern University's Pritzker School of Law and a leading expert in false confessions, asking for his help in Tapp's case. He was familiar with the case because he had been talking to Tapp's legal team for over a year, and he agreed to work on it pro bono after speaking with Carol. His 2014 report found that Tapp's confession had been coerced and was the product of deceit and pressure from the authorities, who had then provided Tapp with enough details about the crime and the crime scene to make the confession seem credible. Tapp's case received the attention of and help from several organizations over the years. In addition to Judges for Justice, the Idaho Innocence Project took on the case in 2007, and the Innocence Project of New York also did work on the case. This help was invaluable, because Tapp's legal battle to prove his innocence and overturn his conviction had not been going well. Following his 2001 appeal, the Idaho Court of Appeals had ruled that Tapp's Miranda rights had been violated during many of his interviews with police, but that these violations were harmless. His appeals and petitions for post-conviction relief, which his mother, Vera, had mortgaged her home and spent years working 2 jobs to pay the legal fees for, all failed. The videos of the interrogations and polygraphs, as well as new DNA evidence, gave Tapp new hope. In his final story to police, Tapp had said that he had held Angie down by the wrists during her attack. Angie's hands had been swabbed as a part of the initial investigation, but those samples were never tested, even after prosecutors went to court to argue that Tapp had touched her specifically on that part of her body. They were finally tested in 2016 and only found Angie's DNA and that of the person whose semen had been found on her, such as Angie's blanket and a blood-stained teddy bear. Also failed to find Tapp's DNA. Destiny Osborne, who had testified against Tapp at his trial, also recanted her testimony in 2017. She claimed that, like Tapp's confession, her testimony had been coerced by police who threatened her with drug charges after her release from the Behavioral Health Center, where she had been held on an unrelated offense. I was manipulated and coerced and fed a huge story and threatened 23 years ago by the many members of the Idaho Falls Police Department to falsely testify against Chris Tapp, Osborne told the Idaho Falls Post-Register in 2019. In the fall of 2016, Christopher Tapp's lawyers met with Bonneville County Prosecuting Attorney Daniel Clark. Rather than pursue Tapp's 2 pending appeals, Clark agreed to drop Tapp's brief conviction. The murder conviction would still stand, but Tapp would be allowed to leave prison, having served 20 years. Christopher Tapp was not quick to agree to these terms. He still maintained his innocence and did not want the murder conviction to stay on his record. However, in March of 2017, he agreed to the terms. "I took the lesser of 2 evils," he later told the Idaho Statesman. "I've been fighting this for 20 years. When you lose so many hearings and lose so many battles, you continue to lose faith in the justice system." Carol Dodge and her son Brent Dodge were present at and spoke during Tapp's release hearing. "Chris, the day we were here and chose your jury, the jury that convicted you, little did we know what we know now," Carol said. "For 13 years, I was really angry at you. And of course, you were angry at me. I had a hardened heart because for 13 years, they programmed my mind to believe you were part of my daughter's killing." While Brent and Carol did not believe Tapp was involved in Angie's murder, they were glad that a way to have him released had been found, even if he had not been fully exonerated. Although the agreement is not perfect, it does provide the catalyst by which healing can take place, Brent said to the court. "So, Your Honor, on behalf of our family and Angie, we absolutely recommend Chris be set free. Absolutely. On March 22, 2017, Christopher Tapp left the Bonneville County Courthouse after the release hearing as a free man. That same day, he visited the grave of his father, who passed away while Chris was incarcerated for the first time. While prosecutor Daniel Clark accepted the deal that set Chris Tapp free, he did not necessarily accept the notion that Chris Tapp was innocent. In July of 2015, facing pressure from the various advocacy groups working on Tapp's case, he commissioned an independent investigation into it. The investigation came to an end in the fall of 2016, and Clark maintains that it did not uncover any new, credible, and material evidence that Tapp is innocent. In a formal statement released the same day Tapp was released from custody, Clark said, "To be clear, there is not sufficient evidence to prove Tapp is innocent, which is the proper legal question at this time." He would later describe the deal to the Idaho Statesman as a means to an end. While Carol Dodger's advocacy had helped secure Chris Tapp's freedom, her work was not yet finished. He had not yet been exonerated, and Angie's real killer had not been brought to justice. Carol focused on the main piece of evidence in the case, the DNA, believing it would be what would finally identify the man who had killed her daughter. Even before Chris Tapp was released from prison, the Idaho Falls police had been looking into using new DNA techniques to identify the man whose semen and hair had been left on Angie's body. In 2014, they used a public genealogy database to attempt to identify the killer. They looked at a public genealogy database that had originally been developed by the Sorensen Molecular Genealogy Foundation but had since been acquired by Ancestry.com. After they were compelled to provide information to the police by a warrant, Ancestry.com implemented protections to ensure that they would not have to do so in the future. Authorities used Y chromosome analysis to search the database and look for a match to the DNA from the crime scene. They found a man in the database who was a close but not identical match to the DNA at the crime scene. That man was Michael Usry Sr., who had submitted his DNA to the database as part of a genealogy project at his local church. Since he was not a perfect match, authorities began looking at his male relatives. Usry had a son, Michael Jr., who was a filmmaker living in Louisiana. He had been 17 at the time of Angie's murder and had briefly visited Idaho in 1996. Police in Idaho Falls obtained a search warrant, compelling him to provide a DNA sample. Michael was also interviewed about the case and denied any involvement in it. His DNA was not a match to the DNA from the crime scene, and he was cleared. The effort had not solved the case. Carol Dodge, however, was not ready to give up on the idea of using DNA or genealogy databases to identify Angie's killer. In November of 2018, the crime scene DNA was sent to Parabon Nanolabs. Genetic genealogist CC Moore originally did not believe that she and her team could be of service in the case. The DNA had degraded over the years and was just barely within the range of what Moore was willing to work with. However, Carol Dodge then called her and convinced her to take on Angie's case. Moore submitted the DNA profile to GEDmatch, which allowed her to compare its autosomal DNA to the samples in the database. The 2014 effort had only examined and compared DNA on the Y chromosome. When the team from Parabon submitted their findings to the Idaho Falls Police Department in early 2019, they had identified 6 potential suspects, who were distantly related to the Usry family police had looked at in 2014. DNA samples were surreptitiously collected from these men, and they were eliminated. Furthermore, analysis of their DNA found that they were not closely related to Angie's killer. CC Moore realized that there must be an unidentified member of the family tree she was missing. She eventually turned her attention to a young woman who had married into the family at a young age. That marriage ended in divorce, and the woman later remarried. While she did not appear to have a child during her first marriage, she gave birth shortly after it ended, but the child grew up with his stepfather's surname, which was why he had not been identified as a member of the family originally. Moore and her team were able to locate the woman's mother's obituary with the help of a small local library, and it listed her daughter with her new last name and the names of her children. The new potential suspect was named Brian Drips, and there was a 53-year-old man with that name currently living in Caldwell, Idaho. Police from Idaho Falls traveled to Caldwell to surveil Drips and hopefully collect an item he discarded that would have his DNA on it. Drips was a smoker, and police were eventually able to collect a cigarette, but they saw him discard. When the DNA on that cigarette butt was analyzed, it was found to be a match to the DNA found on Angie Dodge's body. On May 15, 2019, Brian Drips was brought in for questioning. He originally denied any involvement in the case, but once he was informed that his DNA had been matched to the DNA found at the crime scene, he confessed to both the rape and murder. Drips had lived across the street from Angie and had been interviewed by police about her murder just days after her death as part of the neighborhood during his confession. He claimed that he had entered Angie's apartment with the intention of raping her, but had not planned on killing her. He also said that he had acted alone and did not know Christopher Tapp. Following his confession, Drips was arrested and charged with Angie's rape and murder. At the press conference announcing Drips' arrest, Idaho Falls Police Chief Bryce Johnson acknowledged the role that Carol Dodge played in keeping Angie's case alive. "Carol inspired us all to try harder and do better," he said. "Carol, for 23 years, every day, every second of every day, she's been looking out for her daughter. This case begins and ends with Carol." On July 11, 2019, prosecuting attorney Daniel Clark filed a motion requesting that the court vacate Christopher Tapp's murder conviction. There exists clear and convincing evidence that Tapp was convicted of a crime he did not commit. Clark wrote in the filing, "Therefore, the state moves that the court grant post-conviction relief, set aside the jury verdict and vacate the judgment of conviction, and dismiss the case." On July 17th, Chris Tapp was in court for a hearing in the matter. Judge Alan Stevens approved the motion and told Tapp, "As far as the court is concerned, you are cleared of the charges you have been living under for the past 20-plus years." With the use of genetic genealogy, Carol Dodge was in court to see his name finally be cleared. Chris was able to find work after his release from prison and was working at a plastic bag factory at the time of his exoneration. His opportunities had been limited due to the murder conviction on his record, but his exoneration eliminates that problem. He is relieved to have finally restored his family's good name for his mother. In December 2019, he filed suit against the Idaho Falls Police Department and several individual detectives and officers seeking damages for false imprisonment and arrest, malicious prosecution, defamation, libel, negligence, and emotional harm and distress. Brian Drips remains in custody awaiting his trial, which is currently set to begin on June 8, 2021. His lawyer is currently petitioning for his confession to be thrown out, and for a change of venue due to local media coverage of the case. Carol Dodge is frustrated by the long wait for the trial and worried she will be unable to make the frequent trips to another part of the state for the trial and other hearings related to the case. "Angie's case is just as well known over there as it is here," she pointed out. Despite the challenges she has faced and the twists and turns the case has taken over the past 2 decades, Carol remains just as committed as ever to making sure that justice is served in Angie's case. Mary Jameson was born on January 11, 1953, but she was affectionately called Bobo by everyone who knew her. One of 5 children, she was born and raised in Magnolia, a town in southwestern Arkansas, an area where her family had deep ties. Her father, Gresham, had grown up on a farm north of Magnolia, and her mother, Sue, was born in Sparkman, approximately 60 miles away. Both Gresham and Sue attended college in Magnolia, at what was at the time called Magnolia A&M, but would become Southern Arkansas University by the time Bobo graduated from the school in 1976. Gresham went into real estate development following his graduation, and in 1949, he and Sue founded their family business, Magnolia Lodging. The couple developed more than 50 properties together over the course of their career, mainly hotels and motels in Arkansas and Texas. Sue was also very active in civic and charitable endeavors in the community. She loved the arts, particularly theater, and served on the Magnolia Arts Council. Bobo was in certain ways a good mixture of both of her parents. She was active in her community from a young age as a Girl Scout. In 2014, one of her classmates would write to the local paper to share the story of how Bobo responded to the integration of Magnolia schools. The classmate, who was African American, recalled the uneasiness she felt coming into the previously all-white school, and how Bobo's acceptance of and friendliness towards her new classmates inspired other students to behave in the same manner, making what could have been a difficult transition much easier. Bobo loved the arts like her mother, but whereas Sue preferred the theater, Bobo had a passion for studio art. After graduating from college, she opened up a small art studio in Magnolia and began teaching art classes out of it. She also shared her father's interest in real estate and purchased a house on McNeil Street to refurbish and resell for profit. Rather than outsource most of the labor the home needed, Bobo did it herself. On the morning of July 20th, 1978, 25-year-old Bobo went for a walk and then into her studio, where she taught a morning art class. While the day started off normally, Bobo would not return home at her usual time. She still lived at her family home, and Mrs. Shin became worried when it was almost time for dinner, but Bobo had not made it back. She began calling around to Bobo's friends to see if they knew where she was. Bobo had taken an ad out in the local paper for the home she had renovated and was now trying to sell. Her friend Anita, whom she had met because she was dating a friend of Bobo's boyfriend, had called Bobo at her studio that morning. Anita was still a student at Southern Arkansas University and often spent time with Bobo in the afternoon. After she was done with her classes and Bobo had finished teaching her lessons, their favorite place to spend time that summer was the pool at the motel on Main Street Gresham Shin had recently built. When Anita called Bobo at 11 a.m. that day to ask her to get together that afternoon, Bobo could not immediately commit to any plans. She was waiting to hear back from a man who was interested in potentially buying the home she had just renovated. She promised to call Anita back after she found out if she would be showing him the house that afternoon or not. Bobo called Anita back just a few minutes after hanging up from that first phone call. The prospective buyer had just called her back, and he had a house just outside of Magnolia he was interested in trading her house for. She was going to meet with him, but hoped to be able to see Anita afterwards. "Come looking for me if I'm not back this afternoon," she joked before hanging up the phone. Mrs. Shin was also able to learn that the man her daughter was meeting was having his car serviced at the Pontiac dealership in town and had arranged for Bobo to pick him up at the Easy Mart across the street from it. No one seemed to know his name, however. Mrs. Shin decided to drive over to the dealership to see if they could provide her with any information about the man. She arrived at the dealership just as the employees were closing up for the day. They did not have any cars in for service that could have belonged to the still unidentified potential homebuyer. One of the dealership employees was able to tell Mrs. Shin that he had seen a car that looked like Bobo's blue 1976 Buick pick up a man in the Easy Mart parking lot around noon that day. After sharing that information with Bobo's mother, the dealership employee then left to go home. His involvement in the search for Bobo was not over yet, however. As he drove down Main Street, he happened to see a blue Buick parked behind Smitty's grocery store. He pulled into the parking lot to see if anyone was around the vehicle. No one was. However, the scene inside the car was concerning. Bobo's white tennis shoes were on the floor by the pedals, and her sunglasses and a novel were thrown on the passenger seat. Her purse, wallet, and the keys to the car were still inside of it. The only thing that will be found to be missing was Bobo's address book, which authorities would later speculate had been taken to prevent them from gathering any information about the man Bobo had her meeting with that day. The dealership employee immediately drove back to work to tell Mrs. Shin about what he had found, and she in turn notified the police. A massive search for Bobo was carried out, and her family quickly offered a reward in the case. Originally, it was $10,000, but eventually it grew to $25,000. Witnesses were able to help the police put together a timeline. Employees at Smitty's had noticed Bobo's car in the parking lot at 1:30 that afternoon. A witness at the Easy Mart had seen a dark-haired man come into the store to get change for the payphone around 11 a.m., just before Bobo received the call from the man who was interested in her investment property. After the story of Bobo's disappearance and photographs of her car appeared in the local paper, the county tax assessor, Henry Irwin, came forward with a potential sighting of the vehicle. Mr. Irwin had been mailing hay on his property on July 20th. Around noon, he saw a blue Buick traveling down the highway, weaving back and forth. It appeared to him that the man and woman inside the car were struggling as they drove. A carpenter had been working across the street from the house Bobo had been trying to sell. He came forward with a sighting of her on the day she disappeared, but this account has since been called into question. The carpenter said that he saw a woman he believed to be Bobo around 11:30 a.m. on the day Bobo went missing. Shortly after she arrived at the home, a man with brown hair and a mustache drove up in a dark green Pontiac. He and Bobo went inside the home and came back out after approximately 10 minutes. They then each got into their own cars and drove off in the same direction, with the man following Bobo. The problem with the sighting is that it does not line up with where Bobo was planning to meet the man who was interested in trading houses with her. It is possible that she ended up meeting with two men that day. The man the carpenter saw and the man seen getting changed for the payphone, who may or may not have been the man who spoke to Bobo on the phone in between her calls to Anita, were similar in appearance, but appeared to be two different individuals. The man the carpenter saw had facial hair, whereas the one seen at the Easy Mart did not. It is possible that Bobo received another phone call from a second man interested in her property after she hung up from her second phone call with Anita. However, the timeline would be very tight, especially given the fact that some reports say that Bobo went home to change clothes before going to meet with anyone about the property. It would only have taken about 5 minutes for her to drive from the Shin family home to the house on McNeil Street, but since she couldn't have left her studio before 11:15, it would have been difficult for her to meet someone at the investment property by 11:30. It is not impossible, however, and even with this potential second meeting, she would have had enough time to get to the Easy Mart to pick up the man as the dealership employee had witnessed. If Henry Irwin's timing is correct, and it was Bobo's car he saw swerving down the highway, then it appears this man attacked Bobo straight away, never going to the home on McNeil Street with her. Seeds and grasses had been found all along the bottom of Bobo's car, as though it had been driven through a field. Given the fact that Bobo's car had been seen driving at noon and was abandoned at the grocery store by 1:30, the car could not have been driven very far away in that limited amount of time, which in theory narrowed down the search area. Even if the car Henry Irwin had witnessed at noon was not actually Bobo's, the time frame is still not widened by very much, as Bobo was still at her art studio until after 11 that morning. Despite the extensive searches and manpower dedicated to the investigation, Bobo has never been found. The investigator most closely tied to the case is Mike Lowe. Lowe had been with the Arkansas State Police for just 10 months when Bobo went missing. While he was not immediately assigned to the case, he was immediately connected to it. His hometown was not far from Magnolia, and he was a graduate of Southern Arkansas University. While he was a student there, Bobo Shin had sat in front of him in one of his history classes. While he and Bobo were no more than casual acquaintances, he was still shocked to see her familiar face in the newspaper, alongside an article about her disappearance. The following May, Lowe was sent to Magnolia to serve as the lead investigator for the state police there, allowing him to work on his former classmate's case, which the other investigators in town were still working as thoroughly as they were when Bobo first went missing. The carpenter who had been working across McNeil Street from the home Bobo was trying to sell or trade had helped develop a composite sketch of the man he said he saw with Bobo the day she disappeared. A considerable amount of time and resources had been put into distributing the sketch and interviewing men who resembled it during the first several months of the investigation. However, by the time Mike Lowe joined the investigation, the investigators who had been working on it since July were beginning to believe that the composite sketch was actually of a man who lived several houses down from the home Bobo owned and was unrelated to the case. Mike Lowe shared their concerns. While law enforcement's desire to close the case never waned, they eventually began running out of new avenues of investigation. While the Shin family appreciated all of their work, eventually presenting Mike Lowe with a piece of Bobo's artwork in appreciation for all of his efforts, they were desperate to have all possible resources focused on finding Bobo, and so they also hired private investigators to work on the case as well. While authorities believed that it was most likely that Bobo had been killed by the man who called her about her investment property on the day she went missing. In October of 1979, her family was still hopeful that she was somehow still alive, even though more than a year had gone by without any sort of ransom demand. They had already gone through 2 private investigators, and that month they reached out to the third and most controversial investigator they would hire. William Deere was a Texas-based private investigator who had recently garnered national attention for finding James Dallas Egbert III and returning him to his family. Gresham Shin hoped that Deer could likewise help reunite his family with Bobo. While Deer did not believe that Bobo was still alive, he nevertheless took on the case. After arriving in Magnolia, Deer performed his own interviews and carried out his own searches. In part due to the composite sketch based on the carpenter's account, Deer eventually focused his investigation on a man from the next county over, Michael Morse. Morse had taken his own life several months after Bobo went missing. He resembled the sketch, and the carpenter claimed, based on a photo, that he was the man he had seen. Because of his resemblance to the sketch, Morse had been interviewed by the authorities within a week of Bobo going missing. When Deer interviewed Morse's boss, he said that he had taken July 20th, 1978 off to go meet with someone about real estate. Deer claimed that a psychic called him on the phone and told him that Morse had buried Bobo's body on top of his own father's coffin. On November 20th, 1979, Dewey Morse's grave in the Western Cemetery next to Missionary Baptist Church was exhumed, but no extra body was found in the grave. Despite this setback, Deer publicly announced that he would solve the case within the next 2 weeks. This, of course, did not go over well with the authorities who had been working on the case for over a year, who did not appreciate his arrogance. While the Morse family did consent to the exhumation of Dewey Morse's grave, they filed a $2 million lawsuit against William Deer, less than a month after it occurred. Sam Tatum, who had been the head of the State Crime Commission at the time, was also initially named in the lawsuit, but was later dropped from it. Michael Morse's widow, Norma, and his mother, Corinne, sued for emotional distress and invasion of privacy. They claimed that Deer had engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct in publicly accusing Michael Morse of abducting and killing Bobo, using information received from a so-called psychic, and through other similarly bizarre sources. Deer would later say that the tip that led to him exhuming the grave had not actually come from a psychic. He had made up the story about a psychic calling him with the information in order to protect an informant. In June of 1981, a civil jury ruled in Deer's favor in the lawsuit. While Deer has long since been off of Bobo's case officially, when reporter Paul McDonald interviewed him in 2016, he said he was still investigating it on his own. He claimed that he had recently heard from a new informant who had passed a polygraph. He could not name the informant out of concerns for his safety because he was implicating someone who was still alive. The informant believed that Bobo was buried on a specific piece of property just outside of Magnolia. Deer says he emailed Mike Lowe with this information but was asked to relay it to the county prosecutor. Not trusting the prosecutor to follow up on the information, Deer decided to finance a search of the property himself. As of the publication of McDonald's article on Bobo's case in March of 2016, he was still working to secure the necessary permissions to do so, and it does not appear as though the search has since been carried out. In the decades following Bobo's disappearance, Mike Lowe has performed more searches and followed up on leads all over the state of Arkansas and the southern United States. The intensity of his focus on the case has not diminished despite the passage of time. He retired from the Arkansas State Police. He then ran for and was elected sheriff of Columbia County and continued his investigation into Bobo's disappearance in his new role. In January of 2015, Sheriff Lowe worked with a team of 3 other investigators to revamp the investigation. They looked at all of the evidence again and re-interviewed witnesses. The information was organized into a new file that Lowe submitted to the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit. He has also resubmitted evidence for more sophisticated testing than was available in 1978. So far, these efforts have not resolved the case. Both of Bobo's parents passed away without ever learning what happened to their daughter, her father in 1986 and her mother in 2012. In 2014, her brother and 3 sisters decided they wanted to celebrate Bobo's life, despite the lack of information about exactly how it ended. On July 19th, the family gathered in the Memorial Park Cemetery to dedicate a headstone for Bobo, next to the plot shared by her parents, where they hoped to one day lay her to rest. Later that day, the family and the community gathered for a memorial service for Bobo at Central Baptist Church in Magnolia. The service featured multiple musical performances, memories, and speeches, one of which was given by Dr. John Stubblefield, who had served as pastor of the church in 1978 and knew Bobo. For those who are perpetrators of evil, be sure that your sin will find you out. Not that God will find out about your sin, he knows it. But the sin will be exposed, he said at the service. It is my hope and prayer that someone even at this date might come forward and share something that would help bring closure to this family. On April 7, 1959, Joseph and Elisa Bellino welcomed their fourth child into the world. They named him Brad, and he was the tiniest bundle of joy they had ever laid their eyes on. Growing up, Brad was the baby of the family, surrounded by his two older brothers and an older sister. Despite being the youngest, he had a unique connection with his siblings. Their bond was unbreakable, forged through years of shared laughter, tears, and mischief. From a young age, Brad was always drawn to adventure. He simply had an insatiable curiosity. Whether it was trying new things or exploring uncharted territory, Brad was always up for a challenge. He was very outgoing. We were both risk takers, but he was the one to come up with the risk, and I was the one to go along with it, said Don Templeman, a friend of Brad. Both Don and Brad were in fact very close. It's not clear at what point they became friends, but their friendship likely began after meeting at Boardman Center Middle School, where they both were classmates. Both friends shared a love for adventure, and this kept them inseparable. They would often ride their bikes around town, exploring every nook and cranny they could find. One of their favorite spots was the Boardman Mall, where they would meet up with friends and catch up on the latest gossip. But their thirst for exploration didn't stop there. They were also known to hitchhike occasionally. The two boys were also interested in rocks and would often visit a rock and gem shop that was near Brad's house. Every time they visited, they would lose themselves for hours admiring the breathtaking beauty of the rocks and minerals on display. But it wasn't just their love for adventure that bound them together. They shared a love for baseball and played in a team under the watchful eye of Don's father, who also happened to be their coach. It eventually became a regular occurrence for the two boys to spend the night at each other's houses. Brad and his friend lived just 3 miles apart, making it easy for them to get together whenever they wanted. On Friday nights, Don would head over to Brad's house, where they would go to the cinema. The cinema was just a stone's throw from Brad's home, and the boys would walk there chatting excitedly about the latest movies and the adventures they had planned for the weekend. On Saturdays, the tables were turned and Brad would go over to Don's house at Applewood Acres for a sleepover. The two would spend hours playing games and talking late into the night. Then on Sunday mornings, they would join Don's family for church, an important ritual that brought them all together and strengthened their bond even further. Afterwards, Don's mother usually drove Brad home, and they would say their goodbyes, already looking forward to their next sleepover. For Don and Brad, these weekends were a time of pure joy and friendship, and they treasured every moment they could spend together. The two friends were simply living life to the fullest, enjoying their youth and all the adventures it brought. But then, out of nowhere, something terrible happened that changed everything. School was closed for Easter break on March 31st, 1972, which was just fine with the two friends. At the time, Brad was 12 and Don was 11. As sixth graders, they were eager for some time off and couldn't wait to spend the day together. They soon got together, hit the streets of their small town, and went about exploring as usual. However, the boys' fun day turned into a creepy experience when they noticed a brown van trailing them wherever they went. At first, they thought it was a coincidence, but when they spotted it for the fourth time, their playful mood turned into fear. Sensing danger, they quickly decided to head back to Don's house, hoping to escape the mysterious vehicle's sight. At the time, the sun had also begun to set, so it felt wise to return home and unwind after the long day. But little did they know that their day was far from over. As Brad settled in at Don's place for what was supposed to be a fun night, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed home to let his brother know that he was staying over. A few minutes after this, the phone rang. Brad's heart probably sank as his father's voice boomed through the receiver, demanding that he come home right away. Following this, he reluctantly broke the news to Don that he had to leave and go back home. As fate would have it, Don's mother was at the grocery store when Joseph, Brad's father, called, so she couldn't drive Brad home as she usually did. Meanwhile, Don's father was bedridden with the flu, leaving Brad with no other option but to leave on his own. With darkness setting in and the clock ticking past 7:30 p.m., Brad decided to walk back to his house. He soon bid farewell to his friend. His smile and wave through the door as he left was the last image Dawn would have of him alive. Meanwhile, Brad's father, Joseph, stayed out late that night, and when he returned from his outing, he had no idea that his son was missing. He assumed Brad had made it back from his friend's house and was sound asleep inside. Exhausted, he went to bed around 2 a.m. Little did he know his world was about to be turned upside down. Brad's mother, Alyssa, on the other hand, was away on a work trip to Cleveland on that fateful day, completely unaware of the events that were unfolding back home. The following day, April 1st, 1972, was a Saturday, and Joseph allowed himself the luxury of sleeping in until noon. But as he began to move around the house after waking up, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Brad was nowhere to be found. With growing concern, he dialed the Templeman's home and felt a knot form in his stomach as he heard that Brad had left their house the night before and hadn't been seen since 7:30 p.m. Joseph's heart pounded as he hung up the phone. Where was Brad? He knew he had to act fast to find his son. He rushed out of the house and began scouring the neighborhood, calling out Brad's name. But the more he searched, the more desperate and hopeless he felt. With every minute that passed, Joseph's anxiety grew more intense. By mid-afternoon, he couldn't bear it any longer and dialed the police. He reported that his beloved son was nowhere to be found. The news of Brad's disappearance soon spread like wildfire in the small town. And when Alyssa finally arrived home later that evening, she was devastated by the news. She could barely believe what she was hearing. Her son was missing, and despite a search that involved the police and countless volunteers, there was no sign of him. Brad's disappearance soon reached the media, and local newspapers joined in the search efforts. They published a detailed description of the missing boy, hoping that someone would recognize him. He was described as only 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighed just 80 pounds. He had striking blue eyes and short blonde hair that fell just below his ears. The last outfit he was seen wearing consisted of blue jeans, a blue ski jacket, and white tennis shoes with black stripes. When news of Brad's disappearance reached his first cousin, Tony DiPilato, a police officer in Youngstown, he knew he had to help. He joined the search efforts in Boardman, determined to find his cousin and bring him back home safely. But despite the efforts of the police and the community, it was as if Brad had simply vanished into thin air. His disappearance left a void in the hearts of his family and friends, and a sense of unease settled over the once peaceful town. On the morning of April 4th, 1972, Paul Smith, a sanitation worker, began his routine trash collection. As he approached the dumpster behind Aisley's dairy store, he noticed something strange. The dumpster was partially filled, and a pair of sneakers was sticking up at an odd angle. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find the body of a young boy. The boy was covered with cardboard boxes and waste from the store. His head was also in a downward position, and Paul noticed that a belt was tightly fastened around his neck. The scene playing before Paul's eyes was all too much to take in, and he immediately called the police, who arrived on the scene in no time. The officers had a sinking feeling as they peered into the dumpster and laid eyes on the small body lying inside. It looked like the missing boy they had been searching for, but they needed confirmation. They contacted Tony, who had been helping in the search for his cousin, and asked him to help identify the body. Tony rushed to the scene, and with a heavy heart, he confirmed the worst. The body in the dumpster was that of his beloved cousin, Brad. Following this, the body was carefully removed from the dumpster and transported to Southside Hospital in Youngstown for an autopsy. Tony, on the other hand, was tasked with the heart-wrenching responsibility of informing Brad's parents of the devastating news. "It was terrible for my Aunt Alyssa and the whole family," Tony said. "You never get past it. You hear about things like this, but you never believe it could happen to you or to your family member." Don was in school when he got the news that his best friend was dead. His teacher had given the announcement about Brad's death. The shock and grief hit him like a ton of bricks, and he could hardly believe what he had just heard. As Brad's loved ones grappled with the shock of his tragic death, the results of the autopsy were released. The coroner's report revealed that Brad had been strangled to death and subjected to a heinous form of physical abuse. It was also estimated that Brad had passed away at 9 p.m. on Saturday, April 1st, over 24 hours after he was last seen alive. The gruesome details of the report only added to the heartache and despair that Brad's family and friends were already feeling. Police wasted no time in launching an investigation to find the person responsible for this horrific crime. As part of the investigation, Don was summoned to the station. They showed him Brad's clothing and asked if they were the same clothes Brad was wearing when he left Don's house. Don confirmed that they were, and when shown the belt found around Brad's neck, he identified it as Brad's own. Don couldn't shake off the thought of the brown van he and Brad had seen on the day of his disappearance. He believed that the suspicious vehicle was connected to his best friend's death. "I think whoever was in that van waited until he was in a dark spot and took him," Don said, as the investigation people from all corners of the town, pupils from his school, parents, and teachers alike all gathered to mourn the loss of the young boy who had been taken far too soon. The whole town seemed to be united in their grief, and the air was heavy with sadness and disbelief. The town was also never the same after Brad's death. Don and his family could no longer bear the weight of the grief and constant reminders of the tragic incident, and so they decided it was time to move on and started afresh in Tennessee, away from the memories that haunted them. In June 1972, 2 months after Brad's funeral, they packed their belongings and left Boardman for good. As days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months. The investigation into Brad's death seemed to be going nowhere. Despite following up on numerous leads and interrogating several suspects, the detectives assigned to the case kept hitting dead ends. Every step of the way, just nothing. Tony recalls of the investigation into Brad's death. With time, the case grew colder, and the hope of finding justice for Brad faded away. In 2001, Boardman former police chief Jeffrey Patterson refused to let Brad's case go cold. He made a bold move by reopening the investigation. Detectives were sent to the cemetery where Brad was laid to rest, and they exhumed his body to collect DNA evidence. Another of Chief Jeffrey's significant efforts was taking Brad's clothes, which were kept as evidence, and sending them to the state's Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation. Upon inspection, forensic scientists found something that left them in shock. They discovered DNA that did not belong to Brad. The finding brought renewed energy to the investigation, and the detectives were determined to leave no stone unturned in their pursuit of justice. However, despite their best efforts, the investigation hit a brick wall for several years. In 2007, the police chief Jeffrey decided to reassign the case to 2 new detectives, Jack Nichols and Bob Rupp. Nichols had grown up in the neighborhood where Brad went missing and had been just 14 years old when the tragic incident had taken place back in 1972. The case had stayed with him all these years, and now he had the opportunity to bring justice to Brad's memory. He vowed to give the case his all. Both Nichols and Rupp dove head first into the investigation as soon as it was assigned to them. Their first task was to sort through the mountains of paperwork and the countless boxes of poorly organized evidence. It was a daunting task, but the two were determined to make the most of it all. As they spent hours looking at the files, they started noticing the names of 7 individuals cropping up repeatedly. These 7 became persons of interest, but without concrete evidence, they couldn't be considered suspects. However, Nichols and Rupp didn't give up. They immediately obtained search warrants and went to work. They served the search warrants and collected DNA samples from each of the persons of interest. The samples were then sent to the lab for testing, and they hoped to find a match with the DNA found on Brad's clothes. However, their hopes were dashed as the lab results came back negative. None of the 7 were a match. With this, the detectives were back to square one, but they refused to give up. They kept on combing through the case files, determined to find any new clues. Unfortunately, their tireless efforts yielded nothing. After years of working on the case, Detectives Nichols and Rupp retired and a new team took over. Leading the team was the highly experienced Boardman Police Captain Albert Kekasik. With a fresh set of eyes and new perspectives, the investigation was about to take a new turn. Boardman police detectives knew that advanced technology was needed to analyze the DNA found on Brad's clothing. And in 2018, they turned to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based DNA technology company. Parabon was able to use familial DNA to narrow down the suspects to a group of people with certain physical characteristics or a similar family tree. Over the next 4 years, the detectives worked tirelessly taking DNA samples from people identified by Parabon with possible familial links to the unknown subject. The results of these DNA tests helped them to narrow down their search to specific branches of the extended family tree while also eliminating others. In the end, all their hard work paid off. With the help of DNA tests, they were able to zero in on a man named Joseph Norman Hill. Following this, lead detectives worked tireless to locate a relative of Hill's and collect DNA samples for testing. After testing the relative's DNA, the results showed that there was a 98.2% chance that the DNA found on Brad's clothes belonged to Hill. The detectives had finally cracked the case and found the man responsible, but there was a major setback. Hill, the man identified through DNA testing, was no longer alive. He had passed away in 2019 after a long battle with cancer. And to make matters worse, his body had been cremated. With this, detectives were unable to carry out any further testing on Hill's remains to confirm his guilt. As the detectives delved deeper into Joseph Norman Hill's life, they couldn't help but be surprised. For one, the man had remained under the radar all these years. They also discovered that at the time of the murder, Hill was 32 and living on Shadyside Drive in Boardman. He drove a truck for a bottled water company and relocated to California in 1978 for work. Interestingly, there was no known connection between Hill and Brad's family, leaving detectives scratching their heads. Hill's only brush with the law was a 1986 conviction for disorderly conduct and solicitation for a rude act in Los Angeles. Mahoning County Prosecutor Gina DeGeneva was responsible for reviewing the evidence compiled by the Boardman police in Brad's murder case. She and her team carefully combed through every piece of information and found that if Joseph Norman Hill were still alive, she would have been confident in presenting the evidence to a grand jury. It was a huge step forward in the case, and the detectives could finally rest easy knowing that their hard work had paid off. Boardman Police Chief Todd Worth disclosed on January 24, 2023 during a press conference that Brad's family had opted not to make any public statements and requested that they be left alone to process the new information and continue their healing process. It was a difficult time for them, and the last thing they needed was any further disturbance or media intrusion. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In 1984, Virginia Hannan was settling into retired life after working for years as a cook and lunch lady at Bryantville Elementary School in Pembroke, Massachusetts. The 59-year-old widow had recently come into some inheritance money and lived alone in her apartment. Then, on February 12, 1984, the unthinkable happened. Someone broke into Virginia's home, where she was beaten, stabbed, and strangled with a pair of her own stockings. The senseless murder shocked her family and stumped police, who interviewed more than 50 people during their investigation. But since they couldn't establish any leads or suspects, the case went unsolved. For years, Virginia's family wondered what led to that night. Some speculated that her recent inheritance was a motivator for the crime, as she'd recently collected $380,000 from an aunt. According to her nephew, Virginia had never flaunted the money, but did tell a few friends about it. Her family tried to keep the story alive and in the public eye. In 2019, they held a vigil on the 35th anniversary of her death. That same year, investigators discovered the DNA samples taken from the crime scene all belonged to the same man. They just didn't know who he was yet. They tried to use forensic genealogy to identify the suspect, but it was unsuccessful. Her killer remained unknown until one day in February 2020, when a man walked into the Pembroke Police Department. The man told police that in 2019, his friend, Jesse Aylward, had confessed to killing a woman in Pembroke years prior. Then, they learned that Aylward had just died the day before. With this tip, the police were able to obtain a search warrant and retrieve a blood sample from Aylward's body at Brockton Hospital. They then compared his DNA to 3 pieces of evidence from the crime scene and confirmed it was a match. Though Virginia's murderer had been identified, her family and the police are still troubled by the lack of motive, which was never established. Police have no reason to believe Virginia and Aylward knew each other, though he lived close to her home at the time of the murder. Aylward had a criminal past, which included some assaultive behavior, but the police did not suspect him during their initial investigation. Her family, though feeling somewhat relieved from the revelation, believes there are more people out there with information. Virginia is remembered by her family as a woman who took care of stray animals, loved bingo, family cookouts, and ice cubes in her beer glass. She was a great woman, said her nephew, Richard Hannan. She was a very family-oriented and loved the area, loved the people around her, and was very generous. On December 11, 2011, a motorist pulled over next to the woods near the University Parkway in Manatee County, Florida, when he came across a body. It was 29-year-old Nicole Rose Scott. She was partially clothed and had visible trauma to her face from an apparent beating. An autopsy later revealed Nicole was strangled to death, and that her body had been left in a heavily wooded area for a few days before it was discovered. For the next 10 years, detectives tried to solve Nicole's murder, but made no arrests. One suspect on their radar, though, was Benjamin Moulton. Nicole was a sex worker, and they suspected Moulton of being one of her customers. They questioned Moulton during their investigation, but he denied being involved in Nicole's murder, and without any evidence to link him to the crime, they let him go. A few days prior to Nicole's murder, a pregnant sex worker accused Moulton of trying to kill her. He was arrested for the crime in February 2012 and was charged with attempted murder, sexual battery, and aggravated battery of a pregnant woman. The charges were later dropped, though it is not clear why. Around the same time in 2012, Moulton had criminal charges pending against him for breaking into a woman's home. The woman woke up at around 3 a.m. to find Moulton standing next to her bed. She jumped out of bed, and Moulton ran out of the home, but was found soon after. The police later determined he'd removed at least one knife from the woman's kitchen drawer. He pleaded no contest to armed trespassing and was sentenced to probation. Then, 10 years later, on September 29, 2021, 43-year-old Moulton walked into the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and confessed to Nicole's murder. When asked why he was admitting to the crime now, he told police he found Jehovah and couldn't live with the guilt anymore. A spokesperson for the Manatee Sheriff's Office said Moulton appeared to have had a major change in his life, that he seemed remorseful and ready to face the consequences of his actions. Moulton was arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of Nicole Rose Scott. On November 18, 2020, Decatur Police Department Sean McAdam received one of the strangest calls of his 15-year career. "I want to confess to a murder I did years ago," said the man on the other end of the phone. The man was identified as 53-year-old Johnny Dwight Whited. But Detective McAdam was skeptical of Whited's confession, especially because he couldn't pinpoint what year he committed the murder he was confessing to. "Confessions take a lot of time to get to that point," he said. "You don't start with the confession and work backwards." And yet that's exactly what they did. After Wood had provided police with a description of the crime scene, they reviewed every homicide in the city dating back to the 1980s. Then they found a match: the April 1995 murder of Christopher Alvin Daly. Detective McAdam and other officers met with Whited to retrace the steps of the crime. From the back of a patrol car, he guided the officers to a remote gravelly area where he reenacted the murder. It was there that Christopher's body was found with a single gunshot wound to the head. His 1983 Toyota Tercel was found partially submerged in the Tennessee River, approximately 4 miles away from his body. Christopher was last seen attending an employee meeting at the Huntsville Hilton Hotel, where he worked as a server. He was reported missing the next day on April 26, 1995. Just prior to the police receiving the missing person report, 2 17-year-olds discovered Christopher's body. During their initial investigation, detectives came up empty on suspects, witnesses, weapons, and motives. At the time, Decatur Police Sergeant John Bradford called the case a real whodunit 25 years later. At the scene of the crime, White had provided officers with specific details that legitimized his confession. He was then arrested and charged with the death of Christopher Alvin Daly. Police declined to discuss a potential motive for the murder, but confirmed that Whited and Christopher didn't know each other beforehand. According to Detective McAdams, Whited wanted to get the confession off his chest while he still had time, as he was terminally ill from stage 4 lung cancer. Whited was reportedly remorseful of the crime and apologized multiple times. Detective McAdam credits the original detectives for their work in the case, saying, "They're the ones who did all the hard work. I just closed the last page of the book they wrote." On March 21, 2016, 22-year-old Dantrell Burks was shot and killed while riding his bicycle on the sidewalk in Houston Greens Bayou neighborhood. The murder stunned his family, who described Dantrell as a good kid who always brought people together. At the time, the police didn't have any witnesses to the crime and few leads to go off of. But Chantrell's family determined to find his murderer and wouldn't give up. They followed up on the leads and rumors, and although they never gave up hope, they also never found the closure they were after. His aunt, Angela Burks, described it as feeling like a wild goose chase. She assumed the police would throw Dantrell's case to the side, with the other cold cases never to be solved. But then, in October of 2021, a surprise confession changed everything. Chris Roddy was already in jail for a sexual assault charge when police approached him about a different cold case: the 2017 murder of Kathy Paget, who lived on the same block as Dantrell. 34-year-old Kathy was murdered on April 24, 2017, while home in her apartment with her daughter, who was 2 years old at the time. Her daughter was left unharmed, but Kathy was found dead with severe head trauma. Neighbors say that they saw Kathy and Roddy arguing the day she was murdered. Allegedly, Roddy believed that Kathy was bringing prostitution customers to her apartment, and he didn't approve of it. He reported prayed before killing her, believing God was leading him to kill her on behalf of her child. At the time, police linked Roddy to Kitty's murder after they found a soda can with his DNA on it, but they didn't have enough evidence to arrest him. In 2020, the police were re-examining Kitty's murder and decided to interview Roddy again. During their meeting, Roddy immediately confessed to the murder of Kitty Paget. And then he said, "There's another one. Do you want to hear about that one?" Roddy then told detectives that he was driving along Northborough Drive when he saw Dantrell on his bike. He claims that Dantrell flashed a gang symbol to Roddy when he passed by, and that Roddy believed Dantrell was falsely claiming to be part of a gang, so he shot and killed him. Police had not previously considered Roddy as a suspect in Dantrell's murder. Sergeant Michael Burrow, who was the one interviewing Roddy, said that the confession caught him completely off guard. He also said that Roddy had experienced a religious conversion and wanted to get the confession off of his chest. Brody has also been linked to other crimes, including a robbery, a sexual assault of a female jogger. He's also claimed to have attacked other women in a similar manner. 30-year-old Roddy is currently in jail on 5 charges, including the murder of Dantrell Burks and the murder of Kathy Paget, with his bond set at over $1 million. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Ashley Simpson was born in Calgary but lived and worked all over Canada. She loved the outdoors and enjoyed hiking and gold panning. She was able to explore a large area of the country because she traveled around with her father, John, who worked as a cook at various mines and hunting lodges and was training Ashley in the profession. While Ashley did not necessarily have a passion for being a cook, she loved being able to travel and work with her father. She got along well with her other co-workers and with customers. In February of 2016, Ashley into a trailer on Yankee Flats Road near Salmon Arm, British Columbia, with her boyfriend, Derek. On April 27, 2016, the couple into an argument about finances. Ashley had plans to travel to Ontario to see her family. She was going to attend her sister's baby shower and then go to work with her father for the summer. However, there was no money for her to use to make the trip. After the argument ended, Derek went inside their trailer and went to sleep. When Derek woke up the following morning and Ashley was not there, he was not immediately concerned because he assumed someone had given her a ride into town so she could start making her way to Ontario. However, Ashley never got in contact with her family or arrived home. She was reported missing on April 30th. Authorities had few leads in the early days of the investigation. The first potential piece of physical evidence was not found for 2.5 years. On October 9, 2018, Ashley's Ontario photo identification was found inside a sewage vacuum truck used by the Sasquatch Crossing Lodge in Pink Mountain, British Columbia, while its tank was being cleaned. Pink Mountain is roughly 800 miles north of where Ashley was last seen. The ID was not highly discolored and appeared as though, however it ended up in the tank, it had not been there for very long. However, Ashley had spent 3 seasons working with her father at the Buffalo Inn, the motel associated with the Sasquatch Crossing Lodge. John Simpson believes his daughter had her ID stolen at some point, meaning that the ID that was found could have been the stolen one and ended up in the tanks because the thief lost or discarded it, not because Ashley had been back in the area. What at first seemed like it may be a promise clue ultimately did not move the case forward. Ashley was not the only woman to go missing in that area of British Columbia around that time. Between 2016 and 2017, for other women, Caitlin Potts, Tracy Gennaro, Deanna Wirtz, and Nicole Bell all went missing in that area. Tracy Gennaro did not remain missing, however. In November of 2017, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police located her remains during a search of a farm located between Vernon and Salmon Arm, British Columbia. The RCMP searched the property for more than a week after they found Tracy, beating the speculation that they may have been looking for the remains of the other missing women. The farm was owned by the parents of a man named Curtis Sagmohan, who has since been charged and convicted on charges stemming from violent attacks against women. He so far has not been formally linked to the disappearances of any of the women or Tracy General's death. When their daughter first went missing, Cindy and John Simpson considered all of the possibilities. She could have been trafficked or kidnapped and held against her will. However, based on the passage of time and their conversations with the RCMP, they believe that Ashley is most not alive. "I know somebody took her life, and I know that people know about it," Cindy said in 2020. "Somebody knows something. There is more than one person who knows, and they are being quiet. Even if Ashley is deceased, her family wants to bring her home to lay her to rest." John Simpson has made multiple trips to British Columbia to look for her, depleting his life savings in the process. During one of these trips in the spring of 2017, John planned on searching for his daughter's remains along the banks of the Salmon River. Unfortunately, the river had recently flooded, and the area was not safe to search on foot. John then had the idea to use drones in the search. He spoke to some friends he had made in the area who were able to put him in contact with a 14-year-old who had multiple drones. John hired the boy to search the riverbanks from above with his drones, and while Ashley was not found during this first set of drone searches, the experience showed John just how useful drones could be in cases like his daughter's. The Simpson family had already been raising money for women's shelters following Ashley's appearance. They then decided to add another charity event to their roster and raised enough money to buy drones for a volunteer group searching for the 4 missing women near Salmon Arm. He hopes to eventually build up a network of drones and drone operators to assist families with missing loved ones all across Canada. Cindy Simpson still speaks to the RCMP regularly, but so far, there have been no new leads in Ashley's case. "All it takes is somebody to say enough is enough and call the RCMP," Cindy said in 2020. "Just make at least one family's life a little better. It will never be the way it was, but it could be a little better by having Ashley home and resting with her family where she belongs." John Simpson's uncle is offering a $10,000 reward in Ashley's case. Nestled in the rolling hills of West Virginia lies a hidden gem of a town known as Terra Alta. With a population of just over 1,400, this small town has a big heart and plenty of charm. And it is here our next case takes place. But before we get there, let's go back to the beginning. Jeremiah Watkins was born on August 22, 1972 in Morgantown, Monongalia County, and his parents, James Edward Watkins and Enid Nicola, were overjoyed to welcome their precious bundle of joy into the world. Sadly, tragedy struck the Watkins family just 4 years later when Jeremiah's father passed away, leaving Enid to raise their son alone. Despite the heartbreak, Enid remained strong and devoted to her little boy, providing him with all the love and care he needed. As the years went by, it's not clear if Enid ever remarried. But around 1985, she was living in Terralta with her 2 children, Jeremiah and a baby girl named Jamie, who was only a few months old at the time. Jeremiah loved his baby sister, and nothing filled his heart with more happiness than doting on her. He would spend hours playing with her and making her laugh. Apart from this, one more thing brought him pure joy, and this was a good old-fashioned Kit Kat chocolate. Whenever he took a bite of that sweet, crunchy goodness, he felt like the happiest boy in the world. And what better way to work off the calories than by exploring every inch of the beautiful town he called home. With his bicycle, Jeremiah rode through the hills and valleys of West Virginia, his adventurous spirit leading him wherever it pleased. For Jeremiah, life was all about the simple pleasures, the love of family and the beauty of nature. However, when they least expected it, things took a dark turn. One day, Jeremiah set out for his usual playtime, but never made it back home. The exact date is unknown, but it was during early November in 1985 as West Virginia was hit by a powerful rainstorm that caused severe flooding. The aftermath was devastating, with roads and bridges left in shambles and authorities struggling to aid those affected. Sadly, the flooding claimed the lives of over 40 people. In the midst of the chaos and destruction, authorities began a search for Jeremiah, but they were hindered by the flood water. And despite their best efforts, Jeremiah remained missing for many agonizing days. The search for Jeremiah came to a heartbreaking end on November 12, 1985, when deputies stumbled upon a shallow hole near the train tracks in Terra Alta, about 30 miles away from Morgantown. As they peered into the hole, their hearts sank as they realized it was the lifeless body of Jeremiah whom they had been searching for. Initially, the officers wondered if the heavy flooding had claimed another victim, but upon closer examination, they discovered a shocking truth. There was a stab wound on the boy's back. It was clear that the little boy had met a violent end. Desperate to find any leads, the officers scoured the surrounding area for any clues, but the heavy rains and flooding had washed away any potential evidence, leaving them with nothing but questions and a heart-wrenching tragedy to unravel. Enid's heart shattered into a 1,000,000 pieces when she received the news of Jeremiah's death. She couldn't comprehend how such a senseless and tragic event could have happened to her son. The pain of her loss was immense, and she struggled to cope with the reality of never seeing her child again. The results of the autopsy that was later conducted on Jeremiah's body showed that in addition to the stab wound that ultimately led to his death, he had also suffered a devastating blow to the head which had caused a fatal brain bleed. With this, detectives soon launched into an intensive investigation to bring the culprit to justice. They interviewed countless people and followed every possible lead, but the case remained a mystery. Despite their tireless efforts, the detectives were unable to identify any suspects or make any arrests, leaving the case unsolved for years. As his sister Jamie grew older, she couldn't help but wonder about the brother she had barely known. "I feel like I had a memory or two of him," Jamie said. "But you know, at one, how much do you remember?" When she finally learned the truth about how her brother had died, she was simply devastated. And from then on, she carried the heavy burden of unanswered questions. Who had done this to her brother? Why had they done it? These were the haunting thoughts that consumed her. As Jamie became an adult, the unresolved murder of her brother Jeremiah continued to weigh heavily on her mind. In the early 2000s, while attending college, she decided to take action and reached out to the authorities for information regarding the case. Unfortunately, the response she received was disheartening. The case had long gone cold, and the passage of time had made the likelihood of finding the culprit very slim. In February 2023, an officer of the Preston County Sheriff's Office, Captain T.N. Tignall, decided to take on the decades-old unsolved murder case of Jeremiah. He couldn't bear the thought of the family being deprived of justice for so long, so he dug deep into the old case files, determined to uncover any overlooked clues that could lead to a breakthrough. He spent hours poring over interviews and witness statements until something caught his eye. It was the view of a young man named David Monroe Adams, who was only 18 at the time of the murder and lived in Terra Alta. The captain noticed that Adams' statement had some inconsistencies and decided to find him to interview him again. The inconsistencies he found have remained undisclosed. Captain Ticknell's dedication to solving Jeremiah's case led him to track down Adams that same February, and with the assistance of other law enforcement agencies, he conducted several interviews with him. During one of the interviews, Adams confessed to killing Jeremiah, and the pieces of the puzzle finally came together. Adams had apparently gotten into an argument with Jeremiah over a stolen bicycle, and this argument had quickly turned violent. In a fit of rage, Adams hit the boy in the face and then took him to a nearby shed where he fatally stabbed him. Afterwards, he dragged the lifeless body into a shallow hole where it was eventually found. The confession was a victory for the detectives, and they knew that they had finally put an end to the unsolved case that had haunted the community for nearly 4 decades. As soon as Adams confessed to the murder of Jeremiah, he was immediately arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The judge set a bond of $1 million, and he was taken to North Central Regional Jail, where he is currently being held. Following this, a deputy reached out to Enid at her apartment, informing her that her son's killer had been caught. Enid immediately contacted her daughter Jamie to break the news. She was simply overwhelmed with relief and disbelief. While Jamie still has lingering questions about her brother's death, the family remains hopeful about finally receiving justice. 19-year-old Samantha Jean Hopper was last seen on September 11, 1988 in Pope County, Arkansas. That night, the 8-month pregnant expecting mother had plans to meet up with a friend and go to a concert in Little Rock, Arkansas. She had dropped off her oldest daughter, Desiree, at her mother's house beforehand and was on her way to drop off her other daughter, 22-month-old Courtney Holt, with Courtney's father before heading to the concert. It was around mid-afternoon when Samantha said goodbye to her mom and oldest daughter. Samantha drove off in her blue Ford Tempo, and neither she nor Courtney were seen again. She never made it to Courtney's father's house, nor to meet her friend. The car had been new to Samantha. She'd saved up from her job as a server at the breakfast chain Waffle House. The car was so new she had yet to put her proper insurance plates on the vehicle. Samantha and her daughter were both reported missing, but there was no trace of where she or her daughter had went. Courtney's father had initially been a suspect, but he was quickly cleared of any involvement in the disappearances. Despite an extensive investigation, the case went cold. But Desiree Carpenter, Samantha's surviving daughter, never gave up. She spent years searching for her mother and sister before reaching out to the non-profit group Adventures with Purpose, a team of expert divers who travel across the United States to help solve cold cases. Their team has solved nearly 24 cold cases. In October of 2021, the Adventures with Purpose team began their search for Samantha and Courtney. According to lead diver Duck Bishop, the team took the facts they learned from the family and the facts they were able to find online and used that information to narrow the scope of their search area. Then they searched the nearby bodies of water using advanced sonar systems. On October 26th at 12:30 p.m., Pope County 911 operators received a long-awaited call. Within an hour of searching, the Adventures with Purpose team had found a car matching the description of Samantha's blue Ford Tempo in Lake Dardanelle near the 37 block of Pleasant View Road. The car was overturned right below the bridge that crosses Lake Dardanelle. The car was removed from the water, and inside they found human remains, as well as a car seat. Samples were sent to the Arkansas State Crime Lab in Little Rock for DNA testing. A spokesperson for the Pope County Sheriff's Department confirmed that Samantha was in the vehicle, though official identification is still pending. At this time, there is no explanation of what may have happened that caused the mother to lose control of the vehicle, though the car will be investigated for any mechanical defects. Police are very confident that the remains will be a match. A memorial fund has been set up by Desiree to raise donations for her mother and sister's burial. On the page, Desiree shared, "After being missing for over 23 years with the assistance of the AWP and Chaos Dive teams, we were able to find my mother, who was 9 months pregnant, and my 22-month-old sister, Courtney. This has been such a relief to have found her, and we want to provide them with the proper burial. If you're ever able to donate or even just pass this along, it would be forever appreciated. As for the Adventures with Purpose team, diver Doug Bishop said that providing the family with answers is all they can hope for. On the night of February 24, 2006, 24-year-old Crystal Theobald was driving through her family's neighborhood in Riverside, California with her brother and boyfriend. Her mother, Belinda Lane, was in a car ahead of them. They were stopped at a stop sign when a white Ford Expedition pulled in front of them and shot at the vehicle before fleeing the scene. Crystal's boyfriend was shot in the stomach and Crystal had been shot in the head. She was taken to the hospital where she died from her injuries 2 days later. Her boyfriend survived. Crystal had been a shining, beautiful, caring young woman, Belinda's only daughter and the youngest of her 4 children. Belinda said, "She was just my pride and joy. I wanted a daughter so bad. I had 3 sons, and so the 4th one I was like, yay, I got my little girl." Crystal was strong, independent, overcoming domestic violence and getting her children out of bad home situation. Her death had been so traumatic and no one could believe that she was gone. Crystal's mother Belinda was determined to find out who killed her daughter and why, and with few leads from the police, she decided to take it upon herself. "I told her, baby girl, I promise you, if it takes my last breath, I will get them. I promise you, you will have justice," she said. The police investigation was slow. The lead detective had only covered one other homicide investigation, which still remains unsolved. The main evidence from the case were the eyewitnesses, a shoe left behind, and gun casings collected at the crime scene. A canvassing of the neighborhood had yielded few results. With gang violence prevalent in their community, few were willing to step forward. Law enforcement went very aggressively at Belinda and her family. Allegedly, officers arrested one of Belinda's older sons and interrogated him for hours, accusing him of being responsible for the attack from the rival gang that had killed his sister. After that, a line had been drawn in the sand. Belinda and her family refused to cooperate with the detectives. She didn't trust them. She had decided to take matters into her own hands. Belinda knew that if she could figure out who owned the white Ford Expedition, she could find her daughter's killers. She had seen his face very clearly. She described him as very young, with a baby face, and she knew she would be able to identify him if she found him. Crystal's younger brother Nick had heard that members of the local 5,150 gang were responsible for Crystal's murder, even though she had no connection to them. The neighborhood had been a rival territory for several gangs operating in the area. It had been prone to violence since 2003, when the newer 5,150 gang had been trying to establish turf in the area. The gang had a quick evolution from minor infractions and escalated very quickly to murder. They were known for their propensity for extreme violence, and they were the most feared gang in the area. Nick, only 13, also had heard that they were easy to find on MySpace. He told this to his cousin Jamie, who was 14 years old, who volunteered to help Belinda find the gang members that had killed Crystal. Nick and Jamie were very young and both said they didn't really understand what gangs were or what kind of people had killed Crystal. They just wanted to help get justice for her murder. MySpace had been the social media platform to be on for young people in the early 2000s. Everyone was on it, and like the Instagrams and Facebooks of today, they had messaging features in addition to the blogging features that were a key part of MySpace's success. Belinda agreed, and Jamie started by creating a profile for Rebecca using a photo of a random woman from the internet and filled her bio with information that she felt would attract the gang members. She befriended as many of them as she could and started messaging them, successfully gaining personal information. But Belinda didn't think it was enough, so they made a second profile under the name Angel and used pictures of Crystal in an attempt to make them fall in love with her. Catfishing, as it's known today, the bio read, "I'll be your biggest life mistake and your deepest, darkest, best kept secret." On Angel's profile, the friends' requests and messages started pouring in. In April of 2006, they started messaging with 17-year-old William Joke Sotelo, a member of the 5,150 gang. Through these messages, they found out that Sotelo was the owner of the White Ford Expedition. Their catfishing had been completely successful. Belinda took the information to the police, who then brought Sotelo in for questioning, where he cooperated and identified Crystal's shooter as 18-year-old Julio Leal Juero Heredia. According to Riverside homicide detective Rick Wheeler, the 1.50 members had been driving around the neighborhood that night looking for a rival gang that had shot at them earlier. When Belinda and Crystal stopped, the gang thought they were coming to attack them, so they started shooting. Since there wasn't enough evidence to arrest Sotelo at the time he was released, Jamie continued to message him on MySpace and he started to fall for Angel, but pretending to be her dead cousin and making men fall in love with her became too much to bear and she wanted out. But Belinda wasn't so sure. She was frustrated that Sotelo hadn't been arrested yet and wanted to keep going. She decided she wanted to kill the gang members herself. She took over the profile and even made a plan to murder them until her family convinced her to back off. Instead, Belinda blew her online cover and confronted Sotelo. She knew that he'd fallen for Angel and she wanted him to hurt as much as she did. So she sent him a final message that read, "If you claim you care about me so much, then why did you kill me?" He never responded and then he disappeared completely. Belinda gave up and handed over the profile to the investigators. In 2007, the shooter Harilla was charged with Crystal's murder, and in 2011, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 10 other gang members involved were charged with additional counts, including witness intimidation, attempted murder, and gun and gang charges, leading to sentences that ranged from probation to 18 years in prison. But Salido was still nowhere to be found. Then, in 2014, Belinda received a tip through Facebook. Salido was working as a chili farmer in Mexico and had a wife and 4 children. She sent the tip to the police, and on May 6, 2016, Sotelo was arrested and brought back to California to face his charges. In 2020, he pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 22 years in prison. He was the last person to be arrested and sentenced for Crystal's murder. Riverside Police Lieutenant Christian Dinko said that Belinda was instrumental in identifying Sotelo. He said, "She provided important information that helped lead us the capture of William Sotelo. Without her help, he would likely still be outstanding right now." The story was made into a Netflix true crime documentary called Why Did You Kill Me?, which premiered in 2021. Director and producer Frederick Mlan said, "We knew that we had an incredible hook, which is kind of the MySpace catfishing angle. But kind of equally important was also this idea that it might be a story that begins in some ways as conventional true crime story, and that hopefully ultimately asks broader questions about the criminal justice system, about empathy, about how one deals with grief, and also how this single event might reverberate throughout an entire community." Belinda said that she can finally forgive the people responsible for killing her daughter now that they've been brought to justice. Today, she runs a Facebook group in memory of her daughter called Unsolved Murders in Riverside, where she shares information in hopes of solving other cold cases in the area. Aaron Foster and Jeremy Bechtel disappeared on April 3, 2000 in Sparta, Tennessee. That night, Aaron, 18, and Jeremy, 17, picked up Aaron's brother from an arcade in Aaron's 1988 Pontiac Grand Am and drove him home before heading out to a party in a rural part of town. Around 9 p.m., Jeremy called his dad, Ronnie Bechtel, to arrange a ride for the next day. But when Ronnie showed up, Jeremy was nowhere to be found. Both of their parents became suspicious when neither Aaron nor Jeremy returned home, but they thought they'd give him a few days. When days passed without any sign of either teenager, Aaron's family reported them missing. Rumors started running rampant in their small town. People crafted wild theories about where the missing teens had gone. Some said they ran away, while others speculated murder or a drug operation gone wrong. These rumors were just that, rumors. Still, they gained the attention of the local police, who spent time investigating leads that went nowhere, derailing the investigation and frustrating the victim's family and friends. Sheriff Steve Page of White County and the victim's family both agreed that law enforcement at the time didn't handle the case well. They never searched Aaron or Jeremy's rooms for clues or evidence, nor did they question their friends from the party. Then, more than 20 years later, Jeremy's side stepped in. Jeremy runs a YouTube channel called Exploring with Nug, where he documents his river treasure hunting adventures. He started playing around with metal detector scuba dive and started searching for cars, then missing people scuba dive and started searching for cars, then missing people in the water. He found his targets by scouring the Charlie Project website, which is a database of missing persons cases. He'd look for unusual cases involving people that had seemingly vanished in thin air, just like Aaron and Jeremy did. In late 2021, he came across their case and headed over to Sparta to start his search. In November, he posted a video of his first search in the area, where he found a car, but it wasn't Aaron's Pontiac. The video was then seen by the sheriff, who noticed Jeremy was using side-scan sonar to search the water, technology that wasn't available to their police department. He reached out to Jeremy to join forces and suggested searching the Kafkala River, which runs along Highway 84. A police report that had been misfiled but recently found suggested Aaron and Jeremy may have driven down that road on the night they went missing. And so Jeremy went out on his boat and scanned the river, where he spotted another car. In the chilling footage captured by Jeremy, you can see the car come into view as he dives deeper into the murky waters. He swims to the back of the car, cleaning off the make and model to reveal it's a Pontiac. He then wipes off the license plate to confirm his suspicion. It is indeed Aaron Foster's car. After notifying the sheriff's office of his discovery, the car was extracted from the water and human remains were found inside. Though the remains have not yet been positively identified, Sheriff Page believes they belong to Aaron and Jeremy. Investigators suspect the teenagers lost control of the car and went into the water, as there was no guardrail along the road in 2000. Finding the answers to this decades-long mystery brought about mixed feelings for the victims' families. "It's like losing him all over again," said Jeremy's father. "It just shattered my heart again. We always kind of thought through the years that something happened, but I just didn't know what." GoFundMe pages have been set up in Jeremy Betchel's and Aaron Foster's names to help cover funeral costs. Back in 2011, Hyannis, a charming seaside town in Massachusetts, was buzzing with the infectious energy of a 31-year-old man named Todd Lampley. Todd was known for his beaming smile that could lift anyone's spirits. Everyone who crossed paths with him couldn't resist his warm and welcoming nature. He was the kind of person who would invite you to hang out with him without a second thought. Although Todd was not born and raised in Hyannis, he had quickly made the town his new home. Born in 1980 and originally from Mississippi, Todd had left his hometown around 2002 in search of new opportunities and a fresh start. Upon arriving in Hyannis, he quickly made a name for himself with his easygoing nature and passion for barbecues. Todd's life was full of love, but also full of surprises. He had fathered 3 beautiful little girls, each born to a different mother. While their names were not known to many, there was no doubt that they were the lights of Todd's life. Despite the challenges of co-parenting with multiple women, Todd remained devoted to his daughters. He worked tirelessly to provide for them, and every spare moment was spent showering them with love and attention. Todd also had his fair share of tough times. He found himself on the wrong side of the law more than once and had struggled to keep his head above water at times. But Todd was a fighter, and he refused to let his past define him. Every time he stumbled, he picked himself up and dusted himself off, ready to face whatever came his way. He was determined to make a better life for himself and those he loved, and nothing was going to stand in his way. However, little did he know that things would soon take a dark turn. The night of February 27, 2011 was just like any other for Todd. He was at his home on Fresh Holes Road in Hyannis and was enjoying what was a peaceful evening. His girlfriend Taisha Warrens, who was the mother of one of his daughters, and her mother, Deborah Cook Warren, were also staying with him. However, their daughter was not at home that night. At around 8 p.m., a man named Curtis Collins arrived at the couple's home. He was a good friend of Todd. After exchanging a warm greeting, Curtis was offered a seat at the dinner table, where they all enjoyed a mouth-watering meal of chicken and pasta. As the night wore on, the two men moved to the bedroom, where they settled in to watch a thrilling basketball game on television. In the middle of the game, Curtis suddenly stood up and made his way to the living room to speak to Taisha, leaving Todd alone in the bedroom. Moments later, loud bangs shattered the peace of the evening, and it was followed by Todd's agonizing cries. Taisha's heart pounded as she immediately rushed to the source of the noise, her mind racing with confusion. It all happened so quick. "I didn't even hear the gunshots," said Taisha. Upon getting to the bedroom, she was greeted by a sight that would haunt her for life. Todd was standing, and he told her that he had been shot. With a surge of fear, she rushed to him and tried to support him as they fell on top of her. In the chaos, Todd lost consciousness and his body went limp. Curtis soon appeared in the doorway and quickly dialed 911, his hands shaking as he spoke to the operator. At precisely 1000 the first patrol car screeched to a halt outside the house. Patrolman Peter Meerbeck was the first to enter, his heart pounding as he prepared for the worst. As he stepped inside, he quickly made his way towards the bedroom. There he found Curtis, Tyasia, and her mother huddled around Todd, who lay motionless on the ground and was bleeding. At 10:21 p.m., paramedics arrived at the scene only to find that Todd had already passed away. Despite their best efforts, there was nothing they could do to bring him back. The news was a devastating blow to his loved ones, leaving them reeling with grief and disbelief. Following this, Todd's body was then taken away for autopsy. As detectives arrived at the scene, they carefully examined every inch of the house. They scoured for clues that could reveal the perpetrator of this heinous crime. Just outside the front bedroom window, they stumbled upon 322 caliber federal ammunition shell casings. The discovery made it clear to the detectives that the killer had stood outside the window and fired the shots. Apart from the shell casings, the detectives' eyes also landed on a peculiar object lying on the ground beneath the window. It was a sweet potato with a flat cut on one end in a small hollow running along its length. The other end of the potato was shattered, leaving chunks scattered on the windowsill and ground below. Detectives speculated that the potato had been used as a makeshift silencer to muffle the sound of gunshots. Detectives also came across a black Boost mobile cell phone lying in the grass near the corner of the house. Upon examining it, they found that the phone belonged to Curtis. He claimed to have been in possession of 2 phones but had lost that particular one during the chaos that followed the gunshots. On the February 28, 2011, a day after the tragic incident, the autopsy report was finally released. It revealed that Todd had suffered from 3 gunshot wounds. The wounds had caused fractures in his ribs and injuries in his lungs, ultimately leading to his death. The news only fueled detectives' determination to bring justice to Todd and his family. Detectives Jason Labor and Thomas Chevalier called in Curtis for questioning on the same day and grilled him about what he knew. Curtis recounted the events leading up to the shooting, and he also revealed that he had been using his blue Sanyo phone just a few minutes before the shooting occurred. Following this revelation, the detectives decided to take a closer look at his phones. Curtis was presented with a consent form to authorize the search of his phones, including the black Boost mobile phone found at the scene of the crime. Once the consent form was signed, they wasted no time in obtaining call records for both phones from telecommunication companies. Upon scrutinizing the call records for the black Boost phone, they noticed that the last outgoing call was made at 8:44 p.m. on the day of the incident. When Curtis was asked about the call, he revealed that it was to his girlfriend, Faith Thomas. Detectives then turned their attention to his other phone, which was a blue Sanyo. When they looked at the call records obtained from the telecommunication company and the visual call history on the phone, they realized that something didn't match up. The call record showed that Curtis had made and received calls from a particular number a few minutes before the shooting and also after the shooting. However, these series of calls were strangely absent from the phone's call log. The detectives were stumped by the discrepancy, and their instincts told them that Curtis was hiding something. They believed that he had manually deleted the calls to conceal evidence on the physical phone. By digging deeper, the detectives found that the number Curtis had been communicating with before and after the shooting belonged to a man named Devarius Hampton. The detectives were not about to let Hampton slip through their fingers. It wasn't the first time he had been in trouble with the law. In fact, at the time of the shooting, Hampton was on probation for a previous crime and was being closely monitored with a GPS tracking bracelet. The detectives decided to take a closer look at the data recorded by the tracking device, and what they found was startling. The GPS data showed that Hampton had been in the vicinity of Todd's home at the exact time of the shooting. On March 2, 2011, Devarius Hampton was arrested for an unrelated matter. Detectives Thomas and Jason saw an opportunity to question him about Todd's murder. They hoped that they could get some answers out of him, but things didn't go as planned. Hampton was uncooperative and refused to speak about the matter, leaving the detectives with more questions than answers. On March 18, 2011, Two workers from Sullivan Engineering, John O'Day and Peter O'Sullivan, were conducting surveys and samples at the mill pond in the Marston Mills section of Barnstable when they stumbled upon a firearm in the murky waters. The workers, alarmed by their discovery, quickly contacted the police and handed over the firearm. Upon examining the weapon, the detectives were stunned to find that it contained live rounds of the same caliber as the spent shell casing found at the scene of Todd's shooting. This discovery led them to believe that the weapon was indeed the murder weapon. Despite the series of promising leads, the investigation into Todd's murder seemed to somewhat lose steam. However, detectives remained vigilant and kept a close eye on Devereux Hampton. It was clear to them that he was somehow involved in the crime. In late 2012, detectives decided to conduct a DNA analysis on the potato that was found at the crime scene. Shockingly, the results revealed a mixture of two human DNA samples with a high probability that one of these samples belonged to a man. After this discovery, things went silent again, but detectives never gave up on finding evidence to solve Todd's murder. They also tried to get their hands on Hampton's DNA for years, but their efforts were in vain. Then, on a fateful day in October 2016, luck finally smiled upon them. Hampton was seen leaving a nursing and rehabilitation center in Centerville, Massachusetts. As he walked away, he carelessly spat phlegm into a small puddle. The detectives who had been watching him quickly sprang into action and collected the phlegm with a Q-tip and cotton ball. These were then carefully placed in an evidence bag and taken back to the lab for analysis. In January 2018, detectives received a break in the form of new data from Hampton's GPS tracking bracelet. The information showed that on the night of February 28, 2011, just a day after Todd's murder, Hampton had made a stop at the mill pond in Marston Mills. The location he had stopped was just 23 feet away from where the firearm believed to have been used in Todd's shooting was discovered. It was a chilling revelation, and the detectives knew that they were getting closer to cracking the case. Things got even more interesting because that same year the results from the analysis conducted on Hampton's phlegm came back. And it showed that there was a high probability that the DNA on the potato found at the crime scene matched Hampton's. Despite this compelling evidence against Hampton surfaced, authorities didn't rush to make an arrest. Perhaps they wanted to make sure their case against him was rock solid before taking action. Finally, on February 24, 2023, Hampton, at the age of 40, was taken into custody and charged with 1 count each of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon in connection with Todd's death. On February 27, 2023, he appeared in court. That particular date marked the 12th anniversary of Todd's death. All eyes were on Hampton as he stood before the judge pleading not guilty to the charges of murder and assault with a deadly weapon. The judge, taking into consideration the severity of the case, ordered him to be held without bail until his probable cause hearing, which is scheduled for April 5, 2023. The news of another arrest in Todd's murder case sent shockwaves through the community on March 7, 2023. Curtis was considered a potential accomplice and was also taken into custody. He was charged with 1 count of murder, and when he appeared in court the next day, he also pleaded not guilty. At the moment, the prosecution still has a long road ahead of them to ensure justice is served for Todd. 21-year-old Roy Gregory Brooks Jr., who went by Greg, lived with his family in Castleberry, Florida. The family attended New Covenant Baptist Church of Orlando, and Greg sang in the church choir. He had attended Lyman High School, where he played drums in the school band. After graduation, he enrolled at Florida A&M University. While he was home from school, he worked at the Regal Cinema in Winter Park. On January 18, 2000, Roy left home to go pick up his paycheck from the cinema. He then planned to go to the Winn-Dixie grocery store in Castleberry to cash it. Around 3 a.m. on January 19th, Greg's mother, Geraldine, abruptly woke up feeling that something terrible had happened. Greg was not home. While he would sometimes stay out late with his friends, being out this late was unusual. An hour and a half later, Greg's black 1992 Honda Accord was found parked near an exit ramp for Interstate 75 in Sun City, Hillsborough County, in an area that at the time had not yet been developed. A trooper from the Florida Highway Patrol saw the car and tagged it as a disabled vehicle. It would later be found that there was nothing mechanically wrong with the car and it was fully operational. When Greg was still not home later in the morning, Geraldine Brooks called police to report him missing. The Brooks family did not learn that Greg's car had been found until 2 days later. The car is the main piece of evidence in Greg's case, but also a source of great confusion. The vehicle was taken in to the Seminole County Sheriff's Office for processing on January 27th, but Greg's father had been allowed to drive it back to Castleberry before it was taken in. The fingerprint report from the car stated that the only fingerprints found inside the car were Greg's. The Brooks family, of course, expected Greg's father's fingerprints to be in the car as he was the last person to drive it. Furthermore, Greg would routinely give rides to all of his friends, but somehow none of their prints were found either. Geraldine Brooks became frustrated with the way her son's case was handled from the very beginning. Police told her that her son had simply run away, and she has argued that this belief prevented them from investigating Greg's case properly. She argues that Greg had no need to run away because as 21-year-old man, he could have packed up and left home at any time he wanted. Furthermore, he did not have any of his clothes, belongings, or medication with him when he disappeared. He also loved his car too much to simply abandon it along the side of the road. Authorities also failed to go to the Winn-Dixie where Greg cashed his check the night he went missing, early enough in the investigation. A receipt found in his car showed that Greg had made it to the store and cashed his $200 paycheck at 6 p.m. By the time police did go to the store several weeks later, the surveillance footage from that evening had already been taped over. The investigator assigned to the case, Castleberry Police Department Detective Thomas Graffey, believes that the original detectives did what they could with limited amount of information available. It seemed like they followed whatever breadcrumbs they had at the time, he told the Orlando Sentinel in 2020. No one had cell phones or social media, so it was a little bit harder to track people back then. They just needed to do what they could. Greg's family has been actively looking for him on their own since he disappeared. Geraldine tried unsuccessfully to get her son's case covered by the local media in hopes of finding witnesses. The family distributed flyers, hired a private investigator, and followed up on potential sightings of Greg in 3 states. Geraldine keeps a spiral notebook full of her notes and developments in the case, including the names of all the numerous detectives assigned to the case over the years. She still keeps Greg's Honda Accord parked in her driveway 20 years after he went missing. Originally, she wanted to hold on to the car in case it could provide further clues in Greg's case, but now it mainly just serves as a reminder of him. Greg went missing the day before his younger brother Jermaine's 16th birthday. Jermaine looked up to his older brother, and his appearance affected him greatly. Jermaine had been an excellent student, but his grades plummeted after Greg went missing. Today, he has a 4-year-old son who has never gotten to meet his uncle Greg. Geraldine loves being a grandmother, but it has not erased the pain of not knowing what happened to Greg. I have to enjoy what I can, but I still grieve for my son every single day, she said in 2020. In the 1950s, people were calling it the murder trial of the century. A general practitioner in Eastbourne, England had been accused of targeting his elderly female patients, worming his way into their wheels, and killing them with a lethal dose of morphine and heroin. Others said he was conducting mercy killings when assisted suicides weren't an option yet, and only painkillers existed. So what was the truth? On January 21, 1899, Adams was born in Rendleston, Ireland, to a religious Protestant family. In 1906, he married Ellen Bodkin, and they went on to have their 2 children, one of whom died during the 1918 influenza pandemic. Adams graduated from the Queen's University in Belfast in 1921. That same year, a surgeon hired him as an assistant houseman at the Bristol Royal Infirmary, where he worked for a year before moving to Eastbourne, England, to work as a general practitioner. There, he would buy a roommate house with money he borrowed from one of his patients, William Mahood. William's wife described Adams as a real scrounger, as he would often invite himself and his family over for dinner, charge his shopping to their accounts, and after William's death, visit the widow only once to take a 22-karat gold pen that belonged to William. As the years went on, more suspicious circumstances arose. In 1935, he received an inheritance of £7,385 from his client, Matilda Whitton, which was more than half of her entire estate. The inheritance was contested by Matilda's family, but upheld in court. After that, Adams started receiving anonymous letters accusing him of bumping off his clients. A few years later, his patient, Agnes Pike, was experiencing deteriorating health. She could not recall her own name or where she was. Bogkin had been administering a cocktail drugs into her system, including morphine, for quite some time. Her family, worried, brought in another doctor who told him there was no medical reason for the injections, so her family halted them. In just a few weeks, she made almost a full recovery. In 1941, Adams earned his diploma in anesthetics and began working at a local hospital. His colleagues didn't remember him fondly. They say he fell asleep during operations, was constantly counting money, and mixed up gas tubes on patients. In 1948, a woman named Edith Morel suffered a stroke and became partially paralyzed. She then became a patient of Adams, who prescribed her a mixture of heroin and morphine for her discomfort and symptoms. During her time as patient, she made several different wills. In some, Adams was to receive money in furniture. In others, he wasn't mentioned at all. 3 months before her death, she added a clause that Adams wasn't to receive anything from her state. But when she died in 1950, Adams still received a sum of money, cutlery, and her Rolls-Royce. 7 years later, Adams' patient, 50-year-old Gertrude Hullett, died. She had fallen ill, depressed from her father's death a few months prior, and then fell into a coma after a suspected overdose. Even though she was dead, Adams brought in a local pathologist, Francis Camps, to conduct an autopsy. When the pathologist realized that Gertrude was still alive, he accused Adams of extreme incompetence. When Gertrude passed away, Adams recorded the cause of death to be a brain hemorrhage, but an official investigation deemed it to be suicide. And then the pathologist that Gertrude had been poisoned by sleeping pills. Either way, Gertrude's will left valuable items to Adams, including another Rolls-Royce. Adams' inheritance was added into Gertrude's will 5 days before she died. Adams started to gain a reputation as an angel of death or an angel of mercy, depending on who you asked. The rumors that he would target wealthy widows, persuade them to change their wills in his favor, and then inject them with a lethal injection were so rampant that they led to a police investigation. Investigators looked into cases from 1946 to 1956 and found a 163 out of 310 death certificates worthy of investigation. 42% of his patients died from cerebral thrombosis or cerebral hemorrhage, though at the time, the average was around 15%. 163 of the death certificates also stated the person died in a coma. In November of 1956, Adams was arrested and charged for including false representation on cremation certificates and granted bail. He was then arrested again in December and charged with the murder of Edith Morel. In March of 1957, his trial began. He was first tried for Edith Morel's murder and then Gertrude Hullett's death. Adams said that Edith was in pain and wanted to die, and that wasn't a crime to ease the suffering of a terminally ill person. Most of the testimonies were made by nurses who cared for Edith around the clock. They testified that Adams would inject Edith with excessive painkillers, including morphine and heroin, but then a judge cross-examined one of the nurses, and it was discovered that Edith's doses were meticulously recorded in a notebook along with the stages of her illness. The notebook was not found during the police investigation, but instead secured by Adams' defense team and revealed inconsistencies in the nurses' testimonies. In April of 1957, the jury found Adams not guilty after just 45 minutes of deliberation. Police still suspected Adams to be guilty despite the acquittal and that he not only killed Gertrude and Edith, but also many other patients. Adams resigned from the National Health Service after the trial. That same year, he was convicted for forging medical prescriptions and fined £2,200. He was taken off the medical register in 1957, but was reinstated as a general practitioner in 1961. On July 4, 1983, Adams died in Eastbourne, England at 84 years old. At the time of his death, he had amassed a fortune of £400,970. It's rumored that Adams was included in at least 132 of his patients' wills. In 2013, Simon Bramwell was a respected consultant surgeon specializing in liver transplant surgery at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham, England. That is until another surgeon discovered a strange habit of his. In February-August of 2013, Bramwell had conducted liver transplant surgeries on two patients known as Patient A and Patient B. For Patient A, it was a life-saving surgery. But a week later, their liver failed, and they had to go back under the knife, this time with a different surgeon. During this procedure, the surgeon saw something unusual. Bramwell had branded the patient's liver with his initials, SB. The surgeon photographed the liver and immediately reported it to the medical director. Bramwell had used an argon beam coagulator to brand the 4-centimeter high mark on the liver. An argon beam coagulator is a medical instrument used to cauterize a wound, which helps stop it from bleeding or becoming infected. At the end of 2013, a second incident was reported to the University Hospital Birmingham, NHS Foundation Trust, and Bramwell was suspended from practice. The trust then investigated the incidents. During the investigation, Bramwell said he couldn't remember any other times he branded his patients, other than 2 cases they found. At a disciplinary hearing in May of 2014, the trust found Bramwell guilty of gross misconduct. The West Midlands Police then informed the trust that they were launching a criminal investigation following a complaint from one of Bramwell's victims. That same year, Bramwell resigned from his position. In February of 2017, the General Medical Council issued a warning to Bramwell for his misconduct allegation. According to the case examiners, the warning was issued because his actions didn't contribute to the failure of the first liver transplant. The patients were not put at risk or harmed clinically. There was little or no risk of repetition, and they consider the case exclusively concerning matters of public confidence in their profession. Later that month, he was criminally charged with 2 counts of assault causing bodily harm. On December 23, 2017, he pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of assault by beating. Though he didn't physically beat his patients, the case was without legal precedent in criminal law, so the charge was chosen as reflection of his actions. The ruling judge said, so far as culpability is concerned, this was conduct born of professional arrogance of such magnitude that it strayed into criminal behavior. What you did was an abuse of power and a betrayal of the trust that these patients had invested in you. During the trial, his defense stated that his actions were done in a naive and foolhardy attempt to relieve tension in the operating room. When a nurse present at the operation questioned why he was branding the liver, he allegedly replied, "I do this." Prosecutors stated that one of Ramos' patients felt violated and suffered PTSD-like symptoms after the incident was brought to light. One of his patients shared an impact statement that said, "The horror of seeing the photo of my cut-open body with the initials SB on the liver will forever live in my mind. I personally hate the thought of tattoos anyway, and the thought of someone doing this to me while I was unconscious is abhorrent." In January 2018, Bramwell was sentenced to a 12-month community order and fined £10,000. In December of 2020, the Medical Practitioners Tribunal suspended Bramwell's medical resignation for 5 months, stating that his fitness practice had been impaired. The decision was then appealed by the General Medical Council as they believed the suspension wasn't enough to protect and maintain the public confidence in the profession. High Court Judge, Mrs. Justice Collins Rice, ruled that the Medical Practitioners Tribunal did not put its finger on precisely what was and what was not wrong with Mr. Bramwell's conduct and sanctioned accordingly. The tribunal must now reconsider the case in a fresh hearing. Dying is not a crime. Those were the famous words of Jack Kevorkian, an American pathologist and euthanasia proponent who advocated for terminally ill patients' right to die by physician-assisted suicide. Born on May 26, 1928 in Pontiac, Michigan, Mira Jacob Jack Kevorkian was a child prodigy who taught himself multiple languages. He graduated from Pontiac Central High School with honors in 1945 and graduated from the University of Michigan Medical School in 1952. During his career, he put forth many controversial ideas related to death. He proposed that a death row prisoner should have the opportunity to consent to undergo medical experiments as a form of execution. He also proposed that prisons harvest organs from executed prisoners and use them for sick patients, but prison officials didn't agree. When Kevorkian was a pathologist at Pontiac General Hospital, He experimented by taking blood from corpses that were recently brought into the hospital and transferred them into the living. He approached the U.S. military with his experiment as he thought that they could use it to help wounded soldiers in the war, but they didn't take him up on it. In 1987, Kevorkian started advertising for his death consulting services in Detroit newspaper stating, "Doctor Consultant for the terminally ill who wish to die with dignity." His goal was to give those who were terminally ill the opportunity to end their own lives, which was not a readily available or legal option at the time. Kevorkian would attach his patients to one of his machines, the Thantron, which means death machine. It would release a cocktail of drugs or chemicals into the patient through and for. When he lost his license to practice medicine, he lost access to the controlled substance he used. So he created the Mercitron, aka Mercy machine, which was a gas mask connected to a canister of carbon monoxide. In both cases, the patient themselves would release the drug cocktail or gas to end their own life. In 1990, his first public assisted suicide took place in Michigan. His patient was a 54-year-old woman named Janet Atkins, who had recently been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Kevorkian was charged with Janet's murder, but the charges were dropped soon after as Michigan didn't have any laws in place at the time related to assisted suicide. Instead, Michigan State Board of Medicine revoked his medical license. One of Kevorkian's most controversial cases involved a 70-year-old man named Hugh Gale. In 1993, he helped Hugh complete an assisted suicide with his Mercitron machine, after which, documents were found in the garage that noted Hugh requested the gas mask be removed twice, and that Kevorkian only removed it once. The second time, the mask was not removed, and Hugh became unconscious before dying. Michigan legislator then passed a bill making it a felony to knowingly provide anyone with the means to complete suicide to physically assist them in the act. They did not charge Kevorkian with Hugh's death due to the lack of corroboration from witnesses present at the time. In November-December of 1993, Kevorkian was jailed twice for violating the state's law against assisted suicide. And between 1994 and 1997, he was tried 4 times for his roles in assisted suicides, but was acquitted 3 times with the 4th resulting in a mistrial. The trials only helped him gain public support for his cause, and the media dubbed him Dr. Death. But he was often criticized by his fellow practitioners as they believed he was going against their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. According to his lawyer, Kevorkian assisted 130 patients in physician-assisted death. Though Kevorkian's goal was to relieve the pain of terminally ill patients, it was later determined that 60% of his clients were not terminally ill, and 13 had not complained of being in pain. At least 3 autopsies showed his patients had no terminal illness or signs of disease. It is suspected that many of his patients suffered from hypochondria or depression. 5 had no diseases, over a third were in pain, and though many had worsening symptoms, they were not terminally ill. There were also criticisms around how quickly his patients died, as at least 19 patients died just 24 hours after meeting him. Many never had a psychiatric evaluation completed before the assisted suicide, although he himself stated the importance of psychiatric consultations. He also failed to refer 17 patients to specialists after they complained about chronic pain, and he often didn't receive complete medical records from his patients. Kevorkian later stated that he believed patients seeking assisted suicide shouldn't have to be terminally ill to end their suffering. In November of 1998, he allowed CBS 60 Minutes to air a videotape he made in September. The video showed the voluntary euthanasia of his patient, Thomas Yoke, who had Lou Gehrig's disease, also known as ALS. In the videotape, Thomas gives Kevorkian his consent, and Kevorkian gives him a lethal injection. This differed from his previous treatments where the patient administered the lethal dosage themselves. Kevorkian later said that he shared the video because he hoped to take the case to the Supreme Court, which didn't happen. Instead, he was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and delivery of controlled substance. Kevorkian dismissed his attorneys and represented himself in his trial. In March of 1999, he was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison in Coldwater, Michigan. While in prison, he was repeatedly denied parole. In May of 2006, he was reportedly terminally ill with hepatitis C, which he contracted in the 1960s while researching blood transfusions. Doctors didn't expect him to live another year. On June 1, 2007, He was released on parole for good behavior under the condition that he didn't offer advice on, be present at, or participate in any assisted suicides. He was also banned from promoting and talking about them. After his release from prison, he went on to give many lectures on euthanasia, politics, and more. In 2010, a movie based on his life called You Don't Know Jack was released where Al Pacino plays Kevorkian. Outside of his doctoral work, Kevorkian was also a jazz musician and composer. He released a limited CD release called The Kevorkian Suite, A Very Still Life, which featured him playing the organ and flute alongside a quintet. It received praise from the Entertainment Weekly and JazzReview.com. He was also an oil painter who focused on surreal and grotesque themes rife with symbolism. One piece, titled For He Is Risen, was used as cover art for the 1996 Acid Bath album. In a 2010 interview, Kevorkian was asked about his first patient, Janet Adkins, and what it was like to end her life. He said, "I didn't do it to end the life. I did it to end the suffering the patient's going through. What's a doctor supposed to do? Turn his back?" Kevorkian dealt with kidney issues for most of his life and was eventually diagnosed with liver cancer, which his close friend said may have been from hepatitis C. In May of 2011, he was hospitalized, and on June 3, 2011, he died from thrombosis. His tombstone reads, "He sacrificed himself for everyone's rights." Lolita is a town nestled in the heart of Northern California's Humboldt County. With a population of just over 800, Lolita is surrounded by beautiful forests and rolling hills, providing a picturesque backdrop for outdoor activities such as hiking, fishing, and camping. It was in this tranquil paradise that a gruesome discovery was made in 1998. On March 27, 1998, a Lolita resident and his father embarked on a boat ride along the Eel River in search of driftwood. As they navigated through the twists and turns of the river, something odd caught their eye. At first, they thought was just another piece of wood tangled in the branches of a nearby tree. But as they drew closer, they noticed that what they were seeing looked like human body remains. They quickly alerted the authorities, wondering what sinister secrets the river might be hiding. This fateful day would soon become etched into Lolita's history, leaving its inhabitants in shock and disbelief. The sheriff's deputies didn't waste any time. They raced to the Eel River via jet boat, not knowing what horrors awaited them. At the time, they had no idea that this was going to be a case that would haunt them for a long time to come. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, they finally arrived on the scene where the locals had reported the finding. Their worst fears were confirmed. There, partially clothed in an advanced state of decomposition, was the body of a man. Despite the decay, the deputies could tell that he was a white male adult. But beyond that, they had no idea who he was or how he had ended up in the river. The sheriff's deputies couldn't believe what they were seeing, and their emotions were hard to contain. They immediately took the body out of the water and carefully searched the clothing, looking for any shred of evidence that could help identify the deceased, but their efforts were fruitless. There was no form of identification, no belongings, and nothing that could help them piece together the victim's identity. Following this, the body was removed from the area and transported to the coroner's office for further examination. The findings from the autopsy that was conducted were disheartening, but it gave detectives a starting point. The coroner's report revealed that the man had possibly drowned and that he had been in the water for a month before his recovery. Detectives felt a sense of urgency as they tried to piece together the mystery surrounding the man they had found in the river. They knew that they had to find out who he was before they could unravel the events leading up to his death. They were certain that someone out there was missing a loved one, and they were determined to find out who this man had been. The detectives worked tirelessly and released a description of the man to the public, hoping to spark someone's memory of a missing person report. Days turned into weeks, but despite their best efforts, they came up empty-handed. The case was proving to be a tough nut to crack, but the detectives refused to give up hope. They knew that one piece of information could be the key to unlocking the mystery, and they were willing to pursue every lead until they found the truth. A glimmer of hope appeared when the California Department of Justice recovered a single latent fingerprint from the body. This was then sent to the automated latent print system for analysis. The detectives held their breath, hoping for a breakthrough. But when the results came back negative, their hopes were dashed once again. Undeterred by this setback, the detectives obtained the man's DNA profile, which they entered into various databases, including the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index. They scoured the databases hoping for any sign of a match, but their efforts were once again in vain. With each passing year, the mystery of the man's identity remained unsolved. The detectives assigned to the case refused to give up. They were determined to unravel the truth behind the unknown individual found in the Eel River. After 24 long years, towards the end of 2022, a break in the case finally appeared on the horizon. Toward the end of 2022, the sheriff's office partnered with a forensic genealogy company called Othram, which is based in Texas. The partnership aimed to use advanced forensic DNA testing to finally give the unknown man his identity. A sample of the man's DNA was sent to the lab, where a team of experts began analyzing it with great care and attention to detail. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing, an advanced technique that enabled them to build a complete DNA profile of the man. With the profile in hand, their genealogy team then applied forensic genetic genealogy to produce investigative leads. This innovative approach combined DNA testing with traditional genealogical methods to create family history profiles. By studying the genetic makeup of individuals and their families, researchers could determine whether they were biologically related, and this helped them to ultimately identify the man who had remained a mystery for so long. In mid-February of 2023, after months of anxious waiting, the authorities finally received the much-awaited news from Othram. The report from the lab revealed that there was a high probability that the man who had remained unidentified for decades was none other than Jeffrey Todd Saito, born in 1963. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The report also revealed that the man had several living relatives, including a possible sister named Cheryl, who was residing in Missouri. Detectives decided to leave no stone unturned. They knew that they had to be certain, and so they searched their records for fingerprints of Jeffrey and meticulously compared them to the latent print recovered all those years ago. It was a painstaking task, but their diligence paid off. The fingerprints were a match. The detectives finally had definitive proof that the man they had been trying to identify for 25 years was indeed Jeffrey. Following this, they immediately reached out to Jeffrey's sister, Cheryl. She was shocked when she received the call from them. As it turned out, she had been searching for her brother for years, and the news brought her both relief and sadness. Cheryl told the detectives that Jeffrey had cut off contact with the family years ago, and they had not heard from him since the mid-1990s. Despite her attempts to find him over the years, she had no luck locating him. The family had never reported him missing, as they had thought his disappearance was intentional. The revelation by Cheryl about her long-lost brother, Jeffrey, only added to the mystery surrounding his death. There are still a lot of unanswered questions. However, amidst the confusion, the detectives found solace in the fact that they finally succeeded in identifying the man whose true identity had eluded them for so many years. Bellingham is a charming city in the Pacific Northwest region of the United States. It is located in the state of Washington, and it is 18 miles south of the Canadian border. And it is here that our next case begins. Records reveal that Wendy Ogg was born on February 15, 1958. Beyond this detail, much of Wendy's early life is not known. However, what is certain is that in 1978, she was a 29-year-old single mother residing in Bellingham with her daughter Charlena. In addition to being a devoted mother, Wendy Ogg was a student at McDonald's Beauty School in Bellingham. Perhaps Wendy saw her education as a pathway to a brighter future for herself and her daughter. Whatever her motivation, it's clear that she was a woman of determination and resilience. On April 24, 1987, Wendy's daily routine was interrupted as she stepped out of her beauty school in Bellingham and made her way to La Paloma restaurant across the street to get lunch. The city was alive with the promise of spring, and Wendy likely savored the chance to step away from her studies and enjoy a moment of relaxation. When Wendy returned to her beauty school after lunch, she had some exciting news to share with her classmates. She recounted a chance encounter with a man named Mike Johnson, whom she had met at La Paloma restaurant. Wendy described how Mike had been wearing a sharp three-piece suit and how she had been instantly drawn to his charm and wit. She further revealed that she was planning to go on a date with him later that day. As the sun began to set that evening, Wendy left her daughter in the care of a trusted babysitter and set out to meet Mike for their first date. Her mind was undoubtedly filled with anticipation and excitement. After all, it's not every day that a chance encounter leads to a romantic evening out. As the night progressed, Wendy and Mike found themselves growing more and more comfortable with each other's company. After the date, they ended up at the home of one of Wendy's friends, where they chatted and laughed until the early hours of the morning. Eventually, they decided it was time to call it a night and headed out into the darkness. Little did anyone know that it would be the last time Wendy would be seen alive. The babysitter, who had been caring for Wendy's daughter, was the first to get worried, as Wendy had failed to come home and collect her little girl as planned. As the hours ticked by with no word from Wendy, anxiety began to give way to fear. Something was definitely not right. With no other options left, the babysitter contacted the police and reported Wendy missing. The police acted quickly and arrived at Wendy's home, hoping to find some evidence or leads that would help them locate her. Once inside, they began to search the house. As they made their way to her bedroom, they found something that chilled them to the bone. There were 2 pools of drying blood at the head of Wendy's bed, and the bedsheet was soaked in blood. But that wasn't all. There was another curious stain on the sheet, one that they couldn't immediately identify. It was clear that something violent had happened in the house, and the mystery of Wendy's disappearance had taken a dark turn. After discovering the gruesome scene in Wendy's bedroom, detectives quickly sprang into action. They reached out to her circle of friends for any information they could get, and it was through these interviews that detectives learned about Mike, the man Wendy had gone out on a date with. As they dug deeper, they found out that Mike had worked at La Paloma restaurant as a bartender for 2 days before vanishing with stolen cash and liquor. It was strange that Mike's disappearance coincided with Wendy's. Even more peculiar was that he was seen driving her vehicle, a 1972 Ford Torino. The detectives knew they had to track down Mike as soon as possible. They were hot on the trail of Mike, and it didn't take them long to uncover a lead. They learned that a man had been seen entering the United States from Canada in Wendy's car a day after Mike disappeared from Bellingham. The United States Customs authorities had even snapped a photo of the man, and he got the description of Mike. Just hours after the photo was taken, Wendy's car was discovered abandoned in Eugene, Oregon. The vehicle was searched, and authorities made a shocking discovery. They found a pair of bloodied men's pants. In addition to this, they also found a Burger King hamburger box which they were able to lift a fingerprint from. Much to the surprise of detectives, analysis of the fingerprint revealed that it belonged to a man named Darren D. O'Neill, who was a notorious criminal with a long list of offenses which included robbery and assault. The detectives quickly realized that Mike was likely an alias used by O'Neill. To confirm their suspicions, they obtained the job application that Mike had submitted to La Paloma restaurant and ran it for fingerprints. Their hunch was proven correct when the fingerprints matched O'Neill's, leaving no doubt that he was indeed the man who had gone by the name Mike and was last seen with Wendy. The authorities were determined to find O'Neill, but he seemed to have slipped away without a trace. He was also hard to track down because he was often changing his name and appearance. It wasn't until months later, in September 1987, that detectives finally got their break. O'Neill was apprehended in Florida on a stolen car warrant. Upon his arrest, he was then extradited to Washington State, where he faced charges for his heinous crimes. One of those charges was for the murder of 21-year-old Pierce County woman Robin Smith. Robin had gone missing just 4 weeks before Wendy, and her body was found in May of 1987. Despite being questioned about Wendy's whereabouts, O'Neill refused to give any information. 2 years later, in 1989, he pleaded guilty to Robin's murder and was sentenced to life in prison. But that wasn't all. O'Neill was also convicted of second-degree auto theft for stealing Wendy's car, providing a small measure of closure for her family and friends. The horrors of O'Neill continued to come to light as another victim's story emerged. In August 1990, he was convicted for the crime of kidnapping and committing unspeakable atrocities to a 14-year-old Portland girl back in 1987. The jury's verdict was swift and decisive, and O'Neill was sentenced to 135 years in prison for this case alone. O'Neill's incarceration no doubt brought some measure of justice. However, his silence around Wendy's disappearance was deafening. No one knew if she was still alive, and if not, where her body could be found. Despite efforts by the authorities and Wendy's family and friends, the mystery surrounding her disappearance remained unsolved. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, and the community could only wonder and speculate about what could have happened to her. As the years went by, the hope of finding Wendy alive dwindled, and the search for her body became the only thing left. The Bellingham Police Department had long given up hope of solving Wendy's mysterious disappearance in 1987. But in 2015, they received a startling report from the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory about evidence found at Wendy's home that could potentially crack the case wide open. Detectives had seen a suspicious stain on Wendy's bedsheet all those years ago, but it wasn't until now that it was confirmed to be a semen stain. The DNA extracted from stain was used to create a profile, and the results were final. The profile matched none other than O'Neill, the man already serving a life sentence for other crimes. It seemed that after all these years, justice might finally be served for Wendy. In November 2020, the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory once again informed detectives about another development. It was about the pair of men's pants that had been found in Wendy's car after it was abandoned by O'Neill. What was discovered was that the blood found on the pair of pants belonged to none other than Wendy herself. As the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together, it became undeniable that O'Neill had a hand in Wendy's disappearance and likely death. Finally, in October 2022, the authorities made their move. They charged him with the second-degree murder of Wendy and set his bail at an astonishing $10 million. On March 1, 2023, O'Neill was extradited to Washington from Oregon, where he was serving a 135-year prison term. On March 10, 2023, he appeared before the Whatcom County Superior Court. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, he pleaded not guilty, leaving the courtroom in stunned silence. O'Neill's public defense attorney, Stark Fallis, also argued that the long gap between the alleged murder and the charges being laid should be taken into consideration. Additionally, Fallis questioned why O'Neill was not charged with Ogg's murder back in 1987, when he was charged with stealing her car. At the moment, O'Neill's next appearance is scheduled for April 5, 2023, leaving many to wonder what the future holds for the case. Specialist Enrique Roman Martinez was a paratrooper and human resource specialist assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina in May of 2020. The 21-year-old was from Chino, California, and had two older sisters. His mother, Maria, raised her 3 children largely on her own and worked 2 jobs to support them. Enrique had joined the Army at the age of 17 despite concerns held by his family. He was aware of the potential risks, but hoped that his time serving his country would instill discipline and responsibility in him, as well as provide him with the means to eventually attend college. He had a difficult time following his father's deportation when Enrique was just 11 years old, and eventually, his grades started to suffer. Enrique believed that the character development and college Army his service, including the Army Good Conduct Medal and the National Defense Service Medal. Enrique had been a shy child who became more social as he grew up, but he was still somewhat of an introvert. It took some time for him to open up to others, but he was quick to cheer up anyone who was feeling down. He was somewhat of a homebody, liking to stay home and play video games. As a result of his sweet and caring nature, he did not like confrontation. For Memorial Day weekend of 2020, Enrique went camping with 7 other soldiers, 6 men and 1 woman, on South Corbanks, a small island off the coast of North Carolina that is a part of the Cape Lookout National Seashore. He was last seen alive at their campsite near mile marker 46 just before midnight on Friday. At 7 p.m. the following day, 19 hours after Enrique was last seen, one of the other soldiers he had been camping with called 911 to report him missing. The other campers claimed that Enrique had walked away from their campsite just before midnight wearing nothing but a pair of blue shorts. Enrique's phone, wallet, eyeglasses, and other belongings were all found at the campsite. The soldier who called 911 told the dispatcher that they had gone to bed at 12:03 a.m. Saturday morning and that Enrique was still gone when they woke up. "And when was the last time you saw him?" "So we all went to bed at 12:03, and that is the last time he saw him." The caller also told the dispatcher that the group had spent all day looking for Enrique and trying to find park rangers to ask for help without success. When we woke up, he was not here. We've been looking for him all day. We were trying to find the park ranger or their offices or anything. However, there was a problem with this assertion. Between 1 and 2 p.m., the group had been approached by 2 park rangers who asked them to move their vehicles, which were illegally parked too close to the sand dunes. The rangers were clearly rangers, dressed in park ranger uniforms and driving marked vehicles. The group agreed to move their cars, but no one in the group informed the park rangers that a member of their party was missing. The caller also claimed that he had reason to believe that Enrique had harmed himself. We might be afraid that he might have hurt himself, or we're really not sure. He wasn't diagnosed, but he did have suicidal tendencies. Enrique's family vehemently denied this claim. Enrique's sister, Griselda, has said that the tone of her conversations with her brother had changed over the previous year, but this change was because Enrique was focused on his future plans with his family, not because he no longer wanted to have a future. Enrique had been unhappy living in North Carolina because he was anxious to return home to his family and begin the next chapter of his life. He was less than a year away from completing his service with the Army. He was scheduled to receive a medical discharge because he suffered from chronic compartment syndrome in his legs, a condition which limited his ability to run for long distances. He had the option of undergoing surgery to try to correct the problem, but the success of such a surgery was not guaranteed. Enrique planned to instead take the medical discharge and move back to California to be with his family and use his military benefits to enroll in college, where he wanted to study pharmacology and psychology. He hoped to one day have a career providing medical treatments for individuals suffering from mental illness. He also had a more short-term dream of taking a trip to Japan with his sister Griselda. Enrique had already made plans to move in with Griselda when he returned to California. He had talked to her just 2 days before he went missing, and the siblings had discussed how they would set up his bedroom and what kind of car he wanted to buy when he got back to California. While it can be argued that Enrique's family was not qualified to declare him free of any serious mental illness, the same amount of skepticism should be applied to the other soldiers' ability to diagnose Enrique as suicidal. Griselda and her mother, Maria, traveled to North Carolina as soon as they heard that Enrique was missing. When they arrived at South Core Banks, they became even more convinced that Enrique had not simply wandered off into the night. There were no wooded areas or dense vegetation that could have hidden Enrique in the immediate area where he was last seen. According to Park Ranger Nate Toring, it is very difficult to get lost on the island for a long period of time without some sort of extenuating circumstance because of the island's geography. While the island is 26 miles long, it is very narrow with little interior land to disappear into. Enrique's family was alarmed by the fact that he had left the campsite without his glasses. He could not see without them and would have had an even more difficult time without them while it was dark outside. A massive search was launched for Enrique. Ocean and nearby sounds were also searched. The Army Criminal Investigation Command, the Coast Guard, the North Carolina Marine Patrol, the K-9 team from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, and the Carteret County Sheriff's Office were all a part of the search. Unfortunately, few clues were found over the following several days. On May 29th, partial human remains washed ashore on Shackleford Banks, another barrier island just west of South Core Banks. They were sent to the medical examiner's office, and a week later, it was confirmed that the remains were of Enrique. His dental records were used to make the identification. The medical examiner's office ruled Enrique's death a homicide, and the Army Criminal Investigation Command is investigating it as such. They are currently offering a $25,000 reward for information that leads to the apprehension and conviction of Enrique's killer or killers. Because of their investigation, Army CID has released very little information about the case to the public in order to protect any possible future prosecution of whoever killed Enrique. Unfortunately, this also means that they have had to leave Enrique's family without many answers as well. An unnamed Army official did tell ABC News that there is no suspicion that the murder was a reprisal or hate crime. The medical examiner's office also told that her brother's injuries were consistent with dismemberment rather than with coming in contact with a boat propeller or wildlife after he was the water. There is not an animal in that sea that could have done that, she was told. While Army CID cannot provide them with information right now, Enrique's family believes that they are working diligently on Enrique's case. They also suspect that they may have a person of interest in the case, but not enough evidence to make an arrest. They have therefore been very active in the media, imploring anyone with information to come forward. Given the inconsistencies and problems with the account provided by the other soldiers Enrique was camping with, it seems most likely that a big break in the case will come from one of them providing a more complete statement. However, they are not the only potential witnesses. Because it was a holiday weekend, South Core Banks was very busy at the time Enrique went missing. Park Ranger Nate Turing estimates that there were thousands of visitors to the island that weekend, any number of whom could have seen something that they did not realize was important at the time. According to his family's religious beliefs, Enrique's soul will not be at peace until his killer has been found. Enrique's mother, Maria, is too distraught to even sleep, and his sister Griselda is both haunted and pushed onward in her quest for justice by a conversation she had with Enrique many years before his death. He asked me one time, "Will you always be there to protect me?" I said yes, Griselda recounted. Now that it's happened, it breaks my heart. I feel guilty that I couldn't protect him. The most I can do is find out what happened to him. Late in the evening of January 27, 2002, 29-year-old Jim Springer Jr. called home to his wife, Jenny, from the AMF Broadway Bowl on South Broadway in Littleton, Colorado, where he was the new assistant manager. Jim had been born in Connecticut and raised in Utah. He had been given several options of locations to work at for AMF. He had been offered positions in New York and in Salt Lake City, but because of the recent attacks in the former city and the upcoming Olympic Games being held in the latter, he did not believe that they would be safe places for him, Jenny, and their two small children to live. Therefore, he moved the family to Colorado so he could accept the position in Littleton. He had begun his new position there less than 2 months earlier, on December 3, 2001. Jim told Jenny that he had finished closing up the bowling alley for the night. He was waiting for Erin's ride to arrive, and he would be giving Bobby a ride before coming home. Erin was 26-year-old Erin Gola. She was a graduate of Bear Creek High School and the mother of 2 young children. She worked as a snack bar manager at the bowling alley. Bobby was 23-year-old Bobby Zias. He was an employee at the AMF bowling alley in Highlands Ranch, but spent a lot of time at Broadway Bowl to be with friends he had there. He had loved bowling since he was a child and had bowled multiple perfect games. He had been going through a difficult time recently following the end of a long-term relationship, but was looking forward to starting his new job with the Colorado Department of Transportation and considering going to school to get a degree in accounting. Erin had called a friend to get a ride home after closing. At 11:50 that night, Erin's ride was waiting for her outside of the bowling alley when she saw a bald man wearing a trench coat exiting the building. When Erin did not come outside, her friend decided to go into the bowling alley to see what was causing the delay. Inside, she found Jim, Erin, and Bobby. They had all been shot and killed. The murders occurred during a robbery. The safe had been opened and emptied. The bowling alley had been robbed once weeks earlier, but no one had been killed during that crime. Erin's friend was able to help develop a sketch of the man she had seen leaving the bowling alley. The sketch was distributed, but no one came identifying the man in the sketch. Several months after the murders, Erin's name came up in relation to different crimes. She was found to have connections to a methamphetamine ring that was the subject of a grand jury investigation. Her exact connection to the individuals involved was never fully established because she could not be interviewed as a part of the investigation. These connections could, of course, be purely despite ongoing media attention. Despite ongoing media attention. In 2015, Jim, Erin, and Bobby were each individually featured in a set of playing cards distributed in Colorado prisons by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Each card in the deck's the victim of a cold case along with information about their case. The playing card program was started in hopes that the cases would reach inmates who may have knowledge of who committed the crimes and be willing to cooperate. Metro Denver Crime Stoppers is offering a reward of up to $2,000 in the case, which remains unsolved. Galen Rose was the proud mother of 4 daughters: Kiana Davis, 11, Kiara Phillips, 9, Carrie L. McDonald, 7, and Keeney Welsh, 5. The family lived in the small town of Flora, Indiana. Galen had relocated the family to Flora from Missouri after her father, Tracy, moved there for work. They lived with Tracy for several months while they got settled and then moved into an apartment a few blocks away on East Columbia Street. The apartment was in a house that had been converted into 2 separate units. Kiana loved adventure, and Cariel was feisty and loved to make others smile. Kiani and Kiera were both a little more quiet. All 4 of the sisters were members of the Lafayette Diamonds cheerleading squad. They spent November 19, 2016 in South Bend, Indiana for a cheer competition, and the following day, Kiana, who had hopes of one day being a star player in high school, had a basketball game. In the early morning hours of that Monday, November 21, 2016, a fire broke out in the family's apartment. The unit had no working smoke detectors to alert them of the danger, but Galen was awoken by the smoke. She fought desperately to get into her daughter's bedrooms but was pushed back by thick black smoke. Injured, she went outside to try to find another way to get to the girls, who were trapped in their rooms by flames and screaming for help. Upon his arrival at the scene, Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder entered the burning structure to try to save the girls. Because Flora was such a small community, he was familiar with the family. He knew Galen from the gas station where she worked. She would always smile, ask about his day, and tell him to be safe as he left. He often saw the girls outside their home rescue the girls. Deputy Yoder was seriously injured. Rescue the girls. Deputy Yoder was seriously injured. He was pulled from the building by Florida Police Officer Josh Dissinger, who was also injured in the process. Galen was outside screaming for her girls, unable to find a way to help them. For a while, the girls could be heard screaming back to her, but eventually all 4 girls stopped screaming. All 4 of the sisters died of asphyxiation due to smoke inhalation. Galen was airlifted to a hospital in Indianapolis, where she remained for several days receiving treatment for her injuries. Deputy Yoder was taken to a burn unit in Fort Wayne and Officer Dissinger was treated at a hospital in Lafayette. The home was severely damaged by the fire, and officials were initially unable to determine the cause of it. They speculated that it may have been in the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, which has jurisdiction over the Indiana State Fire Marshal, announced that the fire had been set intentionally. The fire was ruled an arson because accelerant was found in several areas inside the home. A 2018 peer review by the Indianapolis Fire also confirmed the determination. An arsonist would have had access to the home because the back door could not be locked. Galen had reported the problem to her landlord 2 weeks before the fire, but it had not been fixed. This was one of many major issues with the residents that were outlined in a lawsuit filed by Galen in 2018 against her landlords and their holding company. The main premise of the suit is that by not installing functioning smoke detectors, as required by Indiana state law, the landlords contributed to the girls' deaths. They did not start the fire, but prevented the girls from waking up in time to escape the burning home before the fire spread, trapping them inside. The lawsuit also alleges that the landlords failed to provide a habitable residence, leaving the back door and several dangerous electrical outlets unrepaired and not completing work on the leaking kitchen ceiling. The lawsuit is ongoing. The arson determination was not without controversy. However, a local private investigator who consulted on the fire disagreed with the findings, and state arson investigator Dennis Randall, who had been working on the case, subsequently resigned in June of 2017. His son, Adam Randall, resigned as the fire chief in Florida 5 months later. With so much instability in the investigation, the local NAACP chapter has raised concerns that the entire investigation may have been bungled. The entire town of Florida has rallied behind Galen and the memory of her girls. Every church in the greater Florida area, as well as several local businesses, contributed to supporting Galen with meals and other material concerns after the fire. 2 local funeral homes joined together to provide a memorial service for the girls. The small community has raised more than $21,000 for a reward in the case, in part through creating and selling a cookbook dedicated to the 4 sisters known as Flora's 4 Angels. On the 2nd anniversary of the fire, investigators claimed that they had solid persons of interest in the case, but no arrests have ever been made, and whoever set the fire that took the lives of the four sisters has not yet been brought to justice. Galen Rose and her father, Tracy, have since left Flora, moving to California where Galen is in therapy to try to cope with her unimaginable loss. This case brings us to April 2013 in Davis, the largest city in Yolo County, California. Oliver Jennings Northup Jr., commonly known as Chip, was born in 1925 in Grand Island, Nebraska. He served in the United States Navy during World War II and practiced as an attorney. While he had a passion for law, he was often drawn to writing, a pursuit he cultivated alongside his legal career. Chip was known for his avid reading habit and had a knack for memorizing classic literary passages. Chip loved the arts and had been playing guitar since his 30s, performing in different bands. He was also a founding member of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Davis. Claudia Maureen Maupin, born in 1936, was described by her daughter as a spiritual traveler, moving throughout different religions and denominations. But when she discovered the Unitarian Church, she felt an instant connection. So much so that she said to her daughter, "My husband is at the Unitarian Church." And sure enough, he was. Claudia met Chip there and they soon fell in love, marrying in 1996. Claudia became a pastoral associate at the church and, just like Chip, she loved performing and was very active in her local theater. Her family said she had such a loving spirit and an ability to make everyone she encountered feel valued. Between the two of them, they had a big and loving family, and Chip's daughter Mary said their families blended together effortlessly. Claudia had 3 children, and Chip had 6, along with 2 stepchildren from a previous marriage, and they had 14 and 8 great-grandchildren between them. In 2013, the couple had been married for 17 years and were living in a condo in Cowell Boulevard. Their families said they were living an idyllic life, surrounded by so many people that loved them, living in a great community. Tragically, in April that year, Chip and Claudia's family and friends and the community would be left shattered by a truly frightening series of events. Daniel William Marsh was born on May 14, 1997. In 2008, Daniel made national headlines. He received an American Red Cross Heroes Award for saving his father Bill's life. Bill had had a heart attack and Daniel had used CPR to save him. But the same year, things would quickly start to unravel for Daniel. His parents began a tough and contentious divorce after it was discovered that his mother had had an affair with Daniel's former kindergarten teacher. Daniel was enraged with the woman his mother had had an affair with, and at 10 years old, he started having dark thoughts. He fantasized about killing his teacher by strangling her or slitting her throat. A year later, he told his therapist about the thoughts that he had been having and how he was fascinated with the idea of torture. He told the therapist he wanted to make these fantasies a reality. He was diagnosed with adjustment disorder with depressed mood, and as he entered 7th grade, he started seeing a clinical social worker. In August 2010, he was prescribed 1 to 2 capsules of Prozac daily. Daniel entered his teenage years going back and forth between his parents' houses who were now living apart. But when he turned 14, his dad threw him out for good due to his constant drinking and smoking, and he went to live with his mother permanently. In 2011, Daniel developed anorexia and was placed in an intensive outpatient program to help treat him. Following his release, he began taking Celexa, which was then switched to Lexapro, and then back to Prozac. He was also given antipsychotic medication. A doctor noted that Daniel had started having feelings of derealization with his out-of-body experiences occurring numerous times a week. The more time went on, the more Daniel's violent thoughts manifested. Whenever he looked at a person, he thought about how he would kill them. He developed a fascination with a site called bestgore.com, promoting gore porn and other videos showing gory content, and Daniel started setting fires and harming animals too. He also became interested in serial killers, showing a particular fascination with Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy. According to one of his friends, Daniel strangled a cat in the street and said to his friends, "I just wanted to. I hated that cat." He then asked his friend if he could kill his dog too. Daniel confided in a school counselor about his thoughts, and as a result, the police were called to the school. Daniel was involuntarily hospitalized and his medication was switched yet again. Daniel later told his school psychologist about wanting to kill his classmates, possibly even by way of a school massacre. When the counselor asked if he would ever act on these feelings, he said, "I have full confidence that I could hurt these people." Following this, a police officer was again brought to the school. But at this time, it was determined that Daniel posed no danger to himself or others, and no further action was taken. Soon after this, Daniel had another meeting with the school counselor, this time going into even more detail, describing how he wanted to peel people's skin off them and cut off their eyelids. He said that these fantasies only scratched the surface of his thoughts, and that he had given up fighting them. However, Daniel's statements were not disclosed to the authorities because it was agreed upon that there was no victims. Daniel made no attempts to hide his disturbed feelings and impulses and began divulging his secrets more and more. Friends of Daniel later recalled that he said if he killed anyone and got caught, he would simply claim insanity. But Daniel's dark fantasies would soon manifest in a terrifying way. That morning, Chip and Claudia were unusually absent from their church. No one had heard from them, and their phone was ringing out. Later on, Chip failed to show up for a gig with his band. After nearly 5 decades as the guitarist and lead singer, Chip was never known to be a no-show. Chip's son, Robert, visited the couple's condo, but soon left assuming the pair had simply gone out of town. But as the evening came around and there was still no word from either of them, family members contacted the authorities requesting a welfare check be carried out. Claudia's daughter Laura, along with the police, went to the couple's home again. After ringing the doorbell and getting no answer, Laura went round the back. She and the officers found one of the windows open with the window screen slashed. Looking through the bedroom window, they saw bloodstains. Police used a flashlight to look into the couple's bedroom, and tragically, the bodies of 87-year-old Chip and 76-year-old Claudia could be made out. They were found with over 60 stab wounds each, and their bodies had been mutilated. Inside Claudia's abdomen was a mobile phone, and a drinking glass had been put into Chip's body too. The Yolo County District Attorney said, "It was the most horrific, depraved murder I've ever seen as the District Attorney of this county. The appalling murders of such a beloved couple stunned the Davis community and left everyone in a state of fear and shock. Numerous task force investigators from different areas, including 25 FBI agents, jumped on board the case. However, no physical evidence could be found at the scene. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, and no footprints. Nothing of value appeared to have been stolen, and police weren't even sure if they were looking for one perpetrator or more. No one that knew the couple could think of any possible motive. The crime seemed incredibly personal, and officers wondered if the killer or killers were close to Chip and Claudia, possibly even having a key to the condo and cutting the window as a distraction. Oliver, Chip's grandson, was briefly looked at when police found out he had schizophrenia. Robert, Chip's son, and Oliver's father said as a family, they faced 2 days of over 12 hours of questioning. But Robert said he knew his father would have wanted everyone to cooperate as much as possible, so they stuck it out without a lawyer present. When police searched Robert's home, they found that the carpet had been steam cleaned on the same day the couple had been killed, something which Robert agreed, although didn't look good, was nothing more than bad timing. They also found a picture drawn by Tony, Robert's son, which depicted a man holding a knife standing over 2 children in a bed. Chip and Claudia's family said that Tony and Oliver were so close to Chip. They both adored him and would never have acted in any violent way towards him or Claudia. The Northup family, Tony in particular, felt incredibly persecuted, and as if the finger was being pointed at him. Even though Tony's name was eventually cleared, he still felt that many people had their doubts about him, and this left him carrying a huge burden following such intense questioning and accusatory comments from so many people. Sadly, 3 years after the couple's deaths, Tony would take his own life. While the police were still working around the clock to solve the crime, the real killer was so proud of what they had done, it didn't take long for them to start bragging about it to people. On the same day the couple were found, Daniel Marsh told a close friend that he had been the one to commit the horrific crime. The following day, he confessed again to more people. He asked his girlfriend if she had heard about what had happened to the couple, to which she said she hadn't. Daniel then also told her that he had done it, smiling and telling her how amazing it had felt and proudly giving her all the details. Daniel could not stop telling people, and in the weeks that followed, he continued to talk about it to anyone that would listen, saying that it was the best experience he had ever had. And if his confession wasn't enough, he showed a friend several items that linked him to the crime scene, including the knife, gloves, and the ski cap, boots, and jacket he had worn that night. Daniel's friend and Daniel's girlfriend started speaking with each other about what Daniel had told them. They did not initially report his confessions to anyone else, as they were unsure if he was telling the truth. And if he was being truthful, they were afraid of what Daniel might do. Disturbingly, Daniel's mood appeared to improve after the murders of Chip and Claudia, and he was even named Student of the Month. But just a short while later, one of his friends informed the school that Daniel was carrying a knife around with him. Following this, he was suspended. Daniel's girlfriend broke up with him, and shortly after, Daniel crept into her house, leaving her fearing for her life. His ex-girlfriend confided in one of Daniel's friends about the incident, which prompted him to talk to Daniel's father, Bill. He told him about the murders and what Daniel had said, but Bill believed none of it. His friends finally contacted the police and spent several hours in the station telling them everything. The next day, on June 17th, a high school resource officer brought the now 16-year-old Daniel in for questioning. Daniel was interrogated by Detective Ariel Pineda and FBI Special Agent Chris Campion. Daniel's tune had drastically changed, and he spent 3.5 hours crying and denying any involvement. But when Detective Pineda played a recording of a phone call between two other people implicating Daniel in the crimes, Daniel's denials came to an end, and he started to confess. Daniel admitted to leaving his mother's house with the intention of killing that night. He left between 2 and 3 a.m. armed with a 6-inch knife and spent time wandering around the streets of Davis looking for open doors and windows. Daniel said he had found what he was looking for at 4006 Cowell Boulevard, a residence just 2 doors down from where his dad lived. He cut open a window screen and crawled through the window. He waited in the living room until he heard the sounds of snoring coming from the bedroom and then entered. It was at that point that Claudia woke up and saw Daniel and to scream. Daniel started stabbing her in the torso with Claudia begging for her life. Chip woke up too and Daniel then turned the knife on him. Daniel described continuing to stab the couple even after they had died, saying it just felt right. He told the officers what he had done in gruesome and graphic detail and told them all the evidence they needed was in his mother's garage. He had kept the bloody clothing and knife as souvenirs, and it was determined that he had put tape around his shoes to avoid leaving footprints. During his interrogation, Daniel said, "It was pure happiness and adrenaline and dopamine, just all of it rushing over me." He said these feelings were only heightened when Chip and Claudia were conscious and resisting against the attack. Daniel was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder with special enhancements for intentionally killing more than one person, demonstrating exceptional depravity in the killings, lying in wait to kill the victims, and inflicting torture. He also faced enhancements for the use of a deadly weapon during the murders. Daniel Marsh entered a plea of not guilty, but later changed this to not guilty by reason of insanity, something officers were already anticipating. Daniel was set to be tried as an adult, although his juvenile status made him ineligible for the death penalty and life in prison without parole. The maximum sentence he faced was 52 years to life. Daniel's attorneys, 2 of the top public defenders, argued that the maximum sentence would constitute cruel and unusual punishment when imposed on a juvenile. But prosecutors were fighting hard for the maximum possible sentence to be issued, believing nothing else would be appropriate. Assistant Chief Deputy DA Michael Cabral said that in the almost 3 decades he had been a prosecutor, he had never seen such a heinous and reprehensible act or a defendant with such an evil soul. Daniel's defense team called in a psychiatrist, Dr. Matthew Solier. When he first met Daniel, Daniel threatened to kill him. He found Daniel to be mentally ill, but sane and responsible for the crimes. Despite this, Daniel's attorneys pressed on with the insanity defense and filed a motion to suppress his June 17th confession, arguing that the interrogation began under false pretenses and that Daniel had made many requests to go home. His attorneys also argued that the various different medications Daniel had been prescribed over the years had had a huge effect on his violent thoughts and fantasies. But the prosecution maintained that when you looked at Daniel's medical records, he was having these feelings long before he was taking any medication. Daniel William Marsh's trial began on September 2, 2014. Daniel was now 17 years old, and the trial was being presided over by Judge David Reed. Daniel's attorneys claimed that the side effects of the medication he had taken, combined with his mental health issues, triggered an uncontrollable rage and violence and rendered him temporarily insane. But the prosecution said that Daniel had carefully planned the murder and the entire event had been premeditated for a long time. Daniel's old friends and his ex-girlfriend all took to the stand to tell their sides of the story, and Daniel's old therapist and psychiatrist also spoke of their time working with and treating him. On September 26, 2014, after a 5-week trial and less than 2 hours of deliberations, the jury had reached a unanimous verdict. Daniel William Marsh was found guilty on both counts of first-degree murder and all the special circumstances. The next big task of the jury was to determine whether Daniel was deemed sane or insane. For days later, they had reached that verdict too. The jury found Daniel to be sane when he had committed the murders. Judge Reed sentenced Daniel to the maximum term of life in prison with parole eligibility after 52 years. He was given 25 years to life for each count of murder plus 2 years for special enhancements. Judge Reed pointed out that Daniel was proud of his crime and mutilated the victims' bodies out of curiosity. He also stated that Daniel's actions were not recklessly impulsive. They were very much pre-planned and thought out. When Senate Bill 260 was passed regarding the sentencing of juvenile offenders, it meant that if the sentence given was less than 25 years to life, when the offender reached their 20th year of incarceration, they could be eligible for parole. If the sentence is greater than 25 years to life, eligibility for parole would occur in their 25th year of incarceration. California voters also passed Proposition 57 in 2016. This meant that judges in a juvenile court must decide whether a young offender be tried in an adult court or a juvenile one. 2 years later, the Supreme Court in California ruled that this could be applied retroactively for cases that hadn't yet reached their conclusion. In February 2018, the California Court of Appeal conditionally reversed Daniel's 2014 conviction. It would now need to be decided whether he should continue to serve his adult sentence. A transfer hearing was held and prosecutors filed a motion to transfer him to an adult court, but the legal complexities surrounding the case continued to create many difficulties. Governor Jerry Brown signed Senate Bill 1391 into law. This meant that juveniles under the age of 16 could not be tried in an adult court. Senate Bill 1391 caused vocal opposition from both prosecutors and the family and friends of Chip and Claudia. In September 2018, the California District Attorney Association held a press conference urging the governor to veto the bill. The family of Chip and Claudia presented their cases and highlighted the damage Daniel had caused. And alongside this, prosecutors also wrote an open letter to Governor Brown, which read in part, Senate Bill 1391 eliminates the authority for a court to decide whether a 14 or 15-year-old charged with certain serious offenses is unfit for the juvenile system. In reference to Daniel, it said he savagely tortured and murdered an elderly couple in their home and methodically planned his attack. It wasn't just the families of Chip and Claudia who were outraged. Citizens of Davis sent over 300 letters to the court stating their opposition to Daniel being remanded in the juvenile justice system. Upon signing the bill, Governor Brown said that there was a need for redemption and reformation where possible. There is a fundamental principle at stake here, whether we want a society which at least attempts to reform the youngest offenders before consigning them to adult prisons, where their likelihood of becoming a lifelong criminal is so much higher, he said. He did note, however, that the testimonies he had heard from Chip and Claudia's family had weighed heavily on him. As the legal battles were being fought back and forth, a video was uploaded to YouTube. It showed Daniel Marsh giving a TED Talk from prison entitled, Embracing Our Humanity. He detailed alleged abuse and difficulties he had faced in his life and said that he was now a reformed character and should be given another chance. The video caused enormous hurt and distress to Chip and Claudia's family, as well as many others affected by Marsh's actions. The video was taken down by YouTube within 2 days of its upload, but it is still available to view on the internet. The takedown of the video was a small victory, the family said, but nothing compared to the legal battle that lay ahead. Daniel's defense team filed for a motion of continuance of the hearing for after January. This meant that by then, Senate Bill 1391 would be effective. Prosecutors hit back, however, saying that the case was being heard and dealt with current law, not a law that was in the future and yet to come. Despite their best efforts, the defense's motion was denied and the hearing went ahead. During the hearing, Daniel took to the stand himself to say why he felt his case should be heard in a juvenile court as opposed to an adult one. But the prosecution came in strong, and as part of their case, they called Matthew Logan to the stand. Matthew Logan was a forensic psychologist and an expert in psychopathy. He explained on the psychopathy checklist, Daniel had scored 35.8 out of a potential 40. He said this was one of the highest scores he had ever seen. The tension was palpable. Judge McAdams was about to read his decision. He ruled in favor of the prosecution. Daniel was remanded to state prison to continue serving his adult sentence. Judge McAdams said the risk posed by potentially him was not one worth taking. There is virtually no chance that Marsh will be rehabilitated before he turns 25 years old, he said. Claudia's daughter Victoria voiced her relief saying, "It's not about getting justice for Mom and Chip. We got that in 2014. This hearing was about safety for our family and our friends and the community of Davis." Less than a month after this decision was reached, Daniel filed a writ requesting that the order of transfer be reviewed. The issue that had to be considered was had Judge McAdams abused his on December 14, 2018. Daniel's team filed a petition requesting that the order denying the writ was reviewed. The petition raised the same issues as the writ itself, and on February 13, 2019, the writ was denied by the California Supreme Court. As the Senate bill was now in full force, his attorneys filed an appeal requesting that Daniel's conviction be overturned retroactively. In September 2021, this appeal was dismissed by the 3rd District Court. Despite the numerous hearings, appeals, and changes to the law, Daniel Marsh's sentence of 52 years to life still stands. But because he was convicted as a juvenile, he is still eligible for parole after 25 years. If he is successful, he will be in his early 40s. The impact of Daniel Marsh's actions were felt by so many people. Special Agent Chris Campion had interrogated Daniel and said that the idea of him ever being released from custody filled him with dread, and that he is in the top 3 people he is most scared of. Campion believes that Daniel was without a doubt a serial killer in the making. For the family and friends of Chip and Claudia that already suffered through so much pain, the added angst and uncertainty surrounding the legal changes in Daniel's possible release weighed heavily on them. Claudia's daughter Victoria described the family as exhausted, but they let their presence be known and their voices be heard throughout the trial and at all the press conferences and hearings. They are still working hard to keep Chip and Claudia's names alive and will continue to fight to see that justice for the loving and caring couple continues to be served. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On March 8, 1970, Betty Lee Jones, a 23-year-old mother of 2 children, had been married for just 9 days. However, the last 2 days of their brief marriage were marked by intense conflict. On that particular day, a heated argument erupted between Betty and her husband, Robert Ray Jones, outside their residence near the intersection of 12th Avenue and York Street in Denver, Colorado. The argument escalated to the point where Robert left in his car, driving away from the scene. In response, Betty attempted to flag down passing cars for assistance. At around 3:30 p.m., a blue sedan stopped and picked her up. Betty was never seen alive again. Around 8:30 the following morning, 2 employees of the Colorado Department of Transportation found Betty's body on the side of an embankment along Highway 128 near the border of Jefferson and Boulder counties. She was bound and had been strangled, sexually assaulted, and shot. investigators initially identified 6 suspects in the case. While a witness reported that Betty had been trying to flag down passing cars, police did not rule out the possibility that Betty had called someone to come pick her up at some point during that final argument with her husband. As such, several of her former boyfriends were looked at as potential suspects. Her husband also fell under suspicion, and her family considered him to be the most likely suspect for decades. Nothing conclusively tied any of the suspects to the murder, however, and Betty's case went cold. Betty's son and daughter were adopted by her parents following her death. When her son Benji would ask his grandfather to tell him about his mother, he would smile at him and simply say, "She was wonderful." In 2006, Betty's case was reopened and assigned to Detective Steve Ainsworth of the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. He submitted evidence from the case to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in hopes of developing a DNA profile. The lab was able to identify a male DNA profile, but it was not in any criminal database. Detective Ainsworth tracked down the original 6 suspects in the case, who were by this time living throughout the country, to compare their DNA to the profile found on Betty's body. Betty's husband, Robert Ray Jones, had passed away in 2000, but his parents submitted samples of theirs for comparison. Based on their DNA, Robert was excluded as a suspect. None of the 5 other original suspects were a match either. In 2019, the DNA profile was then submitted to Bode Technologies, who prepared the sample to be utilized by the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team. The team developed the suspect's family tree and considered and eliminated individuals within it until they had one potential lead left, an unidentified woman listed in the 1957 Denver directory. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation had been working with genetic genealogy, and they were eventually able to identify this woman. She was married and had 2 sons who would have in their 20s at the time of Betty's murder. They had also been living in Denver at that time. One of the brothers had passed away in 1977, but the other was interviewed by authorities and agreed to provide a DNA sample. During his interview, he notified investigators that he in fact had another brother named Paul. However, Paul was estranged from the family, and he had not seen or heard from Paul since February of 1970. At that time, Paul drove a blue 1960s Plymouth Fury sedan, which was consistent with the car Betty was seen getting into on March 8, 1970. The brother was unable to provide any current information about Paul or where he was living. When his DNA was analyzed, it showed that he was a very close relative of Betty's killer, so tracking down Paul became the main focus of the investigation. Detective Ainsworth did eventually locate Paul Leroy Martin. However, he found him at the Fort Logan National Cemetery, where he was buried following his death in June of 2019. His estranged brother was his only living relative. After obtaining a court order, authorities had Paul's body exhumed on April 8, 2020, and the following day, a sample taken from his remains was submitted to the Forensic Sciences Biological Unit of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for DNA testing. 2 weeks later, they reported their results. Paul Leroy Martin's DNA was a match to the DNA found on Betty Lee Jones's body. On May 26, 2020, the Boulder County District Attorney approved a probable cause statement, meaning prison for Betty's murder. Her family is still relieved to finally have answers. "Just having the closure is amazing for us," Betty's son Benji told the Boulder Daily Camera following Martin's identification. "It gives me a lot of hope. Gives my family hope that others will find closure on some of their cases. They are also grateful that law enforcement never gave up on the case. We praise God for bringing us people like Steve Ainsworth, Benji said. He worked so hard on this. And I could tell in his voice the compassion he has and the diligence he has and the work ethic to exhaust every resource possible and everything at his disposal to finish this." May 17, 1999 started out as a typical morning for 39-year-old Saad Kawaf. Around 9:30 a.m., he got ready to leave his home in the gated community of Deerwood on the south side of Jacksonville, Florida, to go to the bank. He and his wife owned the Forest Discount Store at Forest and Beach Boulevards in Jacksonville, and he made large cash deposits several times a week. He said goodbye to his wife and walked out of the house. A few minutes later, however, his wife heard a scream from outside. She opened the door to her garage and saw her husband being attacked by a man. Then a woman attacked Mrs. Kawaf, dragging her back into the house and tying her up. Mrs. Kawaf fought against her attacker, baiting her as she tried to get away. The two attackers ran off with the money Saad had been taking to the bank, approximately $30,000 in cash. Mrs. Kawaf survived the attack, having sustained only minor injuries, but Saad had been beaten and stabbed multiple times and died from his injuries. Saad's friends, family, and employees were all devastated by his loss. Customers left flowers outside of his store. A $100,000 reward was offered for information that led to the arrest of his killers. Mrs. Kawaf was able to provide descriptions of the people who killed her husband. They were both white, and the man had been between 5 feet 9 inches 6 feet tall. He had reddish blonde hair and a graying mustache. The woman had been very petite, slim, and around 5 feet 2 inches tall. Curiously, she had worn a long skirt to the robbery and murder. A composite was developed of the female attacker and shown to employees. Co-op's neighbors had been out walking her dog around the time of the murder and saw an unfamiliar red Jeep Cherokee drive away from the Kawaf's home. The owner of the Jeep was never identified. Police were also unsure of how the Jeep gained access to the gated neighborhood, as it was not in the gatehouse records or accounted for by any of the residents. Fingerprints and DNA were left behind at the scene. 2 DNA profiles were isolated in 2003. The DNA from the female attacker was left behind from the bite wound Mrs. Kawaf inflicted on her. And police have confirmed that the second profile was from the male attacker but have not discussed exactly how it was left at the scene. The DNA was run through criminal databases several times in the ensuing years, but no matches were ever found. In May of 2020, therefore, the profiles were submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Laboratory so that genetic genealogy could be used to uncover the identities of the 2 suspects. In June of 2020, the lab was able to do just that. The male suspect was 64-year-old William Bear, and the female suspect was 50-year-old Melissa Jo Schaefer. The two had been married at the time of Saad's murder but had since divorced. Bear was taken into custody in Jacksonville on the evening of July 1, 2020, and Schaefer was taken into custody in Jefferson City, Missouri the following day. They had both been charged with murder and armed robbery. Bear had been an active member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the time of Saad's murder, working specifically as a detective with the Intelligence Division. He had been assigned to surveil the Kawaf home. The Sheriff's Office suspected that Saad was selling pseudoephedrine, a controlled decongestant, illegally at his store, and they knew that he kept large amounts of cash in the house. Bear joined the Sheriff's Office in 1975 and retired from it in 2002. Concerns have already been raised that his arrest could lead to new appeals from any number of people convicted based on his testimony or through his investigations over his 27 years with the department. Bear also testified to a grand jury in 2003 after his retirement as a part of a police corruption investigation. Schaefer does not appear to have been returned to Florida as of July 17th. Bear is being held without bond, and his next court appearance is scheduled for July 23rd. Following the arrests, Saad's niece, Heather Kyle, released a statement on behalf of the family. "We are thrilled. We are grateful. Not a day has gone by that we don't miss our beloved Saad. The past 21 years have been the hardest, to not only be without a man who meant so much to our family, but to know that the people who did this were not held accountable for their actions. We are grateful to the brave members of the Cold Case Unit and all members of law enforcement who have worked tirelessly on our behalf to ensure justice and that Saad's memory will never be forgotten." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Susan Eads was one of 5 children. She was beautiful and vivacious, and according to her brother, Dennis, she was a spitfire. In 1983, she was working as a waitress in several bars in the greater Houston area and taking DJ gigs as she could find them. On August 30th, 1983, Susan worked at the Prickly Pear, a bar inside of the Holiday Inn in Webster, Texas. After getting off work early, she went to the nearby Jason's Brown Saloon. This would be the last place she was ever seen alive. Witnesses would later report that a white male wearing a cowboy hat had asked Susan to dance at the saloon, but she declined. She was later seen leaving the establishment alone. The following day, Susan's body was found in a vacant lot near the intersections of NASA Road 1 and Elam Street in Seabrook, Texas. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death with a jumpsuit she had been wearing the night before. Her car, a 1976 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, was located in the parking lot of Gulf States Yachts, a boat store not far from the crime scene. Susan's purse, her Clear Lake High School class ring, and the gold necklace she had been seen wearing the night before were all missing. Authorities were able to develop a composite sketch of the man seen talking to Susan at Jason's, but with little physical evidence at the location where she was found, they had few other leads to follow. Shortly after Susan's death, her mother, Shirley, began receiving strange phone calls. But first, the caller would hang up when Shirley answered the phone. Eventually, he began speaking to her. By this time, Shirley had already notified the police of the calls, and they had arranged her to be able to record them. The caller identified himself as Bill and claimed to live on Telephone Road in Houston. He told Shirley he had photographs of Susan and talked about the possibility of meeting with Shirley to show them to her, but never made such arrangements. The calls did not necessarily come from Susan's killer and may have been from someone harassing Shirley after reading about Susan's murder in the local newspapers, but police still investigated them. These phone calls were a major part of a renewed effort to solve the long cold case in 2017. The tapes of the calls were restored, and a language expert from Rice University was consulted about the voice of the unknown man. Part of one of the calls was also released to the public in early 2018 in hopes that someone would recognize the voice. At this time, investigators had a piece of evidence that the technology available in 1983 had been unable to properly utilize: a male DNA profile found in a sample on the jumpsuit Susan had been strangled with. Investigators began looking at another known killer as a potential suspect in Susan's case: Anthony Allen Shore, the so-called tourniquet killer who sexually assaulted and strangled with a ligature at least 4 between 1986 and 1995. Because of the similarity between his crimes and Susan's murder, the Texas Rangers investigated without any other identified suspect to compare the crime scene DNA to, and no matches to it in criminal databases. Authorities turned to genetic genealogy research using public genealogy databases. Months of research using public genealogy databases. This relative had been just a child at the time of Susan's death and had no relationship with the killer. They cooperated fully with the investigation and helped narrow down its focus even further until they finally identified their suspect, Arthur Raymond Davis. Davis was a 35-year-old Vietnam veteran working as a fishing boat captain in 1983. He bears a striking resemblance to the composite sketch of the man who asked Susan to dance at the saloon. Investigators presented the evidence they collected to the Harris County District Attorney's Office and believed that it was strong enough to indict Davis in the case. Unfortunately, Davis cannot be charged in the case. He died in a single-vehicle accident on NASA Road 1, less than a mile away from where Susan's body was found, in January of 1984, 4 months after her murder. While Susan's family agrees with law enforcement's belief that case is solved despite the lack of any possible trial or conviction, they still hope that the public can help them. They are hoping that individuals who knew Davis will come forward and help them understand the motive in the murder. Given Davis's resemblance to the composite sketch of the man who asked Susan to dance the last night she was alive, it is easy to imagine that he followed her out of the club and attacked her because she rejected him. However, this is just a theory, and while the resemblance between Davis and the sketch is striking upon comparison, there is still no proof that it was Davis in the saloon that night. Men with mustaches wearing cowboy hats are certainly not unusual in Texas. The Eads family hopes that an old friend of Davis may be able to identify a link between him and Susan or tell them about his state of mind in August of 1983, to help them try to understand why the crime was committed now that they know who perpetrated it. On June 26, 2020, Susan's family and the investigators who worked on her case gathered at the Forest Park East Cemetery to hold a service for Susan at her gravesite now that they finally have some measure of peace with her case being solved. One by one, each person in attendance placed a rose on Susan's grave. On July 16, 1973, Conchetta Sarah, known as Penny and 21 years old at the time, decided to take a day off from her job as a dental assistant to go shopping in New Haven, Connecticut. She borrowed her father's car for the outing and parked it on the 9th level of the Temple Street garage shortly before 1 p.m. Later that day, 2 teenagers witnessed Penny fleeing from a man. They initially thought she had managed to escape from him, but then saw the man quickly return to the car moments later, holding something shiny in his hand. Tragically, Penny did not manage to escape. She had tried running up a staircase, but her attacker had reached her after she made it up just a few steps and stabbed her once in the chest. Penny's body, curled in the fetal position, was then left in the narrow concrete staircase. Penny had been, at least in part due to circumstances, very mature for her age. She lost her mother, Pauline, to cancer in 1963 at the age of 11. Penny then assumed many of her mother's responsibilities in order to keep the family home running smoothly while her father continued running the break center he owned. She cooked meals, decorated the family home, did the shopping, and cared for her beloved younger sister Rosemary. Penny's father, John Zara, would say in 1984 that Rosemary had been 100% dependent on her older sister, but his friends and family said he too relied on Penny just as much. After John was notified of his daughter's death, he was unable to eat or leave his house for several days. Perhaps because of her maturity, Penny had dated a man who was 7 years her senior. The couple was engaged to be married, but Penny had broken off their relationship because of their frequent arguments. Police looked at Penny's ex as a potential suspect early on in their investigation, but he had an alibi corroborated by numerous witnesses and his fingerprints did not match one's in evidence. Decades later, DNA evidence would also exclude him. Furthermore, the evidence at the parking garage indicated that Penny had not been killed for personal reasons. She appeared to have been killed after someone tried to steal her father's car. The car was a blue 1971 Buick Electra that by all accounts was a very nice vehicle that could have been attractive to a car thief. 2 weeks before she was killed, Penny had driven the car to Florida for a vacation. She had brought a knife with her that she had used to slice bread and cheese on the trip, and it was known to still be in the car. However, the knife was not there when police processed the car. There was also a blood trail throughout several levels of the garage and blood in the car. Police believed that someone came up to Penny to steal the car, and she stabbed him with the knife from the car in self-defense, most likely on his left wrist based on the blood trail evidence. This apparently angered her attacker as he chased after her as witnessed by the 2 teenagers instead of just taking the car after she fled. After stabbing her in the staircase, he did steal the car but became disoriented and could not find his way out of the double-tier parking garage. He therefore abandoned the Buick on the garage's 7th level, where it would later be found, leaving its keys and Penny's handkerchief, both covered in blood, on the ground nearby. He then left a blood trail in the 6th, 5th levels as he went to retrieve the car he had driven to the garage. Shortly after Penny was seen running for her life, a man believed to be her killer drove up to exit the garage and handed the attendant a bloody parking ticket. The attendant asked the man, who appeared to be injured, if he needed help, but he said no. The attendant then simply wiped away the blood to see how much the man needed to pay him. He did not take note of the car's license plate as it rapidly drove away after the man paid the parking fee. There had been 2 security guards assigned to the garage that day, but they had gone across the street to get a cup of coffee together at the time of Penny's murder. John Serra sued the owners of the garage for negligence and ultimately settled with them out of court for $200,000. $30,000 of that money was offered as a reward for information that led to the arrest of Penny's killer. The rest of it went towards John's personal investigation into the case. For at least the first decade after his daughter's murder, John Serra worked 8 hours a day on the case in addition to running his business full-time. He called the police multiple times a day and did provide them with some leads that kept the investigation active. He hired a lawyer and a private investigator. He spent his evenings driving the streets of New Haven and visiting the parking garage. He would look at the left wrists of every man who came into his business or he passed on the street, trying to find a scar that could have been from the wound Penny inflicted on her killer. When none of these efforts identified the murderer, he began consulting with psychics. Every year on the anniversary of Penny's murder, John would take out an ad in the New Haven Register with his daughter's picture and a reminder that her killer had still not been found. The case appeared to be solved in 1984 when an arrest was finally made in the case. Anthony Galino had attended high school with Penny and was therefore one of the thousands of people interviewed by the police in the years following her murder. By 1981, they had begun focusing in on him. Galino's ex-wife came in to speak with the police about him. Galino had physically abusive towards her and had once threatened to do to her what he had done to Penny Sarah. He would deny ever making such a statement. He also had a scar on his left wrist where it was believed that Penny had stabbed her killer. He was arrested for Penny's murder on July 3, 1984. When Galino was arrested, he told police his blood was type O, which was the same type as the blood left at the crime scene by the killer. However, they never tested his blood to confirm this. The test would not be performed until May of 1987, right before the start of his trial. Galino actually had type A blood. This eliminated him as a suspect and the murder charge against him was dropped. According to Galino's attorney, the damage the arrest caused ruined his client's life. Galino died of cancer in 2008 at the age of 57. In the 1990s, authorities again thought they had found Penny's killer, an Albanian immigrant who worked in a restaurant Penny frequented and was a patient at the dental office where she worked. 2 of his dental bills had been found in the Sarah car, and the lot attendant believed the man who had given him the bloody ticket had an accent. On 2 separate occasions, a year apart, authorities had applied for warrants to arrest him, but each time the judge refused to sign them due to a lack of evidence. Despite his years of fighting for justice for his daughter, John Sarah would not live to see her killer arrested. He passed away in 1998 at the age of 74. Even as he was dying, he continued to advocate for Penny. He called Dr. Henry Lee, the forensic scientist who had been doing work on Penny's case from his hospital bed, begging him not to forget about Penny after he was gone. At the time of that final conversation, Dr. Lee did have a strong possible suspect, but he was unable to tell John Sarah about him. A bloody, unidentified fingerprint had been found on a box of tissues inside the car Penny had been driving on the day of her murder. Police had never been able to find a match to it until 1997. That year, a new search was run and finally identified it. It was the right thumbprint of a man named Edward Grant of Waterbury, Connecticut. Grant's fingerprints had not been in any criminal database until 1994, when he was arrested for domestic violence against his then-fiancée. However, authorities did not want to arrest Grant based just on one fingerprint, so further forensic tests were performed. In addition to the fingerprint, the other main piece of evidence in the case that had been preserved was Penny's handkerchief, which was found near the car. It was stained with blood from Penny and from an unknown male, presumably her killer, who was believed to have been injured by Penny. The DNA from the blood on the handkerchief was a match to Grant's DNA. In addition, chemical analysis of paint chips found inside the Buick tied them to the auto body shop Grant had owned at the time of Penny's murder. On June 24, 1999, less than 8 months after the death of John Sarah and almost 26 years after the murder of Penny Sarah, 56-year-old Edward Grant was arrested for the crime. Grant maintained his innocence and claimed that he had been in Vermont on July 16, 1973. He did also acknowledge in court documents that he was involved in a Jeep accident in 1964 while serving the Connecticut National Guard and that he sustained a serious head injury that required the placement of 4 metal plates in his skull. Following this injury, he suffered from memory lapses and mood swings. At trial, his attorneys argued that there was no identified motive for their client to kill Penny, and that the evidence had been in storage for too long before it was tested for DNA. Grant's trial lasted 20 days. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury found Grant guilty of Penny Sarah's murder on May 28, 2002. Rosemary Sarah was in the courtroom when the verdict was read and wept when she heard it. After this many years, my family can finally rest in peace. My father had faith in the system and now I can too, she said as she left the courthouse. Grant was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He still maintains his innocence and remains incarcerated at the McDougall-Walker Correctional Institute. 34-year-old Freddie Farah was a loving husband to his wife, Nadia, and doting father to his son and 3 daughters. He owned the Grand Park Food Store on Kings Road in Jacksonville, Florida, and was working there on May 22, 1974. Around 2 p.m. that day, a tall and thin African-American young man came into the store and asked Freddie where the frosting was. Freddie pointed him in the right direction. The young man picked up some items and then came up to the register, placing a box of cake mix, a can of frosting, and an open can of soda on the counter. He then asked what the total he owed for the items was. However, instead of paying for his items, the young man took out a gun, pointed it at Freddie's head, and demanded money. Freddie brought his hands up and the gun went off. Freddie was shot in the head and died from his injuries. His killer fled the store on foot without taking any money from the register. Freddie's children were just 11, 8, 6, and 5 at the time of his death. So many details of the murder are known because there was a witness to it in the store that day, 14-year-old Annette Bryant. Fingerprints were also found in the items the killer had left behind on the counter, but no match to them was found in 1974. Even with the fingerprints and an eyewitness, Freddie's killer was not found, and the case went cold for more than 40 years. In 1998, the fingerprints were again run through the automated fingerprint identification system, but again, no match was found. In 2016, they were run through AFIS again, but this time they found a match. 2 fingerprints found on the can of frosting, 1 fingerprint from the box of cake mix, and a palm print on the can of soda. All belonged to a 59-year-old named Johnny Miller. Miller had been just 17 years old at the time of Freddie's murder. Sometime after it occurred, he had moved to New Orleans, where he had gone on to be a popular street performer in the French Quarter known as Louis. His prints were on file as a result of a number of arrests for minor offenses. Before speaking with Miller, investigators re-interviewed Annette Bryant, who was then Annette Bryant Williams, to make sure she remembered what she had seen that day in 1974 well enough to still testify. She still remembered the crime in great detail. Detectives traveled to New Orleans to interview Miller, who denied any involvement in Freddie's murder and could not recall ever going into his store. Still, he was arrested on May 16, 2017 and sent back to Florida on July 26. He received support from New Orleans locals and tourists from around the world who had met him in the French Quarter. They raised $6,000 to help with his legal fees. On August 15th, a grand jury in Duval County indicted him on 1 count of first-degree murder. A deposition of Annette Bryant Williams was scheduled for January 18, 2018 as a part of the preparations for Miller's trial. Unfortunately, she passed away unexpectedly in December of 2017 at the age of 58. Without Annette, the case against Miller almost completely fell apart. Prosecutors could still present the fingerprint evidence, but only Annette's testimony could have tied the items left on the counter to the person who killed Freddie. They therefore offered Miller a deal that was approved by Freddie's family. If he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, he would be released, serving only the time he had been held awaiting trial. However, there was another major condition to the agreement. Miller would have to meet with the Farah family and truthfully answer all of the questions they had about the crime. Miller met with the family on April 20, 2018. He told them that he actually knew Freddie fairly well because he visited his store regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. He told them stories about how friendly Freddie had been and how he would let kids who came in to buy snacks have the items they wanted, even if they did not have quite enough money to pay for them. He claimed that on the day of the murder, he had simply found the gun somewhere and wanted to show it to Freddie. When he got to the counter, he had a sudden urge to rob the store. The gun went off accidentally when Freddie tried to swat it away. After running away in a panic, he had thrown the gun onto a train car. Miller answered all the questions the family asked him. The Farah family was convinced by some of the details Miller provided that he was telling them the truth. He also apologized to them dozens of times during the meeting, and the family ultimately decided to accept his apology. With this condition of the plea deal met, the arrangement was finalized at a court hearing on April 25th, and 61-year-old Miller was released from custody having served only 344 days for Freddie's murder. He returned to New Orleans and to performing as Uncle Louie and remains a beloved of the community there. While the short jail sentence is not what the Farah family had been hoping for, they are grateful to finally have answers to the questions that have bothered them for more than 4 decades. Am I upset that he is not spending time? I'd rather him answer my questions and give me the answers that I have been looking for all my life than to have him sitting in jail without anything, Freddie's son Bobby told the Florida Times-Union. That being said, Bobby will not tolerate Miller going back on the plea deal. Should Miller ever recant his confession, Bobby Farah has vowed to travel to New Orleans and follow Miller around the French Quarter as he tries to work with a sign reading, "This man killed my father." On May 20th, 1987, two truckers were driving out of Columbia, South Carolina on Highway 378. As they passed through the town of Hopkins, they spotted what appeared to be a body in a ditch along the side of the highway, approximately a quarter of a mile down the road from the entrance to the McEntire Joint National Guard base. They immediately notified the authorities. When police arrived, they found what would later be described as a very gruesome scene. The body was of a woman who had been shot in the face with a shotgun at close range. She appeared to have been killed at the location where she was found. Her untied shoes were found nearby. She did not have any identification with her, but she was eventually identified as 34-year-old Patricia N. Green. Patricia was a mother of three who lived in downtown Columbia with her children as well as her sister. Police had no leads in the case and it almost immediately went cold. Evidence from the scene was collected and preserved. The investigator initially assigned to Patricia's case was Bill Simpson of the Richland County Sheriff's Department. At the time he was assigned the case, he had just notified the department that he would be leaving it for another position elsewhere. While he only worked on Patricia's case for a brief time, he would remain haunted by it for the next 3 decades. In 1997, the Richland County Sheriff's Department formed a cold case unit to look into old cases that had never been solved. By the beginning of 2017, they had solved 10 such cases. Jeff Fuller was a member of the unit. He had worked violent crimes with the Sheriff's Department early in his career, leaving the department in 1988 to join the State Law Enforcement Division. After his retirement from his position there, he returned to the Sheriff's Department to join the cold case unit. In February of 2017, Bill Simpson called Jeff Fuller to ask for the unit to look into Patricia's case. Despite the fact that the case was almost 30 years old, Bill was still bothered by the fact that it had never been solved and haunted by its gruesome details. Jeff Fuller agreed to take the case on, and within just a few weeks, it would become the 11th case closed by the cold case unit. DNA evidence was not used by the police at the time of Patricia's murder. In 2017, the preserved evidence from the case was re-examined in hopes that DNA could be found on it and identify a suspect. DNA was found on some of Patricia's clothing, and when it was run through a criminal database, there was a match: 53-year-old Philip Johnson. Johnson was already serving 4 life sentences at the Kirkland Correctional Institution. In 1988, he had been arrested for and later convicted of the murder of 4 in Sumter County. Patricia Green's murder had occurred right in the middle of his spree. 2 of the women had been killed before her and the other 2 were killed after her murder. The 4 murders Johnson was in prison for had all occurred within the same area. Patricia's murder hadn't been connected with these cases because it occurred far outside that area in the next county over. Investigators from Richland County went to Kirkland to speak with Johnson, who confessed to the crime even before he was told that DNA evidence had been found and implicated him in the crime. He was able to provide details about the murder that only Patricia's killer would have known. When he was asked what the motive for the murder had been, he said that there hadn't been one. He had been on a killing spree, and to him, Patricia Green had just been another person whose life he could take. The solving of the case was announced by Richland County Sheriff Leon Lott at a press conference on March 8, 2017. Patricia's family was notified before the announcement was made, and while they are relieved to finally have closure, they opted not to speak publicly about the case. Plumstead, southeast London, a busy and bustling area offset with commons and walking paths, making up what are called the Green Chain Walks. The many routes cover several miles and boast beautiful and relaxing scenery. It was an area that many people felt safe in. However, this feeling of safety and security was shattered, as throughout 1980s-90s, a monster was stalking the streets of Plumstead. A series of horrifying and violent rapes and sex attacks were committed on the Green Chain Walks. The police investigation was a complex one. They appeared to be dealing with two different types of attacks. The first would take place in open areas like Plumstead Common and Winds Common. These appeared to be at random and unplanned attacks. The second type appeared to be premeditated. After watching and stalking his victim, he would attack them in their home. The one sinister trait that ran through the attacks was that he would target young mothers accompanied by their children. On one of these occasions, he raped a mother in the upstairs bedroom while her children were downstairs having breakfast. As he left, he said to her, "You should keep your door locked." As the investigation into the savage attacks continued, the country would be rocked by a sadistic and horrifying murder. Wimbledon, London. Famed for its tennis championships, people come from all over the world to experience the prestigious Grand Slam, as well as enjoy the picturesque Common. July 15, 1992. Rachel Nicole took her 2-year-old son, Alex, and the family dog for a walk on Wimbledon Common. Born in 1968, she had become a mother in her early 20s. Rachel and her partner, Andre, lived with their son, Alex, near the Common. She adored being a mother and doted on her son. Another dog walker was heading to a more secluded area of the Common when he heard a young child saying, "Wake up, Mommy." Following the sound of the voice, he soon came across a disturbing scene. Rachel Nicole had been brutally stabbed, slashed, and sexually assaulted. Alex was found clinging to her lifeless body, begging her to wake up. It was revealed she had been stabbed 49 times in a frenzied and ferocious attack. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Alex was not physically harmed. This was an area popular families, and even the more secluded parts of the Common were still fairly open. The fact her clothes were disheveled indicated a sexual motive for the murder. The Metropolitan Police came under immense pressure to catch the killer before they struck again. The ferocity of the murder left people terrified that it wouldn't be long until there was another one. 32 men were questioned over the murder, but the police's sights soon fell on one man. Carlin Stagg was known for walking his dog on Wimbledon Common. He was from nearby Roehampton and was somewhat of a social outcast. He also allegedly fit the description given by a few witnesses of a man seen in the area around the time of the murder. Because of the lack of forensic evidence to tie him to the murder or crime scene, police decided to take a different route. They asked criminal psychologist Paul Britton to create a profile of the kind of person they were looking for. They quickly decided that Stagg matched the profile and thus launched Operation Estelle. Operation Estelle was a covert operation designed in part by Paul Britton to see if Colin Stagg would implicate himself in the murder or give anything away. As the investigation into Colin Stagg continued, so too did the Green Chain rapes. The police hadn't connected the rapes to the murder of Rachel Nicole. The sex attacks that followed appeared to be emulating the Wimbledon Common murder. The violence in the rapes began to escalate. More victims began to report that the attacker was armed with a knife. One of the biggest issues the police force had was that the descriptions of the rapists were varied and vague. The man was described as around 5'7" or 5'8". The police continued to make appeals and issued an e-fit of the suspect. Several people came forward and said the e-fit looked like a Plumstead resident, Robert Napper. When officers went to speak with him, they quickly realized he was far taller than the description given of the rapist. Napper stood at around 6'2". Due to this discrepancy in height, officers ruled him out. Robert Napper's name, however, just kept coming up. It was reported that a peeping Tom was spying in the windows of houses, especially one inhabited by a lone female. He was subsequently arrested. Following his arrest, the police searched his flat on Plumstead High Street. The flat was a singular room and was tidy and organized. They also found a red metal toolbox containing hunting knives. They found an A to Z maps book with routes planned out and locations highlighted. Covered part of the Green Chain walk. The contents of the toolbox were not linked to the Green Chain rapes. As part of Operation Estelle, the police sent in an undercover officer from the Metropolitan Police Special Operations Group, SO10. She contacted Stagg and posed as the friend of a woman he had contacted through a Lonely Hearts column. Over the following 5 months, she pretended to be romantically in Stagg, spoke to him on the phone, and exchanged letters detailing sexual fantasies. She also met with him, and on one of these occasions during a meeting in Hyde Park, they spoke about Rachel's murder. To try and get Stagg to implicate himself, the undercover officer claimed to enjoy hurting people. His mumbled reply was, "Please explain as I live a quiet life. If I have disappointed you, please don't dump me. Nothing like this has happened to me before." When she went on to say, "If only you had done the Wimbledon Common murder. If only you had killed her. It would be all right." He replied, "I'm terribly sorry, but I haven't." After winning his trust, the officer worked on getting Stagg to talk about his sexual fantasies. She then passed these on to Paul Britton, and he interpreted said fantasies as violent. Colin Stagg did not, however, admit to the murder of Rachel Nichol. Following the undercover investigation, Colin Stagg was subsequently arrested for the murder of Rachel Nichol, but he maintained his innocence. The psychologist who helped design Operation Estelle said he vehemently disagreed with the use of the letters detailing sexual fantasies, and that he didn't know about their existence until after they had been sent. The case went to trial at the Old Bailey, and the problems in the investigation were laid bare. Mr. Justice Ognier said that the excessive zeal shown by investigators was deceptive conduct of the grossest kind. He excluded the entrapment evidence, forcing the prosecution to withdraw its case. The case was thrown out, and in September 1994, Colin Stagg was sensationally acquitted of murdering Rachel Nichol. One of the residents of Plumstead was 27-year-old Samantha Bissett. She lived in the basement flat on the edge of Winds Common with her partner Conrad and their 4-year-old daughter Jasmine. Samantha was a keen camera woman and often filmed her young daughter, documenting her life as she grew up. Conrad described Samantha as a feisty woman and a feminist, determined to give her daughter the best start in life she possibly could. Jasmine was a bright, chatty, and happy little girl. She got on well with children and adults alike and shared a deep and close bond with her parents. Samantha would often take Jasmine outside to play on the surrounding grass and in the wooded areas, making sure she had plenty of time outdoors. November 3, 1993, Conrad arrived home and found the flat door locked. Believing Samantha must have taken Jasmine out, he let himself in. He noticed an odd stain on the carpet as he opened the front door. Upon going into the kitchen, he saw Samantha's clothes strewn all over the floor. It was then he realized that something was seriously wrong. After he entered the living room, the horrifying picture of what had occurred came to light. Someone had forced their way into Samantha's flat and stabbed her more than 70 times in the chest and neck. She had also been mutilated post-mortem. Then came the next question: where was Jasmine? Jasmine was found in her bedroom, where she had been assaulted and then smothered to death. Detective Sergeant Alan Jackman was one of the first officers to arrive at the Bissett residence. He explained that this did not appear to be a first offense. This was a criminal whose violence had escalated and progressed to this point. The crime scene was so horrific, the police photographer needed to take 2 years off work as it had completely traumatized him. She had been stabbed with such ferocity it is believed she had died quickly. The killer then dragged her body into the living room before mutilating her. Forensic examinations initially turned up nothing. Due to the lack of fingerprints, it was believed that the murderer had worn gloves. But further analysis revealed that the fingerprints of the killer were almost identical to Samantha's, meaning they weren't initially distinguished from each other. When they were checked against police records, it came back with a match: Robert Napper. In May 1994, officers went to his flat and took him into custody. Samantha's partner Conrad described that she had woken up one night and had seen a face in the window staring at her as she slept. It is believed that this was Robert Napper and that he had been stalking her before killing her. Around the time of the murder, a witness reported hearing the voices of 2 male assailants, with one shouting at the other to leave it. It is believed that this was Napper arguing with and shouting at himself. When it was announced that Napper had been arrested, those who were his acquaintances and those who worked with him were shocked by the nature of the horrific killing. The usually quiet and withdrawn Napper did not, on the face of it, seem like the kind of person capable of committing such an offense. But who exactly was Robert Napper? He was born on February 25, 1966 to Brian and Pauline. Shortly after his birth, his parents moved from Erith, London to the nearby area of Plumstead. and he was the oldest of 4 siblings. Napper's childhood was highly dysfunctional and marred by domestic violence. He often saw his father attacking his mother, and fights between the pair were frequent. When Robert turned 9, his parents divorced. Concerned for their welfare, social services had him and his siblings removed from the home and taken into care. They also had to undergo psychiatric evaluations to assess the damage their tumultuous childhood had caused, and subsequently required treatment. Robert would have psychiatric treatment at Maudsley Hospital for 6 years. Robert's school life was also deeply unhappy. He attended Abbey Wood Comprehensive, where he had frequent problems. As a result of having undiagnosed autism spectrum disorder, previously referred to as Asperger's, he was socially awkward and struggled to make and maintain friendships in his class. He was often the target of bullies and was picked on by both boys and girls. His peers would later refer to Robert as being despised throughout the school. At the age of 13, his life was turned upside down. While away on a camping trip, he was sexually assaulted by a family friend. The perpetrator would be sent to prison, but the damage had been done. Napper became introverted and would obsess over being clean, organized, and tidy. He became even more reclusive and distant, and his personality began to take a more sinister turn. He started spying on his younger sister while she was naked and began to bully his other siblings too. When he was a teenager, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He would often be unable to distinguish reality from imagination. He would tell stories of being pursued by the IRA, captured and tortured by them with his fingers being cut off, and him being able to grow them back. It wouldn't be long until Robert Napper was on the police's radar. In 1986, Napper was convicted of an offense with an air gun. Despite his convictions at the age of 27, he got a job at a plastics factory working as a machine operator. He also moved into a flat in Plumstead and became increasingly isolated. His relationship with his mother had also begun to break down, partly due to his hatred of her new partner. While in custody for the murder of Samantha and Jasmine Bissett, officers researched his home. Further examination of the red toolbox found in his flat drew the police's attention back to the maps they had found. Napper had made a number of notes which corresponded with several of the green chain rapes. The police soon realized that the man they had in custody for the brutal double murder was most likely responsible for the more than 70 rapes and sex attacks that had been committed on the green chain walks. They also realized that the height discrepancy was due to the fact that Napper walked with a stoop, this appearing to be shorter than he actually was. His first rape is believed to have taken place in 1989 in a house that was on the edge of the common. It turned out that he had confessed as such to his mother, saying that he had raped a woman on Plumstead Common and that people were out to get him. She went to the police and told them what he had said to her. No case on file matched what his mother had told them, and no further action was taken. After this, Pauline Napper severed all ties with her son. It turned out that the sex attack had actually occurred on Winds Common, meaning the police records didn't match his mother's report. In October 1995, Robin Napper went on trial at the Old Bailey Courthouse in London for the brutal double murder of Samantha and Jasmine Bissett. Despite the initial concerns that they may not have had enough to convict him, a jury was not required in this case. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, citing psychiatric problems. He was sentenced to be held at the high-security Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital. Although this case had been solved, there was another that lingered over the heads of everyone: Rachel Nichol. With a botched police investigation and a wrongful arrest, the police needed to find the culprit. But the case had all but stalled. In December 19, 1995, police went to Broadmoor to interview Robert in connection with Rachel's murder. He refused to answer their questions, leaving them back at square one. In the years that passed, and with the police no closer to catching Rachel's killer, on the anniversary of the murder, the public pressure to find the culprit came back into the spotlight. 10 years after Rachel's death, DNA techniques had become more refined and readily available to the police. In 2002, Scotland Yard set up a cold case review team to look into Rachel Nichols' murder and try and unearth any new clues. The team was comprised of both current and retired investigators who pored over witness statements, looked at the files of potential suspects, and also considered the possibility that it may be linked to other crimes. When looking at the injuries that Rachel had sustained during the forensic attack and compared it with other attacks, they consulted those on the forensics team about the improvements that had been made in the science of DNA. They were able to lift the blood from Rachel's clothing and, underneath, lay the breakthrough they were looking for. In July 2003, it was reported that after 18 months of testing on the clothes worn by Rachel, a sample was enough to rule people out, but not enough to confirm the identity of the killer. A sample had been taken from the hair of Rachel's son, Alex, and upon reanalysis, it was found to contain samples of paint that they were able to trace to a metal toolbox. In July 2006, a team from Scotland Yard headed to Broadmoor Hospital. They wanted to talk to the now 40-year-old Robert Napper. Officers were there for 2 days while they interviewed him about a potential connection to the murder of Rachel Nichol. Finally, after more than a decade of waiting, the police got the news they had been hoping for. The microscopic DNA found on Rachel Nichol's clothing came back as a match to Robert Napper. The paint from the toolbox found in Alex's hair also matched the red toolbox used by Napper to hide his knives and maps. When looking at the map found in Napper's toolbox, police found something of interest. The map showed he had ventured out of his comfort zone. The distance between Wimbledon Common and Plumstead had led to him being ruled out initially, despite the similarities in the cases. On one of the pages, Isabella Plantation in Richmond Park had been heavily marked. This was within a walking distance of where Rachel had been murdered. On the November 28, 2007, Robert Clive Napper was charged with the murder of Rachel Nichol. On the December 4th that year, he appeared at the City of Westminster's Magistrates' Court. He was subsequently granted bail on the condition he be returned to Broadmoor. It would soon be time for him to enter his plea, and on the January 24, 2008, he pleaded not guilty. His trial started in November that year, and the following month he changed his plea. He entered a plea of guilty to the manslaughter of Rachel Nichol on the grounds of diminished responsibility. When sentencing Napper, Mr. Justice Griffith Williams said that it was vital he be detained indefinitely for the protection of the public, saying he was a very dangerous man. It is highly unlikely that Robert Napper will ever be released. When Napper was sentenced, Colin Stagg received a public apology from the Metropolitan Police for his wrongful arrest. Keith Prieta, the detective who headed the investigation into Colin Stagg, received intense public scrutiny. Despite the judge condemning their actions and Colin Stagg being acquitted, in the years that followed and before Napper was caught, Preter continued to press the idea that Stagg was guilty of Rachel Nichol's murder. In 2001, he told the ITV program Real Crime, Colin Stagg has been through a version of justice, albeit truncated, and he has been found not guilty. But I wonder whether he can actually say, hand on heart, that he believes people will meet him in the streets and believe that. After Stagg was acquitted, Prada retired from the police force. He would later go on to face charges of corruption. The determination of the police to prove Colin Stagg was responsible was revealed to have used £3 million from the public purse, as estimated by an internal review. The same review also found that vital scientific information had been missed during the investigation. Following the 14 months he spent in custody, Colin Stagg sued the police force for damages totaling £1 million. He has co-authored 2 books about his case, Who Really Killed Rachel, with novelist David Kessler, and Pariah with journalist Ted Hans. Pariah was published the same day Napper appeared in court to enter his plea for Rachel's murder. In 2010, the Independent Police Complaints Commission released a report following an investigation into the conduct and actions of the Metropolitan Police Force. It detailed what it described as a catalog of bad decisions and errors. It suggested that had the police acted accordingly on the tip-offs about Napper and his behavior, including the one by his own mother, the lives of Samantha and Jasmine Bissett could have been spared. The Independent Police Complaints Commission said that as all officers involved had retired and a key senior officer had died, nobody would face disciplinary action. It also ruled out any criminal prosecutions. The female police officer who went undercover in Operation Estel took early retirement from the police in 1998. She would later sue the Metropolitan Police Force after being given support by the Police Federation for damages. It was settled out of court and she received a £125,000. This move prompted harsh criticism, including from Rachel Nichols' son when he got older, who had received less than a fifth of that, just £22,000, from the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority. The criminal psychologist who helped form the investigation, Paul Britton, was charged with professional misconduct by the British Psychological Society. However, in 2002, further action was dismissed due to a time delay in the proceedings being brought. After the intense media scrutiny following the murder, Rachel Nicole's partner Andre moved to France with their son. He wrote a book about Rachel's death called The Last Thursday in July, detailing what it was like to go through such a profound loss under such intense media scrutiny and public interest. On August 13, 2008, it was announced by the Home Office that Colin Stagg would receive compensation totaling £706,000. The extent of Robert Napper's crimes may never be fully known, and the damage and hurt his actions have caused are incalculable. Conrad Elam continues to keep the memory of his partner Samantha and daughter Jasmine alive, talking about them and the impact they had on so many people, ensuring they will never be forgotten. Rachel Nichols' partner Andre wrote a public letter of apology to Colin Stagg for pointing the finger at him publicly, saying in an interview with The Guardian, "As a parent, you have to set an example. I can't expect Alex to behave in a certain way if I wasn't prepared to do it myself. I made a mistake based on information from apparently reliable sources. I helped put a spotlight on him, which made his life worse." Her son Alex remains incredibly close to his father, and they now live in Barcelona. Alex went on to write a book about his experiences titled Letting Go, a true story of murder, loss, and survival. According to Andre, Rachel continues to live on through their son. Her sharpness of intelligence, her wicked sense of fun, and her movements too. Rachel was tall and elegant, a dancer. Alex has that same elegance. You see it in his gestures, his eyes, his presence. It's been a marathon, but I can look at Alex now and think, I'm in clear water. Mission accomplished. Alex got me through. And Rachel. Matthew Kraft hailed from Washington, Connecticut, a small town where he was known for his sweet and honest nature since childhood. As he grew into his teenage years, he maintained his integrity and dedication. While attending 10th grade at Kent School, he resolved to pursue a career in the Marines. Following his graduation from Kent School, Matthew enrolled at the Citadel, a military college in South Carolina. In 2016, he successfully completed his studies at the Citadel and was commissioned as an officer in the Marine Corps. In February of 2019, 24-year-old Matthew had reached the rank of First Lieutenant and was serving as a platoon leader with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines at 29 Palms, part of the 1st Marine Division based at Camp Pendleton in California. At the end of that month, he had 2 weeks of pre-deployment leave before his unit was due to deploy to Afghanistan. Matthew planned to use the majority of his leave on a 10-day hike along the High Sierra route, which runs parallel to the John Muir Trail and goes through both Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. He planned to begin the 195-mile trek in the Sierra Nevada mountains in the Inyo Forest at the Kearsarge Pass and end it near Bridgeport in Mono County. He began the journey on February 24th with plans to complete it on March 4th or 5th, but brought enough supplies to allow him to survive for several more days if he were delayed. Matthew had submitted detailed plans for the hike to the Marines who approved his plans for his leave. He had also shared these plans with his family, but they were more concerned about his safety, completing the challenging hike on his own. Matthew would be hiking at elevations between 9,012,000 feet, and most of the ground would be covered in a thick layer of snow. Matthew had previously hiked the route in the summer of 2018 as preparation for this trek, and was looking forward to accomplishing this even more challenging winter hike, which would require him to ski for much of his journey. He had made meticulous plans and brought the necessary equipment for such an intense trek through the backcountry. He was a very experienced hiker who had previously gone on a 2-week trek on the Cohoes Trail through New Hampshire and Canada and had hiked 40 peaks in the White Mountains. He had plans to hike the Appalachian Trail. Matthew also had extensive training with the Marines that helped him for the difficult conditions he would be facing on his hike. He had twice gone through mountaineering training at the Marines Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport. In most of the physical tests he was subjected to in the Marines, he was almost always the person to beat. Matthew spent his weekends and shorter leave periods on hikes in the mountains. While he enjoyed the outdoors, he had a higher purpose for spending so time in difficult and remote areas. He believed that improving his survival skills and physical health made him a better Marine. This final intense hike before his deployment was his own personal final training activity before he left for Afghanistan. While Matthew had estimated that his hike would end on either 4th or 5th, depending on the numerous variables that go into such an intensive endeavor, his family became concerned by the 4th. When Matthew's father, Greg, did not hear from him that day, he alerted the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. They searched the various trailheads in the area where Matthew may have come out of the wilderness that night. They also looked at cell phone records, which showed that the last activity on Matthew's cell phone had been near Independence, California, close to where Matthew's hike was set to begin in Inyo County. Inyo County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue began their search of that area in the first several miles of Matthew's planned route the following day. On March 8th, around 9 p.m., they located Matthew's vehicle at a campground near Lower Grays Meadows, north of Independence. As far as authorities could ascertain, Matthew had begun his hike as planned, but never completed it and was still somewhere in either Sequoia or Kings Canyon Park. 13 different agencies were a part of the extremely difficult search for Matthew. Marines from the Mountain Warfare Training Center, where Matthew previously had trained, were a part of the military effort to find him. Over the next 10 days, an area the size of the state of Rhode Island would be searched. The terrain along Matthew's planned route was challenging enough under good conditions, and winter storms raged during several days of the search for him, making the effort even more difficult. On March 9th, approximately 2 miles into the route from the Kearsarge trailhead, a search team on foot found a massive recent avalanche debris field. Evidence of several smaller avalanches was also found in the area. Due to the potential risk to the teams on foot, the search shifted to become primarily aerial. On March 15th, low flying using thermal imaging picked up a heat signature, and hopes were renewed that Matthew would be found alive. Unfortunately, the heat was found to be coming from a hibernating bear. Following this disappointment, the search was scaled back from an active search and entered a limited continuous mode. While his remains have never been found, the Marines consider Matthew to be deceased. Given the timeline of events, severe weather, and increased avalanche activity in the search area, on-scene search and rescue experts have determined that craft was most likely overcome by severe weather and exposure. Captain Paul Gainey, a spokesperson for the 1st Marine Division, said in a statement made on April 11th, "The Marine Corps will continue to stand by and support Craft's family, friends, and Marines during this difficult time." The Marines list Matthew's date death as March 15th, 2019, the last day of the active search. Matthew was posthumously promoted to the rank of captain. The backcountry Matthew had been hiking is generally only without a thick layer of snow on the ground in August-September. The Craft family was hopeful that during this 2-month window, new searches under better circumstances would lead to the discovery of Matthew's remains. Park rangers led 2 search teams to look for them. Because the terrain is so challenging, only highly experienced hikers can search the area where Matthew disappeared, meaning that there cannot be as robust of a volunteer search effort using members of the general public as there is in other cases. Flyers were distributed among the hikers traveling along the Sierra High route with information about Matthew and the specific type of gear he had taken with him for his hike, like his Katahdin water filtration system, Quick Point sleeping system, and Scarpa T1 ski boots, in hopes that should a hiker come across any of this equipment during their own hikes, they would know to report its location. Matthew's family has accepted the fact that he most likely died somewhere in the mountains. They have purchased a gravesite for him and ordered a headstone for it. They held a memorial service for him at the First Congregational Church of Washington back in Connecticut in September of 2019. However, they still hope to locate Matthew's remains and lay him to rest. They hope this will provide more details about Matthew's final days. They also hope that the location where the remains are found will help narrow down the day Matthew died, which they believe will help with their mourning process. Without that, it's going to be 3 weeks of mourning every year, Matthew's father, Greg, said in 2020. It's 365 days of mourning now. An electric candle sits in the middle upstairs dormer window of the Craft family home. Every night, Matthew's father turns it on to symbolically light his son's way back home. Each time he turns it on, he says "God bless Matt" and repeats that phrase every morning when he turns it off. 46-year-old Bradford Broach was a native of Tulsa, Oklahoma, but lived with his wife and 3 daughters in Allen, Texas. He worked as an accounting manager at the Beck Group, an architecture and construction firm based in Dallas. In the summer of 2016, he took a trip to Alaska with one of his daughters and stayed at the Hotel Alyeska at the Alyeska Resort in Girdwood. However, his daughter returned to Texas before he did, and he remained in Alaska for a few extra days. On Tuesday, August 2nd, Bradford hiked up the North Face Trail near his hotel. He rode a tram back down after completing the hike up, disembarking it at 9:05 p.m. At 9:45, he signed the trail log at the trailhead for the Winter Creek Trail. While 9:45 p.m. sounds like a very late time to start a hike to most people, there was still plenty of daylight left for Bradford's hike. This part of Alaska has over 17 hours of daylight a day in August on average. There would have been enough light left for Bradford to hike safely for almost 2 more hours. Bradford briefly talked with another person at the trailhead before heading onto the trail for his hike. Bradford's family did not hear from him the following day. His wife reported him missing at 6:30 in the morning on Thursday, August 4th, when he failed to board his flight back home. Bradford's belongings were still in his hotel room, and his rental car was still parked in the resort spot. He never signed out at the trailhead, and there was no other evidence that he had ever come back from his hike. According to the Alaska State Police, there was still a strong signal from Bradford's cell phone at 10:32 the night he disappeared. The cell phone signal placed him in the Winter Creek Trail system where he had gone for his hike. This was the last indication of him and his location. The Winter Creek Trail is a popular and well-maintained trail. It is wide and mostly flat. It does go through a heavily wooded area, so individuals who go off the trail have gotten lost in the woods before, but according to the Alaska State Police, they are generally located fairly quickly. The trail leads up to the edge of a narrow gorge, 100 feet up from Glacier Creek. A hand tram runs across it, allowing hikers to pull themselves over the creek to the other side in a metal basket. Once they reach the other side, they can get on to the Upper Winter Creek Trail, which is a more challenging hike. Bradford did not leave any notations about his plans when he signed the trail log, so it is unknown how far he planned to go on his hike that night. Bradford falling from the tram into the creek was an obvious initial concern during a search for him. In 2016, additional safety measures had been installed on the tram, although it is unclear if they were installed before Bradford went missing. Even with these extra features, however, there has been a fatal accident on this tram. In June of 2019, a 57-year-old man from Anchorage died after falling off the tram and missing the safety netting below. Since Bradford's body was not immediately located, if he had met with the same fate, he would have had to have gone into the water. The rushing creek was difficult to search, but a local resident did raft it looking for Bradford, and an aluminum watercraft designed for challenging conditions was later deployed to search the creek. Bradford was not found. According to Tim Despain, a spokesman for the Alaska State Troopers, because Glacier Creek empties into Cook Inlet just a few miles downstream from the hand tram, Bradford's body could not have been carried outside of the area of the water that they had searched. Over 100 people were involved with the search for Bradford. The Alaska Incident Management Team coordinated the majority of the search effort, but multiple other agencies and organizations were involved in it. Helicopters performed aerial searches, and 10 teams of search dogs were brought in. Their efforts were hampered by a lack of wind. Without the breeze to bring scents to the dogs, they picked up on few scents to follow. Several items like cough drop wrappers and pieces of food were found during the search, but given the popularity of the trail, there was no way to say if any of them had been left by Bradford. The case or evidence that Bradford was attacked by a large animal. After more than a week of active and intense searches, the teams of people searching for Bradford essentially ran out of places to look for him. The search was scaled back to a limited mode. Bradford Broach remains missing. In 1994, 34-year-old Shannon Shell was living in Tucson, Arizona with her parents. She had moved in with them 5 years following her divorce. She worked at Jason's Deli on East Broadway Boulevard. Shannan enjoyed hiking in her free time. While she was an experienced hiker, she was not a particularly skilled one. She had previously gotten lost for 2 days during a hike. On October 12, 1994, she set out to complete a goal she had previously failed to accomplish. She parked her Camaro at the trailhead of the Tanguaverde Ridge Trail in Saguaro National Monument East. Hiking the trail would take her to Manning Camp and would be a 32-mile trek round trip. She had attempted this hike once before and been unable to complete it. This does not necessarily reflect poorly on Shannan or her hiking abilities. The trail is a difficult one to hike and features steep terrain that is difficult for even more accomplished hikers. Bob Love, the chief ranger at Saguaro National Park in 2010, did not believe that Shannan would have been able to complete this hike in a single day. Shannan's timing for the trip also added another level of difficulty for her. She had just recovered from the flu. Shannan locked her valuables, her wallet and some jewelry, in the trunk of the Camaro and set out for her hike. It is believed that she had taken several water bottles, some snacks, extra pieces of clothing, cigarettes, lipstick, and cough drops with her. She never returned from the hike. Over 120 people spent over 1,000 hours searching for Shannan. Helicopters, tracking dogs, and infrared sensors were all used in the effort. 6 miles up the trail, searchers found a fire ring and some footprints. A few items were found nearby that may have belonged to Shannan, but the connection was never confirmed. The search ended after 8 days, and Shannan was presumed dead, although her remains have never been found. At 18 years old, Gail Schultz possessed a compassionate spirit and a deep passion for the arts. She found joy in playing the ukulele, writing poetry, and expressing herself through visual art, from sketching portraits to painting with watercolors. After graduating from Nazareth High School in 1952, Gail chose not to pursue higher education or enter the workforce. Instead, she dedicated herself to caring for and educating her younger brother, Paul, who was 12 years old and affectionately known as Bucci. He and Gail were technically half-siblings. Gail's mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father, Paul Sr., got remarried to a woman named Claire, who later gave birth to Bucci. While Claire was Gail's stepmother, she by all accounts loved Gail as though she were her own, and Gail could not have loved Bucci anymore, regardless of the fact that they did not share a biological mother. Bucci was unable to attend school. More recent news articles have suggested that he had some form of autism, but the exact nature of his special needs is unknown, largely because of a lack of understanding of and ability to diagnose specific conditions in individuals with developmental delays at the time. In the 1950s, special education was largely unavailable, and since Bucci could not attend standard classes, he could not go to school. Gail was convinced that he could still learn, and in addition to taking care of Bucci, she did her best to educate him as well. One of Gail and Paul's favorite things to do was walk along Black Rock Creek, which ran behind their house on Mitchell Avenue in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. The family had only lived in the home for about a year and had moved into it because their previous home, more centrally located in Nazareth, did not have very much outdoor space for Bucci to play. Gail and Bucci liked to collect rocks, and Gail would challenge Bucci to try to find the shiniest rock along the creek. On Saturday, March 7, 1953, they left home around 2 in the afternoon to go out to the creek. They first stopped at a friend's house to ask if he wanted to join them, but he could not because his father had asked him to clean their basement. Gail and Bucci then went on to the creek without him. Multiple people would later report seeing the two of them at the creek, but no one would see what happened to them next. Claire Schultz became concerned that her children had not yet come back inside within a few hours. But she would normally have already been back inside to warm up and get ready for dinner. Paul Schultz Sr.'s main career was working as a draftsman at Binney & Clark, a crayon manufacturer in the nearby city of Easton. However, he also repaired televisions and radios as a side business out of a workshop he maintained in the basement of his family's home. That day, he and an assistant, Robert Howells, were working on a television in the workshop. Around 5:20 p.m., Claire called down to him and asked him to go outside to call Gail and Bucci home. Paul then went outside, but received no answer when he called out to his children. He then walked closer to the creek, which was only a few 100 feet away from the house, to look for them. Robert Howells began packing up his tools when Paul went out to look for Gail and Bucci and was taking them out to his car when he heard Paul scream. When he looked to the creek, he saw Paul pulling Bucci from the water. Claire was in the kitchen at the time, looking out the window, and watched as her husband pulled her son out of the creek. Paul had discovered both of his children face down in the 10 inches of water in the creek. Gail and Bucci's autopsies would later estimate their time of death as 2:30 p.m., not long after they left home. But Paul would later say that his mind could not comprehend the possibility that his children were dead when he first found them. He immediately began trying to resuscitate them. Robert Howells had run into the house and called both the family doctor and the local ambulance for help. The crew of the ambulance also tried to revive the siblings and transported them to the Nazareth Fire Company for further medical assistance. Even after Gail and Bucci were finally declared dead, no one yet realized the manner of their deaths. It was initially assumed that Gail and Bucci had both died as the result of an accident, slipping, hitting their heads, and falling into the creek where they drowned. This was not an outrageous assumption. The rocks near the creek would be slippery under normal conditions, and the temperature had been just below freezing for much of the day, making ice a potential risk as well. Gail and Bucci were therefore taken from the fire company to a funeral home in Easton, rather than to the coroner. However, when the funeral director began preparing their bodies, he realized that the head wounds Gail and Bucci had sustained were too extensive to have been caused by a simple fall. He recognized that the bodies' autopsies and the police were finally notified of the siblings' deaths. At the autopsies the following day, it was determined that Bucci had been struck in the head 3 times and Gail had been struck 7 times. She also had a compound fracture on her thumb, which was believed to have been a defensive injury. The blows appeared to have come from a hammer. Both siblings had water in their lungs, indicating that they had still been alive and breathing after they were put into the creek. The police investigation into the murders faced challenges. Authorities were not notified about the crime until 9:40 p.m., more than 7 hours after the murders occurred and 4 hours after the bodies were discovered. They could not properly search the crime scene because it was dark by the time they were called in, and several inches of snow fell in the early hours of the following morning. Gail's glasses were eventually found 40 feet away from where her body had been discovered in the creek, but not until 9 days after she died, after the snow began to melt. A chisel with a plastic candle was also eventually found at the scene, but forensic tests showed it would not have caused injuries consistent with those found on the siblings' heads. The crime scene was also highly contaminated. The ambulance and the doctor's vehicle had been driven back to the creek, and dozens of neighbors had come out to the scene after Gail and Bucci were found. Gail and Bucci's distraught parents had to be investigated as a matter of protocol. They were interviewed at least 3 times in the days following the murders and were given lie detector tests. Claire and Paul were cleared of involvement. There do not appear to have been any policies on the siblings, but Gail was the beneficiary of a $17,000 trust established by her maternal grandmother, Minnie Romilly, which was to eventually be paid out to her in 3 separate payments. However, the trust specified that should Gail die, the payments would instead go to Zion Lutheran Church in Easton, meaning that there would be no financial motive to kill her at the time of her murder. Police theorized early on in the investigation that Gail and Bucci had been killed by what they described as a sex maniac, although there was no evidence suggesting a sexual motive. Gail and Bucci's cousin, Barry Ale, has theorized that his cousins may have been killed by someone who was upset by Bucci's behavior. Bucci did not speak in the way most people do, could have been angered by the exaggerated noises he tended to make. Barry Ale had been just 9 years old at the time of his cousin's murders and had frequently gone down to the creek with the 2 of them. They had seen a homeless man near the creek the week before Bucci and Gail were killed, and Barry has speculated that this man may have been involved in the murders, but this remains just a theory. There was a lot of public in the case, which helped keep the investigation active. Tips were called in about suspicious individuals and unfamiliar cars in the area at the time of the murders, but none of the tips panned out. Various groups and businesses donated money to create a large reward for information, and the local newspaper hired a private investigator and a criminologist to help with the investigation. Despite all the efforts from the police, the family, and the community, Gail and Bucci's case went cold. Paul Skelt Sr. died of a heart attack a year and a half after his children were killed in September of 1954. Claire Schultz then moved to Buffalo, New York to live near her son from a previous marriage, but was buried near Paul, Bucci, and Gail in Pennsylvania after her death in 1970. While little progress was made in the case in the ensuing decades, Gail and Bucci's memory has lived on in Nazareth. In 2011, classmates of Gail's and other alumni of Nazareth High School raised more than $2,000 to purchase a monument for Gail and Bucci. It was placed near the stadium on the campus of the larger Nazareth area high school, which was built the year after their deaths. In 2013, several of Gail's classmates worked with her cousin, Barry Isle, to compile a scrapbook of memorabilia about Gail. The 50-page scrapbook contains newspaper about her death, but also many of her art pieces and articles she had written for her high school literary magazine. It is being housed in the library of Nazareth Area High School, and plans are made to digitize the materials so that a DVD could be produced and sent to every school in the district as well as the local public library. The Pennsylvania State Police maintains a file with over 400 pages of information about Gail and Bucci's case and periodically hears from the public about it, but they have not made much progress in solving it in several decades. Timothy Eliath was a decorated Vietnam War veteran who served in the United States Marines from 1967 to 1973. His time spent serving along the DMZ left him with post-traumatic stress disorder, which eventually led to him becoming a completely disabled veteran. In February of 2009, 59-year-old Timothy was living with his sister, 62-year-old Donna Plew, in her home on East Indiana Street in Vancouver, Washington. 2009, Michelle Kraft and her husband, Keith 2009, Michelle Kraft and her husband, Keith James, arrived at their adult daughter's home street to pick her up for dinner at 7:15 p.m. As she was walking out to the car, their daughter heard 3 loud noises she feared were gunshots. As the family drove away, they happened to glance over towards Donna's house as they passed it. They saw a pickup truck that had been backed into the driveway. Its driver's side door was open and a man was lying on the ground with his leg up against it. A woman lay on the ground in front of the truck. The 2 people on the ground were Timothy and Donna. They had each been shot in the head and did not survive their injuries. Each of the siblings left behind children and grandchildren. Donna's quiet neighborhood was not usually the scene of any kind of violence, and her neighbors were shocked by the crime. Police quickly came to the conclusion that the murders had not been random and that Donna and Timothy must have known their killer. Unfortunately, no one witnessed the killer leave the scene, leaving police without a major lead to follow. Wally Steffen worked in law enforcement for 36 years, becoming a detective with the Vancouver Police Department. After his retirement, he continued working on Donna and Timothy's case as volunteer investigator with the Clark County Sheriff's Office. He said in 2016 that he has identified a person of interest he believes is responsible for the murders. Despite the passage of time, he still believes this person can be brought to justice. This is a case that is solvable, he told ABC 6 News. Something can be done, and we're just trying to get this case into the court system. Despite having 9 massive binders of evidence and a potential suspect, there is still not enough evidence to bring charges up against anyone and finally get justice to move it forward. Step up, make a statement, to move it forward. Step up, make a statement, tell the truth, and help the prosecutor do his job, he asked of them. 14-year-old Carla Atkins and 16-year-old Vicky Stout lived in a mobile home just outside the small town of Dover, Tennessee with their mother, 4 brothers, and 2 other sisters. The sisters were half-siblings who had the same mother. Vicky's father, Leland Stout, had been murdered just a year after she was born. His roommate had stabbed Leland to death because he had been singing and keeping him awake. On the afternoon of September 17, 1980, the sisters rode the bus home from school and decided to walk down State Route 79 to an establishment called The Furnace, which was less than a mile away from their home. The Furnace was a restaurant, a bait shop, and a convenience store, and Carla and Vicky went there to buy snacks. After they left the store, witnesses saw them as they were talking to a man in a blue truck. They were never seen alive again after that sighting, and their mother, Margie, reported them missing to the police after they failed to return home. It was out of character for Carla and Vicky to go off on their own, but they were still initially categorized as runaways by the authorities after they were reported missing. Their family continued searching for them for the next 2.5 weeks. On October 5th, 2 hikers were walking along an old logging trail in what is now known as the Between the Lakes National Recreation Area. They discovered Vicky and Carla's bodies buried in shallow graves, 75 feet apart from each other. Autopsies would reveal that each of them had been shot in the head with a shotgun. It appeared the girls had been killed where they were found. K-9 units were brought in to search the area where the remains were found. Investigators tried to connect the case to others in nearby areas, and more than 30 potential suspects were identified. Attorney Ray Crouch reopened the case, conducting new interviews and asking the FBI for assistance, because Carla and Vicky's bodies had been found on federal land. The sketches of the man witnesses saw in the bloop truck, talking to Carla and Vicky, were also released to the public, along with a new sketch developed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, which shows what the man the witnesses saw may look like having aged 35 years. In 2016, Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam announced a reward of $5,000 for information that led to the arrest and conviction of the sisters' killer. Carla and Vicky are buried next to each other in the Standing Stone Cemetery. Despite the ongoing efforts of numerous agencies, decades after Carla and Vicky's deaths, the case remains unsolved. Their sister, Patricia Gordon, however, has not lost faith that whoever took her sisters from her will one day be held accountable. They will get their justice someday. They'll get what's coming to them, whether it be in my lifetime or not, she said in 2018. On April 12, 2014, at approximately 10 a.m., police in Pleasant Grove, Utah received a troubling phone call from a man residing in a recently constructed 3-bedroom home situated on a tranquil street. Pleasant Grove, located about 35 miles south of Salt Lake City, has a population of around 38,000 residents. The front yard of the house was adorned with scattered items, and a solitary ornament adorned the front door, adding to the peaceful and unassuming atmosphere of the neighborhood. Darren West had just been released from prison on a drugs-related charge and had gone back to his former house to sort the garage out and gather his belongings. He used to share the home with his now ex-wife, 39-year-old Megan Huntsman, and their 3 children, 11-year-old Sawyer, 17-year-old JC, and Doreen, who had just turned 18. In 2005, Darian had pleaded guilty in federal court to 2 counts of possessing chemicals intended to be used in manufacturing methamphetamine. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, but he maintained his innocence the entire time. The house in question was owned by his parents. Megan had also ended up leaving the home in 2011 at Darren's parents' request when they found out that she had been having an affair. Hers and Darren's daughters continued to live in the house with another relative taking care of them. Megan moved around for a while, spending time living with her mother in West Valley City before moving in with her boyfriend Jimmy at Meadowood Village Mobile Home Park. Megan's mother described her daughter as very quiet, someone that kept to herself. She said she always struggled with mental health issues but never wanted to ask for help and rarely shared anything about her life, keeping secrets about a lot of things. Megan and Darren had met in high school, and Megan would soon fall pregnant with their down the line. Things started to spiral for Megan and Darren. They became addicted to methamphetamine, and this completely consumed Megan's life for years. People that knew Megan said that the mother of 2 was suffering badly from depression, was losing jobs because of her addiction, and the marriage between her and Darren was becoming violent because of the drugs. When she finally stopped using meth, she turned to alcohol, becoming heavily dependent on that instead. Her drinking became even worse when in 2012, her father took his own life. As 2014 rolled around, Darren and Megan had long been split up and were now virtually estranged. Darren was back at the house with a few other people to help him saw through his things. Whilst moving stuff out of the garage, he noticed a strong odor, something that smelled like chemicals, emitting from one of the cardboard boxes. The box read, "Baby stuff, Megan's." It was tightly sealed with electrical tape. Once pulled off, he made a gruesome and horrifying discovery. He found the corpse of a baby wrapped up inside a plastic bag. The only person he could think of was Megan. He phoned her immediately and she made a shocking admission. She said that the baby was hers and Darren's and that she had given birth when he was in prison. The baby had been stillborn, and out of fear and panic, she had wrapped it up and hidden it, scared about calling someone or going to a hospital. Darren was shaken and immediately phoned authorities. They received an order to conduct a thorough investigation of the house. Pleasant Grove police quickly arrived at the property and the home was swiftly taped off. As police were searching the garage, they found some bloody leather gloves too. Already a very disturbing scene, officers arrived at the mobile home park. Megan's boyfriend had just returned to find police cars surrounding his home, and officers said that they needed to take Megan in for questioning. One of her neighbors, a man named Mr. Brady, recalled that upon hearing the police had found the baby's body, Megan had gone to him and begged him for a gun. Whilst at the station, Megan told police the same story that she had told Darren. The baby in the box was her child. And when she realized they had been a stillborn, she panicked and didn't know what else to do. But as the search of the property carried on, to the officers' horror and shock, they came face to face with so much more than anyone could have imagined. 6 more babies' bodies were found wrapped up in either towels, shirts, or plastic bags, and then placed inside various boxes. Captain Michael Roberts described the scene as emotionally draining and hugely upsetting to the investigators. One detective said, "Some of the things officers saw in that garage they can never unsee." The tiny bodies were sent to the medical examiner's office for testing, one of which was to determine the cause of death and also determine a DNA match. Just days after the heartbreaking scene was discovered, an arrest was made that would leave the neighborhood in disbelief. Megan Huntsman was charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder and was now on suicide watch in Utah County Jail. A devastating secret that had been kept under wraps for what would turn out to be 18 years was finally out in the open. All of the children found in the garage were confirmed to be Megan's. One of the babies had been a stillborn, but the other 6 had either been suffocated or strangled. There were 5 girls and 2 boys. They determined that her poor babies could have only been alive for a matter of minutes before they were killed. We are still investigating the motives to find out why this happened, how this could have happened, said Police Chief Mike Smith. In my opinion, no matter what we come up with or say, it's just not something that you can wrap your mind around of how a mother could do something like this. When officers told Megan that they had found more than one baby, she appeared confused. She later said she had just made a guess and wasn't actually sure how many they would find. The question everyone needed answers to was why. Megan eventually told detectives she wanted to help her babies avoid the terrible life she would ultimately have given them. She said her life was too chaotic, consumed by drugs and alcohol, and coupled with her mental health issues. She said she knew she couldn't take care of them physically, emotionally, or financially. "I deprived my little babies of the opportunity of life," she said. "I think my mind was just so out of it. All I was focused on was the next fix." Between the years of 1996 and 2006, Megan had fallen pregnant 7 times, and police think she would have given birth alone and in secret in her home, and there were no records of her ever having been to a hospital. Apart from the baby that had been, she had often covered them in chemicals to conceal any smell of decomposition, wrapped them up in various things, and hidden them in the garage before carrying on with her life. Begun and Darren had 3 children still living in the house, and detectives needed to know why she had made the decision to kill her other babies. She told police it all began happening after she became addicted to methamphetamine. Her first 2 daughters were born before she began using the drug. And although she was pregnant with her 3rd living daughter when she was heavily into her addiction, too many people were aware of the pregnancy, including Darren, so she had to go through with everything. After her daughter was born, she barely told anyone about her other pregnancies, and those she did tell were later told by Megan that she had miscarried. She said she was selfish and ultimately spent over a decade choosing drugs over anything else. It appeared from everything that Megan had said, it was entirely of her own doing, and no other person played a part in it. She told police she had wanted to move the bodies out of the garage, but was unsure how to do so without being caught. The majority of people said that although they noticed her gaining and losing weight over the years, they had no idea she was pregnant. Darren's family issued a statement saying they were in a state of shock and confusion. "We are mourning this tragic loss of life, and we are trying to stay strong and help each other through this awful event." Despite Darren disputing the possibility of paternity due to the affair his ex-wife had been having, he was later confirmed to be the father of all 7 babies. Darren told police he only had knowledge of a couple of pregnancies but was told Megan had miscarried. He said the discovery has shocked him as much as anyone. Authorities said they didn't believe he was aware of the murders and was not deemed a person of interest at the time. In the end, there just turned out to be no evidence that would implicate him, officers said. When asked how he could not have known about any of this, the police captain Michael Roberts said, "That's the $1 million question." Furthermore, no one had any idea of how Megan's grown children, who were still living in the house, did not notice their mother was pregnant either. On one occasion, Megan had actually given birth upstairs in the bathroom before killing the newborn and cleaning up, all while members of her family were sat just downstairs. As hearings for Megan Huntsman began, she arrived at court with cuffs around her ankles and wrists, often looking straight at the floor as the legal team spoke. She was held on a $6 million bail, $1 million for each baby. Megan's legal team were keen for a speedy process. It was stated that Megan would not face the death penalty for the charges. This was because she was accused of killing her babies between 1996 and 2006, and this was before the law in Utah changed in 2007. This change in the law made murder a capital offense if a victim was younger than 14. Until this law passed, killing a child was not actually considered one of the factors that could make someone eligible for the death penalty. These were very cold, calculated killings, said prosecutor Jeff Bowman. She was a woman who was remarkably, unbelievably, incredibly indifferent and callous. Judge Daryl McDade was presiding, and he recalled that he was the judge who had signed the initial search warrant on the day that the babies' bodies were found. He said he had quietly hoped and prayed he wouldn't be the one assigned to deal with it in court. "I really thought I'd seen it all until this case. It shocked me then, and it shocked me now," he said. Megan agreed to enter a plea rather than go to trial. This was under an agreement that could reduce her minimum sentence to 5 years. But by taking this, it would leave fewer options for her to appeal down the line. Prosecutors were satisfied to allow this to go ahead and said that it would have been hard to prove a case against her at trial if she hadn't cooperated with police. On February 12, 2015, Megan Huntsman pleaded guilty to all 6 counts of murder. As part of the plea deal, prosecutors had agreed to recommend that the 5 years to life in prison sentences run concurrent to one another. But Judge Daryl McDade was not satisfied by this and said that it would be inappropriate for the terms to run concurrently. Following this, the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole set Megan's parole hearing for April 2064. She will be 89 years old. Prosecutor Jeff Bowman said that even then, he doesn't think she will ever be released. "My guess is that she'll serve the rest of her life," he said. In court, her 3 daughters read statements and stood by their mother, saying she had always been the best mom to them. "No matter what anyone thinks you are a good person," one said. Another read, "This is not the mom I know. The mom I know was the one who had dinner for us every night, a clean house, and was a loving mother. Nobody could guess my mom would do anything like this." Megan's sister and mother also showed their defense of Megan. "Megan is not a monster," her sister told the judge. "She's not evil. From what I understand, she was scared." The crimes of Megan Huntsman left the neighborhood shattered and family and friends utterly devastated. It is simply an unfathomable series of events that cannot be made sense of, and it is something that will haunt many people for a long time to come. Robert Durst, the potential heir to multimillionaire Seymour Durst, was on track to inherit a vast empire. However, numerous accusations of deceit, murder, and erratic behavior led to his estrangement from his family and the legacy company that might have been his. Those closest to him often faced violent, premature, and unresolved fates until recently. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, to Seymour Durst and Bernice Herstein. He grew up in Scarsdale, New York, with his 3 younger siblings, Douglas, Thomas, and Wendy, just north of the city where the family amassed their wealth. While Durst later became infamous in his own rights, he was born into a family whose name carried a lot of weight and wealth in New York City. Joseph Durst, Robert's grandfather, had built a $1 billion real estate empire with the Durst organization, starting with his first building purchase in 1912. Today, the company is one of the city's largest family-run real estate organizations, with his brother Douglas at the helm. Durst's younger years were fraught with trauma. When Durst was 7 years old, his mother fell off the roof of their home and died. Durst claimed that his father had brought him to the window and witnessed her death, though his brother Douglas disputes that claim. At the time, the newspapers had said Bernice had fallen off the roof after overdosing on asthma medication, but some family members, including Robert, claimed it was suicide. Durst struggled with his mental health after his mother's death. When he was 10 years old, he was assessed by a psychiatrist who claimed Durst couldn't be treated because he had personality decomposition and possibly even schizophrenia. Durst attended Scarsdale High School, where classmates described him as a loner. He then attended Pennsylvania's Lehigh University, where he graduated in 1965 with a bachelor's degree in economics. He then enrolled in a doctoral program at the University of California in Los Angeles, where he met Susan Berman, an aspiring writer who quickly became his close friend. Durst withdrew from the UCLA program and moved back to New York in 1969. In the fall of 1971, he met Kathleen "Kathy" McCormick, an 18-year-old dental hygienist who lived in one of the buildings owned by the Durst organization. They had met when Durst went to pick up the rent. Kathy had just moved to New York City from Long Island. She was a bright, charming young woman who was incredibly warm and like Abel the moment she walked into a room. The two instantly hit it off. Kathy didn't mind his cool affection and described him as sweet and sensitive. In the early 1970s, Durst opened a health food store in Vermont called All Good Things. After just 2 dates together, Durst asked Kathleen to move into his home near the store, and in January of 1972, she took him up on the offer. The couple were smitten, though there were many times when the couple's 10-year age gap caused issues. The two also came from two totally different worlds. Durst from wealth and power, Kathy came from a modest Irish Catholic household. She had very much been swept up in the lifestyle that came along with being a Durst. A year later, after pressure from his father to move back to New York City and work for the Durst organization, Robert closed his health food store and moved back to the city with Kathleen. On Durst's 30th birthday, April 12, 1973, the two were married. Their marriage had started off a loving one, but when they moved from Vermont back to New York, there had been remarkable change. Kathy said that Seymour Durst brought out the worst in Bobby, and he had turned into a completely different person from the man she fell in love with in Vermont. At first, Bobby loved showing Kathy off, taking her to the best and biggest events in New York, and showing her his world. It was a world where Kathy shined brightly, and even Seymour approved of his new daughter-in-law. But as time went on, Robert's affections turned even colder, and for a long while, Kathy kept just how miserable she was to herself. Occasionally, she would drop hints that Robert had an anger problem. At first, it was just yelling, then turned to pretending to hit her, but each year the hints would get worse and worse until eventually they were no longer hints. Kathleen's brother, Jim McCormick, said he first witnessed Durst abusing Kathleen at a family Christmas party when he grabbed her by the hair. Kathleen had kept numerous diaries filled with details about how Kathleen had been suffering in the marriage. Robert was cheap, and despite having a vast bank account, watched over every penny that Kathleen Lynch spent. People never understood why the budding socialite, married to a millionaire, was working so hard in medical school to become a doctor. She would laugh and tell people it was her calling and that she wanted to have a career on her own, but becoming a doctor also would give her some freedoms. Money that she earned herself and could be spent or saved as she needed. A few years into their marriage, Durst had dropped a bombshell. He didn't want children, which devastated Kathy. She poured her disappointment into school, but it caused a fracture in their relationship that never quite repaired. Durst said that he might consider adopting, which had given Kathy a little hope, but every time she set up an appointment with an agency, Durst refused to go. In 1976, Kathy got pregnant. Durst was enraged and accused her of getting pregnant on purpose. He forced her to get an abortion, threatening divorce if she didn't. She went through with the procedure, but fell into a downward spiral of grief and depression. It was also around this time when she learned for the first time that Durst was having an affair. She had learned of the affair when she discovered Polaroid pictures of their medicine cabinet and closets. When she asked what the photos were, Durst revealed he'd had a woman in their home, and he'd moved things around to make the apartment appear to be only occupied by him. He had used the photos to put everything back where it belonged before Kathy returned. This had caused an unrepairable rift between the couple. After this, no love remained in their relationship, and Kathy seemed to be the only one suffering. In early 1982, 29-year-old Kathleen was in her final year of school at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, studying to become a pediatrician. That same year, she was treated for facial bruises at the Bronx Hospital. She had confided to a friend that Durst had beaten her when she confronted him about another affair. She knew he'd taken up with a woman named Prudence Farrow, the same Prudence that the Beatles sang about in Dear Prudence. The stresses of medical school alone were crippling enough, but the near-daily physical and emotional abuse was breaking Kathy. She began to drink excessively and use drugs to cope with the abuse. She barely slept or ate, and friends noticed their once bubbly bright friend was a shell of her former self, detached and constantly frayed and nervous. Kathleen wanted a divorce and began telling friends that she was going to leave Durst once she finally finished medical school. Durst caught wind of that, and in response, he canceled her credit cards, removed her from their joint bank account, and refused to pay for her next semester's college tuition. She then demanded a divorce and $250,000 settlement. She had told friends she was threatening Durst. She claimed to have proof that Durst had been embezzling money from his father and had made fraudulent claims on his tax returns as well as her own. Soon before Kathleen disappeared, she was at her New York City apartment with two friends, Bill Stevenson and George Kearns. According to Bill, he had gone to the city multiple times to help Kathleen plan an escape from her violent marriage. One morning, Bill said Durst showed up at the door, threw a wad of cash at Kathleen's face, and said, "This isn't happening." Referring to the divorce, Kathleen told Robert she was done and moving to Delaware. George, who also witnessed the incident, said that there was a lot of yelling and screaming. He said, whatever happened could have happened that morning if we hadn't been there. He had just no control over himself, just kind of out of his mind, angry. 10 days later, Kathleen was gone. Kathleen was last seen alive on January 31st, 1982. She had attended a dinner party without Robert at her friend Gilberto Najami's home in Connecticut. She had shown up unexpectedly, and according to Gilberto, wasn't acting like herself. While Kathleen typically wore high-quality clothes, she showed up in red sweatpants. She was also visibly upset when she arrived at Gilbert's. Durst called her multiple times during her visit, screaming through the phone for her to come home. Though she didn't want to, she eventually left the party to return to their house in the South Salem hamlet of Westchester County, New York. Gilberto said in an interview, "The last conversation that I had with Kathy was a very powerful conversation. As she was leaving my house, she turned to me and said, 'Gilberta, promise me if something happens to me, you'll check it out. I'm afraid of what Bobby might do.'" It was the last time anyone besides Robert sees Kathleen. According to him, he and Kathleen argued that night. Kathleen wanted to go to their apartment in the city instead of staying at the house, so he dropped her off at the Katnoa train station to get the 9:15 p.m. train to Manhattan. Afterwards, as he told the New York City Police Department, he went for a walk, had a drink at his neighbor's house, spoke with Kathleen on a payphone, and then went to bed. The neighbors he allegedly had seen, Bill and Ruth Mayer, later testified that Durst lied to the police and that he never visited them on the night of Kathleen's disappearance. Ruth also testified that Kathleen had told her in private that Durst was abusing her. Though Ruth encouraged her to report it, Kathleen was afraid to. Before her disappearance, Kathleen had made plans to meet Gilberto at a pub in Manhattan, but Kathleen never showed. Gilberto was worried and called the police several times over the next few days after not seeing or hearing from Kathleen. On February 4th, Kathleen's college called Durst and said she called in sick on February 1st and had missed a full week of classes. And so on February 5th, Durst reported his wife missing. Detectives wondered why Durst had waited so long to report his wife missing. He very calmly explained that he and Kathy often spent days apart when she was working and studying so much at the hospital. He was described as completely calm and unmoved. He seemed completely unfazed that his wife had been missing for several days. What had made things even more peculiar, he took to the press soon after, offering a $101,000 reward for information leading to her safe return, though he later reduced it, saying the original article had made a mistake. Kathleen's family found out in the newspapers, having no idea that Kathleen had gone missing. Due to his high-profile status, the disappearance, and Durst himself gained a lot of media attention, so his longtime friend, Susan Berman, stepped in as his unofficial spokeswoman, making statements and answering questions on his behalf. During the initial police investigation, the doorman at Kathleen and Durst Manhattan apartment building claimed to have seen Kathleen at the building on February 1st, but he only saw her from behind and far away, so he wasn't certain if it was her. He later told the investigator that he hadn't seen her at all, and that he actually might not have even been working during that time. 3 weeks after Durst reported Kathleen missing, the building's superintendent found her belongings in the building's trash compactor. Kathleen's friends took her disappearance into their own hands and broke into Kathleen and Durst's South Salem home in hopes that they'd either find her or find clues to her whereabouts. When they arrived, the house had been turned upside down. Kathleen's mail had been ripped open, and her belongings were stuffed into the garbage. In their Manhattan apartment, Durst had thrown so many belongings into the garbage chute that led to the building's incinerator that the building manager asked him to stop because he was clogging up the chute. He threw out her clothes, medical school books, jewelry, everything that belonged to Kathy. When Kathy's friends had been searching the South Salem home, they also found an itinerary that they thought had been written by Durst. It outlined every single thing he did that night that Kathleen went missing, as well as the days following. They passed it on to the lead detective working the case, who agreed it was an odd thing to do. Innocent people don't need to write down an exact minute-by-minute recounting of their day, though someone who needed to keep their lives straight might. While New York City police explored leads and questioned Durst, it didn't go unnoticed that higher-ups were not pushing them to solve the case. The investigation had only been a few weeks in when it was already beginning to wind down. Normally, high-profile cases like this would bring in all sorts of people to breathe down the necks of detectives. Not this case. It seemed that the Durst family didn't care about New York's finest working the case at all. They certainly weren't cooperating with law enforcement. Durst refused interviews, polygraph tests, and even answering the most basic questions, though he did take several interviews with reporters. At first, playing the role of concerned and sympathetic husband, though his tone quickly turned to annoyed and began to slander Kathleen. He told the press that he believed Kathleen had left him and would run off with another man. There was so little evidence in Kathleen's disappearance. Law enforcement had even worked with several psychics to try and develop new leads. Though they had suspicions, Durst was involved. He had lawyered up with one of the best criminal attorneys in New York. And without evidence, the case went cold, and slowly, Robert Durst's missing first wife was reduced to a file in a cold case locker. After Kathy's disappearance, Robert Durst takes a big step back from the New York City social scene he once dominated. He only kept a close circle of friends, primarily just consisting of Susan Berwin and a select few others. Between 1992-000, Durst attempted to reinvent himself starting with his marriage. In 1990, he sold the South Salem home that he and Kathleen shared, and unbeknownst to Kathleen's family, filed for divorce from his still-missing wife claiming spousal abandonment. Durst allegedly started behaving oddly at work, which included urinating in trash cans. While he was next in line to take over his family's company, his father Seymour appointed his younger brother Douglas to the position in 1994 instead. Durst accused his brother of stealing the company from him, causing a rift between Robert and the rest of the family. In 1999, the New York City police reopened Kathleen's missing person case. They searched Durst's former South Salem home for the time, as well as the nearby Truesdale Lake. Then in 2000, the investigation into Kathleen's disappearance became public. In November of 2000, Durst left New York after his sister, Wendy, told him that police were reopening Kathleen's case. He escaped the city to avoid police inquiries and started renting a $300 a month apartment in Galveston, Texas, where no one knew who he was. While living in Galveston, he pretended to be a mute woman named Dorothy Steiner, a name he took from a high school friend. While in Galveston, he was spotted wearing women's wigs around town and visiting the library to look up articles about himself. Durst later said he posed as a mute woman because of his distinctive voice. He believed anyone would have been able to identify him if he spoke. The next month, Durst married Deborah Sheraton, a Manhattan real estate broker he had been dating off and on for the past decade. It was a hasty ceremony officiated by a single rabbi picked out of the phone book. They are still married to this day, though they have reportedly never lived together over the course of their marriage and have gone years without speaking. Little is known about his time in Texas. Little is known about why he married Deborah so hastily. Though in New York, spouses are legally exempt from testifying about their spouse and are also exempt from disclosing confidential communication. Then, according to Durst, Susan Berman called him in December of 2000. The police wanted to interview her about Kathleen's disappearance. In December of 2000, Susan Berman was living alone at her home in Benedict Canyon, Los Angeles, where she was working as a journalist and author. A so-called mafia princess, Susan wrote about her family ties to reported gangsters, more specifically her father, David "Davy" Berman, a Las Vegas mob boss. Susan and Durst became fast friends after meeting as students at UCLA. When she was 12, her father had died on the operating table, and her mother had died of a drug overdose a year later. These traumas bonded Susan to Durst as he and was very protective of him. When Susan got married in 1984, it was Durst who walked her down the aisle. The two had been nearly inseparable for decades. When Kathleen had disappeared, Susan had been Durst's unofficial spokesperson. He would give her statements through Susan, and she had also been his alibi for the night Kathleen had gone missing. However, she and Durst drifted apart when he disappeared out of the blue for years. She eventually left New York, settling in California instead, where she wrote 2 books about her life as a mob boss's daughter. Though her life was actually quite sad, she spun it to sound like an incredibly glamorous life growing up as mob royalty. Susan was also an incredibly paranoid person. She always thought people were after her because of her work. Though many of the people she wrote about were long gone and a lot of the old mafia days she had experienced as a child were long gone by the 2000. No one else really gave credit to her paranoia. They always described her as being incredibly hyperbolic, dramatic, and over the top. Leading up to her death, Susan was short on money. She was facing eviction from her home and was absolutely flat broke. And in desperation, she reached out to Durst. Though she wasn't able to get a hold of him conventionally, she instead left a voicemail message on a phone number he maintained in New York. Without a word, he gifted her $50,000 that she used to pay her debts and get herself back on track. She had recently been hired to work on a couple new big projects. Things were starting to look up for Susan. She had been grateful to have the little brother she never had back in her life. However, she was contacted by the Westchester District Attorney, Janine Pirro, who informed Susan she was reopening the Kathy Durst case 18 years later and wanted to interview her. Susan had never been interviewed in the initial investigation. The interview had been arranged to take place sometime early in the new year, and somehow the fact that the new DA wanted to interview Susan Berman had made front-page news in New York. On December 19th, Susan spoke with her friend, actress Kim Langford, telling her that she had the story of a lifetime and had information that was going to blow the top off things. Kim assumed the information was related to a project she was working on about her life growing up around the mob in Vegas. She also told Kim she had recently spoken to a psychic who had told her she'd die a violent death that involved a gun. On Christmas Eve in 2000, police were called to Susan's home after neighbors reported that her dogs were running loose on the street and barking wildly. Police arrived at Susan's home and found the back door ajar. In the doorway of one of the bedrooms, they found Susan Berman, 55 years old. She had been shot execution style with 1 bullet to the back of the head. There were no signs of forced entry and nothing appeared to have been stolen. Police determined she'd been murdered a day or 2 before the discovery of the body. Some speculated that it was a mob hit made in retaliation for the information she was about to reveal in this upcoming project. Others suspected her manager, Neil Brenner, who she reportedly had a very turbulent relationship. Friends said that because of Susan's career, she was extremely paranoid. They said she always had her home locked up tight, and never opened the door to strangers. So they felt it was unlikely that she had been murdered by someone she didn't know. That left only a handful of people who Susan trusted implicitly. But when Westchester County District Attorney Janine Pirro revealed that Susan had been on the short list of witnesses she wanted to speak to about Kathleen's disappearance, many of Kathleen's friends speculated Durst had killed Susan to keep her quiet, though those from Susan's social circle said she wouldn't have testified against him due to her mob-like loyalty. Soon after Susan's body was discovered, Los Angeles police received an anonymous letter postmarked for December 23rd. The letter was addressed to the Beverly Hills Police with Beverly misspelled. Inside the note had Susan's address with one word: cadaver. As it turns out, Susan did have key information to share. According to her friend, Linda Obst, Susan told her that she was the one that called the New York Albert Einstein College of Medicine on February 1st when she had allegedly called in sick. According to the prosecuting attorney, Durst asked Susan to cover for him when Kathleen had first disappeared by posing as Kathleen and calling in sick to school so people would believe she'd made it to Manhattan. They theorized that Durst had killed Susan after her scheduled interview with the police, fearing she'd turn him in. Miriam Barnes, Susan's close friend, testified that Susan called her and told her that she'd done a favor for Durst, but was nervous telling her about it. She told Miriam, "If anything happens to me, Bobby did it." A closer look into Durst's activity revealed he'd been in California in late December and had left on a late-night flight from San Francisco to New York on the day she was murdered. At the time of the investigation, Durst was questioned about murder, but never charged. Robert Durst did not attend the funeral of his oldest and dearest friend, Susan Berman. On September 30th, 2001, a man fishing with his son in Galveston Bay discovered a human torso floating in the water. They called the police and searched the area and found several garbage bags, each bag containing dismembered body parts. A total of 12 bags were found. In the bags, I also found an outer packaging for a bow saw, a receipt for garbage bags and drop cloths, and a newspaper that contained a handwritten note and address 2213 Avenue K. At the address, searched the garbage cans nearby where they found more black garbage bags similar to the ones they had already recovered. Inside the dumpsters, they found an empty trash bag box, packaging for a drop cloth, packaging for a 4-inch paring knife, a .22 caliber shell casing, and an eviction notice addressed to Morris Black. Morris Black was one of the tenants in the shared home on Avenue K. He had been a veteran with a murky past. He was estranged from his family and his ex-wife. He lived a nomadic life, and if he occasionally reached out to someone, he never disclosed where he was. He had landed in Texas sometime in the mid-90s, and he'd been arrested in '98 for threatening to blow up a utility company over an issue with his bill. His lifestyle made it hard for a timeline of his life to be tracked down. There were decades of time without any documentation tying him to any particular place. Those in Galveston who had met Morris described him as a grumpy old man who was suspicious of everyone and prone to screaming outbursts. He used to live in New York, but seemed to have gone off the grid in 1982. It was also discovered that Black had a $130,000 in an out-of-state bank account. Despite not having worked for decades, he had been living off of the money for many years. Friends and family of Black had no idea he had that kind of money, and he was now missing. They were able to execute a search warrant for Morris' home. Once inside, they discovered blood evidence everywhere. In the bathroom sink, the kitchen, in all of the drains. They sprayed luminol throughout the apartment, and it lit up like Christmas. Walls, floors, and drag marks that led from Morris's apartment to the apartment across the hall. The apartment across the hall belonged to Dorothy Steiner, a mute old woman whose neighbors had little to offer about who this woman was. She was rarely seen, had been known to travel frequently, kept her shades drawn, and kept to herself. Investigators got a court order to enter, and again, found blood everywhere. In Dorothy's kitchen, there had been several cuts in the linoleum, and when officers pulled it back, they had discovered pools of dried blood underneath. Unlike in Morris's apartment, this apartment hadn't been cleaned thoroughly. There was dry blood splatter all over the place, along with a paring knife, a cleaver, a handsaw, and a pistol, which was suspected to be the murder weapon. One of the bags recovered from the bay was empty. It had a large rip in it, and officers concluded that it was the one that contained Morris's head, which was the only body part not recovered. It also likely contained key evidence that would answer the question that still remained because of death. They had been able to compare fingerprints from Morris's time in the military to those on the body to identify him. A medical examiner determined that body parts recovered from the bay were that of 71-year-old Morris Black. Dorothy Steiner was also missing, and police turned their attention to finding her. They had been able to determine that Morris had likely been murdered in his apartment, but had been dismembered in her apartment. Why had a man been dismembered in an old mute lady's apartment? It didn't make sense. They were able to unravel Dorothy's true identity when they found a receipt in the building's trash. It was from a local optometrist and it had Durst's name on it. With that information, they concluded that perhaps there wasn't a Ms. Steiner. Perhaps Robert Durst had been masquerading as an old mute woman. Neighbors couldn't recall seeing Dorothy around the time that Morris disappeared, though they did recall seeing a man loading garbage bags into a Honda CR-V. They hadn't recognized him, but noted he made several trips in and out of Dorothy's apartment. Police took down a description of the vehicle and put out a bolo. They also looked in the national databases to try and get any information they could about Miss Steiner. They found her and she was alive, but claimed to not reside in Galveston, Texas, and she certainly wasn't mute. When asked if she knew Robert Durst, she replied that she did. They had attended high school together back in the 50s. She was baffled. She hadn't spoken to Durst in decades and had no idea why there was an apartment rented using her name and social security number. 7 days later, a vehicle matching the description is found, and they pull over the driver and search the car. Inside, they saw a bow saw and visible blood in the trunk of the vehicle. They arrested the 58-year-old driver on October 9, 2001, a man named Robert Durst, and charged him with the murder of Morris Black. After paying a $300,000 bail, Durst left Texas and went on the run. After failing to appear at his court date, he was declared a fugitive. While on the run, Durst had the nerve to rent a car in Mobile, Alabama under the name Morris Black. And then, in another strange twist, he was found and arrested at a Wegmans grocery store in Bath, Pennsylvania. He was accused of shoplifting a $6 chicken sandwich, bandages, and a newspaper. And even though he had $38,000 in cash with him at the time, along with 2 loaded handguns. Also in his car was a Medicaid card and a driver's license belonging to Morris Black. Durst had also shaved all of his hair as well as his eyebrows, and at first, he hadn't been recognized as the millionaire fugitive. It was only when the arresting officer ran his social security number that he discovered the warrant for his arrest. In January of 2002, he returned to Texas to stand trial for the murder of Morris Black. According to Durst's testimony, he came home on September 28, 2001 to find Morris in his apartment angry. While Morris had a key to the apartment, Durst hadn't been expecting him. Durst said that he immediately suspected Morris of taking the gun that he'd stored in the oven. When Durst asked him where it was, Morris reportedly stood and pointed it at Durst. Durst claimed that he grabbed the gun and the 2 men fell to the ground. That's when the gun went off, though he says he never touched the trigger and killed Morris with a gunshot to the head. Durst claims he tried to get the help of a neighbor, but no one answered. So he went back to his apartment and started cleaning up the blood himself. He said he then drank a bottle of Jack Daniels and dismembered Morris' body before dumping it in the Galveston Bay. Durst said he didn't go to the police because he didn't think they'd believe him, given his past, reputation, and suspicious situation. Though according to a private investigator, Bobby Baca, she had been able to piece a connection going way back of Durst and Morris Black. Morris had a brother, Harry Black, and the 2 of them owned a construction business in New York back in the 80s. According to family members, it had been funded by the Durst organization, specifically Robert Durst. Harry had passed in 2003, but his wife had said that when he learned that Morris had been murdered, he was concerned that he would be next. When asked why, he said that he knew dark secrets. Black's wife told Baca that she believed that the brothers knew something about Kathleen Durst's disappearance. Prosecutors believe that Durst murdered Morris when he found out his true identity, and he killed him out of fear that he'd been found and charged with Kathleen's murder. Robert had specifically chosen Galveston, and he arrived concealing his identity as an old woman, only to show up at a low-income housing building next door to a man that he used to fund to do work for him. And if we believe Durst murdered Susan to tie up a loose end regarding Kathleen's disappearance, perhaps Black had also been connected in some way. In his trial, Durst had hired the best criminal defense attorneys that money could buy. The trial lasted over 2 months, and despite a mountain of evidence, on November 11, 2003, Durst was found not guilty of Morris's death and was acquitted. It was a shocking end to a brutal trial. He was initially put on a $3 billion bail due to his previous bail jumping and tampering with evidence, but the amount was eventually lowered to $450,000 after a court found the amount unconstitutional. In October of 2004, just as he was about to be paroled, Pennsylvania authorities charged Durst with weapon possession stemming from his time on the lam. In July of 2005, he was released from federal prison and sent to Texas to serve parole. But Durst couldn't seem to stay in one place. In December of 2005, he was arrested for a parole violation for making unauthorized trips to Galveston. He got caught after visiting a Texas mall, where he happened to run into the judge who was presiding over his murder trial. In February of 2006, Durst was released from prison, and his parole supervision ended 9 months later. Once again, he was a free man. 4 years later, Durst's infamous deeds were brought to the big screen for the first time. In December of 2010, All Good Things, a movie loosely based on Durst's life starring Ryan Gosling and Kirsten Dunst, debuted. The movie is about a man who kills his wife, best friend, neighbor, and dog. After its release, Durst contacted the director and praised the movie, but said that he didn't like that the dog was murdered. Him and the director Andrew Jarecki kept in contact over the years, and despite Durst's lawyer's advice against it, Durst eventually agreed to appear in an interview for the HBO documentary series Jarecki was making about Durst's life. It was called The Jinx, The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst. Jarecki first interviewed Durst in 2010, during which Durst denied any responsibility for Susan and Kathleen's deaths and disappearances with the help of Susan's stepson. It was a letter written by Durst, and it includes the same misspelling of Beverly. In his second interview with Durst, Jarecki brought out both letters and confronted Durst with the similarities. During a break, Durst goes to the bathroom and is recorded saying this. In the interview, Durst also admits to lying about what he told police about the night Kathleen went missing, that he told police he dropped her off at the train station and visit his neighbors because it was what they wanted to hear. In 2013, the director began sharing his footage and discoveries with the police. In 2014, the filmmakers discovered the recording of Durst seemingly admitting to the murders, and the LAPD concluded that Durst authored the cadaver letter sent to the police, arming them with the evidence needed to arrest Durst. The day before the final documentary episode aired, March 14, 2015, Durst was arrested on a warrant charging him with the first-degree murder of Susan Berman. Police found him at the JW Marriott Hotel in New Orleans along with the .38 caliber revolver, marijuana, $40,000 in cash, a map of Cuba, a shoulder-to-head latex mask, fake IDs, and his legitimate passport. Police suspected he was preparing to flee the country to Cuba. Durst was arraigned the next morning and held on bail pending an extradition hearing. The next day, he waived extradition so he could face the murder charge in LA, but it was delayed after Louisiana State Police charged him with felony weapon possession. The New Orleans judge denied Durst bail on the charges and determined Durst to be a flight risk. In February 2016, he accepted the plea deal on the charges and was sentenced to just over 7 years in prison. In November of 2016, Durst was transferred to Los Angeles County Jail to await trial for the murder of Susan Berman. During questioning, he tells a prosecutor that he was high on meth when asked why he would agree to be Jinx. The next year, Kathleen McCormick Durst was declared legally dead at the request of her family. Her family alleged from the beginning that Durst was involved with her disappearance and murder. The trial for Susan Berman's murder began on March 4, 2020, but it was halted for 14 months due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In May of 2021, the case was resumed. During Susan Behrman's trial, it was announced that Kathleen's case had been reclassified as murder and would be reinvestigated as a homicide case. On September 17th, after 3 days of jury deliberation, Robert Durst was found guilty of first-degree murder of Susan Behrman, as well as lying in wait and killing a witness. Less than a month later, Los Angeles County Judge Mark Windham sentenced Durst to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That same month, the Westchester County, New York District Attorney's Office announced the Westchester County Grand Jury would be impaneled to hear witness testimonies and evidence in Kathleen's disappearance. In late October, Durst tested positive for COVID-19 and was hospitalized. The state investigator, believing Durst may not live long enough to be indicted, filed a criminal complaint charging him and Kathleen's death. On November 1st, 2021, Durst was indicted by the Westchester County Grand Jury on second-degree murder charges of Kathleen McCormick Durst and is currently awaiting trial. Time will McCormick Durst and is currently awaiting trial. Time will tell if he lives long enough to face it. Though the decades-long horror show put on by Durst may soon come to an end, it's not soon enough for Kathleen's family. In a statement, they questioned why it took over 40 years to get an indictment accusing prosecutors of protecting the Durst family and the NYPD of failing to conduct competent and a thorough investigation into Kathleen's disappearance. They said in a statement, "We want both closure and justice for Kathy and our family who has suffered from her disappearance, murder, and concealment of her remains. There may also be other potential victims that could be connected to Durst, and we're going to discuss those now." On December 10th, 1971 in Middlebury, Vermont, Lynn Schultz went into a health food store called All Good Things. There, she purchased some dried prunes. She'd been seen eating them while standing at a bus stop in Court Street around 12:30 p.m. She was 18 years old and had been a student at the Middlebury College. She returned to campus and was seen at her dorm. She left around 1 p.m. to attend the final exam, but never showed up. She had last been seen at 2:15 p.m. at the same bus stop she had been at earlier, near All Good Things, and from there, she vanished. Campus security did not initiate a search until 2 days after her disappearance, and the college didn't alert her parents for a week. Friends and family had noted she was homesick, but also knew she had studied relentlessly for this exam that she never got to take. And no one was able to explain why she'd never shown up, and instead had last been seen near a health food store. Her disappearance remains a cold case and is marked as a possible foul play. In 2015, authorities announced that they would be looking at Robert Durst as a possible suspect. Another young woman went missing, this time in 1997. Karen Mitchell was 16 and living in Eureka, California. Karen had visited her aunt's store on November 25, 1997, and she was headed to her part-time job at the Coastal Family Development Center. She was last seen walking down the road, and some witnesses claim they saw her get into a vehicle with an older man driving. The car was described as a blue Ford Granada or a Mercury Monarch or a Nissan. The driver was described as a Caucasian male approximately 50 to 70 years old with a balding, light gray, or sandy blonde hair. The unidentified man had green or gray eyes and a large-sized nose that appeared to have been previously broken. He had a small build and wore eyeglasses. The driver was wearing a long-sleeve button-down light blue shirt. A missing person report was filed later that day by her aunt, who would learn she'd never made it to work when she went to pick up Karen. Extensive searches were undertaken, which had even included sniffer dogs. It was as if she had dropped off the face of the planet. The driver was never located for questioning. Durst's connection was credit card charges, putting him in the area of her disappearance. He also owned a home only 25 minutes from Eureka in Trinidad, California. He sold the home in 2000 after the murder of Susan Behrman. It wasn't until the body of Morris Black washed up that Durst was finally brought to justice, though had his body not been found so quickly, it likely would have been lost forever, taking with it all the evidence that had connected Durst to the murder. The medical examiner that had done the autopsy for Morris Black had noticed that the cuts had been precise and practiced. Based on how Black's body had been dismembered, the medical examiner had thought the person responsible had either medical training or had been a hunter. Durst was neither, and it called into question how he got so skilled at disposing of murder victims. Durst had also used several aliases while he traveled. He also used several different social security numbers to rent cars, hotel rooms, credit cards, and rent apartments. Many of these aliases were people he knew from school, real people that had very faint connections to Durst. His aliases included Robert Allen Durst, a man of no relation but an exact same name, Robert Dean Jasowski, an old schoolmate, Ralph Durst, Everett Ward, James Cortez, Jim Terse, James S. Fleischman, Johnny Smith, Emilio Vignoli, Dorothy Steiner, Diane Wynn, James Closty, and Morris Black, and those are only the ones that we can connect to Robert Durst. While he was traveling across the country, he often rented older cars, never anything flashy. He would dress down in inexpensive clothing, sometimes in full drag, and would often try to be as nondescript as possible. He would rent dirt cheap apartments across the country paying in cash a trace, only to open a credit card or rent a car years later. We may never have all the answers. Durst has faced several health issues in recent years. Though only 78, he appears to have aged dramatically, and he maintains his innocence despite exhaustive evidence against him. And to this day, it is unclear why he'd been so willing to murder Susan and Morris Black to cover up what he had done to Kathleen. Why had he been so willing to commit multiple other murders to cover up Kathleen's disappearance? There is always hope that one day he may decide to open up about what had actually happened to the people closest to him that had met untimely demises. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On the quiet evening of October 19, 2004, a 28-year-old mother named Keisha Brown was found lifeless in her home in Las Vegas, her body battered and violated. The police were left with a thin trail of evidence and no suspects in sight. The case eventually went cold, but the detectives never forgot Kesha. Several years later, the hunt for her killer reignited, and DNA technology helped shed new light on the investigation. So who was this ruthless murderer? And what was their motive behind this killing? Las Vegas is a city that never sleeps. It is the most populous city in the state of Nevada with its iconic casinos, world-class entertainment, and endless nightlife. It's no wonder that this desert oasis has become a playground for adults seeking thrills and excitement. But beyond the glitz and glamour lies a fascinating history. From the early days of mobsters and showgirls to the modern-day transformation into a global entertainment capital, it is within this fascinating city that a brutal murder case unfolds. Kesha was born in the mid-1970s, but much of her life is shrouded in mystery. There is not much known about her early years as there is scarce information about her parents' names, the school she attended, or whether she had any siblings. But what is certain is that she was a young mother living in a modest apartment on the bustling East Flamingo Road in the year 2004. Her daughter Kalia was her pride and joy, and she would do anything to ensure her little girl had a better life. What exactly Keisha did to make ends meet is also unknown, but what is evident is that she was a survivor, a woman who refused to let life beat her down. At the time, Keisha was also in a relationship with a man who was only identified as her boyfriend and whose connection to Kalia remains unknown. The events of October 19, 2004, which was a Tuesday, would forever be etched in the memories of those who knew Keisha. That day, witnesses saw a stranger arrive in a red sedan and park outside her apartment. No one knew who he was or what his intentions were, but he wasted no time in entering Keisha's apartment. It is not clear where Kesha's daughter was at the time, but she was not around and was safely away from the apartment. For several minutes, the man was inside, and then he finally emerged with a duffel bag in his hand. He darted back to his car, started the engine, and sped away into the night, leaving a trail of speculation in his wake. Those who saw him would later describe him as a black male with a stocky build. Some 7 minutes before 7 p.m., Keisha's boyfriend made his way to her apartment eager to see his beloved. But when he knocked on the door, there was no response. Frowning, he tried the doorknob, and to his surprise, it turned easily in his hand. With a sense of foreboding, he pushed open the door and entered the apartment. Silence greeted him and his voice echoed through the empty apartment as he called out for Keisha. But there was no response, and this was when his anxiety began to mount. With each passing moment, he searched the apartment, moving from room to room. It was in the bathroom that he found her lying motionless in the bathtub concealed beneath a pile of clothes. With a jolt of shock, he realized that something was very wrong. She wasn't moving, and as he leaned in closer, he could see that she wasn't breathing. He could also see blood and realized that she had been stabbed. He checked for a pulse, but there was none to be found. Keisha's boyfriend's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He knew he had to act fast if there was any hope of saving her, and so he raised an alarm. Within moments, concerned neighbors started streaming into the apartment, alerted by the commotion. The minutes that followed were a blur of chaos and confusion as multiple people frantically called the emergency line to report what had happened. Time seemed to stand still as they waited for help to arrive. At 7:13 p.m., the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department was informed of the incident and rushed to the apartment. They were joined by paramedics who arrived at the scene, but it was too late. Keisha was beyond saving. Her body was carefully removed from the apartment and taken for an autopsy. The moment detectives arrived at the crime scene, they knew they had their work cut out for them. They meticulously collected DNA evidence from the scene, which they stored away knowing it could be the key to unlocking the mystery. They also began questioning anyone who might have seen or heard something, including Keisha's boyfriend. It was during one of these interrogations that they heard about the strange man in the red sedan who had been seen visiting Keisha's apartment from eyewitnesses who had seen him. The detectives couldn't shake the feeling that this man was involved in Keisha's death, but all they had was a vague description of the man's appearance. No one had been able to get a good look at him, and there was no surveillance footage in the area to help them identify him. But the detectives refused to give up. They combed the neighborhood, knocked on doors, and talked to anyone who might have information. They knew that every lead, no matter how small, could be the key to solving the case. The results of Keisha's autopsy were soon revealed, and the findings were nothing short of disturbing. The Clark County Coroner's Office, which conducted the autopsy, concluded that she was strangled to death in a brutal homicide. But that wasn't all. The autopsy also showed that Keisha had been assaulted, stabbed, and beaten. The news sent shock waves through the community as people tried to come to terms with the brutality of the crime. The hunt for the perpetrator continued, with law enforcement leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of justice for Keisha as they worked tirelessly day and night to solve the case. The detectives couldn't help but wonder who the mysterious man was and what he knew about Keisha's untimely demise. Despite their relentless efforts, the case remained unsolved, leaving Keisha's family to mourn their loss and grapple with the question of who had taken her life so viciously. As time went on, the case went cold. After years of gathering dust, Keisha's unsolved case finally got a second chance when it was assigned to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Homicide Cold Case Unit. In August of 2022, the department decided to do a review of the case, bringing together some of the most experienced detectives to work on it. As the team began to sift through the details of the case, Detective Dan Long discovered a new lead that had previously been overlooked. He recognized a pattern that he had come across in some cases he had investigated back in 2005. Detective Dan had previously worked on a case that involved the murder of 3 unrelated young women on different occasions. The 3 women were murdered in a similar manner and their bodies had been left in the same way. A man by the name of Norman Flowers had been the culprit in all 3 cases, and he was currently serving 3 life sentences in prison. Norman's criminal history was a chilling and gruesome tale of terror. During the first few months of 2005, he embarked on a spree of burglaries that turned into violent attacks. His first known victim was 18-year-old Sheila Quarles, the daughter of his ex-girlfriend Deborah Quarles. Norman had spent a total of 10 years in prison and had been paroled twice. It only took him about 20 days after his last release to murder Sheila. On March 24, 2005, he barged into Sheila's apartment and viciously assaulted her in the bathroom. He brutally beat and then strangled her to death. To add insult to injury, he left her body face up in the tub, which was filled with scorching hot water. Before fleeing the scene, he took her cell phone, bank card, and jewelry. In the weeks that followed, Norman played the role of the supportive ex-boyfriend, even going so far as to recommend counseling to the bereaved Deborah. Little did she know, the monster responsible for her daughter's murder was right under her nose. On May 4th, 2005, more than a month after the incident, Norman struck again. This time around, he targeted not one but two women in the space of just 8 hours. First, he broke into the apartment of Marilee Coote, a 45-year-old woman who had the misfortune of crossing paths with a depraved criminal. Norman bludgeoned, assaulted, and ultimately strangled her to death. But he was not done yet. As the night wore on, he descended on another apartment belonging to the 25-year-old Rena Gonzalez. Like Marilee before her, Rena was no match for the viciousness of Norman's attack. She was assaulted and strangled with a telephone cord. Norman was interviewed by the police a few days later, but he denied any involvement in the gruesome murders. His lies, however, were no match for the power of forensic evidence. With the help of DNA that was found on Marilee's body, detectives were able to catch him. On June 6, 2005, his reign of terror came to an end and he was arrested and charged with the murder of Marilee. The evidence against Norman was overwhelming, and the authorities were also able to link him to the murders of Sheila and Rena. In 2008, Norman went to trial for the murder of Sheila. Prosecutors pushed for the death penalty against him, but Norman's family members pleaded with the jurors to spare his life. They testified that Norman had suffered physical and sexual abuse as a child, which had left him traumatized and unstable. Despite his family's testimony, the jurors found Norman guilty and sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In August 2011, he received 2 more life sentences for the murders of Marilee and Rena. Detective Dan's heart raced as he pored over the details of Norman's grisly crimes. He felt deep down that Kisha's unsolved murder was somehow connected to this man. He knew that he needed concrete evidence to make an arrest, and DNA testing was the only way to confirm his suspicions. With a sense of urgency, Detective Dan quickly packaged up the evidence from Keisha's case and sent it off to the DNA lab. He couldn't wait to get the results back. The thought of finally bringing closure to Keisha's family after all these years drove him forward. It's not been disclosed which pieces of evidence were sent for testing. The days turned into weeks, and Detective Dan and the rest of his team grew increasingly restless. They knew finding Keisha's killer was crucial, not just for justice, but for their own peace of mind. Finally, on December 21, 2002, the call they had been waiting for came in. The results were in, and they were conclusive. The evidence from Keisha's case was a match for Norman's DNA. After years of searching, they had finally available evidence. It also became clear that Keisha had been Norman's first victim. After this, the detectives began to formulate a plan to bring Norman to justice for the murder. They didn't have to look for him since he was locked up at the High Desert State Prison in Nevada, where he was serving his 3 life sentences. On February 23, 2023, the detectives secured an arrest warrant for Norman. The charges were severe, and this included open murder with a deadly weapon, sexual assault with a deadly weapon, and burglary with a deadly weapon. The detectives were determined to make sure that Norman paid for his crimes against Keisha, no matter where he was. As the news of Norman's arrest spread, a police briefing was held on the same day. Keisha's family was invited to attend, and her daughter Kalia arrived with a heavy heart, visibly shaken and emotional. With tears streaming down her face, she expressed gratitude towards the police force for providing her with a sense of closure. Kesha's murder is a tragic reminder of the dangers that can lurk in our communities. Despite the devastating loss, Detective Dan and his team's unwavering also raises questions about the failings of our justice system and the need for better prevention and rehabilitation programs to prevent such tragedies from happening in the first place. So how do you think we create a safer society for all? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On a cold winter morning on January 2nd, 1983, 28-year-old Nancy McEvers, née Pepper, died in her home in the Durham neighborhood of Washington County in Oregon. No foul play was suspected, and it was believed she took her own life. The case went cold as it was believed to be a suicide, and the family tried making their peace with Nancy's death. After 40 years, new evidence came into light that changed the entire course of the case. The mystery of Nancy McKever's case finally reached its conclusion in 2023. What had happened to Nancy that day? What new evidence led police to find the answers after 4 decades? Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, where we shed light on under-the-radar cases across the country. Today, we are looking at the 40-year-old cold case of Nancy McKever's that has finally received closure in 2023. Washington County makes up the Portland metropolitan area and is the second most populous county in Oregon, which has 36 total counties. Away from the bustling cities, the breathtaking scenery and the lush greenery that surrounds the area is one of the main reasons why people find comfort in the Washington County of Oregon and like to settle here. The hills and mountains that envelop the majestic landscape, friendly people, and the old-fashioned homes are the charm of this region. Home to about 600,000 people, it is the most populous Washington County in America, with a culturally vibrant community and a myriad of options for recreational activities, like hiking, nature walking, and fishing. It offers a haven for people seeking to get away from the rush of daily life. But sadly, it also holds dark secrets, and it is here that our case takes place today. Nancy McKever's, née Pepper, was born in Oregon in 1955. Nancy's mother, Lenore Pepper, now 97, was used to hearing the words sweet and beautiful when people spoke about her daughter. Everyone, whether they knew her for years or had just met her, referred to her as a friendly person. Nancy was close to both of her sisters. Being the middle child, she was loved by both her elder sister, Janet Agliaitis, and her younger sister, Diane Jarwilal. She often acted as a mediator between her mother and the sisters. Her loving and caring nature, coupled with her outgoing personality, was why people loved interacting and spending time with her. She had always been the caring one among her sisters, and her maternal instincts were really strong. So when she got married to Randall "Randy" McKever's and had a son, she really enjoyed being a mom. It was one thing that everyone knew about her. She loved being a mom. Nancy's love towards her own child and for her sisters carried the sisters' childhood dreams forward. All the 3 sisters had planned on raising their kids together. Coincidentally, the 3 sisters had their first children within 18 months of each other. The plan of giving them a happy and close-knit upbringing was already in the works, but in a tragic twist, it was to be left incomplete in the end. January 2nd, 1983 was a cold winter's morning in beautiful Washington County in Oregon. Around 10:38 a.m., police received a call from Randall McKever's. Randall seemed to be distraught that his wife had taken her own life. Washington County Sheriff's Office deputies reached the 173100 block of Southwest Rivendell Drive located in the Durham neighborhood, which was not a part of Washington County then, but was incorporated into it after 1983. The police officers, assisted by the Oregon State Police Medical Examiner's Office, Oregon State Police Crime Lab, and Washington County Medical Examiner's Office, found the body of Nancy McKever's, née Pepper, with a gunshot wound to the head. Despite the nature of the wound and very low chances of Nancy making it out alive, paramedics rushed to get Nancy to a nearby hospital. She was almost immediately pronounced dead. On the surface, the death of Nancy McKever's checked out as a suicide case. Investigators found and seized a Smith & Wesson revolver from the crime scene. It was only when the police started interrogating people that inconsistencies started showing up. When the alleged suicide had happened, it was just Nancy who had been home with her 30-year-old husband and 1-year-old son. The crime scene made the detectives ask the question whether the suicide happened in a closed space or if Randall was a witness to it. The interrogation that followed raised the red alarms. The police had to wait for forensic reports to take the investigation forward. When they got the reports back, the case of Nancy McKever's, née Pepper, turned out to be a lot more complex than the police had anticipated. Following the autopsy report, forensic tests, and ballistic tests, it did not take long for investigators to understand that there was something else at play here. The medical reports by the Oregon State Police Crime Lab soon revealed that the case could not have been a suicide. There were way too many things that were off. A person who has recently fired a gun would have residue on their hands and clothes, which is tested by lifting samples and processing them to check for fused particles of lead, antimony, or barium. The first inconsistency was that Nancy had no gunshot residue on her hands, but it did not prove anything directly. This is because the residue can only be detected within 6 to 8 hours of the shot being fired, and it can easily be washed away from being in contact with other things. So while it was an important discovery, it was not enough. The second inconsistency arose when the medical examiners reported that Nancy's wound was too broad for it to be a suicide case. The wider the wound, the greater the distance of the gun's muzzle from the person. Further, it was also mentioned in the report that the charred particles on her clothes meant that Nancy was struggling or trying to defend herself. Nancy had been home alone with her husband Randall and her 1-year-old child. Randall had not mentioned the presence of any other person or instances of forced entry. So naturally, the police had found their prime suspect. Detectives initiated their interrogation with Randall. After giving them basic details, he went on to confess that Nancy and him were struggling over the gun. And during that chaos, he didn't remember who had pulled the trigger. When the police prodded more and asked the questions again, Randall retracted his statement, changed the story, and presented a new version to the officers. He told police that he had just entered the room when Nancy was pulling the trigger. There was no struggle possible as she had already shot herself by the time Randall walked into the room and realized what was happening. Both these versions were exactly opposite to one another. It was important to find out what had really happened. So the detectives approached the people who were close to Nancy, including her relatives, friends, and co-workers. Every one of them suspected Randall to have some kind of involvement in her death. The police had just wanted a little more evidence to finally make a sense of the situation and build a strong case against Nancy's husband. So the police called in Randall for questioning again 2 days after the initial interrogation. They could not get a confession out of him. Randall's parents then showed up at the police station and assured them that their son was ready to go through a polygraph test to highlight his innocence. But Randall was a no-show for the scheduled test. By April, he had entirely stopped cooperating with the police. Without any other leads and new evidence, the police marked the case of Nancy McKever's alleged suicide as cold. A week after Nancy's funeral, her family members were informed that no foul play suspicions had led anywhere, and there were no further leads in the case. So the family tried their best to put this dark chapter behind them. After her death in 1983, not only was her son deprived of all the love that Nancy had to give, but also her entire family changed forever. They were deeply affected by the news. Nancy was such a huge part of their lives that they were never the same after she was gone from their lives. When Nancy's family found out about her death, they could not believe it. She was a cheerful and easygoing person who loved every bit of raising her child. To think that Nancy shot herself dead with her son still in the house was unbelievable to her family. She would never have done anything like this, which would separate herself from her son in such a final manner. Lenore Pepper, Nancy's mother, had her doubts about Nancy's death. She suspected Randall but could not say anything about it. She had already lost her daughter, and after the police officially told them that there was no foul play suspected, Lenore Pepper let her suspicions die. With no charges against him, Randall was responsible for raising his 1-year-old son. Lenore did not want to stir up something she did not know how to handle. She had strong doubts about Randall, but stayed silent to protect her grandson just in case her confusions and questions turned out to be false. Not just Nancy's mother, but everyone who knew Nancy thought that it could not have been a suicide. But without any confirmation from the investigators, their doubts remained doubts. Nancy's sister believed that it was a terrible accident that was never meant to happen. She was just 28 when she died. Her dreams, her aspirations, and her entire life disappeared in a second. The case of Nancy McKever's had been closed for so long that no one expected it to be reopened by the detectives in August 2022. The officers assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit were in charge of the cold case investigations. When they went through the file of Nancy McKever's, they knew that justice had to be served. The world did not even know that Nancy hadn't committed suicide. She was murdered in cold blood. Before moving forward, the police went over the previously collected evidence. Detective Anel Sarek, part of the investigation team, called the case poorly investigated. The police work of the officers in the 80s was not thorough. And since the detective in charge from 1983 had already passed away, there was no way of knowing why the officers let this case go cold for so many years. The evidence taken in 1983 was retested by the Washington County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Unit, and the forensic report came out to be exactly as similar to the previous one. The possibility of Nancy's death being a suicide was completely ruled out. The police now believed that this case had an angle of domestic violence that resulted in the death of Nancy McEvers. Investigators did not release a description in the media detailing which new leads were explored due to concern for the family's privacy. The police carried out interviews with around 20 people, some of whom were deputies, detectives, firefighters, and family members who were either present at the scene in 1983 or were closely involved in the case. Even after 40 years, Nancy's story was alive. It became evident as additional evidence came to light after all these years. Nancy's file mentioned that when the police were interviewing people who knew Nancy and Randall, they revealed that he had been planning to kill Nancy because she wanted to get a divorce and leave him. Anil Sarek, one of the investigators on the case, showed his confusion about no action being taken in the 80s despite direct evidence. He said, "Why they did the things they did, I can't tell you. But finally, everything was falling in place and Randall was slowly but surely turning out to be the prime suspect in the murder of Nancy McEvers." At this time, Randy was living in Tigard, a city in Oregon, 10 miles south of Portland. The police approached him at his house in January 2023 and questioned him about the incident. He told the detectives that he had gone through hypnotherapy to make him forget everything related to that day. The police by now had enough leads, and they wanted Nancy's family to receive real closure. So after their interview with Randall, they referred the case to the district attorney's office in Washington County for their review. The information that Nancy's family had been living with for 40 years turned out to be false. While there had been enough twists in the case of Nancy McEvers till this point, police were shocked to find out that Randall had taken his own life on February 8, 2023. He also wrote a note in which he denied any responsibility for Nancy's death. Although the DA's office could not review the case after Randall's death, the police believed that this was a closure in itself. After the death of their prime suspect, Nancy McEvers' case is now finally closed. It came as a shock when the police reached out to Leonore in August 2022. She could not believe that her suspicions about her daughter's death had been true all along. Nancy's mother, Leonore, showed her gratitude to the police officers for being able to see it through to the end. She wished Nancy's father had been alive to finally witness their daughter's story getting closure. Getting to know about Randall's suicide, Lenore Pepper said, "I feel like we got justice, but like I said, in a very strange way. But at my age, I don't know if I could have gone to a trial every day, so we have to accept that. That's all we can do." Nancy was loved by all, so the news of her vicious murder stirred multiple emotions. Her sisters stated that they felt every emotion all over again. But the entire family believed that Randall's suicide was as much evidence as his actual trial in court. He denied having any involvement in Nancy's death, but his own death turned out to be an acceptance that Nancy's family had been waiting for 4 decades. "We're exempt from going through a trial and being drugged," said Nancy's younger sister Diane Grill. "It was hard. It's been tough for 40 years. As my sister said, we've got the answers now because we need to finish it." Nancy's family is sharing the news with more of her loved ones, and they are planning to conduct a memorial service for her. After the shock of learning that their beloved Nancy had been murdered after 40 years, they have developed new grief and trauma. Nonetheless, the entire family was grateful to the investigation team who served justice to her. For 40 years, Nancy's family believed that she had ended her own life. Little did they know that their initial doubts about her death were all valid and led directly to the answer that Nancy's husband had killed her. Although the case has been closed now, Washington County Sheriff's Office deputies are still open for more information on Nancy McEvers' death. Do you believe that Randall killed his wife? Why didn't the detectives in the 80s make a solid case against Randall? Mojave County was the site of a murder mystery that continues to haunt the Sheriff's Department to this day. On January 23, 1971, a trio of hunters was searching for game in a remote desert area of Mojave County, Arizona. when they stumbled upon an abandoned canvas sack. The sack was loosely tied with a white cotton rope and left alongside Hackberry Gravel Road in the secluded desert. It had the words "Dear Pack Ames Harris Navilco" printed in green on the side. Believing it to be an animal carcass discarded by other hunters, they decided to open the sack for a closer look. To their shock and horror, they found the contorted body of a woman. The police were called to the scene immediately, and they sealed off the area to begin their investigation. It was obvious to investigators that they were dealing with a homicide. Whoever wrapped the victim up in the sack was clearly trying to hide the body. It was also clear that the woman had been murdered elsewhere and her remains unceremoniously dumped in the desert, 2 miles from the US 93 highway near Kingman in Arizona. It was becoming apparent that the case was going to be an uphill challenge for investigators. And firstly, they needed to determine who the victim was, and secondly, where the actual crime took place. Having canvassed the immediate area for any clues or possible belongings of the victim, investigators came up empty-handed. No identification, no bag, and no purse were found anywhere near the crime scene. It seemed like whoever killed her had made sure not to leave any incriminating clues behind and made a clean getaway. Investigators sent her body away to the Mojave County Coroner's Office for a post-mortem, while they continued to question the hunters about any suspicious activity in the area. It was obvious from the beginning that the woman was a victim of homicide, as she had been stuffed into a canvas sack. Her cause of death, though, baffled investigators. Although her neck was broken, decomposition had already set in, making it difficult to determine if there were any ligature marks around her neck. It was initially listed as unknown, as she showed no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds. There were also no signs of a health-related death, such as a stroke or a heart attack, and her organs were listed as healthy. Toxicology reports also suggested no drugs or alcohol in her system that may have led to an accidental overdose. Much later in the investigation, the cause of death status was changed to strangulation based on the theory that she may have been murdered by someone she knew personally, perhaps a lover or spouse. It was also difficult to pinpoint the time of death, as her body had been partially frozen, but they estimate that she could have been killed any time between December 1st, 31st, 1970. Toward the end of bull hunting season, they began working on creating a workable profile for investigators to use to solve the mystery. It was determined that the victim was a white female, aged between 35 to 40 years old. Her height was estimated at 5 foot 4 inches, and her weight between 125 to 140 pounds. Her hair was brownish black and short with curls. Examiners added that she had scarring on her abdomen consistent with the cesarean section birth, and internal signs indicated she may have been a mother of 3 children. They determined she may have been married, as a bone indentation was visible on her left ring, showing that she had once used a wedding band, but no jewelry was found on her body. She did not smoke, and lima beans were discovered in her digestive system as the last meal she had eaten. Her clothes were added to the description and included a multicolored size 14 blouse with 5 brass buttons in the pallets and a long-sleeve black cardigan. She wore size 12 burnt orange stretch pants with the label, "Symphony is what's happening," stitched on the inside. On her feet were pixie-style black leather boots that were a size 5.5 and bobby socks that were possibly white at some point. Her hair was described as being salon-styled and her appearance clean and meticulous. Her nails were evenly manicured and clean. What stood out was the extensive dental work she had done. She was missing 2 molars and had a $500 Maryland bridge for dental implants fitted in. It was estimated she had work done on her teeth to the value of almost $21,100. She was given the placeholder name, the Mojave Jane Doe, and kept at the county mortuary until her identity could be determined. A composite drawing was made of the Jane Doe by a Flagstaff police sketch artist, but it remained businesslike and unflattering. This was given to investigators along with the descriptions from the medical examiner. Using this information, investigators worked tirelessly to identify the woman. The first thing the investigators did was place a report in both the local and national papers with a description, composite sketch, and area the victim was found. It did not seem to bring in any promising leads, so they turned their attention to other methods of identification. Given that she seemed to be well-groomed without any signs of neglect, investigators canvassed motels, hotels, and local stores in the area that cater to the upper middle class. Although they questioned people extensively, no one could remember such a woman crossing their paths. Investigators then looked at her clothing and tried to determine from where she had bought her clothes. A visit to all possible clothing outlets produced negative results. Investigators then turned to airports and conducted searches of flight manifestos, questioning staff about any person who had not been accounted for on any flight and followed up with those leads. This too led nowhere. Next, investigators took to placing a missing persons advert in dental magazines, explaining the scope of the work she had done on her teeth. This, they hoped, would jog the memory of the dentist who performed the surgeries and they would come forward with her identity. When this option failed, they went through the filing system of a dentist lab in Phoenix, Arizona. After searching through files of over 8,000 patients, they had still come up short. Investigators widened their nets and set out the missing persons bulletin to Arizona, California, Nevada, and Utah. 23 women had been reported missing during that time period, but all were eventually found alive. The Jane Doe, however, was not among any of those reported missing. Investigators made a request for the fingerprints that were taken for record purposes during the autopsy. These were then sent off to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington to be checked against the national database, COIDUS. But still, there was no trace of her on any system, missing or criminal. Investigators eventually turned to looking for a suspect among the hunting community, especially those who applied for hunting licenses during that particular season. Over 5,000 applications had been made, and each and every person was tracked down and questioned. Sheriff Floyd Sisney, Sergeant Don Parrish, and Detective Joe Chapin surmised that their Jane Doe may have been murdered by a spouse. Each applicant who was married was asked to produce their wife for questioning. This too ended up producing no results. The three men strongly believed that the murder was what they called a mama-papa killing by an enraged husband. In speaking with local reporters, Sisney said he believed that eventually her identity would be revealed as she may have children according to the autopsy reports. And somewhere out there, her children are missing their mother and being stalled by their father in search for her. But they'll start worrying before long. Time has a habit of solving murder mysteries, he said. The extensive investigation had covered every possible avenue, but investigators remained hopeful. Said Sisney, "We're still no closer to finding this woman's identity, but somebody out there must have seen her, may even know her, or may remember a small thing that could help us." Although the search for the identity of the Mojave Jane Doe continued in earnest with nationwide interest, no new leads developed. Given all the clues and descriptions, no one ever came forward to claim the victim or report her missing. After 3 months of waiting, authorities eventually buried the Mojave Jane Doe at the Mountain View Cemetery in Kingman, a county cemetery used by the Department for Unclaimed Bodies within Mojave County. Her headstone was simply marked Jane Doe with her date of death as January 29, 1971. Months turned to years, then to decades. 30 years later, in 2001, Lori Miller, an investigator for the Special Investigation Unit SIU, was given the task of identifying the Mojave Jane Doe. The SIU was formed in 1999 as a part of the Mojave County Sheriff's Department initiative to investigate, solve, and eventually close cold cases that had been piling up over the years. By that year alone, there were over 60 unsolved cases, the oldest being the Mojave Jane Doe. It was a painstaking process for Miller and her team as they began the investigation. Like their predecessors, Miller, along with several other investigators, reviewed old case files and reports. They re-interviewed possible witnesses, hoping to refresh their memories and maybe pick up some new information and clues. They resubmitted the fingerprints and once again went back to the dental records to find the dentist possible for working on the Jane Doe, but it didn't produce the desired results. Miller and her team also reached out to an artist from the Museum of Northern Arizona to create a composite of the Jane Doe based on the features of her skull taken from the post-mortem examination pictures. They believe the new artist may be able to highlight the victim's features in a more professional way that would possibly catch the attention of someone who knew her. Once again, they used the national media to bring awareness to the case in the hopes that maybe one of the Jane Doe's children or family members may come forward after having not heard from them 3 decades. Again, they had no luck. Miller's investigative team also tried to find links to the company, Deer Pack, Ames, Harris, Neville & Co., which had produced the sack the victim had been found in, but discovered they had long since been bought out. Over the next 20 years, Miller and her team worked through the case periodically. They kept a watchful eye on databases and followed any and every tip and lead. If anything, their Jane Doe was the proverbial needle in the haystack. Investigators led by Miller also attempted to track down the make of the victim's clothes. But too many years had passed and the fashion range had all but disappeared. In November 2021, the case was officially registered to the NAMAS database, but still there were no positive results. Again, investigators found themselves at a dead end with all leads exhausted. However, as a part of their ongoing case review, the Sheriff's Department continued to update their Facebook post regarding missing or unidentified persons. In October 2022, 51 years later after the Mojave Jane Doe was discovered, they were contacted by Othram Inc., a forensic genealogy company based in Texas, on their Facebook page. The company offered to use the new DNA technology being developed by geneticists to try and create a family tree based on their Jane Doe's DNA profile, but it would take time and money as the technology was new and expensive to carry out. Before that, though, investigators tried one more time to post the composite sketch on their Facebook page, hoping to find some tangible leads, but nothing worked out. Miller and her team had realized that there was only one way left. So basically, all we had left was to try to identify her through genetic genealogy, she said. For the investigation team, the case became personal. She was someone's wife, daughter, or mother, and it was possible she was missed. Over the years, the investigation continued to lodge evidence with no results. It became part of their mantra to close the Mojave Jane Doe case and bring closure not only to the family, but for those voiceless victims as well. It was with the fervent prayer that the investigators went ahead with the genetic testing option. The sheriff's office donated $1,000 towards the testing. Miller said that despite being a large county, their population was small and their budget was limited. Othram Inc., however, took it upon themselves to set up a donation page requesting help from the public to raise the remaining $65,100 needed to begin testing. Hoping the community would open their hearts to give the Mojave Jane Doe the dignity of her identity, DNA Solves assisted the crowdfunding initiative by creating a Dear Gladys page. The response was overwhelming. The story of the Mojave Jane Doe touched so many that within 5 days of starting the page, the remaining funds were raised and the testing could begin. The first thing investigators needed to do was exhume the remains of Mojave Jane Doe. After being given the green light by the Mojave County Court in November 2022, excavation of the burial site began. Although the remains were in poor condition due to age, scientists were able to retrieve enough genetic material to perform the testing. The body was reburied as Othram Incorporated prepared to begin the testing process. The technology was new and the process was long. It was trusted, though, as genetic genealogy tested had become popular in 2018 after it helped track down the Golden State Killer after more than 40 years. Using advanced DNA testing, the forensic grade genome sequencing investigators were able to create a DNA profile. This profile was then used to match against ancestry websites that have profiles from thousands of people who have willingly donated their DNA samples in order to trace and track families from around the world. Investigators were able to create several family trees based on the Mojave Jane Doe's DNA profile. Spending countless hours on the family trees, investigators tracked down several distant relatives and, through the process of elimination, tracked down the closest living relatives. They eventually contacted a relative who was willing to provide a fresh DNA sample to assist in the investigation. It took another 3 months before any positive results were confirmed. On Monday, January 23, 2023, 52 years to the date on which the Mojave Jane Doe was discovered, lead investigator Lori Miller received the call she had been waiting for. They had a name. After a half-century, the Jane Doe was discovered to be Colleen Audrey Rice. The news was shared with the remaining relatives of Colleen before the announcement was made on the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Facebook page that same Monday afternoon. Colleen was born March 17, 1931 to parents James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt. She was raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and is known to have a few family ties to eastern Kentucky. It is unclear if she had any siblings. Colleen attended Portsmouth High School, but it was unknown if she graduated as she married William Davis in 1946 at the young age of 15. After searching through old school records, investigators were able to obtain an old yearbook photo to attach her case file. Colleen would have been 39 years old at the time of her death. Little else was known about her personal life. Investigators who tracked down her living relatives did not garner much information as they were mostly distant relations of Colleen. What they did learn was that Colleen had become estranged from her family and husband. Although she showed signs of childbirth, there was no means of finding her children or records to prove if she had any at all. It seemed as if Colleen's life had been erased after she had disappeared. Investigators tried to find possible links to how Colleen arrived in Arizona, but that too dried up quickly. What they did know is that Colleen seemed to have been doing well for herself as she was well-groomed and healthy when her body was first discovered. Investigators had also tried to find out if she had changed her name to start a new life away from her family, but the people in Kingman didn't seem to recognize her as well. Following the investigation, all legal work was completed to allow her living family members the chance to put her remains to rest. Her remains were exhumed and flown to Ohio in February 2023 to be buried alongside her family with a headstone bearing her name and date of birth and death. For investigators, their oldest case was finally gaining traction. They now knew who their victim was. Chief Development Officer at Othram Inc., Kristen Middleman, said it was a relief to finally have the name for the victim. It is heartwarming to witness law enforcement and the public come together to restore a murdered woman's name after a half-century, she said. For the investigators, solving the crime became personal. They believed Colleen deserved better in death. She deserved dignity. Lead investigator investigating the cold case. This was a Jane Doe. Now I have while investigating the cold case. This was a Jane Doe. Now I have a name. She's always been a person. Now she's a person with a name. Kinda hits you, said Miller. According to news reports, Miller said that one of the challenges they faced in the investigation was finding people who were still around from when the incident first happened. It became quite daunting in the fact that we were trying to locate people that were still alive, she said. WOWK 13 News was able to find a distant relative of Colleen's, who's also happened to be a genealogist himself. Eli Allen is related to Colleen from his mother's side of the family and currently lives in Ohio. Allen said that when he first heard about the case and discovered the name of the victim, he realized they were related. When I saw Rice, which is in my mother's line, I had to know we were related because it was that much more intimate, he said. When I saw Rice, which is in my mother's line, have to know how we're related because it was that much more intimate. Identifying Colleen after more than 50 years is a testimony to the work he and so many others are doing. The more baffling question for investigators now is who killed Colleen and discarded her body in such an undignified manner? Autopsy reports did not find any foreign DNA on the victim's body at the time, and the possibility of assault was ruled out entirely. The theory of her being murdered by her husband was also ruled out as interview with the family suggested that Colleen had left of her own volition. No one who knew her personally at the time had seemed particularly interested in finding her as there has never been a missing person report filed. In the 50-year period of the investigation, Colleen's murder had not been linked to any possible murderers who may have been active in the area around the 1970s. Her manner of death did not provide many clues either for investigators to determine patterns related to known serial killers at the time. Even though Colleen had been identified, the case remains ongoing. The SIU is still investigating in the hopes of finding the suspect or suspects responsible for Colleen's untimely death. Investigators are appealing to the public to come forward with any information regarding Colleen's murder and information about her life, since she left her family behind in Ohio to start afresh in Arizona. The public is urged to contact the Mojave County Sheriff's Office Special Investigation Unit. The numbers will be provided in the description box below. In covering cases such as Colleen's, we hope to highlight not only the dedicated work of investigators, but the truly amazing advances in technology that are now making it possible to solve cases that many believe could have remained cold forever. On the morning of July 15, 1980, a group of maintenance workers in Delano, California made their way through the almond orchard for another day of work. As they approached the 13th row of trees, They took notice of what appeared to be a person curled up in a fetal position asleep on the ground. Curiosity compelled them to inspect further, and what they discovered left them reeling and rushing off to contact police immediately. It was the body of a woman who had clearly been murdered. Teams of investigators and crime scene technicians arrived at the almond plantation and began cordoning off the area to begin their investigation. The woman appeared to be of either Native American or Hispanic descent. Investigators immediately noted the lack of blood at the scene and soon found tire tracks that led up to and then away from where the body was found. Another clue was a discarded Michelob beer bottle. They theorized that their victim may have been picked up from a bar known as Ruby's located in Lemoore, an hour away from the farm. Their investigation began immediately as they searched the plantation for clues to her identity. Detectives were dispatched to Ruby's to question staff and patrons of the identity of the woman or any suspicious activity while other teams combed through the fields. By the afternoon, investigators had not found any of her personal belongings, and the people that were questioned by detectives were unable to provide much information about the woman. The body was transported to the county for a post-mortem examination. Examiners determined she had been murdered a day before being discovered. She had been assaulted before being stabbed. It was overkill with a total of 27 stab wounds, 18 to the chest and 9 defensive wounds on her arms and shoulders. For investigators, it was obvious she fought fiercely against her attacker. Her cause of death was recorded as sharp force trauma as her vital organs had been punctured. Without any form of identification, her fingerprints were taken and sent to the crime lab. However, after running her prints through various databases, there were no records found. The coroner began examining the body for clues that investigators could use in trying to identify her. She had 2 unique tattoos. One was a heart with the words, "I love you, Shirley, and Seattle." The other simply read "Mother" and "I love you." Scars were found on her abdomen, which the examiner believed may have come from an operation or childbirth, and there was scarring on her buttocks. She also wore a prosthetic left leg due to an injury on her upper leg. Her entire set of upper teeth were missing and showed signs of being removed medically. The toxicology report showed that she had been intoxicated with a blood alcohol level of 0.3%. This strengthened the theory that she was possibly picked up from the bar, Ruby's. A detailed profile was developed based on the examiner's findings. She was estimated to be between the ages of 25 to 35 and weighed 115 pounds with a height of 5 feet and 4 inches. She had black hair that was slightly curled and was of Native American descent. Her body showed signs of possibly having given birth at least once. The tattoos suggested that she was a native of Seattle, Washington, and that Shirley was either her real name or that of someone she loved dearly. The clothes she was wearing at the time of her death were a pink top, blue jeans, white shoes, and blue socks. Her body was kept in the county mortuary until she could properly be identified and was given the placeholder name of Kern County Jane Doe. Investigators had also lifted fingerprints from the discarded beer bottle found at the scene and made plaster impressions of the tire tracks found near the victim's body. The forensics team had also taken the clothes of the victim and were able to extract biological material from the items. They also commissioned the medical examiner to provide the nail clippings of the victim in order to test for possible DNA that may have been transferred during the attack. These were all sent for DNA profiling while the investigation continued. But she was just the first victim in what was going to become a decades-long mystery. 3 days after the discovery of the Kern County Jane Doe, law enforcement officials were alerted to another murder in neighboring Ventura County. The body of another female was discovered in the Thousand Oaks High School parking lot on July 18, 1980 in Westlake. When investigators arrived, they noted that the woman was either of Native American or Hispanic descent. She had been partially disrobed and had several visible defensive wounds on her arms. A search of the crime scene indicated that she was murdered elsewhere, as there was no significant amount of blood near the scene. It was also believed that she was brought to the parking lot and dragged from a vehicle, as there was a trail of blood from the edge of the tarmac surface to where the body was found. Investigators were aware that a similar attack had occurred 3 days prior in neighboring Kern County. Although the similarities were striking between both crime scenes, at the time, investigators did not believe they were linked. A search of the nearby area provided no clues for investigators, as there were no tire tracks to be found and no personal belongings of the victim located near the crime scene. The school custodian who had found the body was questioned, but he could not provide any further details except that he had found her while going about his general duties at the school. It was unmistakable to investigators at the time that she was also pregnant. Her body was sent off to the county coroner for further examination. At the coroner's office, the medical examiner determined that the victim had been killed 12 hours before her body was discovered. She had been stabbed 16 times and then strangled to death. The victim had also suffered a brutal assault. The wounds on her arm showed that she had fought her attacker to the very end. The coroner determined that she was between the age range of 20 to 30. Her estimated height was between 5 feet 1 to 5 feet 3 inches and weighed between 100 to 115 pounds. The coroner provided investigators with a detailed profile that included her description and distinguishable marks on her body. The victim was primarily Native American with some Hispanic, Caucasian, Sub-Saharan, and Asian ancestry. She had brown eyes, black hair with bleach blonde tips, and penciled eyebrows as she had shaved her natural brows off. She had a large amount of dental work done and also had pierced ears. She had several scars and birthmarks, including 2 vaccination scars on her left arm and a scar on the left knee. They were able to determine that she was 5 months pregnant with a male child. The baby had appeared to be well-nourished and received proper prenatal care prior to the attack. An episiotomy scar also suggested she may have given birth to at least one child before this. Her fingerprints were taken and a search through national databases came up empty. Like the Kern County Jane Doe, she too had no criminal history. The victim had been clothed in a white t-shirt, black bra, white underwear, and red pants. These, along with her fingernail clippings, were all taken and sent off to extract any foreign DNA that could be used to identify her murderer. DNA had also been extracted from the unborn child to conduct a paternity test. While investigators waited on the results, the county coroner gave her the placeholder name Ventura County Jane Doe. Over the next few weeks, authorities in both Kern County and Ventura County worked extensively to uncover the identities of both women. Kern County officials revisited the bar and interviewed more people in and around the area. Investigators also made use of the local media to appeal to anyone who may have known either Jane Doe. It was then that they received a tip from an anonymous female caller who alleged to have known the woman found in the orchard. According to the caller, she went by the name Becky or Rebecca Ochoa, had tattoos similar to that of the victim, and she worked as a waitress at a bar. However, this tip led nowhere. Other people came forward claiming that she had been seen in and around Lemoore for several weeks before her death. According to these witnesses, the victim had worked at a local apple orchard as a farmhand. This lead too failed to produce any useful information in the end. Investigators then took to visiting local tattoo parlors, hoping they would recognize the work and be able to identify the victim. A tattoo artist from Bakersfield said that he did not know the work personally, but provided details to a Los Angeles tattoo parlor that used a similar technique in their designs. He also explained that the area had a large community of Native Americans. Following this lead, detectives set off for Los Angeles. After questioning the artists in the parlor, they realized that their Jane Doe did not have any links to the area, and they were now back at square one. In Ventura County, detectives worked with the theory that their Jane Doe had been kidnapped while hitchhiking near the College of Sequoias in Visalia, California. Investigators also used the media as a way to discover more information about their victim. But unlike the Kern County Jane Doe, no one seemed to recall their victim. Her dental records were distributed to several dental labs, but there was still no match. Without any new leads, these avenues were quickly drying up. Investigators' hopes were dashed again when the paternity tests from the unborn child also proved to be a dead end. The DNA extracted from the unborn child was used to create a profile that could be linked to existing criminal profiles of the Cody's database. However, it seemed that the child's father did not have a criminal history. DNA testing was still in its infancy in the 1980s, and investigators had exhausted every lead possible in trying to identify both women. Both the Jane Does were buried in county cemeteries, but their stories were not forgotten by the investigators who continued to work to restore their identities. The foreign DNA from both women was discovered to be that of an unknown male. Investigators, though, continued to keep both investigations separate, believing the murders were pure coincidence. This was filed away, and over the next 30 years, DNA results would periodically be submitted by investigators who were given the reins of the cold cases in both counties. A fresh set of eyes meant a new approach to the case. Investigators were sure that the murderer would have committed more crimes since 1980. With technological advancements, it was possible their suspect was now on their systems. In 2008, Kern County officials were able to find a match to the DNA recovered from their Jane Doe. It had been linked to a 51-year-old man named Wilson Chuist, who was already in custody in California. Wilson Claude Chuist Jr. was born on December 2, 1951 in New Orleans, Louisiana. According to reports, Wilson's childhood was tough as his parents were always at odds with each other. When he was younger, Wilson had a desire to become a priest. But after being expelled from a Catholic school for beating another student, those ambitions were dashed. He soon gave in to the darker side of life and began abusing drugs. At the age of 18, he enrolled in the army but was discharged after being deemed unsuitable for service. After returning home, Wilson decided to get married and settle down in Los Angeles in 1969. The couple seemed happy enough and even had a daughter. But cracks in the marriage appeared as Wilson turned to a life of crime. His first major crime occurred in October 1977. He had given a lift to a young woman who had been standing on the side of a road in Los Angeles. Once she got in, he then abducted her and drove her to a remote location. Wilson then assaulted her and attempted to strangle her to death. He assumed she died after she had fallen unconscious. After he left her body in a ditch, she regained her senses and was charged with abduction in November 1977. He was paroled in June 1980. It wouldn't last long, though. In August 1980, just 2 months after his release, he committed a robbery. That same month, he attempted to abduct another woman outside the College of Sequoias in Visalia. He had threatened her with violence if she refused to cooperate, but his plan was foiled by 2 witnesses who were walking by at the same time. In September 1980, he went on to abduct and assault another woman who he released after she told him she was married. He was ultimately caught and convicted for all 3 crimes. He was sentenced to 12 years to life in prison that same year. Wilson, though, was paroled in 2004 after serving 24 years. But the committee reversed their decision after concluding that he showed no remorse. He was, however, eligible for another parole hearing in 2016. While still behind bars, investigators were able to link Wilson's DNA to that of the DNA profile recovered from the Kern County Jane Doe. However, he was not immediately charged, and there was never a reason given for this. In 2012, having heard how officials in Kern County linked Wilson to an unsolved murder from July 1980, Ventura County officials submitted the DNA profile of their cold case suspect to CODIS to test against any possible matches to convicts already on the system. In January 2013, they had a match. Their Jane Doe had also been linked to Wilson Chuist through DNA found on her clothes and fingernails. It baffled investigators in both counties as they had spent all these years investigating both cases whose similarities were striking, but never linked. The fight for justice, though, was far from over. Although DNA had linked Wilson to both murders, it had still not been able to identify both the Jane Does. When the case was brought to the district attorney's office in Ventura County, one of the attorneys opted not to pursue the cold case with unknown victims. Senior Deputy District Attorney John Barak, though, was not willing to give up. He wanted to prosecute Wilson for the murders of both Kern County and Ventura County Jane Does. Under the laws of murder, I don't have to prove their identity. I just have to prove that they're a human being. I thought it was worth the effort, because if we don't, then these women will never get the justice they deserve, even if we don't know their names. And there's a good possibility that Wilson is going to get out, and that is not a person who deserves to be out among law-abiding citizens, said Barak. While still in custody, Wilson Chuist was transferred to Ventura County on September 23, 2015 by a court order. While being held at the county jail, he was charged and arrested with 3 counts of murder. The deaths of both Jane Does, the death of the unborn child of Ventura County Jane Doe. From the outset, Wilson denied all responsibility for the assault and murders of both women. For the next 3 years, Barack, along with several prosecutors from both Kern County and Ventura County, worked to provide a compelling argument that would see Wilson pay for his crimes. His trial began on May 14, 2018. 3 of the women who survived his attacks testified in court and described Wilson as being predatory in nature. Their testimonies were similar in the way they had been approached by Wilson and lured into his car. Another witness who came forward was Patrick Scott Bell. Patrick had been a teenager in 1980 and had often stayed with Chiuist, who was a family friend. He told the court of how Wilson had confessed to him that he had killed and dumped the body of an unknown woman. He also explained that he and his brothers had helped Wilson clean his car one evening. And when confronted by their mother, Carolyn Bell lied that Wilson had hit a deer. This confession was corroborated by Carolyn Bell both in a previous interview from 2013 and in court. After the confessions, prosecutors then used physical evidence that was found at the Kern County crime scene. DNA and fingerprints taken from the discarded beer bottle had been previously matched to Wilson. The DNA extracted from the Jane Doe's clothes and fingernails also proved a positive match. Wilson's defense attorney, Andre Nintchev, presented a weak argument by stating his client and the women had consented to intimacy. He also argued that there was no physical evidence from the Ventura County crime scene to prove Wilson was actually there. After a 2-week-long trial, Wilson was found guilty of the murders of both adult victims on May 31, 2018. The jury voted unanimously in favor of a guilty verdict. However, they could not convict him for the murder of the unborn child, as the laws referenced by the prosecution in order to find him guilty of the murder were only changed after 1994. The death penalty was not pursued due to Wilson's age and the lack of witnesses testifying on his behalf. On July 12, 2018, Wilson was sentenced to serve 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He is currently serving out his sentence at the California Substance Abuse Treatment Facility and State Prison in Corcoran. Although Wilson was convicted and charged in the murders of both Jane Does, it did not bring investigators any closer to giving them their names back. But DNA testing had now advanced substantially since 1980s. And Ventura County cold case investigator Steve Rhodes knew that a new genetic genealogy testing method was being used to identify suspects from decades-old cold cases. It had put the Golden State Killer behind bars. Could surely help identify the victims. In partnership with the DNA Doe Project, DDP, an all-volunteer group that makes use of genetic genealogy to identify John and Jane Does, both the Kern County and Ventura County officials submitted their DNA samples for genetic testing. The DDP has been credited with positively identifying a victim of serial killer John Wayne Gacy. So far, the DDP has been able to find locations and surnames of distant relatives that may be related to the Ventura County Jane Doe. These have been listed on their website and Facebook page and include Southern Texas, Central Mexico, Northern New Mexico, Indigenous California, and Guatemala. She has still not been identified by relatives. In 2021, investigators were able to find the father of her unborn child. It is believed he is an immigrant from Honduras who had ties to the Central American community within the Koreatown district of Los Angeles. Investigators were unable to make contact with him and get any information regarding their Jane Doe. They are, however, actively pursuing any leads and are urging relatives to come forward to volunteer their DNA. The Kern County Jane Doe proved a bit more difficult as the DNA retrieved had degraded over time, and it took a while to find anything that could be used. Her investigation began in May 2019. The DDP found that the victim was indigenous with parents likely from Maquachis, Alberta, Canada. The problem was that a very few indigenous people had provided their DNA profiles to genealogy websites. An appeal was made on the DDP Facebook page requesting people of indigenous ancestry to upload their DNA in order to help solve the case. This appeal was seen by Violet Susie, who had been searching for her missing aunt, Shirley and Susie, for decades. Violet submitted her DNA to GeneMatch in February 2020. After testing confirmed that Violet was in fact a close relative of the Kern County Jane Doe. The DNA Doe Project made the announcement in April 2021 that Shirley was born on February 6, 1945 on the Sampson Cree Nation Reserve in Alberta, Canada. She had 7 siblings who were all part of a close-knit family unit. Shirley was just 14 years old when her father passed away. This caused financial difficulties as the family could not handle the responsibilities of maintaining their ranch. She chose to eventually leave the reservation in search of a job to support her family. Shirley initially intended to move the nearby city of Edmonton, but ended up moving to Vancouver, British Columbia. Here, she would eventually get married to a man named Adam Misko in 1963 and gave birth to 2 boys and a girl. But life did not get any easier. After a turbulent few years, her marriage ended and all 3 of her children were taken away and placed in foster care before being adopted. She was unable to regain custody of her children and became homeless. Shirley turned to alcohol and substance abuse to cope with her depression. She sometimes returned to Alberta, but her family had noticed the change in her personality. The last time she was seen by her relatives was in 1977 when she returned for her brother's funeral. She expressed her desire to not return to Alberta, but did mention that she would be visiting a friend in Seattle, Washington. Allegedly, it was Shirley's mother who asked her daughter to get tattoos that would distinguish her from other people and make it easy to identify her if something happened. Shirley maintained contact with her family through letters, but that ceased after June 1980. Family members searched the Vancouver area for decades, but eventually resorted to visiting cemeteries believing she had died. Following the discovery, Violet Susie said that she had made her grandmother a promise to find Shirley and return her to the family. Her remains were flown to Edmonton Airport on May 26, 2022. Before her casket was returned to her family, members of the Tule River Tribe of California held a ceremony with blessings and songs. Officials from the Kern County Sheriff's Office joined them in saying their final goodbye. For Violet, it was a relief to finally fulfill the promise she made. Shirley and Susie was laid to rest at her family's resting place in Riverside Cemetery on May 27, 2022. Violet now encourages Indigenous people to train in DNA research so they too can conduct their own forensic investigations. She continues to work with investigators to help other Indigenous families find their missing loved ones through a genetic genealogy database. "That is the hope I want to give to people in similar situations as mine," she said. As impossible as the task seemed in 1980, investigators' fervent pursuit of justice, combined with the advancements made in DNA technology and testing, has finally brought a killer to justice and peace to family who had been searching for far too long for their loved one. So far, more than half the battle has been won. But as technology progresses, hope remains in identifying the Ventura County Jane Doe. What are your thoughts on the progress made by technology and helping identify and bring closure to families who have spent years searching for answers about the whereabouts of their missing loved ones? What had started as the best night of Blake Chappell's life ended in mystery. The 17-year-old from Sonoa, Georgia, had attended his high school homecoming dance surrounded by friends on October 15, 2011. Blake's mother, Melissa, dropped him off at his girlfriend's house, and it had been planned that Blake would spend the night at his friend, Austin's house, so she didn't plan on seeing him until the following day. Blake called his mom after the dance to let him know that he'd had a great time. He'd said goodbye and hung up. From the school, Blake was picked up by his girlfriend's mother. He had been allowed to stay after the dance to watch a movie, and then Blake was dropped off back at Austin's house. He was supposed to stay the night there, but at some point in the night, he left and walked back to his girlfriend's house. He snuck in through her bedroom window where he spent an hour or so. In the early morning hours around 5:30 a.m., he was caught by his girlfriend's parents and chased out of the house. He was witnessed walking in the direction of Austin's house. Cell phone records show he had sent several text messages apologizing to his girlfriend's mom for breaking their rules and also messaging his girlfriend. His last text message to his girlfriend said that a cop was pulling him over. He had mentioned he was near Austin's house and was about at a bridge. At around 11 a.m., Melissa received a call from Austin asking if Blake had gone home. Austin told her that Blake had left his house late that night to see his girlfriend, but never came back like he said he was going to. Melissa checked the home to make sure Blake hadn't come home in the night and confirmed he wasn't there. From there, She called Blake's girlfriend's parents, who confirmed he'd been there unbeknownst to them, but had left in the morning. Melissa called the Newnham Police Department by noon to report a missing, and the search began right away. Blake had been going through some odd legal troubles. That previous summer, he had been dating someone else. The girl had been 16 and ran away from home, allegedly escaping her abusive stepfather. When she was found, she was with Blake as he'd been trying to help her. Her parents filed charges alleging he had kidnapped her. Because Blake was 17, he was an adult in accordance with the law, and she was a minor. He had spent 16 days in jail until he was released on bond. Blake was set to have his first court appearance in that matter on October 24th, though the charges had already been likely to be dismissed by the prosecution. Statements from the girlfriend backed up Blake's claims that he was only trying to help when she had run away and he had not kidnapped her. During the incident, the stepfather had punched him in the face and threatened to kill him several times, even showing him he was carrying a gun. Blake had been terrified over the incident. He was only 17 and being threatened by a volatile man. Blake and his mother had moved shortly after the incident, though it still was concerning. His mom had instructed him to cut contact with any friends from that area due to ongoing threats Blake had been receiving, and they didn't want Blake to be found by this man. When Blake had first disappeared, it was initially thought that he may have run away because of the court appearance. He had no idea that the case was close to being dropped. He was searched for weeks with no sign of him anywhere. His phone had been dark since the early morning hours the morning he went missing. 2 months after his disappearance on December 19th, a discovery was made. The body of a young man was found in a creek at the Summer Grove subdivision, halfway between his girlfriend's house and Austin's house. The body was quickly identified as Blake, and his cause of death had been a close-range gunshot wound to the back of the head. He was found wearing only his underwear and an undershirt. No other clothing or belongings were found in the area. His backpack, cell phone, pants, and hoodie are still missing. The medical examiner estimated his time of death to be close to October 16th and had likely been murdered close to when his phone last connected to a cell tower around 6 a.m. An extensive investigation was launched, but there was little evidence to forensically point to a suspect. Officials have gone on record to clear several suspects, but they have one suspect yet to be cleared. There's a $20,000 reward being offered for any information leading to an arrest. Was a warm evening on May 24, 2002 in Terre Haute, Indiana. 20-year-old Scott Javins was at a house party when he received a call from his mom at 1:57 a.m. It had been a brief conversation, and he told her that he was on his way home. Scott, a University of Indiana student, had to work the next morning. He said his goodbyes, and friends had offered him several rides home as he'd been drinking at the party. He declined all offers for a ride and got into his brand new Honda Civic at 2:30 a.m. His mom called him again at 2:37 a.m., but it went to voicemail. Concern grew as time went on. He didn't live far from where the party was, less than 15 minutes. Scott didn't show up for the rest of the night, nor did he show up for work the next morning, which was highly unusual. He was reported missing by his family that day. Despite an extensive search, there was no sign of Scott or his vehicle anywhere. Several witnesses came forward claiming to have seen Scott murdered for the theft of his vehicle. One witness said that she saw 4 people drag Scott out of his car, beat him, and abduct him. It was determined that this witness was lying in an attempt to incriminate people she knew. She was charged and sentenced to prison time for wasting police resources and fabricating a police report. Terre Haute rallied behind the Javins family. Local businesses and restaurants helped to raise funds and donations. At one point, there was a $100,000 raised as a reward for information in Scott's disappearance. However, the reward money may have done more harm than good. After the announcement, several tips came in across the nation. One tip led investigators on a dive expedition in Terre Haute's Cassis Lake. While the car was discovered, it did not belong to Scott. In 2007, a tip led investigators to another body of water, the Fairbanks Park along the Wabash River. At the time of the search, the section of the river could get up to 20 feet deep, but at this time, the river had significantly receded. They looked around a concrete boat launch and made a discovery. 7 feet deep was a Honda Civic hatchback matching Scott's vehicle. Once removed from the river, they were able to match the car's VIN number and confirm it belonged to Scott. Skeletor remains were found in the vehicle, and dental records confirmed that they had found Scott Jevons. Scott's watch had stopped at 2:33 a.m., giving investigators an approximate time when the watch was submerged. The car's driver's side window was open, his cell phone was plugged into his car charger, his wallet and cash were recovered in the car, and there was no sign of any violence in the car or on the remains. The car was found in 5th gear, and investigators theorized that maybe Scott had pulled over. Maybe because he wasn't feeling well, possibly realizing he'd drunk too much and shouldn't be driving. It was also very late in the morning. Perhaps he opened the window to stay awake. Police theorized that it had likely been an accident. The car was new, and maybe he'd meant to put the car in park and accidentally put it in 5th, and the car rolled into the water and he drowned. Where he had been was a dark, unlit area. The evening brought a misty fog, and even if he had regained consciousness when the car hit the water, the darkness combined with the mist may have made it impossible to orient himself out of vehicle. The Terre Haute Police Department closed the case, but Scott's family still hoped for more answers. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.